This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Condemning the Heavens, Publisher's Pack, Books 1 and 2, written by Tinalynge, performed by Scott Merriman. Book 1, World of Beasts. Prologue. It was a cold winter day as snow fell heavily from the sky, laying itself like a white blanket over the many trees within the innermost regions of the northern taiga in the continent of Chang'an. The northern taiga was located in the Northern Territory, an administrative region in the kingdom of Heping, and it occupied more than half of the Northern Territory. This cold, desolate forest was known as one of the deadliest regions within the entire Chang'an continent. While the northern taiga was considered very dangerous, it was the core of the forest that was the most dangerous, and many came from far away to hunt on the outskirts of the forest. One would find many humans hunting beasts for their beast cores, skin, teeth, and horns, as these were the parts of beasts that were highly prized. They would also search for treasures and herbs. The deeper one went into the taiga, the more dangerous it became. All the weaker animals lived on the outskirts, but the core regions were places where not even the most skilled martial artists dared to venture. This was the place where primordial beasts resided. While the outskirts were filled with noise from beasts and humans alike, the deeper parts of the northern taiga were eerily quiet. It was next to the borders of this massive forest that the town of Tinalynge was located. It was early morning, and the snow fell from the cloudy sky, blanketing the entire town as the citizens awoke. This was but another typical day in one of the towns bordering the northern taiga. People were going about their business. The scent of breakfast wafted in the air as mercenaries said goodbye to their families and ventured toward the dangerous forest that loomed behind the city. Women would walk around with their children in tow while on their way to work or to deliver various goods. While the town awoke, youths appeared from all the different houses and moved toward the outside of the city. They were headed towards a training field where 3 men were waiting for them. These 3 men were large and burly. Their upper bodies were bare, even though the ground was covered by more than a foot of snow, and scars adorned their suntanned skin. Their eyes were alert and filled with vigilance as they observed the children who rushed toward them. The children were of varying ages. Some were juvenile, while others were closer to adolescence. Some were excited and grouped together, while others walked on their own, dragging their feet behind them, and looked anything but happy. The young ones were the most excited, while the older kids all seemed much more casual and carefree. The ones who were older all moved together to the training field and started to run around the training ground without anyone giving them instructions. From this, one could see that they had done this many times before, and even those who were dragging their feet and felt unwillingness were now running as if their lives depended on it. The juvenile children grouped together in front of the 3 men, and all of them started whispering amongst each other, stealing glances at the men's scarred bodies and speaking with admiration. One of these youths was Zhu Wei, the son of the town's apothecary. He was around 10 years old, and his face was filled with expectation as he looked at the 3 men. He looked at the men with big eyes filled with veneration. "Don't just stand there, get in line!" one of the men called out with a loud and rough voice. His voice traveled across the entire training field, and although his words were not directed at the older group of youngsters, they all flinched when they heard it. The younger children, however, did not show any fear at all, and they hurried into lines, after which they looked at these 3 men with respect, waiting for their orders. "So today's the day all the new kids start training, huh?" one of the men said to the others as he looked at the disorderly children moving into lines. Despite what one would think, his eyes did not show any excitement. Instead, if one looked closely, they could see a certain sadness and pain. We keep on raising these children to become warriors, only to send them to the army where they will be ripped to shreds by primordial beasts, and those who survive are either crippled or become mercenaries to sustain themselves." "What do you expect?" one of the other two men asked with a sour expression on his face. He furrowed his brow and placed his hands on his sides as he swept his eyes across the many children in front of him. "We are not from any major family or sect. We have no access to materials or resources. We don't even have access to proper cultivation techniques. All we have is the universal method that the kingdom has passed down to towns like ours for the sake of training soldiers for their armies." His voice was sour and filled with endless jealousy and regret. It was clear that he had experienced the vast difference there was between the poorer experts and the geniuses from the richer families and sects. "The 16-year-old children will be sent to the army soon. We won't see more than a tenth of them ever again, and the rest will undoubtedly be scarred for life. Such a waste of life." The third person spat on the ground. His face was twisted, but he knew as well as the other two that he had no other option than to just do as he had been told. He was a veteran of the army, and he got his salary every month by ensuring that these children became usable warriors. "It's not all that bad," the first man chuckled. "Look at us. We found brothers in the army, and we managed to survive. It was a hellish time, but it also broadened our horizons. We finally realized that when you live in a small town like this, you are truly just a frog in a well. Look at these children. They look at us with veneration. They think we are true martial experts, yet we who have seen what a real martial artist is know the truth. We are in fact only cannon fodder. Anyway, let's go and welcome them. Tell them about the achievements of mankind and make them understand that their strength is needed." Having said this, the three men walked forward and looked at the many children that were standing in front of them, looking at their faces, which were filled with expectation. "Welcome, everyone. You being here means that you wish to become a martial artist, that you wish to become a warrior," the first man called out, his voice reverberating in the air and his words causing the children to blaze with pride. They were to become warriors. "To cultivate is to become warriors. The warrior rank is split into ordinary warriors, earth warriors, sky warriors, and heavenly warriors. Each of these ranks are further split into 9 layers. We, the 3 overseers of Lingyun Town, have managed to cultivate to the first layer as Earth Warriors. This is a result of all our hard work throughout our lives. In the surrounding air is energy. This energy can be absorbed by the body and refined into chi. When the energy is being refined, it will travel through your body before being stored in the dantian. At the very beginning, you can only absorb wisps of energy, but later these wisps will turn into a steady stream of chi. As you absorb wisps of energy, the more of these wisps you can contain in your dantian, the more talented you are." Hearing this, Zhu Wei clenched his fists. He had waited for this day ever since he was old enough to understand what it meant to be a cultivator, and he dreamed of the day he would become a true martial artist, slaughter primordial beasts, and save mankind. Now listen closely. Many thousands of years ago, humans were nothing but livestock for the primordial beasts. We lived every day as slaves, but one day, the humans caused a revolt and overthrew the primordial beasts. We defeated them, slaughtered them, and took back the world which had been our prison for years. The remaining primordial beasts withdrew into the areas now known as danger regions, and no human cultivator dares to venture into them alone. The northern taiga here is one such danger region, and it is our responsibility to ensure that the primordial beasts never again
leave their prisons. They send beast horde after beast horde at our cities. They destroy our villages and kill our brothers and sisters. As long as these primordial beasts exist, we cannot live in safety. Because of this, the entire continent of Chang'an has banded together. Every single youth is taught outstanding martial arts, which have been provided to us by the king himself, so that we will become warriors worthy of defending humanity. We will take our turn to fight the primordial beasts. We will gain complete victory, so that our dear ones can sleep in peace at night. Everyone come here, and get a copy of the martial art you will be practicing. Read it, and try to understand it before tomorrow, when we will start training for real.
Hearing these words, every child that was standing on the ground had faces red with excitement. This was the first time they would get to learn a cultivation technique, and all of them wished to become true martial artists, true experts that could fight toe-to-toe against these legendary primordial beasts that their parents warned them about at night. While standing in line, Zhu Wei shuddered. He finally understood that he was going to become a cultivator. He was going to fulfill his deepest desire. While looking at the children with pity, the three men gave out the copies of the martial art and said a few encouraging words to them before they shifted their attention towards the older students.
Don't slack off. 10 more rounds before we start the breathing exercises. Run till you are on the verge of collapsing. Run till you faint if need be.
The first man yelled out with a stern voice, and although the children all sighed internally, they all yelled back in unison, "Yes, sir!" The young children who had just gotten the copies of the technique did not stay on the training field. Instead, they all went back to the city once more, heading back to their respective homes with smiles on their faces. Today was the day that they were going to read their first cultivation technique, and then they would be able to start cultivating. As they arrived in town, Zhu Wei was looking at the copy of the cultivation technique in his hands, and he was filled with excitement. So excited that he did not look where he was walking, and before noticing it, he walked straight into a large man. Zhu Wei instantly fell to the ground, and the cultivation technique he had just gained fell from his hand and landed on the ground next to him. Seeing that he had dropped it, the young boy did not panic, but quickly picked it up before he stood up. He straightened his body and wiped the snow off his clothes. "I apologize for walking into you, sir," he said as he raised his head and looked into the eyes of a tall, handsome man. The man had long black hair which was tied up beautifully on top of his head. His eyes were as blue as the endless ocean, and his body was draped in a dazzling blue robe with silver embroidery. Those deep blue eyes looked directly into Zhu Wei's, and they instantly widened as they were filled with surprise and shock. Even so, he did not withdraw his gaze. Instead, it intensified over time. "Kid, look where you are walking." A chuckle sounded from beside the handsome man, and Zhu Wei's eyes were finally dragged from the deep blue eyes that seemed to gaze into his soul. He saw that an alluring woman was standing by his side. Her hair was silver like beautiful moonlight, and her eyes were also blue. But where the man had eyes the color of the deep ocean, this woman had light blue eyes that resembled ice. When she saw Zhu Wei's eyes, her brows furrowed slightly, and she looked as if she was deeply pondering something. Both she and the man were in deep thought, as if running into Zhu Wei had caused an earth-shattering revelation. Their change confused the young man greatly, and he decided to apologize once more, thinking that they were very mad at him. "I apologize for bumping into you. I was too preoccupied today as something good happened," Zhu Wei said with a slight bow, and the man finally snapped out of whatever had caught his mind. "Do not mind it. Do not mind it at all," he said with a devilish smile on his handsome face. "We are travelers who have come to the taiga for a mission, But we seem to have gotten lost when we saw this small town, so we decided to stop for a few days and buy provisions." "I see. Then you should come to my father's medicinal house. We sell the best pills, pastes, and herbs that are needed for a trip to the northern taiga," Zhu Wei said excitedly. Although the city had its own mercenaries who went to the outskirts of the taiga quite often, it was rare for travelers to stop by since Lingyun Town was one of the smaller towns on the outskirts of the taiga. Most travelers would go to the bigger cities instead. "Your father owns a medicinal house? Could it be that he is an alchemist?" the man asked curiously as he squatted down to look eye to eye with Zhu Wei, but the young child just shook his head. "Daddy is an apothecary. He can make pastes and is very proficient with raw medicinal herbs, but he cannot create medicinal pills." Pausing for a moment, the child smiled, showing 2 dimples on his cheeks like the very depiction of innocence. "But don't worry, Father gets medicinal pills from the merchants, so you can buy real medicinal pills at his shop too. You have to come visit." Hearing the eagerness in the child's voice, the handsome man looked into the eyes of this youngster and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry," he said as he gently patted the child on top of his head. "I will definitely make sure to come visit your shop. Now run along and do your chores." He laughed, and Zhu Wei nodded his head, bowed slightly to the man and woman, and rushed back home. "I have never seen anyone as beautiful as those 2 people," he mused to himself as he ran down the streets toward his father's shop. "Maybe they are fairies. I've heard in legends that such beautiful people exist, but I never thought they were real." Thinking this, the small child just laughed to himself and thought no more about the encounter. Although they were beautiful, they were both real. Thus, they could definitely not be fairies. But the child was still dreaming when he reached home, and his eyes were sparkling with excitement as he saw his father. "You seem excited," his father commented when he saw Zhu Wei coming inside the door. "Was it really that exciting to get the cultivation technique from those 3 old men?" "Don't call them old men. You're an old man," Zhu Wei laughed. "They are at least a decade younger than you, and they are real martial artists. They served in the army and returned as heroes. Aren't they amazing?" Zhu Wei's eyes glistened with excitement as he thought about this, but his father just laughed and shook his head. "They are actually older than me by quite a bit. But as you said, they are martial artists, and thus their life has been extended compared to normal people like myself. I can prolong my life with the use of herbs, but my youth will never return. Martial artists, on the other hand, are all able to prolong their lives. Those that are the same rank as our 3 old overseers are able to live to be 200 years old, double the lifespan of a normal person. And rumor has it that if you become strong enough, then one day you could even become immortal." Zhu Wei had never before heard his father speak about martial artists, but he was filled with excitement. He nodded his head seriously, showing that he was listening to what was being said. "I don't understand why you wish to become a cultivator, to be honest," Zhu Wei's father said with a sigh. "I understand the allure of becoming a hero, but heroes usually die young. Geniuses fall from the skies as often as the rain, and I would never want to see you, my dear son, die an early death. Also, when you enter the army at the 16th year of your birth, you will not become just common infantry like the others. Because of your background as an apothecary's son, you will become a member of the medicinal corps." "But father, I want to learn martial arts," Zhu Wei said pleadingly. The 2 of them had often discussed the same thing, but neither truly wished to give up. It was just that Zhu Wei's father had backed down enough to allow him to go and pick up the cultivation technique and study it. As for whether or not he could truly become a martial artist, no one could tell. The road a martial artist tread was simply too long. Sighing, Zhu Wei's father shook his head and waved his hand. "I need to look after the shop. Why don't you go to your room and study this martial art you received?" he said with a tired voice. But Zhu Wei, who was caught up in his excitement, did not notice his father's tiredness, and just ran out of the room to the back of the shop where their living quarters were located. Zhu Wei ran to his room and sat down on his bed. His hands were shaking from excitement, and a silly grin was on his lips. He could not contain his excitement, and he instantly opened the copy of the cultivation technique and started to read. The martial art described inside was very simple. It explained how to breathe and which route the energy should flow through one's body so that it could be refined before one stored it in their dantian. Zhu Wei read through the entire technique, not skipping even a word. He read it time and time again until he understood it by heart, and it was only then that he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He sat down in a lotus position and closed his eyes. Breathing heavily, he absorbed the surrounding energy into his body. He could feel a slight golden wisp of energy enter his body, and he instantly started to rotate it in accordance with the way the book had described. As he rotated it through his body, he felt how pure energy was. But moments later, as the energy reached his dantian, it all dissipated through his body as if his dantian could not accommodate it. Shock, disappointment, and disbelief filled Zhu Wei's face. He had read that the amount of the energy that stayed in one's dantian depended on how talented they were. But to have all of it leave and not even a tiny bit remain truly left Zhu Wei dumbfounded. Thinking that he might have done it wrong, Zhu Wei decided to try once more, but after trying time and time again, he obtained the same result. "I better ask Father," he said to himself as he went towards the front of the shop. As he walked out of his room, his heart was trembling from shock. He felt how his dreams were on the verge of shattering, and he was tearing up, but forced the tears to stay in his eyes and not overflow. Zhu Wei was only 10 years old. He had expected to be a talent only seen once in a generation. He expected that he was a true master and would become a real martial artist. But he could see the truth before him. So far it seemed as if he was worse than trash at cultivating. He could see that his talents were so poor that he still might be a once-in-a-generation cultivator, just not the way he wished. Grumbling and feeling down, Zhu Wei went towards the front of their store, but a frown took hold on his face on the way over. He was almost at the front, and as he reached it, a metallic scent filled his nostrils. Is Father dealing with corpse grass or blood ginseng? He wondered as he opened the door. But the moment he opened it, he froze. In front of him was his father, but he seemed strange. Something was impaled through his chest. The more Zhu Wei looked, the more horrified he became. He dropped the cultivation technique to the floor. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Right now, a long arm covered with azure scales and spikes had been thrust through his father's chest. The metallic scent came from the blood, which was oozing out like water from a broken fountain. The azure-scaled hand had small streams of blood flowing off the scales, giving the otherwise beautiful scales a menacing appearance. The moment Zhu Wei opened the door, his father turned his head. His eyes misted over, and a trail of blood could be seen running down the corner of his mouth. Blood frothed at his mouth as he opened it. "Run, little Wei, run," he whispered with what little strength he had left before his eyes were completely devoid of all life. "Father! Father!" Although he had been told to run, Zhu Wei's legs went soft, and they collapsed beneath him. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he started bawling out loud as he slowly climbed towards his father's corpse that was still hanging on the scaled arm. The arm was suddenly swung to the side, and the corpse of his father was flung into the wall. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking made Zhu Wei scream out and feel nauseous. As he reached his father's side, he saw a large hole on his chest where he had been impaled. With trembling fingers, he touched his father's still warm face that was splashed with blood and frozen in fear. A sound came from footsteps that moved towards him, and finally Zhu Wei looked at the arm that had impaled his father and would most likely impale him soon as well. The arm that was covered in azure scales and spikes slowly changed from the arm of a demon to the arm of a normal human. Even the sleeve of a robe appeared on this arm, a robe that seemed very familiar to the young child. His eyes followed up the rest of the robe, till his eyes landed on the face of the handsome young man he had seen earlier that day. "Why? Why did you kill father?" he cried out, and suddenly strength came back to his legs as he charged at the handsome man. Not only him, but the noise had also caused others outside to notice that something was happening within the medicinal shop. A group of mercenaries broke inside, and they were instantly met by the scent of blood, and their faces turned pale when they looked around. The person the whole village looked to when they were wounded, the one who provided them with pills and pastes, lay dead upon the ground, and he had died a miserable death. The only two people left was a handsome man and the apothecary's child, a child who had tears all over his face. His eyes were listless, and his body was trembling as he was being held softly in the embrace of the unknown man. "You!" the first mercenary called out before he brandished his weapon and rushed into the store. But the unknown man did not as much as look at him. All he did was look at Zhu Wei, whom he had captured in his arms, and he said something which no one could hear. Moments after, the child collapsed. His eyes were closed and his body limp as he lost consciousness. A soft expression was in the man's eyes as he looked down at the collapsed child in his arms, while the woman who had previously followed behind him appeared at the door, her entire body covered in blood. "Oh, there are a few survivors," she exclaimed excitedly as she saw the mercenaries charge at the unknown man. Moments after, their bodies exploded from the sheer pressure the woman released. Blood sprayed everywhere, but when it was about to hit the handsome man and the child, it was blocked by an invisible force. "Did you have to kill everyone?" the man asked with a sigh, and the icy woman nodded her head. Her laughter, that was as cold as a winter night, rang through the town. "You should be happy. Now the primordial beasts from the northern taiga will be blamed, and no one will notice that a small child has vanished." "Have you not followed me for long enough?" the man asked, but the woman just laughed once more, ignoring the question, so all he could do was sigh. "Although I did not get what I was looking for, I did manage to find something just as precious." A doting expression was evident in the eyes of the handsome man as he looked at the child in his arms, but his expression quickly turned dark as he looked at the woman once more. "I will return to the family 5 years from now," he said with cold eyes and a voice filled with hostility. "But if anyone tries to interfere with me in the next 5 years, I will kill them without hesitation, even if they are from my family." He sneered, and the woman bowed deeply before the space around her twisted slightly. She took a step forward, vanishing the very moment she did so. Had any of the martial artists of Lingyun Town seen this, they would have been unable to comprehend what had just happened. The handsome man took a glance at the town once more and sighed. Everywhere he looked, blood flowed in rivulets down the streets. The people living here had all died. Their bodies had exploded, and no one was left with a complete body. Not only had the grown-ups died extremely tragically, but every single child suffered the same fate as well. Seeing this, the man's face turned dark with anger, but he could do nothing to save them. Instead, he just shook his head before he too caused ripples to appear around him before vanishing without a trace. Not long after, a group of mercenaries appeared on the outskirts of town. All of them were joking with one another about the bountiful harvest they had gained from their trip to the outskirts of the northern taiga. Their ecstatic expressions all changed the moment they noticed a distinctive scent. A scent that these mercenaries were all too familiar with. The scent of blood. As they entered the city, their eyes turned lifeless and fearful. They all had family within Lingyun town, and when they saw the scenes in front of them, all of them rushed to see if their own family had survived. But the further into the town they went, the more horrified they became. The entire town had been destroyed. Every single being was dead, and no matter how much they searched, they found no survivors. The mercenaries were filled with sadness. Their loved ones had died. Their families had been slaughtered, and they quickly rushed out of the town and hurried to the closest city with the information. A short while later, the town of Lingyun was considered a town of the dead. The authorities all assumed that this mass slaughter was just the work of primordial beasts from deep within the taiga that had decided to come out of the depths of the forest for a stroll. Meanwhile, the common folk spread rumor that the primordial beasts had just happened to come across the small town of Lingyun and killed everyone in sight. It was known as one of the most devastating attacks in the proximity of the northern taiga in recent times, and the rumor about Lingyun town started to spread throughout the entire continent of Chang'an. It was simply too rare that the primordial beasts struck so violently. While the rumors about Lingyun spread everywhere, far away from the northern taiga and the southern area of the kingdom of Heping, a handsome young man with a child in his arms appeared. Chapter 1. A Whole New World. Trying to pry open his eyes, Zhu Wei woke up with a thundering headache. He could not help but groan slightly as his head throbbed heavily, making him feel as if his entire body was floating and weightless. This was while his head, on the other hand, felt as if hundreds of primordial beasts were gnawing on it at the same time. Zhu Wei laid still, trying to overcome the throbbing pain in his head, but it seemed that the headache was stubborn. An unknown amount of time passed before he managed to overcome the pain and slightly open his eyes. He only managed to open his eyes slightly before a bright light forced him to shut them again. He tried to open his eyes once more, yet the same result occurred. Every time he tried, the world outside shone so strongly that he closed them out of reflex, and it took a lot of energy to force them open once more. The shining light was like daggers that shot into his head, making his headache erupt with pain once more, and after every attempt, he needed to calm down before he once more tried opening his eyes. Sighing, Zhu Wei could not think clearly. His mind was a muddled mess, and his body was racked with pain. The only thing he knew was that he needed to open his eyes, and only after gathering every last shred of energy available to him from his frail body did he pry his eyes open. A sharp pain erupted in his head once more as the rays of light shone down on him, but Zhu Wei used his willpower to force his eyes to stay open, causing tears to stream down his cheeks. "Where am I?" Zhu Wei muttered to himself, confused, as he looked around the room in which he had awakened. The room was pretty big, It was beautifully adorned with blue silken curtains and chairs with embroidered cushions. Zhu Wei laid on a large, soft bed with blue embroidered linen and pillows, and against the wall was a desk made from some sort of wood that he had never seen before. Zhu Wei's eyes roamed across the room, and he could not help but frown as his messy thoughts slowly straightened out. "Nothing here looks familiar," he said to himself, but as more and more of his memories became clearer, his face paled, and he suddenly lifted his hands and checked his body. He was sitting in the bed, wearing a white robe with blue embroidery of dragons. These colors matched the room, and all of them were of the finest quality. Upon touching the fabric that the robe was made of, he could feel that it was the finest silk he had ever held in his hands. But when he tried to remember how he knew that this was much finer than anything else than he had ever touched, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Zhu Wei doubled over and held his head in his hands as he grit his teeth, refusing to let out a scream. The more he tried to remember, the more the pain increased. Who am I?" Zhu Wei stopped trying to remember, and instead he went through the memories he had in his mind, but he was severely shocked. He found that he could speak a certain language. He remembered the daily life of the continent he lived on, and he knew about the fight between the humans and the primordial beasts. He knew that every expert had the duty to fight these beasts when they turned 16, and he was aware that he was from the kingdom of Heping. He knew that he was born on the continent of Chang'an, and in the kingdom of Heping. The kingdom of Heping was split into the administrative regions of the northern, eastern, western, and southern territories. Apart from the kingdom of Heping, there were plenty of other kingdoms and empires in the Chang'an continent, but none of them were at war with one another, as all human resources went into fighting the primordial beasts. The more he remembered, the more memories flooded his mind. But he frowned. He could not remember anything about himself, and when he tried to think about his past, a searing pain burned in his mind, alongside a single image of a small village that was located in the northern taiga. It was filled with snow, and he had a faint feeling of belonging to this village, but there were no people, no names, and no family connections. Zhu Wei staggered to his feet and scoured the entire room. Everything he came across was new to him, and the light was also different from what he was used to. Although he was unaware of who he was completely sure that everything around him was foreign. This was not his home, nor was it somewhere he belonged. Once again, the image of the snowy village appeared in his mind, and he started panicking. Zhu Wei had the impression that if he wished to get his memory back, then he had to find the village that kept appearing in his mind. Zhu Wei was only a 10-year-old child, and he was suddenly in the middle of an unknown world. His heart burned with anxiety. He did not know who he was, and he was terrified as to why he did not remember anything. Although he knew that remembering things would cause him to suffer pain, he still sat down in the middle of the room and covered his ears with his hands. He closed his eyes and tried to think very hard. He was trying to remember even the slightest clue as to who he was. The more he thought about it, the more intense the pain became, but he did not give up. Yet after trying for a full half-hour where his body had been constantly wrecked with pain, he gave up. The only thing that had come to mind was the picture of the tranquil town covered in snow. Although he felt that this town was familiar, filling him with the feeling of inexplicable attachment to the snowy place, he had no memories of it. No matter how deep within his mind he searched, he had no memories at all. Everything was blank. yet he had plenty of knowledge in his mind. None of this knowledge was about himself, though. His curiosity stirred as he moved towards a mirror that was leaning against the wall in a corner of the room. As he looked at himself, he instantly guessed that he was no younger than 9, but he could not be older than 12 either. He tried once more to remember, but the result was the same as before. All he got was a vague image of a snowy town. That town has to be in the Northern Territory somewhere, Zhu Wei mumbled to himself as he started to fully examine himself in the mirror. While he wouldn't call himself a pretty boy, he was relatively handsome. He had long black hair that scattered down his back, and it also framed his delicate face. His eyes were as dark as the moonless night, and his lips had a healthy, rosy color to them. His body was neither tall nor short for a person his age. He was not very muscular, but he still had some muscle on his body, which made him seem healthy and well-proportioned. After looking at himself in the mirror, Zhu Wei calmed down somewhat. He had been given a room with every necessity that one could need. He was wearing luxurious clothes, and he seemed as if he had been well fed and treated with care. "I am being treated very well here," Zhu Wei mumbled to himself as he stopped looking at the mirror and instead moved towards the window that took up quite a bit of space in one of the walls. The window had a set of curtains covering them, and although they were translucent and did not block the light, they ensured that no one could look in or out. Lifting the curtains, Zhu Wei looked outside. He found that he was within a beautiful old building in a large city. The noises from the bustling streets in the city were drifting through the window now that the curtains had been lifted, and the scents of all kinds of foods wafted through the air. In the sky above the city hung the sun, throwing ray after ray of scorching hot sunlight down on this city that laid beneath it. But although the sun was scorching hot and Zhu Wei had a hard time dealing with the heat, he saw that the citizens down on the street were not even breaking a sweat, even while hard at work under the sun. Clearly, they were all used to this kind of climate. Zhu Wei could not see the city that lay outside the walls of the mansion he was within, but he was astonished by the sheer size of the mansion itself. It was large and had a beautiful garden surrounding it. There was a lake, and even guards were patrolling the area. As Zhu Wei looked around the surrounding areas with curiosity, he heard the door open behind him. He jumped in fright as he turned around. His heart was hammering in his chest, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at the man who had entered the room. In front of him was an extremely handsome young man. He seemed to be no older than 25 years of age, and his hair shone in the light that reflected through the room. His eyes were a beautiful blue like the deep ocean, and his skin so pale it looked like porcelain. On his lips was a gentle smile, and within the blue eyes that looked at Zhu Wei was doting affection. "You are awake!" he exclaimed excitedly as he went in, but Zhu Wei retreated a few steps until he was right next to the window, and if he retreated any further he would fall out. Zhu Wei felt he knew this person. He felt that there was a dangerous air to him, but when he searched his memories he realized he had never met this man before. "Who are you?" Zhu Wei asked tentatively. He was on guard against this handsome man, but he also felt that he would not do anything to him. The doting affection within the young man's eyes said that he held no hostile emotions, but then why was Zhu Wei so frightened just now? "You forgot me?" the man asked with a voice that was filled with disbelief, his eyes showing hints of sadness, and he instantly stopped in his tracks. "Little Wei, are you okay?" the man asked again, causing Zhu Wei to frown and shake his head. He was filled with mixed emotions. Part of him screamed to escape from where he was this instant, while another part of him wished to stay. It was clear that this man knew about him, and he wished to know more too. This man could be his ticket to getting his memories back. Zhu Wei sighed as he sat down on the ground and crossed his legs. He could feel a powerful ripple coming from the body of this young man, and it was clear that there were no chances of escaping, even if he tried. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei shook his head and decided to be honest with this man that seemed to know about him. He might end up getting some information about himself. I forgot everything. Who am I? Who are you? Where am I and what's going on? Zhu Wei was very calm considering that he had forgotten everything, and hearing his questions, the handsome man nodded his head in high praise of his ability to be calm in such a situation. You are Zhu Wei, my nephew, the handsome man said with a sigh. Your mother died when she gave birth to you, so you lived with your father, who was an apothecary in the Northern Territory. Unfortunately, he had an accident during one of his herb-gathering missions, and was killed by a beast horde led by a primordial beast. The handsome man had a face filled with pain as he told the child this. When I heard about it, I came directly to pick you up. I am your only living relative, and I will look after you. The shock of losing your father must have been a terrible experience for you. All the way from the Northern Territory to here, you never uttered a single word, and when you arrived here, you shut yourself up in this room. Hearing this, everything seemed unreal to Zhu Wei. He had no parents, but he could feel the concern and care in the voice of this uncle of his. Hearing it, he instantly felt better. Although he grieved over the fact that his father had died, it was hard to truly grieve over a father he had forgotten everything about. Looking at the child, a strange gleam appeared in the eyes of the uncle, before it rapidly vanished and his concern returned. My name is Xiao Lei, but you can call me Uncle Lei. We are currently still within the kingdom of Heping, but no longer in the Northern Territory. We are in the Southern Territory, in a city named Chang'an. It is one of the larger cities in the Southern Territory. Looking at the child who was still seated on the ground, Xiao Lei turned quiet and waited for the child to say something. It was clear that he was digesting the information he had been given, and all of it must have come as quite a shock to the young boy. Therefore, letting him take his time to accept it was the best course of action. I see, Zhu Wei murmured. I am sorry for having become a burden to you. He sighed, but Xiao Lei just shook his head and smiled. You are no burden. I have no family, and thus it will be nice to have someone to share this large house with. Hearing this, the child felt warm in his heart. Although he was an orphan, he was not alone, and he stood up and bowed deeply to his uncle. Thank you for taking care of me, he said with heartfelt gratitude. To make up for this, I will train extra hard with the other youths. I will become an outstanding talent and will kill many primordial beasts in your name. Making a promise like this, the face of his uncle turned strange for a moment, yet right after it returned to normal, and he sighed. You do not remember this either, he asked gently as he went closer to the child. You are unable to cultivate. I have searched everywhere for a cultivation method that will allow for you to cultivate, but so far I have not found any. I cannot cultivate? Zhu Wei asked, astonished. But Xiao Lei shook his head. No, you cannot cultivate, he sighed. Hearing this, the small child, who had hoped to become a true hero, was depressed as he was incapable of even taking one step towards this dream. Well, why don't you come with me and get something to eat? Even if you are incapable of cultivating, I will think of something for you, Xiao Lei said gently. Zhu Wei, who was filled with despair, slowly nodded his head. To not be able to cultivate truly made one the scum of society. If you could not cultivate, it was impossible to do your duty against the primordial beasts. And not only this, it was also impossible to become a strong hero. The only safety that Zhu Wei would have came from his uncle. But even so, he would be bullied by other children his age. Sighing, Zhu Wei had a hard time accepting this. But he could do nothing but curse his fate. Chapter 2. Useless Nephew.
The master has taken in a family member, but I haven't seen him yet,
one of the maids whispered to another while they were cleaning the rooms within the mansion.
Shush, the other maid said. Don't talk about the young master. Although he hides within his room all the time, he is adored by a master. If master catches us talking about him, then we will be severely punished. I know, but don't you think that it's strange that he has such affection towards a nephew he has never met before? Also, don't you find it weird that none of us have even seen his shadow yet?
Discussions like these had been the main topic for the last 3 days after Zhu Wei entered the mansion together with Zhao Lei. When Zhao Lei took Zhu Wei out of his room, the first thing they encountered was a set of maids that were discussing this mysterious new nephew. Noticing people coming out of the room, they stared at Zhu Wei, and when they noticed Zhao Lei, they understood that this was the elusive nephew everyone was talking about. Zhao Lei's eyes were harsh when he noticed that they had been staring at Zhu Wei, and he understood that Zhu Wei was feeling uncomfortable being stared at. It was especially difficult now that he had lost his self-confidence due to being unable to cultivate. Zhao Lei lifted his hand and gently rubbed Zhu Wei's head. He tried to make his nephew feel better, glaring at the two maids shortly after. His voice was stern, and he frightened them both when he infused some qi into his voice. "Leave, now!" The two maids scurried away, after hearing that they had been dismissed, and only when Zhao Lei and Zhu Wei were the only ones left in the hallway did Zhao Lei's face turn gentle again. "Even if you are unable to cultivate now, it does not mean that you will never be able to cultivate. I will continue to look for something that will help you, and one day, you too will become a hero." Zhu Wei looked at his uncle and noticed the care and adoration within his eyes, which made the boy feel a bit better. He was not alone. He was together with his uncle, and this uncle truly cared about him, so even if he were to remain trash for the rest of his life, then he would want to be useful to Zhao Lei at least a little. Before meeting the maids, Zhao Lei decided to show Zhu Wei around the mansion. He had never before been out of his room, and even his meals were brought to him by his uncle. Only now, after 3 days, did he start to show interest in the world of the living again. After a short tour, they had seen the majority of the mansion, but there was one room that Zhao Lei had saved for the end. He wished to show it to Zhu Wei so that he could be happy. The room they were going towards was the library. Zhao Lei did not know much about Zhu Wei's hobbies, but considering that he was incapable of cultivating, then the next best option would be to allow him to gain an understanding of the world and become as knowledgeable as possible by reading. When Zhu Wei saw the library, his eyes lit up and gleamed with excitement. This was the first time he had shown such an expression since he had come to Tiangkong City. When Zhao Lei saw his expression, his eyes softened, and a bit of guilt could be seen within, though that was for but a brief moment, quickly replaced by a ferocious gleam that also vanished moments after. All this happened within seconds, after which nothing but the doting expression was present on his face. Zhu Wei noticed nothing. He was too busy looking at the many books around him. Excited, he went towards a bookshelf and slid his hand over the many book spines before finding one he found interesting and picking it up. He did not waste any time and instantly started reading. Seeing that Zhu Wei was so interested in these books, Zhao Lei chuckled but said nothing while shaking his head. He stayed for an hour to watch Zhu Wei. After realizing that he intended to stay and read for a long time, Zhao Lei said nothing and left. Before he vanished completely, he found a maid to whom he gave the task of waiting for Zhu Wei and leading him back to his room once he was finished reading. Unfortunately, Zhu Wei did not return to his room that night. He was only 10 years old, but he spent all his time reading books in the library. Days went by, one after another, and Zhu Wei would just sit still in the library, reading one book after another. He was like a sponge, sucking up all the information he could. While Zhu Wei was within the library, many maids had been tasked with attending to him, and there was always a maid close by when he was reading. Even so, he never paid them any attention.
"You know, it is strange, but I have never seen the young master cultivate," one maid would whisper in the shadows. "I have been close to the young master while giving him his food, but he does not have the aura of a cultivator," another would chip in, and soon every maid had noticed the odd actions of this young master. "Do you think, perhaps, the young master is useless trash?" someone mentioned, and suddenly the rumors started taking root and growing stronger and stronger within the mansion. Although the rumor was growing, no one dared to say anything outright. Whenever Zhao Lei caught someone spreading these rumors, they would be severely punished, but he could do nothing about the rumors spreading like ripples in water. "Silence!" The instant they had been caught, Zhao Lei came into sight, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. "Master, forgive us!" One of the maids who spoke fell to the floor kowtowing, while tears started streaming from her eyes. She knew what had happened with the other people who had spoken about the young master, and she feared that it would be the same for her. If she were fired, her entire family would be in turmoil. No matter who it was, Zhao Lei would not let them off if he heard them talking about his nephew and calling him useless trash. But even his ferocious actions could not cut off the rumors, and so they spread throughout the whole city. While all of this was happening, Zhu Wei was simply reading his books. He had heard about the rumor, but he had nothing to say about it, because he was, indeed, useless trash. As a result, he did not care which kind of book he was reading, as long as it could help him increase his knowledge and escape his brutal reality of being useless. He read a great many things. Some were about the Primordial Beasts. Others were about the history of humans. Some were practical books about alchemy and refining weapons, while others were fiction and poetry. Zhu Wei was not particular about what he read. He enjoyed all of it. When Zhu Wei was reading, it was as if he forgot everything about how he was without any other relatives than Zhao Lei. He forgot about the fact that he could not cultivate, and he felt happiness from deep within. Zhao Lei came to visit Zhu Wei from time to time. When he came, Zhu Wei would happily put aside the books and talk with his uncle, and gradually he became less and less alert around this older man. Zhu Wei could sense the care that Zhao Lei felt towards him. Even though he was a busy man, he still took time every day to meet up with his nephew and see how he was doing. He would often come around dinner time and bring a scrumptious meal, which they then shared while talking about what they had done that day. Zhao Lei would talk about the city. He would talk about the people he had met and about the tasks he dealt with. Zhu Wei was, for the first couple of days, completely silent and only listened. But as the days went by, he started opening up to the older man and talked about the books he was reading. "Do you enjoy reading?" Zhao Lei asked, and Zhu Wei nodded his head while looking slightly depressed. "When I read, I forget about everything I'm missing," he said honestly while poking the fierce beast meat on his plate, his appetite almost vanishing. Hearing this, Zhao Lei's eyes turned tender, and he rustled the young boy's hair once more with a smile on his face. "I am going out tomorrow. Why don't you come with me?" he asked. It had been 2 weeks since Zhu Wei had come to the mansion. Apart from the first 3 days, Zhu Wei had spent every hour within the library. He had even created a small nest of pillows and blankets on the sofa so that he could sleep in the room with all the books. Zhu Wei was silent for some time.
But when he saw the excitement on Zhao Lei's face, he sighed and nodded his head. He wanted to do something for this uncle of his who had done so much for him, who cared about him. So if it made him happy to go out together, then he would come along. You will? Amazing! Zhao Lei was indeed filled with excitement, and he grinned from ear to ear as he started humming a small song. His happiness was contagious, and soon Zhu Wei also grinned, something that rarely happened. That night, Zhu Wei returned to his room. In the last 2 weeks, he had only returned to his room to change clothes and wash up, but this night he slept in his own bed for the first time since he found the library. He was unable to sleep and unable to rest. His entire mind was focused on the next day, and he was scared. He knew that the rumor about him had already spread throughout the entire city. The servants in the mansion were unable to keep such juicy information to themselves. Therefore, every single person knew about how the amazing Zhao Lei, the hero of humanity, had taken in a nephew who was trash. He could not cultivate, and he would never be able to best his uncle's amazing achievements. Because of this, he was worried. But he still left his bed as the sun rose in the east. He dressed himself in his most beautiful robes. He chose a white robe with blue embroidery of clouds and phoenixes. He did not know anything about his previous life, but he knew he had never before worn as extravagant clothes as these. As he dressed himself, he looked like any other normal young master. His skin was fair after having been inside for as long as he had. His hair was long and glistening, and his eyes were bright and intelligent. The only thing that made him seem different was his aura. No matter what, he did not have an aura that contained qi. He could not cultivate, and only ordinary mortals were like this. Some women would never cultivate in their lives because they were not required to enter the war against the primordial beasts, and they had other tasks to deal with in human society. However, to see a young man not cultivating was truly a shameful thing. Although Zhu Wei was an attractive young boy, he was clearly not a woman. Therefore, everyone who looked at him could easily determine that he was a piece of trash. He was someone that could not cultivate or save the world. He could not even kill a fierce beast. As Zhu Wei thought about this, his already pale face turned even paler, and he started wondering if he had made the right decision to go out with his uncle. "I'll just tell him that I can't do it," he mumbled to himself. But just as he was about to do that, Zhao Lei knocked on the door. He entered, and his eyes were sparkling with excitement. His face showed a great smile. He was seemingly very excited, and seeing him like this, Zhu Wei could not bring himself to ruin his uncle's cheerful mood. "Uncle, where are we going today?" he asked instead. And Zhao Lei went over to him and started to look at his clothes, straightening his belt and making sure he looked proper. "We are going to visit a good friend of mine," he said. "He has a son that is your age, so I'm sure that the two of you will become good friends." Hearing this, Zhu Wei almost snorted. It was probable that this person would pretend to be his friend because of his strong uncle, but he would never consider Zhu Wei a proper friend. Who would? Zhu Wei was incapable of cultivating. Zhao Lei seemed to understand his train of thought, and the excited smile dimmed slightly. But he quickly restored it back to its bright appearance and started ushering his nephew out of the room. Come on. I am sure that Shen Mu will be a great friend." "Shen?" Zhu Wei was quiet for some time while thinking. He had read every single book about Tiangong City, and one of them had mentioned the Shen family. The Shen family was currently in charge of Tiangong City, one of the largest cities in Heiping Kingdom. They had been city lords ever since the family had managed to produce a heavenly warrior in their midst, something that brought great pride to their family and established them as a true hegemon amongst the other families in Tiangong City. Zhao Lei was not from Tiangong City. He was a primordial beast hunter and had estates all over the continent. But after he had taken in Zhu Wei, he had not left Tiangong City. Chapter 3. Killing the Brave. Zhu Wei said nothing as the two walked out of the mansion. He had not left the house since they arrived. He had forgotten even arriving at the mansion, and thus everything was new and scary to him. He had not even been out in the gardens. All his time had been spent in his room or the library. Zhu Wei was nervous. He looked down and felt as if everyone they passed by were looking at him, staring at him, and whispering about him. Now and then he could hear the voices comment about him, saying words like trash, useless, Zhao Lei and his nephew. Hearing these words again and again, he walked faster and faster to get away from the voices that reverberated through his head. But suddenly he felt a warm hand on his shoulder, and he looked up to see a worried expression on Zhao Lei's face. I can't let him worry about me, Zhu Wei thought to himself as he saw the worried expression on his uncle's face. He took a deep breath and sent a smile to Zhao Lei. Don't worry, Uncle, he smiled. I am just not used to the bright sunlight. I did not know it would be this blinding. The excuse was rather good. The sun was truly strong, and it shone down on them, blinding people all the time. Seeing the smile on Zhu Wei's face, Zhao Lei felt slightly troubled. He understood that Zhu Wei did not want to make him worry, but he wanted to be relied on. Thinking like this, he started to worry about Zhu Wei and whether or not he should have taken him out for this trip. I am fine, Zhu Wei assured Zhao Lei, and nodded his head. I might be trash, but I am your nephew. Just because I cannot enter the battlefield, I might be able to assist in other ways. Let us meet the Shen family. I am sure that we will be great friends in the future. Zhao Lei smiled at Zhu Wei's pushiness and knew that this incident had sparked something inside of the younger boy, making something start to change. He was on a path to become someone who would not hide himself away. This could especially be seen with how he held his head high, and the insecure air around him slowly changed to one of complete disregard for all the people who gossiped about him. Still, although he was so indifferent, Zhao Lei felt his own anger rising more and more whenever he heard the word trash. The fires of anger and hate burned inside of him. The ones who were busiest discussing him were all mortals or ordinary warriors. None of them were of the higher ranks, as they had sensed the murderous atmosphere around Zhao Lei and had retreated fast. When they were halfway through town, Zhao Lei's mood had turned so sour that his eyes were flashing with anger and murderous thoughts. To think that a hero like Zhao Lei, a primordial beast hunter like him, has to look after such a weak and feeble kid who cannot even cultivate, someone suddenly said in the crowd, and others nodded their heads. Someone even injected, he is a heavenly warrior, something that one can only achieve if they are a once-in-a-generation genius. But now, his nephew is trash, useless to the extreme. Who said that? Zhao Lei could no longer stand the mocking and stopped right in his tracks, reaching out and stopping Zhu Wei as well. Zhao Lei's eyes roamed over the crowd, and his magnificent aura was released. It was as if a sovereign was standing on top of a mountain and looking down on his subjects, ready to sentence them to death. Whoever has the guts to say that to my nephew is useless. I dare them to step forward, Zhao Lei said in a dangerously low voice, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew who had spoken, but he was testing them. These experts were all ordinary warriors at most, and although they could barely pass as cultivators, they were nothing more than chickens on the chopping block to Zhao Lei. One of the experts stepped forward. I said he was trash, he said bravely while pushing out his chest.
We have all served our time in the war to protect humanity, and that boy will never serve in any war, which makes him the trash of society."
Before the man had the chance to say another word, Zhao Lei flicked his fingers and a gleam of light appeared. No one was able to catch how fast this gleam of light was or what exactly had happened, but the only thing they did see was that the man who had spoken was now beheaded and lying on the ground. Zhao Lei's cold eyes stared at the corpse, and he snorted.
"You think you can call others trash with your meager ability?"
Then he shook his head and patted Zhu Wei's shoulder. For some reason, Zhu Wei was not shocked by what he saw. His eyes were observing the murder of the brave man who had stood up to Zhao Lei without blinking. Not even a grimace appeared on his face when he saw the blood splurt from the severed neck, or when the corpse toppled over. The other people present, on the other hand, panicked. Screams appeared everywhere, and many tried fleeing for their lives. But then it turned eerily quiet, as they all felt that their bodies went limp, and they collapsed on the ground.
"Look at all you able men and women," Zhao Lei mocked. "One person dies, and you all become panicked. Yet my useless nephew, who you all look down upon, can stand here calmly and observe what is happening. I wonder who is truly the useless one here."
He glared at them all, and they felt their bodies tremble. They all knew that Zhao Lei was a great warrior of the heavenly warrior rank, a fighter who had slain more than one primordial beast, and a hero of mankind. But today they also realized that he was a murderous and decisive man who did not care much for the lives of the common man, and their hearts were filled with fear.
"If I ever hear anyone call my nephew trash in the future, then don't blame me for being rude," he said in a low voice. But although he did not speak very loudly, the voice traveled through the entire Chang'an city, stunning even the ones who had not known what was going on. Having said what he wished to say, Zhao Lei turned around and gently led Zhu Wei towards the city lord's mansion, where the Shen family was waiting for them. What had happened spread throughout Chang'an City in less than an hour, and even the city lord's mansion knew about the incident before Zhao Lei and Zhu Wei even made it to their destination. "This Zhao Lei is truly a troublesome person,"
Shen Bingwen, the city lord of Chang'an City, sighed to himself when he heard the report.
"Although he is a hero of mankind and a legend in the eyes of all the younger generation geniuses within the entire Hetbing kingdom, he should know better than to suddenly kill a random person on the street. I cannot send him to jail, nor will I be able to in any way judge him, even though there are multiple witnesses. They would never dare to go against him. Well, when looking at who is most important, that ordinary warrior was no big loss. But if Zhao Lei is punished, we might lose a great fighting power, and he might even leave Chang'an City."
The city lord was confused. He knew that as a city lord he had to uphold justice for the murdered family, but at the same time he also knew that there was no way he could accuse Zhao Lei. And truthfully, Zhao Lei was a good friend of his, so he did not wish to impede him.
"Take out 100 gold coins," he ordered a servant, "and give them to the family of the slain commoner, and let the matter end there."
Usually, a life lost would not amount to more than 20 or 30 gold, but this was a very important case, as it was Zhao Lei who had murdered the man. Paying extra to make sure that they could live a good life was the solution that Shen Bingwen reached after careful consideration.
"Zhao Lei and his nephew Zhu Wei have arrived," a servant announced for Shen Bingwen,
and the city lord nodded his head.
"Go fetch Little Mu and bring him to the study,"
he ordered, and started moving toward the study himself. When he reached the study, he found that 2 people had already been led inside, one adult and 1 child. Contrary to what Shen Bingwen had expected, this child did not seem at all as he had been informed. His eyes were sparkling with intelligence that was rare for a 10-year-old, and his head was held high, not bent down, as he carried himself with a certain aura that made him seem sophisticated, and not at all as useless as everyone called him. "Hello, my dear friends," Shen Bingwen called out while spreading his arms wide, and a great smile appeared on his lips. "Zhao Lei, it is great to see you again. It has been 2 or 3 years since I last saw you. What have you been up to? And to think that you arrived back home with a family member. No one knows anything about you. The only thing we know is that you became a very famous hunter after killing 3 primordial beasts." Zhu Wei listened with rapt attention and wide-open eyes. He was very curious about this uncle of his who seemed to care so much about him, but who also never spoke about himself. This made him very curious as to what exactly his uncle was like in the eyes of others. He had already noticed that the maids and servants at home revered Zhao Lei as a god, but to hear that even esteemed experts like Shen Bingwen looked up to Zhao Lei surprised Zhu Wei and made his heart swell with pride. Zhao Lei was surprised and slightly embarrassed when he heard his achievements being told in front of Zhu Wei, and he quickly changed the topic. "Where is Shen Mu? I am sure that little Wei and he will become great friends." As if he heard his name being called, a young boy appeared in the study. "Father, you called for me?" he said with a glance at Zhu Wei and Zhao Lei, curiosity clear on his face. Yes, our good friend Zhao Lei has returned, and he has brought with him his nephew, Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei happens to be as old as you are, so why don't the 2 of you become friends?" As Shen Bingwen said this, Shen Mu looked at Zhu Wei curiously and nodded his head. "It is my honor to meet with the nephew of our famed hero Zhao Lei." Shen Mu introduced himself with a slight bow that Zhu Wei quickly returned. "It is me who is honored," Zhu Wei said, his voice clear as the cloudless sky. Although he said so, his face remained emotionless and calm, and silence descended onto the study. Zhao Lei and Shen Bingwen both began chatting with one another about what had happened within Chang'an City lately while Zhao Lei had been absent, and they also broached the subject of killing commoners. "Don't worry," Zhao Lei laughed. "Although I am not willing to kill more people, they will be very careful before they speak in the future. But I refuse to accept anyone bullying my nephew." Seeing this, Shen Bingwen raised a brow. He could feel how deeply Zhao Lei cared for Zhu Wei, but he also felt that there was more to this. It felt as if Zhao Lei had great expectations from Zhu Wei, but what exactly could Zhao Lei expect from a person who could not cultivate? Chapter 4. Marketplace. The rest of the day, Zhu Wei was stuck together with Shen Mu. Although Zhu Wei could not cultivate, there were no signs of bullying from Shen Mu. Even when they were on their own, as the 2 grown-ups had left them for a bit, Shen Mu behaved in a friendly way and had an open-minded attitude towards Zhu Wei. When it was time for them to go, Zhu Wei and Shen Mu felt that they had known each other for some time. Shen Mu had been speaking a lot while they had been together, while Zhu Wei had been listening. Zhu Wei was always eager to learn more things, and since he could learn about Chang'an City and Zhao Lei from Shen Mu, he used the time to have the other boy tell him all he could about the subjects. Zhu Wei was unsure of how to react to Shen Mu's friendliness. Although he was very friendly, Zhu Wei had a hard time understanding and trusting him. He could not fully comprehend how someone would want to be friendly towards a person who could not cultivate. Although this was the case, Zhu Wei said nothing to his uncle about this doubt that had rooted itself in his mind. Zhao Lei had his doubts, but since Zhu Wei said nothing, he did not inquire into it. As they returned to the mansion, Zhao Lei allowed for Zhu Wei to return to the library, where he once more buried himself in the books about the hidden wonders of the world. The rumors about Zhao Lei decapitating a mortal commoner spread through the city like wildfire. It was the most talked about topic, and no one was able to walk even 2 steps without hearing someone mention it. Zhao Lei was a hero of humanity. He had killed more than 10 primordial beasts by now, and he was known as one of the most excellent hunters that existed. He was supposed to protect the humans, but for this useless nephew, he had slaughtered a man as easily as butchering a chicken. Together with this rumor, more stories about Zhu Wei started spreading. Everyone heard about the fact that he was useless trash that could not cultivate, but no one felt sorry for the 10-year-old boy. Some felt that he was useless because he would be incapable of doing his duty in the war against the primordial beasts. Others felt jealousy over the fact that he was this cared for by a hero like Zhao Lei, when he in fact was just a normal village boy who happened to share Zhao Lei's blood. In the city, the rumor about Zhao Lei returning brought great joy to the younger generation. All of them looked up to this hero and wished to become like him in the future. However, when they realized that he had returned with a young nephew who was around their own age, they all were filled with envy. When they heard that this nephew was even incapable of cultivating, many of them had felt that it was heavenly retribution, and some even felt smug about it. This smugness vanished when they heard about the execution of the commoner, and all of them felt jealous again. What enabled this young man to be cared for so deeply? They wanted to have Zhao Lei as their mentor, but now that he was busy looking after trash, that dream had been shattered. Some noble-born experts would go to visit the mansion where Zhao Lei and Zhu Wei lived while bringing along their sons. But when they arrived, the envy from their sons was simply too obvious, and they were sent away. Shen Mu would sometimes come to visit. He was the only one who was allowed inside, and he was also the only one who Zhu Wei tolerated to be near him, apart from his uncle. Although Zhu Wei did not fully trust Shen Mu's motives, he had to admit that the other boy was very persistent, and also friendly. He never tried to cling on to Zhu Wei. Instead, he would just sit down in the library and read books alongside Zhu Wei. Sometimes Shen Mu would suggest that they left the mansion, and although Zhu Wei did not agree at the start, he slowly gave up against Shen Mu's persistence and went to ask his uncle for permission. When Zhao Lei heard that Zhu Wei wanted to leave the mansion on his own, and furthermore together with Shen Mu, Zhao Lei was filled with happiness. He then went to the storage room and, after a bit of searching, found a small bag which he filled with copper, silver, and gold coins. The bag was bulging with coins, and Zhu Wei looked shocked when he received it. "What is this?" he asked in surprise, but Zhao Lei just smiled and pushed it into Zhu Wei's hands. "Take this and buy whatever you want in town. Don't worry about the price. I have killed more than 10 primordial beasts. Their corpses have fetched me a pretty penny, so I can definitely support your shopping spree." Zhu Wei knew that there was no arguing with his uncle when he saw the great smile that was spread on his lips. Zhu Wei could not help but sigh. He was feeling warmth in the deepest parts of his heart. It was clear just how treasured he was. Even if he was a useless trash in the eyes of others, his uncle would never consider him as such. As they went to town, Shen Mu was shocked. He could not help but gape with a little jealousy when he saw that Zhu Wei had a purse filled with coins, and he himself only had his meager allowance. As they entered the markets, Zhu Wei looked around with big eyes. Although he was very mature for a 10-year-old, this was the first time he had seen such a sight in front of him. Stalls were everywhere. People were screaming out their prices, and shops had opened up their doors, allowing for a steady stream of people to enter and leave their premises. Some shops sold medicinal herbs and pastes.
When Zhu Wei saw these herbs, he could not help but frown. The herbs that were on display were all herbs that Zhu Wei knew about. Zhu Wei was surprised. He had no memory of his past, but he still remembered every single plant and herb in front of him. And when he thought about it, a whole encyclopedia appeared in his mind, filled with knowledge about the herbs ranging from common to incredibly rare. Zhu Wei was shocked, but his facial expression quickly returned to normal, and the surprise and shock he had felt were hidden deep within. Zhu Wei had lost his memory. Everything from before he awoke in his room at the mansion was gone, yet sometimes new information resurfaced in his mind, such as the knowledge about plants. Shen Mu had been too busy looking around to notice the strange change on Zhu Wei's face. As they walked through the market, Zhu Wei looked at everything in sight. He had no use for medicinal herbs as he could not cultivate, but what he was interested in were books. If he could find a stall or store selling books, then he would be happy, and that was his aim with this market trip. Shen Mu, on the other hand, had just started to cultivate. He was also a 10-year-old boy, and he was eagerly trying his best to break into the ranks of an ordinary warrior. Although he had been cultivating for a few months, Shen Mu had still not reached the threshold of being an ordinary warrior. He was still considered a mortal, but he would become a real cultivator soon. Shen Mu was eager to step into the first layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and he had saved up his allowance to be able to afford a herb that would allow him to break into the first layer of the ordinary warrior cultivation realm. Shen Mu would have bought a pill had he had the money, but he knew that pills were incredibly expensive, and that it was impossible for him to get his hands on them. The herb he wished to purchase was the rising mountain dewflower. It was a common herb from the mountains, but to Shen Mu, it was still an expensive plant. The pill version was called the Rising Mountain Pill, which was between double to 7 times as effective as the herb itself, depending on the pill's rank. The higher the rank, the purer the medicinal extract within the pill was. While Shen Mu was busy looking around for the Rising Mountain Dewflower, Zhu Wei had found a market stall with a wide selection of books. Zhu Wei started looking at these books with a spark in his eyes, and he was filled with excitement when he suddenly felt someone place their hands on his shoulder. Expecting that it was Shen Mu, Zhu Wei scowled and turned around to tell this overly friendly person that he did not appreciate anyone touching him. However, when he turned around, he found that this person was not Shen Mu, but an unknown person. Frowning, Zhu Wei tried to leave, only to see that more people stood out from the crowd and surrounded him. When he looked around to see if he could find Shen Mu, he noticed that his first and only friend had completely vanished. "I assume you are Xiao Lei's nephew?" The person who had his hand firmly placed on Zhu Wei's shoulder drawled the question, and Zhu Wei could easily detect the enmity that the other felt towards him. "I am? So what?" he asked, knowing full well that it would be a bad idea to admit to it, but he could not get himself to lie about his relationship with his uncle. That relationship was the only thing in the world keeping Zhu Wei sane, and even if he had to endure bullies, he would not lie about it. "I am Li Zhan, the young master of the Li family," the young man introduced himself. "I started cultivating earlier this year, and I am almost at the first layer of the ordinary warrior rank. I do not accept trash like you in my city." "Your city? As far as I am aware, the city lord comes from the Shen family," Zhu Wei said, without backing down, his eyes gleaming dangerously. Although he was incapable of fighting back if this young master wanted to beat him up, Zhu Wei was not backing down, and he stared right into the eyes of Li Zhan. Zhu Wei looked at Li Zhan and measured his appearance in front of him. The child was clearly the same age as Zhu Wei. His skin was pale from spending most of his time inside, and his eyes were narrow.
His eyebrows were sharp like swords, giving him a threatening air, and his long black hair was tied on top of his head in a hairpin that resembled a crown. He wore clothes of great quality. The quality was no less than that of the clothes that Zhu Wei had on. While Zhu Wei's clothes were white and blue, this Li Zhan's outfit was in white and golden colors.
I am from the Li family. We might not be the city lords, but we are the oldest family in Chang'an City. This is our turf, and you have nothing to do here. The hand that was resting on Zhu Wei's shoulder changed from a friendly touch to grab his clothes. Just as Li Zhan was about to act, Shen Mu appeared from the side of the street, his breath ragged and his eyes filled with anger.
"Li Zhan," he called out, "you know the rules. Do not touch Zhu Wei. If you do, you will be scolded by Zhao Lei. Did you not wish for Zhao Lei to become your mentor? This way, all you will gain is being loathed by the greatest hunter of all time." Chapter 5. Azure Dragon Scripture. Li Zhan scowled as he looked at Shen Mu with eyes that could kill. It was clear that had this other person not arrived, then Li Zhan would without a doubt have caused problems for Zhu Wei. But now that the son of the city lord was present, he did not dare to do anything.
"You won't be this lucky next time,"
Li Zhan sneered as he turned around and left, leaving behind only Zhu Wei and Shen Mu where they stood. "I am so sorry," Shen Mu said apologetically, and he truly looked incredibly sad. "I was too obsessed with getting my hands on a rising mountain dewflower that I even lost track of you, and when I returned I saw you were caught by Li Zhan. Li Zhan is a no-good guy. He is not a nice fellow. Try to stay clear of him whenever you can." Shen Mu sighed, but although he looked sad, a twinkle sparked in his eyes, and his arms were grabbing hold of a paper bag with a jade case within. It was clear that this was his treasured rising mountain dewflower. Zhu Wei shook his head. "Don't worry about it," he said blandly. He was not disappointed at Shen Mu vanishing like that, because he had never really expected anything from Shen Mu. And although the latter considered them friends, Zhu Wei still only saw him as an acquaintance. Zhu Wei returned to look at the stall in front of him as if nothing had happened before, and ended up purchasing a few books. Shen Mu tried to convince him to eat out at one of the dining places, but Zhu Wei was adamant on returning home. He had made it a ritual to always eat his meals together with his uncle, and this was something he did not want to lose out on. This was not the last time that Zhu Wei visited town. As the weeks and months went by, Zhu Wei went to the markets at least once a week to purchase newspapers, books, and other readable information from the vast world. It was not every time he went with Shen Mu. Sometimes he went on his own, and when he did, he quickly experienced that Li Zhan would know about him coming out to do some shopping. Li Zhan would not let go of any chance to ridicule and torment Zhu Wei. At the start, this began as verbal sparring, but Zhu Wei was very scholarly. He had read so many books and knew so much that it was impossible to defeat him using words, and thus Li Zhan had no other option than to resort to using his fists. At the beginning, it did not hurt Zhu Wei too much. Li Zhan was still just a mortal and a 10-year-old child to boot. Although he had gained some chi, he was still not a first-layered ordinary warrior, and thus his punches did not sting too much. But as time went on and he became stronger and stronger, Zhu Wei became more and more alert. Li Zhan made sure to always hit Zhu Wei where the clothes covered his body, so that no one would notice the bruises and wounds. But from time to time, rumors of the bullying made it through town and arrived at the mansion, reaching Zhao Lei's ears. When this happened, Zhao Lei would be furious. He would explode with anger, and it took everything in Zhu Wei's power to keep him from going to kill Li Zhan, or at least beat him up. Slowly, years went by. Nothing much changed in the proceedings of Chang'an City, and although not many spoke about Zhu Wei anymore out of fear for what Xiao Lei would do if he heard them, everyone looked down on this particular young master. It was hard to respect someone who could not even become an ordinary warrior.
Trash! How can someone like you even be allowed outside? You should just be hiding inside your mansion. If it were not for your uncle, I'd have crippled you for real already.
A cold and cynical voice sounded next to Zhu Wei as he was walking on the street. As he heard the voice, he sighed internally and straightened his face, completely hiding any and all emotion that could be shown. "Young Master Li, how come you are here? I thought it was time for you to train," Zhu Wei asked casually as he lifted his head and looked at the young man in front of him. Although some years had passed, Li Jian looked very much the same as he had done when he was a child, albeit his features had matured over the years. Zhu Wei had learned at what time the young masters of the prominent families within Chang'an City were training. It was at this time he would usually venture out into the city, but from time to time he would be unlucky and run into a young master or young miss that was taking the day off. Today was exactly such a day, and Zhu Wei could not help but sigh to himself because of his bad luck.
As if a piece of trash like you understands what it means to train in the first place, the young master of House Li snorted as he looked at Zhu Wei maliciously. "Beat him up," he grinned to the men behind him. And without delay, the young man behind him all jumped out and started kicking and beating down on Zhu Wei. These were all cultivators, and although they were only ordinary warriors, their strength far exceeded Zhu Wei's. He could not even hold the slightest wisp of qi within his body, and as a result he was beaten rather badly. Usually the young masters would not beat Zhu Wei too much, as they knew about the looming dragon behind him who would go into a fit of rage whenever Zhu Wei came home wounded. But today they ignored every bit of caution and kicked and hit Zhu Wei till his entire body was aching and yellow and blue bruises sprouted all over. Returning home, Zhu Wei was not too worried about himself. What worried him was how his uncle would react when he got to see these wounds, and he sighed as he entered his room. He was planning on telling a maid to draw a bath for him when he noticed, to his great surprise, that there were no maids or servants anywhere in sight. The mansion was eerily quiet. Looking around in his room, Zhu Wei noticed that something was amiss. On the table were some things that he had not placed there, and he went to look. On the table were a leaflet, a document, a big chest, a handwritten note, and a ring. At first, Zhu Wei picked up the note and read it. "Little Wei, it has now been 5 years since I took you in, and I have enjoyed every single moment of the time. I never once considered you a burden, and to me, you are more important than the entire world. Unfortunately, I need to leave for an unknown period of time. You can stay in the mansion as you please. I know that in these 5 years, that what has bothered you the most is not the lack of memories, but the fact that you could not cultivate. I have spent a lot of time and resources, and finally I managed to get my hands on a cultivation technique which could be suitable for you. The reason you cannot cultivate is not because of poor talent, but because you need a special martial arts manual, and this I have found for you. It is called the Azure Dragon Scripture, and it was originally made by the ancient clan that controlled the Eastern Territory, but by now they have long since become mere legends. Do not share this scripture with anyone else, and when you have memorized it, burn the copy that I have left behind for you. Secondly, I have also left behind the documents and deed of this mansion. If you are to live here, you should own the mansion. You can always give it back to me when we meet again.
Thirdly, I also left a chest filled with gold coins for you. Living is not free, and especially not in a city like this. There should be enough gold to last you until I return. Finally, I left you my ring. My ring is not an ordinary ring. It is the symbol of my family. When you get strong enough, you will notice that it also has some hidden uses. But you need strength, first of all. I have not told anyone that I have left for long. My friends and major families believe that I have gone hunting primordial beasts for a couple of years. Do not tell them anything differently. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Your uncle, Zhao Lei.
Having read the letter, Zhu Wei felt both ecstatic and depressed. He was ecstatic at the prospect of him possibly being able to cultivate, but he was heartbroken that his uncle had needed to leave. These last 5 years had been great exactly because his uncle had been by his side to look after him. No matter how useless Zhu Wei had been, his uncle Zhao Lei had never looked down upon him, nor had he treated him badly. "I will become strong and make you proud," Zhu Wei swore, and ensured that no one could enter the room before he sat down and started reading the Azure Dragon scripture. The scripture was very similar to the martial arts he had seen before, with the only change being that it flowed through a different pattern in his body before entering his dantian. The cultivation within the continent of Chang'an was split into different ranks. The first rank was the rank of an ordinary warrior, which had 9 layers. Then came the ranks of an earth warrior, which was similarly 9 layers, followed by the rank of a sky warrior, before one became a heavenly warrior. Heavenly warriors were amazing. Even Chang'an City only had 3 heavenly warriors, with his uncle being one of them. The majority of the younger generation were all ordinary warriors, but some of them were in the 7th and 8th layers, their strength nearing the Earth Warrior stage. Chang'an City was one of the major cities within Heiping Kingdom, and all the young masters were considered geniuses of their time. Although they had not been fed medicinal pills, their family had spent some copper, silver, and even gold on buying medicinal plants for their consumption to increase their strength. Zhu Wei had never been able to cultivate, so he was not even in the first layer of the ordinary warrior rank, but he was not going to give up easily. Now that he had understood that his uncle had found a chance for him to become a cultivator, he was willing to become even more hard-working than anyone else to make up for the 5 years he had not cultivated. As soon as he had learned the Azure Dragon scripture by heart, Zhu Wei took a small candle and burnt both the copy of the scripture alongside the note that his uncle had left behind, before he picked up the ring he had been given and placed it on his finger. He took a deep breath and calmed his heart, which was beating rapidly from the excitement. Taking in a deep breath and seating himself in meditation, Zhu Wei felt how the energy in the surrounding area all rushed towards him. As he guided it through his body in accordance to how the Azure Dragon scripture said he should do it, Zhu Wei was hardly breathing due to being too anxious. Was this really going to work, or was it just a pointless effort? The energy that flowed through Zhu Wei's body slowly changed from a white, mist-like energy into a dense, golden wisp of energy. The golden wisp of energy entered his dantian and slowly rotated around itself in a never-ending spiral, sending pulsing waves through his body. Zhu Wei opened his eyes, and he was ecstatic. This was only a small wisp of energy, but because of this, he had already become an ordinary warrior of the first layer. "Nothing can stop me now," Zhu Wei said to himself, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 6. Dragons and Dogs. Zhu Wei was excited beyond belief. He had come to terms with the fact that he would never become a great warrior, yet today, the opportunity presented itself, and Zhu Wei was eager to grasp it. Although Zhu Wei wanted to do nothing else than just lock himself in closed-door meditation, he knew that there were other things he needed to deal with first. Although Xiao Lei had managed to find a scripture that worked for Zhu Wei, the child could not help but be realistic about it. He was right now a mortal, and as a mortal he could only go around one day without food before his condition would start to deteriorate, and his performance would decrease rapidly. Although Zhu Wei had read about cultivators who were capable of going for months without food and water, he was painfully aware of his own mortality, and knew that to survive he needed at least 2 meals a day. Looking at the desk, Zhu Wei found that the items that Xiao Lei had described were there as explained, and he filled his purse with coins and took the deeds into his robes. He did not dare leave the deeds lying on the table so that everyone could come and take them. Zhu Wei started walking across the mansion, and found that although many servants and maids had left, there were still 3 or 4 faithful servants remaining, including Xiao Lei's estate manager and 2 maids. Amongst the guards, less than half had quit their jobs. Usually when Xiao Lei went out on a trip, he would fire everyone apart from the manager and tell them that he would rehire them when he returned home. But this time he had asked all of them to serve Zhu Wei, following his every command. While the guards had accepted this task, most of the servants were incapable of accepting such a loss in status. To go from working for Xiao Lei, the hero of humanity, to work for Zhu Wei, the trash of town, was simply too big of a difference, and thus after Xiao Lei left, the majority of all servants decided to quit their jobs. Zhu Wei did not mind it. If anything, he felt sorry for their short-sightedness, as he knew that he too would become a cultivator soon. And although it would take time for him to catch up with the other younger generation geniuses, he had faith in himself and his ceaseless desire to work endlessly. Zhu Wei had planned to go to town himself to buy provisions for the next long time, but when he saw that a few people had remained in the mansion, he smiled and started to feel the benefits of having people to help him out. "Manager Su, please wait," Zhu Wei called out as he saw the manager walking across a corridor in front of him, and the manager raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhu Wei. Although the manager did not like Zhu Wei, he did not loathe him either, and since his master Xiao Lei had ordered him to look after this young nephew, he would do so within his might.
"Young master, what can I do for you?" Manager Su asked with his dreary voice, and his eyes looking quite surprised. Zhu Wei usually never spoke to anyone else other than Xiao Lei. Even Shen Mu had to use quite a lot of tricks to get an answer from this young man, and those two were considered best friends. "Manager Su, I know that Uncle has left for some time. I am going to seclude myself with some books I have gained," Zhu Wei said casually. "Please use this gold to ensure that I have 3 meals placed in front of my door every day. When I finish reading these books and fully understand them, I will come out. But until then, please let no one interrupt me." The old manager Su had followed Xiao Lei for a long time, and he was rather smart. He was also a sky warrior, someone who was considered a strong expert within Chang'an City. He was even considered a strong expert within the entire kingdom of Heiping. Manager Su could instantly tell that something was not as Zhu Wei had explained, but he saw no reason to question him, and instead he accepted the purse that Zhu Wei handed him and weighed it in his hand. It was clearly filled to the brim with coins, and this many coins could easily allow for the mansion to run for a long time. Manager Su's only task was to look after the mansion. He cared not for whatever Zhu Wei was doing, or if he was there or not, and, in fact, he was relieved when he heard that the young man would seclude himself in his room. That way he would cause no problems. Having handed the coins to Manager Su, Zhu Wei had no reason to wait with his cultivation anymore, and rushed back to his room where he locked the door, sat on the floor with his legs crossed, and took a deep breath to calm himself.
Zhu Wei was fully aware that cultivation was not easy. He had tried so many times but failed every time. It was not that he could not sense the qi in the surrounding air, nor was it a problem to drag it into his body. But as soon as it came to stay within his body, it failed and leaked out like the air of a broken balloon. Zhu Wei steadied himself and slowly closed his eyes. He sensed the qi that was everywhere around him, and he gathered a wisp of energy which he sucked into his body. He recalled the path that the qi had to flow through his body, and he led it through every single step before he reached his dantian. Zhu Wei frowned. His dantian was supposed to be a cave-like existence within his body around his abdomen, but instead he saw a small white pearl. This pearl was clearly located where his dantian was supposed to be, and when the qi reached the pearl, it was dragged inside, and the white pearl started shining slightly. Zhu Wei felt his body strengthening. From that one single wisp of energy, he could feel his entire body transforming, and he gaped. "My dantian is quite different," he mumbled to himself. "But it is able to contain energy. I am finally on the way to become a true cultivator." Zhu Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. His breathing was ragged and his palms sweaty. He had been so worried that he would not be able to cultivate this time either, but he had succeeded, finally. Although it was only a single wisp of energy, Zhu Wei felt better than he had ever felt before, and he was sure that his strength and speed had already increased. "When I was younger, Uncle examined my body and said that I did not have terrible talent but a special dantian. I wonder if this is what he meant." Back then, Zhu Wei had not fully believed him, because when he had searched within himself, the dantian had looked exactly like any other dantian was described, like a small cave within his abdomen. However, today was different. As to when it had changed, Zhu Wei did not know. He had not been looking at his dantian often because he had been depressed every time he did. But now he was surprised to find it had transformed into a small pearl. Zhu Wei did not think more about it. Instead, he just grinned. His uncle was the most reliable primordial beast hunter in the Haping Kingdom, and now Zhu Wei was able to follow in his footsteps. Zhu Wei started cultivating from scratch. He had absorbed one wisp of energy, and it had been a success. Zhu Wei was not going to give up, and he grinned as he slowly calmed himself. It was time for him to fully focus on cultivating. Zhu Wei was now 15 years old. He would have 1 year before it was time for him to go to the battlefield, and he understood that if he did not manage to reach a high enough rank on his own, his life would be endangered. If he lost his life, then he would not be able to live out his dream. Zhu Wei turned serious and consumed one wisp of energy after another. He made sure to be careful with every single wisp and ensure that it followed the path perfectly, to purify it enough so that when it reached the dantian, it was of the highest quality. Day after day went by where Zhu Wei was locked within his room. The remaining maids were curious as to what exactly was going on with their useless young master. He would have lived in the library every single day, but now he did not even leave his room, and while most of them were curious. Manager Su went to his room once with a meal to check out the situation for himself, and he was surprised when he sensed how the qi in the air was being sucked into the room and vanished. A smile spread across his lips, and laughter ran through the mansion that day. Manager Su was happy that he had never treated Zhu Wei badly before, and now he knew that a dragon like Zhao Lei did not have a dog nephew. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months. Shen Mu came a few times to visit, but the manager turned him away both times, saying that Zhu Wei was busy examining an ancient script that took all his attention. In Chang'an City, it was not only Shen Mu who thought that something was strange. All the young masters and young misses were starting to wonder if they had beaten Zhu Wei too badly, and that he no longer dared venture outside. Li Jian was especially in a bad mood because of Zhu Wei's sudden disappearance. "Now that your uncle is gone, there is nothing to stop me from crippling you," Li Jian sneered to himself, and he had great plans, but he never came into contact with Zhu Wei. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. It was not before 3 months had passed that Zhu Wei left the confinement of his room. He had managed to break into the 3rd layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and although he was far from being as strong as the geniuses of the younger generation, the speed with which he was progressing was many times faster. If they had had 3 months when they first started to cultivate, they would have made it to the 1st layer of ordinary warrior rank. But Zhu Wei had climbed all the way to the 3rd layer. The first person that Zhu Wei saw after exiting his room was Manager Su, who was looking at him with a knowing smirk.
"Welcome back to the outside world, young master,"
he said, and this time the way he said young master was filled with a tinge of respect compared to before.
"You have managed to become a warrior. What an accomplishment. I am sure that your uncle would be proud of you by now," he said with his dreary voice, and Zhu Wei flashed one of his very rare smiles as he nodded his head.
For once, Zhu Wei was truly happy. But then he frowned. Zhu Wei was aware that he needed more than just qi if he wanted to survive in this world. He had to get his hands on some martial arts skills, but to get those he had to enter town. Zhu Wei frowned as he remembered of what his uncle had said, that his ring was filled with secrets. Chapter 7. Azure Light Finger. This ring was said to be filled with secrets. However, how to unlock it was the real question. Zhu Wei was unsure, so he excused himself and went back to his room, where he sat down on the bed and examined the ring from all angles. It was a dragon that coiled itself around his finger. The eyes were 2 blue sapphires, and it looked very domineering. No matter how Zhu Wei looked at it, it looked like an ordinary ring, and no matter how much he attempted to stare at it, nothing happened. Uncle said that I needed strength to be able to unlock the secrets of the ring. Strength. Qi, of course! Zhu Wei had an epiphany. To unlock the secrets of the ring, I need to infuse it with qi. Zhu Wei did not waste his time and immediately infused his qi into it. The moment he did, a brilliant light lit up the room. As the light shone, the ring turned hot. Although it was scalding, no mark was left on Zhu Wei's finger, and he was not in any kind of pain. As he felt the heat, it grew stronger and stronger until it finally cooled off, and Zhu Wei saw how something was projected into the air in front of him. As he looked at the projection, an excited smile appeared on Zhu Wei's lips. These were all martial arts, and they were all of the superior grade. One of them was even profound grade. Martial arts were split into ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger it was. The ranks went from low, middle, high, superior to profound ranked. The higher the rank, the harder it was to train, but the more powerful it was as well. It was said that there were ranks above profound, but no commoners ever got into contact with these abilities. To think that Zhao Lei had prepared so many superior and even a profound ability for Zhu Wei made him feel surprised but also very happy. Although he was at a lower realm, if he managed to perfect these martial arts, then he would be able to fight the other geniuses in town. Zhu Wei did not want to lose even a moment, and his eyes roamed across the abilities in front of him. Azure Light Finger,
a superior martial technique which allows for the finger to grow hard as iron and release ranged chi attacks, can be used in both close quarters combat and ranged combat. Shattering Mountain Fist, a superior martial technique which allows for the user to use their fist to shatter mountains, can only be used in close quarters combat. Sacrificial Stab, a superior martial technique that can only be used while wielding a bladed weapon. A cheap but effective killing move, can only be used in close quarters combat. Sacrifices the soul of the wounded to the ancient gods. Inner Might, a profound martial technique that allows the user to shape the chi within the body to any weapon of their choice, can be used in both close quarters combat and ranged attacks. Forbidden Rush, a superior martial technique that allows the user to increase their speed and merge with the wind, a support technique. Having looked at quite a lot of skills, Zhu Wei had picked out those 5 to learn first. Although quite a lot of abilities were present in front of him, Zhu Wei understood that if he bit off more than he could chew, then he would just not learn any of them entirely. Even 5 was pushing it. He could no longer stay in his room to practice, or he would destroy all of the furniture if he tried. Considering for some time, he thought about the grounds at the back of the mansion where he had seen his uncle train from time to time, but he was unsure if it was okay for him to go there to train. Leaving the room, Zhu Wei went to look for Manager Su to ask for permission, and on the way he came across 2 maids who were cleaning together. These 2 maids were both young women, and although they loathed Zhu Wei, they had stayed because they had a dream of one day becoming Zhao Lei's concubines. By staying, they could get into his good graces. These 2 women saw Zhu Wei walking past them, but they both frowned. Although Zhu Wei was never cowering or hiding away, he seemed different now. He had an aura that made these 2 maids breathless, given that he now exuded a heroic air around him that was very different from what they were used to. He seemed like a refined scholar who had understood martial arts, and although these 2 women loathed him for being useless trash, they could not help but gasp at the changes that were happening to him. They both stared at him as he walked past them and down the corridor. It was not before a long time after that one of the maids regained her composure, and she nudged the maid by her side. "That was the young master?" she asked, stunned, unable to comprehend what she had just seen. She did not even realize that she had referred to him as the young master, and not the useless trash. Zhu Wei did not care about what they said or how they reacted. All that mattered to him was finding Manager Su. He found him in the back garden where he was ordering a group of guards around, and when the manager saw Zhu Wei again, a smile appeared on his lips.
"What can I do for you, young master?" he asked. He had previously seen that Zhu Wei had left his room for a short while but re-entered it, and he had expected that the young man would seclude himself for an extensive period of time, not that he would emerge from his room this fast. "Manager Su, I am looking for somewhere to train some martial arts." Zhu Wei did not beat around the bush and said so right away. He knew that Manager Su was an esteemed expert and that he had long since sensed the changes in Zhu Wei, so hiding it seemed pointless. The guards who were present were also all Earth warriors, the rank above ordinary warriors, and they could also sense Zhu Wei's cultivation base if they wanted to. The guards looked at Zhu Wei in surprise, and all of them quickly noticed the great changes that had happened to their young master. Some were perplexed, others were disbelieving, but most of them were relieved. They were working for Zhao Lei, but right now they had to take orders from Zhu Wei. He was previously known as Trash, but to reach the 3rd layer of the ordinary warrior rank within 3 months was an amazing feat that only the proud sons and daughters of the heavens would be able to pull off. "You can use your uncle's training ground, I am sure," Manager Su said like a gentle old grandfather, and he nodded his head to the guards. "Excuse me."
he said, and led Zhu Wei towards the training grounds that were exclusive for Zhao Lei. The private training ground was a lot smaller than the training ground for the guards. It had dummies made from black gold, which had the ability to restore themselves when broken. Looking at these dummies, Zhu Wei's usually expressionless face turned bright, and he nodded his head in approval. He remembered the abilities by heart already. His mind was incredibly good at remembering things, and after reading through the 5 abilities he had picked 4 times, he knew them by heart. First, I'm going to train the Azure Light Finger. When I finish that, then I will proceed to the Shattering Mountain Fist, he mumbled to himself, and, without hesitating and completely ignoring that Manager Su was still present, began his training. Having decided on what to do, Zhu Wei did not waste any more time. Instead, he rushed to the training field where he saw row after row of dummies. These dummies were not ordinary dummies. They were made of black gold, a material which repaired itself after destruction. These dummies had been extremely expensive, but they were also very beneficial when it came to training. Even Zhao Lei had been capable of using them. He was a heavenly warrior who was capable of cultivating to an almost inconceivable level, and for these dummies to be able to withstand his attacks showed just how potent their self-repairing abilities were. Zhu Wei had often seen his uncle train on these dummies, and had often wished to be able to train himself. And now, it was finally time. Zhu Wei tried to send the qi to his finger a few times before he managed to successfully activate the Azure Light Finger. On his first attack, it did not shoot the qi out and exploded right on the tip of his finger, sending him flying backwards and landing with pain in both his body and his fingertip. Second time, the beam left his fingertip but started dropping instantly, flying straight to the ground instead of towards the dummy. After this, Zhu Wei had one issue after another with trying to control the amount of qi that he was sending to his finger. If he sent too much, then he was incapable of controlling it, and if he sent too little, it would not even launch the attack. After a bit of trial and error, Zhu Wei finally got the hang of it, and he reached out for the qi within his dantian and followed the superior technique of the Azure Light Finger. Suddenly, an azure light exploded from his fingertip. It was aimed straight at the dummy and landed with a clang. The attack was not overly strong, but Zhu Wei had only used a small amount of qi, as he wished to be able to control it, and it had proven successful. The more qi he used, the harder it was to control this light beam, but making his finger as hard as iron was as simple as thinking about it. Zhu Wei spent the entire day in front of the same dummy, attacking again and again, using the Azure Light Fingers over and over again until his finger became so sore that he could barely move it. The martial attack should be rather difficult to learn, since it was a superior-ranked martial art, but Zhu Wei found that it was as easy as it was for a fish to swim in water. He had absolutely no problems performing this attack. The only thing he did have problems with was controlling when the beam of qi got too strong. Although the Azure Light Finger was a superior martial technique and not a profound ranked one, it was still very useful to someone who had never before cultivated. Every single attack caused Zhu Wei to use almost all his qi, and constantly restoring it was causing his training speed to become many times faster than it was before. The manager was stunned when he saw how simply Zhu Wei was displaying his martial art, and from the aura of the attack, it was clearly ranked rather high. The rumors about Zhu Wei having cultivated spread through the mansion like wildfire, and everyone came to the training grounds where he was training to see it with their own eyes. Manager Su allowed for all of them to come and see him, but none of them were allowed to disturb him. They could watch, but if they said a word, they would instantly be sent away. Zhu Wei did not really care about how many people came to watch him. All he could think about was practicing the Azure Light Finger. He felt how he was becoming more and more proficient in it, His control grew better and better as he managed to use 2 attacks instead of 1 before he ran out of energy. He would throw attacks at the black gold dummies before he would sit down and restore his energy while the dummies repaired themselves. At the start, everyone had been watching, but as the hours went by, more and more had to return to their chores. For some reason, no one gossiped about Zhu Wei and his new abilities. They all kept it a secret. Not because they wanted Zhu Wei to suffer from the bad rumors, but because all of them were eager to see the day that Zhu Wei would shock the entire Chang'an city with a burst of power. Unknowing of all of this, Zhu Wei continued to train day in and day out. He ate a few meals a day, but apart from that, he would spend all his time cultivating and practicing his azure light finger. Chapter 8. Forbidden Rush. Like this, a month went by. During this month, Zhu Wei was spending all his time at the back of the mansion on the training ground. Here he practiced the azure light finger alongside the cultivation of his internal qi. During this time, Zhu Wei had managed to break into the 4th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and he even managed to reach the peak of the 4th layer. In this month, he was never alone. Manager Su would spend most of his time watching over Zhu Wei, and when he was needed elsewhere, a set of guards would be present. Zhu Wei completely ignored the people around him. He would gobble down the food when it arrived, as he was often hungry, but he would do nothing more than practicing his martial art and cultivating his internal qi. Zhu Wei had gotten familiar with the azure light finger, and although he had not perfected it, his understanding of it was far better than he had expected. Azure Light Finger was a superior martial art, and it would take a long time to fully grasp every single detail of it and reach perfection. But as a superior martial art, it was truly superior to low, middle, and high-ranked skills. Although Zhu Wei was only at the peak of the 4th layer, he was armed with an Azure Light Finger, a superior martial art. Although he could not defeat the other young geniuses of Chang'an City, he would be able to surprise them, and hopefully also wound them, giving him time to escape if he was ever bullied again. Zhu Wei had nodded his head in approval when he managed to shoot a hole through one of the dummies. The dummies were made of black gold, which was many times tougher than a human body. At least an ordinary warrior's body, as that was still considered within mortal limits. As the rank went higher, one's body would be transformed by the qi, and it would become tougher than even black gold. But that would not be before the middle of the Earth Warrior rank. Time for me to begin understanding the Forbidden Rush technique, Zhu Wei decided, and was just about to begin when he heard Manager Su behind him.
Young master, you have visitors, he said with his dreary and old voice. Young Master Shen has come every day to visit you, and I am unable to continue keeping him from entering. Today he even brought men from the city lord's mansion with the purpose of forcing his way in to see you. It seems that the city lord fears that you have been killed.
Killed? Zhu Wei chuckled and shook his head. Well then, lead him in, he said before he returned to focusing on the Forbidden Rush. Right now, Zhu Wei was within Chang'an City, the major city within the southern administrative region of the Kingdom of Heiping. The southern administrative region was located in a hot climate. The temperature rose every day while dropping drastically during the night. The sun shone all the time, and there was hardly any wind or even a gentle breeze. The Forbidden Rush was a superior supportive martial art, and it allowed for the cultivator to merge with the wind and use it as a means to move faster and more agilely. Practicing it in the middle of the southern administrative region might be difficult because wind was scarce here, but Zhu Wei found that he had no problems remembering wind. When he closed his eyes, a small village in the middle of a snow-covered landscape appeared, and this place was filled with wind. Snowstorms were the norm, and Zhu Wei could feel as if he was back in the middle of this landscape whenever he closed his eyes. Although there was no wind in Chang'an City, the moment Zhu Wei closed his eyes, he felt wind all around him. He could feel as if wind was making his hair and clothes flutter, and he started moving in accordance to this wind he remembered. Fluttering like a butterfly, Zhu Wei spread out his arms and moved faster than he had ever moved before. It was as if he had grown wings and was capable of taking flight. Jumping allowed for him to fly into the air and even reach above the mansion's walls. Moving forward allowed for him to become a blur that merged with the little wind that was within the city. Zhu Wei had completely immersed himself in the changes of the wind. He could feel the frost wind surround him, and it all felt so real as he started fluttering around.
"Your friend, young Master Shenmu, is here,"
sounded Manager Su's voice suddenly behind Zhu Wei, interrupting him and causing the illusionary world he had been in to shatter. The wind he had been merged with vanished, and he lost control of his movements, losing his balance, and fell to his butt. Truthfully, Shenmu and Manager Su had been there for some time, observing Zhu Wei. Manager Su had felt pride upon seeing Zhu Wei, but Shenmu had been filled with disbelief. He had feared that Zhu Wei had died, and had even gone as far as to have his father lend him the city guard to enter the mansion to ensure that Zhu Wei was still alive. But what he found was that not only was his friend alive, he was doing much better than ever before. He had been cultivating, and now he was practicing martial arts. Zhu Wei stood up, as if nothing had happened, and dusted his outfit clear of dust. "Shenmu, what brings you here?" he asked, his face once again completely expressionless. Seeing this face that showed no emotion, Shenmu could not help but sigh. They had been friends for a long time, but Zhu Wei was still referring to Shenmu by his full name. Although it seemed a bit rude, Zhu Wei still considered Shenmu his, albeit sometimes annoying, friend. Shenmu was 15 years old, just like Zhu Wei. He was wearing clothes of the finest quality, and his black hair was tied on top of his head with a hairpin. Whereas Zhu Wei adorned clothes of blue and white colors, Shenmu wore gold and red. His eyes were brown, and they sparkled with intellect. Although he was not as well read and informed as Zhu Wei, he had learned from an early age how to behave and how to deal with leading many men. He understood the point of who to make friends with and who not to make friends with. At the start, Shenmu had only tried to become friendly with Zhu Wei because of his father asking him to do it. But then he had found that, although this man was considered trash, he had a sharp mind and an unwavering determination. When he saw that Zhu Wei was capable of cultivating, a great smile slowly spread on his face. He was still disbelieving, but after observing for some time, it was impossible for him to argue against what he saw. When Zhu Wei stood up and went towards them, Shenmu also stepped forward and observed Zhu Wei from every angle while pacing around him. He stroked his chin in surprise, but after a bit of time, he laughed out loud, his voice containing honest happiness. "It has been 4 months, but within these 4 months it seems as if pigs can truly fly. You are a cultivator, and even at the peak of the 4th layer." Shenmu was one of the most talented geniuses within Chang'an City. 4 months ago, he had been at the 8th layer, but now he was at the 9th layer. It was clear that he too had spent the last 4 months breaking through. He was now only 1 step away from being an Earth Warrior, and if luck willed it, then he would be able to become an Earth Warrior before it was time to enter the war against the Primordial Beasts. The ranks of the ordinary warriors were fairly easy to break through. As the title said, ordinary warriors were simply ordinary. They had the lifespan of a mortal, and although they could contain chi in their bodies, that was it. Their bodies could use the chi to attack, but the attacks were weak. Earth warriors were much stronger. They had a lifespan of 200 years, and it was not before then that people could be considered cultivators. Zhu Wei gave a glance at Shen Mu and shrugged his shoulders. I found that I am not as useless as everyone thought I was, Zhu Wei said with a casual voice, as if what he was saying had nothing to do with him. This is so strange, Shen Mu continued smilingly as he shook his head. You used to just read books or run around following your uncle, but now you are actually on the path to become a cultivator. Your talents are even quite good. Shen Mu calculated on his fingers, and then his eyes grew wide. It has only been 4 months since I last saw you, and you are already at the peak of the 4th layer. Did you eat a whole lot of medicinal plants and pills? Zhu Wei frowned as he shook his head. I haven't eaten even one of those pills or plants yet, he said truthfully. I did not want to leave before I was strong enough to protect myself, should I run into Lijian or someone else. Sighing, Zhu Wei noticed that Shen Mu did not seem to listen to what was said, and he smiled faintly. Shen Mu, please stop staring at me like this, Zhu Wei said with a wry smile on his lips. Staring won't change anything. Of course, you are right, Shen Mu laughed, but he had a hard time not staring. The changes that Zhu Wei had undergone were simply too stunning. Come with me to visit Father. I am sure he would like to know what has happened. Also, since you are now a warrior, you will have to join the war in a year, so we need to sign you up for the same army as me as well. Shen Mu was quite excited about this, and grabbed Zhu Wei's hand and dragged him with him towards the outside of the castle without even asking what he thought of the idea. Zhu Wei knew that he had to report that he was no longer trash, as any child at age 16 had to join the army if they could cultivate, even the ones of major families and the ones from large sects, so Zhu Wei was also required to be sent out to war. This was not something that Zhu Wei truly minded. He had always wanted to join the war and make a name for himself. So for once, he allowed Shen Mu to drag him along. The only thing that Zhu Wei was worried about was running into Lijian on the way. But he knew that if Shen Mu were with him, then he would be safe. Even though Lijian was also considered a genius, his cultivation base was not as stable as Shen Mu, since he had used more external resources to boost it. Lijian dared not fight Shen Mu head-on, and even if he had the benefit of having more people, he did not dare to fight the next city lord. Fortunately, Zhu Wei and Shen Mu did not encounter any of the other youngsters on their way towards the city lord's home, and they quickly reached their destination. The reason that the Shen family were the city lords of Chang'an City was that they were the first family in the city to have a heavenly warrior. It was before Xiao Lei entered the city, and before the Li family managed to produce a heavenly warrior too. The heavenly warrior of the Shen family was exactly Shen Mu's father, Shen Bingwen, the current city lord. Chapter 9. Visiting the City Lord. Welcome back, young master, the guards said to Shen Mu the moment they saw him. Yet none of them even so much as looked at Zhu Wei. He was the trash of town, someone who was not even worth a greeting. If they had looked at him, they would have noticed the unmistakable air of an expert around him. Although it was still weak, it was there, and it was clear that he was no longer an ordinary mortal who could not cultivate. Shen Mu pursed his lips in displeasure. He wished that the guards were more polite, but just as he was about to speak, he saw that Zhu Wei just smiled and shook his head, almost unnoticeably. Shen Mu's lips turned into a tight line, but he said nothing. Instead, he just dragged Zhu Wei with him past the many servants, maids, and guards that had all completely ignored Zhu Wei, but politely greeted Shen Mu. The further into the mansion they went, the more upset Shen Mu became. But Zhu Wei found it amusing how Shen Mu suddenly realized how everyone had treated him for the past 5 years, and was agitated by it. Since Shen Mu was in a bad mood, the two of them rushed through the mansion towards Shen Bingwen's office. As they reached the office, Shen Mu finally let go of Zhu Wei's wrist and straightened his clothes before he knocked on the door. Although he was the most outstanding genius in Tiankong City, Shenmu was always nervous whenever he was in front of his father.
"Enter,"
a stoic and penetrating voice sounded out. Shenmu took a deep breath before he opened the door and let himself and Zhu Wei inside.
"Little Mu, Little Wei, what can I do for you?"
Shen Bingwen asked with a sigh as he raised his head from the papers he had been reading, and he looked at the two of them.
"Have you been bullied again?"
Shen Bingwen asked, as this was the only reason that came to mind for their sudden appearance. Now that Zhao Lei was no longer here to look after Zhu Wei, it was obvious that they'd go to the grown-up they trusted the most, and that was Shen Bingwen. He internally sighed as he did not wish to be the one in charge of this, but when his eyes landed on Zhu Wei, a peculiar light shone within, and he instantly stood up, his chair knocked away, and his mouth was wide open, his eyes almost popping out from their sockets.
"Ordinary warrior, peak 4th layer,"
he exclaimed with a trembling finger that pointed at Zhu Wei. He was even more shocked than Shen Mu when he noticed the change in Zhu Wei. The reason he was even more shocked than his son was because that he knew that becoming a 4th layer ordinary warrior in 4 months was simply impossible. Many of the experts in Tiankong City had started cultivating before the age of 10, but those who had started around the age of 9 had managed to reach the ranks of 7th, 8th, and 9th layer. To see a child who was regarded as trash suddenly reach this stage that should have taken years of time in 4 months, how could he not be shocked? Seeing the expression on Shen Mu's face, Zhu Wei racked his brain for an excuse as to why he suddenly became as strong as he was. Zhu Wei was not dumb. He knew that his advance was simply too fast to be considered humanly possible, and even he had a hard time understanding how he had managed to get as far as he had in such a short amount of time. My uncle said that all the training I had done when I was trash had gathered in my body and was like a waterfall waiting to overflow. When I finally broke a hole in the barrier, allowing me to cultivate, my advance would be many times faster than others because the qi had been hiding within my body. Zhu Wei was just saying whatever he thought made sense, but the face of Shen Mu and Shen Bingwen turned better after hearing what he had to say.
"Zhao Lei said that?"
Shen Bingwen asked, but before Zhu Wei had the time to answer, the man was nodding his head.
"That makes sense,"
he repeated to himself twice.
"But does that not mean that you will catch up with the other geniuses fairly soon?"
Shen Bingwen asked after a bit of consideration, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "I should," he said with a bit of uncertainty. Although he had managed to cultivate incredibly fast up until now, it was not certain that he could continue cultivating faster than humanly possible. Seeing the uncertainty on Zhu Wei's face, Shen Bingwen sighed again.
"Your uncle should have told us. If we knew it was only a matter of time before you shed your title as a good-for-nothing, then I am sure that others would have treated you better. I cannot understand why your uncle would let you go through this pain if it could be avoided."
Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders. He could not very well say that this was just some excuse he had come up with, and thus he looked apologetic and answered, "I apologize for our selfishness, but now that it is revealed, there is no reason to keep it a secret anymore." Seeing that the two others were not willing to let the subject go, Zhu Wei smiled and changed the subject away from his own sudden rise in strength. "Let us do the paperwork and have me signed up for the army alongside all the other youths from this city." Seeing the way he smoothly changed the subject, Shen Bingwen understood that there was no reason to ask questions. It was highly likely that Zhu Wei would just avoid them, and since this was the case, they might as well just change the subject to signing up Zhu Wei for the war. Zhu Wei had always been a smart child. During all the time he had lived in Tiankong City, he would have spent all the time on reading books and following Zhao Lei around. His intelligence was high compared to other children his age, and his knowledge surpassed even that of adults due to him having been reading day in and day out. Although he was a smart child, he was also very obedient to Zhao Lei. He would do anything to make his uncle happy. Since he was incapable of making his uncle proud of him when it came to cultivation, he often made food for his uncle instead, such as snacks, lunchboxes, and so on. When it came to other people, Zhu Wei was incredibly cold. He was considered friends with Shen Mu, yet Shen Mu knew absolutely nothing about Zhu Wei, and Zhu Wei never treated the other with any real friendliness. Shen Bingwen sighed. It was not surprising that Zhu Wei was cold to anyone other than his uncle, considering how he had been treated. But now more than ever was he happy that his son had done what he could to be at least considered a friend. It turned out that although this child's current achievements were low, his future achievements might not be so shabby.
Okay, I will sign you up for the army. You will be in the same battalion as little Mu. He will help look after you.
Finding a stack of papers next to a shelf behind him, Shen Bingwen wrote on one piece and filled in the forms. It took him around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn down before he finished.
Drop some blood on here, he ordered, and Zhu Wei did what he had been told, cutting a finger with a nail. He allowed for a drop of blood to fall on the paper. A golden gleam appeared from the paper before it turned slightly azure. The azure light lasted for merely a moment, and one could argue whether or not it had even been there. But as the azure light vanished, the paper returned to normal. Shen Bingwen looked with surprise at the paper. "How surprising!" he exclaimed. "I have never before seen an azure gleam. But the golden one means that the contract has been sealed. If you do not show up at the army office at the summer months of your 16th year of birth, then you will die. Okay, the formalities have been completed. In a little more than a year, the two of you will be heading to the front lines alongside the others of the same age from our Tiankong city." Zhu Wei nodded his head. He was secretly very proud of what he heard. He would be going to the front lines. He would be fighting against the beasts, and he would be able to bring back glory for his uncle. On the outside, however, one could not even begin to guess the emotions that were ricocheting around inside Zhu Wei. Since he had been beaten and bullied time and time again, he had learned to completely shut off his emotions, to not let anyone see how he truly felt. The only time he would be himself was when he was with his uncle. There, he would cry and laugh and play like the child he had been. "Well, there is no reason for us to stay here any longer," Shen Mu said laughingly. "Why don't we go to town and look at some plants and skills? I heard that a new merchant has arrived who even brought with him high-ranked martial arts skills." Zhu Wei had quite a lot of money at his disposal, and there were a few things that he needed. Although he had gotten enough skills from the ring that his uncle had left him, he could still use medicinal herbs to increase his cultivation speed. Although he felt that he had come far in the time he had locked himself up, he also understood that the reason he had managed to get that far was exactly because of the amazing scripture he had been given. But a scripture could only do so much. He needed to work hard to be able to continue his cultivation at his current speed, and medicinal herbs were exactly what he needed. Fortunately, he had a great understanding of medicinal herbs from the time before he lost his memory, and thus he was quite certain of his own ability to find what he needed. He knew that some of the cheaper herbs, if used together, could make for great herbal baths that would help strengthen the body and increase the amount of qi he could absorb. Usually, he would not have followed Shen Mu to town, as he knew that if he ran into someone, then he would get beaten up. But things were different now. Although he was not as strong as the young Master Li and the geniuses of the town, he was no longer trash, and he had been able to increase his cultivation fast. Secretly, he hoped that they would become friendly towards him, but he also understood that that possibility was not very big. Still, he was no longer trash, so they had no reason to attack him.
And even if they did, he had a superior martial art. By now he had learned one of the attacks and had touched upon the forbidden rush, something which allowed for him to move as fast as the wind and avoid many of the attacks. Speed-enhancing and evasion techniques, such as the forbidden rush, were incredibly hard to obtain, and not many within Tiangong City had one, making it possible for Zhu Wei to feel some sort of safety. Even if he could not win a fight, he could escape, even though he had only just touched upon the beginning of the forbidden rush. Chapter 10. King of the Mountain. Shen Mu, who was walking by Zhu Wei's side, was used to the young man being quiet, and he did not mind it. He was, however, quite surprised that Zhu Wei had accepted to come to town with him, since he had avoided the city center due to the others bullying him. Although Zhu Wei did not speak, there was a bright light in his eyes, and Shen Mu knew that he was simply too excited about being able to cultivate. He was also aware that Zhu Wei was hoping that the others would accept him now, but he was more realistic about their reactions. If he had just reached the first layer of the ordinary warrior rank, then they would not have minded. But Zhu Wei was now at the peak of the fourth layer. In a mere 4 months, he had started to rush down the path of a cultivator with a speed so shocking that none of the others could compete against it. Those who had hated him for being a piece of trash were likely to hate him for having too much talent, and no matter how he looked at it, Zhu Wei was going to get beaten up. He was only a 4th layer expert, so how could he possibly withstand the 9th layer geniuses of the town as things were now? The sad thing was that many of them did not hate him because he was trash. Being trash was just convenient for them to bully him and give them a legitimate reason to beat him up. The truth was that all of them were jealous of him being Zhao Lei's nephew. Sighing, Shen Mu shook his head, with a small self-mocking grin on his face. Although he was the one who had suggested they went to town, he never expected that it would happen, and now he could only curse himself. If Zhu Wei were to enter a fight, then he would have to stick up for him, and in the end, it was likely that he too would be drawn into a beating. Shen Mu would never let his friend fight alone, and he knew that although he was the strongest expert in town, he was not the only expert, and Li Jian had gathered a whole group of followers who would beat anyone and anything that stood in the way of bullying Zhu Wei. Truthfully, while Shen Mu did not dislike Zhu Wei, and he was genuinely shocked by the performance this young man had shown with his sudden explosive talent, he did not consider Zhu Wei one of his good friends either. Zhu Wei was simply too hard to get close to. He was never one to talk much. He kept everything he felt on the inside, and his eyes would always burn with defiance. This was also another reason why they had beaten him time and time again. One thing was that he was a piece of trash. Another thing was that he refused to bow and grovel on the ground in front of them. His eyes were always shining with an unyielding spirit, and Zhu Wei was without a doubt the smartest youth in the entire city. Although he was incapable of cultivating inner qi, when it came to his mental age, it was many times more developed than any youth his age, and his knowledge even surpassed that of some elders. This was yet another reason that the young members of the city all hated Zhu Wei. He could not cultivate, but he could do just about anything else, and this agitated them. They wanted to prove that he was truly worth nothing compared to them. But now Zhu Wei had managed to get a cultivation base. He no longer wished to stay an ordinary youth with high intelligence. Zhu Wei had always dreamt of making his uncle proud of him, and to do so, he needed to be one of the strongest experts. He wished to slaughter primordial beasts like his uncle and gain recognition. His eyes shone with excitement as he thought about it, and he sped up slightly as he moved toward one of the shops selling medicinal plants and pills. Shen Mu, who was completely in the dark about what Zhu Wei had been thinking about, just followed behind. He had already accepted that whatever would happen, and that he could not stop it, no matter what. When he saw Zhu Wei speed up, he was certain that the reason he did so was because he did not want to be caught by the others, not because he was eager to find the herbs he needed. Shen Mu agreed with Zhu Wei on making their trip to the city markets as fast as possible, so he said nothing and just sped up as well. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Li Jian and his followers had not seen Zhu Wei in 4 months, and although Zhu Wei did not often leave the mansion, he would at least enter the markets around once a month. Now it had been 4 months since last, and Li Jian was missing his favorite hobby of bullying Zhu Wei. He had even started worrying that Zhu Wei would never enter the marketplaces again, and thus he had paid beggars and other commoners to keep an eye out for Zhu Wei. Whoever managed to bring news to Li Jian about Zhu Wei entering the marketplaces could go and collect a silver coin from Li Jian, and a silver coin could feed a family of 4 for 3 weeks. The offer was simply too tempting for anyone to care about the possibilities of revenge from Zhao Lei, who was not even present in the city, and as soon as they saw Zhu Wei, a few commoners vanished from the street as stealthily as shadows as they moved toward the Li residence. The first commoner that made it to the Li residence found the young Master Li at the family's training ground where he was practicing. "Young Master! Young Master!" someone called out, and young Master Li scowled as he was interrupted in his training of a martial arts skill. He turned around to look at the person who appeared in front of him, his scowl turning to excitement. He knew that there would only be one reason for a commoner to arrive in front of him at this time. "I will go to town instantly," he exclaimed and waved his hand, causing a whole group of experts to stop their training and follow behind him. Many of those experts were from minor noble families, whose families were beneath the Li family, and others were just opportunists who figured that following young Master Li around would be beneficial to them in the future. This entire entourage moved towards the city marketplace where Zhu Wei was. Oblivious to this coming threat, Zhu Wei had entered the first shop he saw to spend some of the gold he had brought with him. The shop was covered in a dim light within the room. Dust could be seen floating in the air, and a scent of herbs assaulted their noses as they narrowed their eyes, slowly getting used to the light. Zhu Wei was easily able to see the different herbs and took a deep breath. For some reason, he felt emotional having entered the shop. But no matter how much he scoured his memories, it was impossible for him to figure out why an apothecary shop was something nostalgic for him. Without caring too much about it, Zhu Wei shook his head and headed to the counter. The man behind the counter looked at Zhu Wei with surprise. Everyone knew Zhu Wei within the city, and to see him in a shop was truly rare, especially seeing him with such a casual expression as the one he wore right now. It seemed as though nothing could faze him. Even if another expert appeared out of the blue, Zhu Wei gave off the impression that he would not bat an eyelid. Still, this apothecary wanted Zhu Wei to leave the shop as soon as possible. The longer he was in the shop, the more danger his shop was in. Every genius in town except Shen Mu hated him, and a battle was bound to happen if they were to spot him. "I need 5 pieces of 10-year-old blood ginseng and 7 stalks of 40-year-old corpse grass. I also need 3 solar flowers that are around 30 years old, and finally 1 beast core of the Earth Warrior rank. The first layer is enough." The apothecary was shocked when he heard the items that Zhu Wei wanted to buy. Some of them were even poisonous, but all of them were easy to get their hands on. The rarest item was the beast core, but even that was somewhat easy to purchase. Without even moving, the clerk did the math. When he was done, he looked at Zhu Wei as if he had seen an idiot. "That is a total of 1 gold, 87 silver, and 5 copper coins," the clerk said with a doubtful expression on his face. Yes, Zhu Wei was a young master, but did he really have the gold to pay for this? Although the items were easy to find, the fierce beast core was different. Everything that came from beasts was incredibly expensive, and especially their beast cores. Even the ordinary noble-born would not buy fierce beast items. Without caring for the doubtful expression on the face of the young man, Zhu Wei found 2 gold coins and handed them to the apothecary, who instantly accepted them and returned the few silver coins and coppers that were extra. Then he remembered that he still had not found the items, and he hurried to pick out the items he had just sold. The core was placed in a jade box, while the herbs were placed in metalwood boxes. He then packed all the things in a bag and handed it to Zhu Wei. Metalwood was a specific kind of wood that was used for storing herbs and other valuable items. It was highly sought after and was often farmed by farmers in the northern areas of the Kingdom of Heping. Accepting the packed-up items, Zhu Wei nodded his head and turned to leave. At the moment he left the shop, he saw that a whole group of experts were waiting for him outside. Sighing, Zhu Wei put the items he had just bought into a pocket and looked at the young Master Li that stood in front of him. Young Master Li was now a 9-layer ordinary warrior, much like Shen Mu, but he used his power for bullying others, and Zhu Wei had no good impression of him.
Shen Mu, leave now and I won't beat you up too, young Master Li said in a dangerously low voice as he took a step towards Zhu Wei.
Sorry, it turns out that Zhu Wei is a friend of mine. How can I step aside while a friend of mine is in danger? Shen Mu asked with a slight smile on his face, and the color started draining from young Master Li's face.
So you only dare to venture into town when you have protection, huh? You useless piece of trash. If I don't cripple you today, then I won't be the young master of the Li family any longer.
He was livid with anger, as he never expected that Shen Mu would actually stand up for Zhu Wei. Everyone looked at Zhu Wei, and their eyes were filled with enmity. And suddenly, a chill flashed by the eyes of the number 2 man under young Master Li. "Young Master, take care of Shen Mu. The rest of us will thrash that piece of crap," he exclaimed. But shockingly enough, all he heard was a chuckle from Zhu Wei. "Would you look at that? It's like watching 2 monkeys playing King of the Mountain," he said lightly, yet his words were heard by everyone present, and their faces turned pale from the shock of his choice of words. Was this the young piece of trash? Where did he get the courage to say such words?
"What did you just say?"
young Master Li suddenly exclaimed, his face alternating between red and blue, anger flashing in his eyes. He had never before been insulted in such a way. "I said since you are a monkey, you were acting just as I'd expect," Zhu Wei continued as he shrugged his shoulders, a sinister grin appearing on his lips. He had endured for long enough. Now it was time for some payback, and to see just how powerful he was compared to these soon-to-be experts. At worst, he would be beaten badly, but that would not be the first time it happened. Chapter 11. Trash No More. Zhu Wei was fully aware that he was not young Master Li Jian's match in a direct confrontation, but he had no intention of playing fair. Li Jian had never been fair before when beating him up, and Zhu Wei was not going to be fair either. Zhu Wei had touched upon the Forbidden Rush movement skill, which allowed him to merge with the wind. Wherever the wind was, he could be too, moving like the wind, coming and going as he pleased. Not only had he touched upon the Forbidden Rush movement skill, but he had also reached a high proficiency in using the Azure Lightfinger, a superior martial art attack. Martial arts were split into 5 ranks. First were the low martial arts, then came the middle martial arts, followed by the high martial arts. Then came the superior martial arts, and finally the profound martial arts. There were legends of martial techniques stronger than those, but Zhu Wei had never cultivated and reached a realm where he was allowed to know such secrets, and thus he did not know whether or not this was correct. From this, one could see that Zhu Wei's abilities were some of the most outstanding martial arts in the entire kingdom, and although it was possible to buy superior martial techniques, they were expensive, and supply could not follow demand. Most families, even the Li family, which was a major family within one of the biggest cities in the southern region of the Kingdom of Heping, only had a few of them, and Zhu Wei was sure that Li Jian could at most have learned one, if he had even been allowed to train such high-ranked ability with his current strength. Although it was possible that Li Jian had trained a superior martial arts, he and Zhu Wei were in the same position. Both of them were ordinary warriors, and although Li Jian was at the 9th layer and Zhu Wei at the 4th, neither of them would be capable of unleashing more than 5% of the ability's full potential. Since Li Jian was a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, he should be able to exert 5%, while Zhu Wei, who was only a 4th-layer ordinary warrior, should be able to show off around 3%. Although there was a difference between a 9th-layered ordinary warrior and a 4th-layered ordinary warrior, it was not impossible for Zhu Wei to surprise Li Jian and injure him, giving him payback for all the years he had been bullied by him. Zhu Wei looked at Li Jian with cold eyes. "You really think you are the king of the city just because you have a bit of talent?" Zhu Wei asked, his every word causing young Master Li to be stunned. He was almost about to start laughing when someone finally seemed to notice. "Young Master, that trash is an ordinary warrior of the 4th layer. 4th layer! Just what did that piece of trash eat in these 4 months to make his cultivation base soar to the 4th layer?" As the young man spoke, everyone was filled with astonishment, but young Master Li just sneered. "So what if you are a 4th layer ordinary warrior? I am a 9th layer. There is a massive difference between the two of us, and still, you think you can talk as you please?" Li Jian forced himself to be calm. More and more spectators started watching what was going on, and he knew that if he showed even the slightest bit of hesitation, he would lose face. On the other hand, he could no longer back out with so many people observing him, and he truly did not believe that a 4th-layered ordinary warrior would be able to pose any threat to him. It was within human nature to want to see a scene, and this scene was especially thrilling. The younger generation was always fighting amongst each other, but the words that had been spoken this time were simply too arrogant. Coupled with them being spoken by someone that had been considered trash, it was simply outrageous, and everyone wanted to see him getting beaten. "Everyone, move to block Shenmue! I will personally deal with this piece of trash!" Li Jian called out before he pounced on Zhu Wei. While Li Jian's friends looked completely stunned and not very happy, they did not dare delay. They knew that they were in for a beating since Shenmue was a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, but they were only at the 7th layer, most of them. A few were at the 6th layer, while others were at the 8th. No matter how much they ganged up on Shenmue, if he decided to take them out one after another, they could do nothing to stop him. Although Li Jian's speed was faster than Zhu Wei's normal speed, one could not forget that Zhu Wei had touched the threshold of the superior movement technique Forbidden Rush, and that movement techniques were all incredibly rare. Zhu Wei was certain that he was the only one within all of the younger generation of Tiangong City that had a movement technique. As he saw Li Jian move closer to him, he just stood there, waiting for him, while everyone in the audience sucked in a breath of air. "He has given up," someone said. "He is accepting his inferiority. But did he have to rile up this young master? He is definitely going to be beaten badly this time," another said. "He has forgotten that his uncle is no longer here to look after him, and is now getting what he deserved," a person in the audience sneered, and many nodded their heads. They all disliked Zhu Wei, and seeing him getting beat up made them feel superior, a feeling these commoners did not often feel. But just as the words had left their mouths, everyone was stunned silly as they saw Zhu Wei moving in a strange and elusive manner. It was as if he was the wind. His body moved as if it was slow and gentle, but truthfully, it was fast and ferocious. The first movement was seen by everyone. His body almost seemed to fall forward, but then suddenly he was gone from sight. This was a risk for Zhu Wei. He knew that if he moved too early, then Li Jian would be able to follow up with another strike in the direction that he was moving. But if he moved too late, then he would have been seriously injured by the attack. Zhu Wei was, after all, only a fourth-layered ordinary warrior. He was nowhere near Li Jian's match, but he understood that as long as he had the forbidden rush and kept his head cool, then he would be able to avoid the attacks and keep himself safe. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei felt the need to try something else. He knew that he would be able to use the Azure Light Finger, but he was also aware that if he used this attack, then he could at most attack twice before running out of chi. Since this was the case, he decided to gamble. Gotta try something new, Zhu Wei thought to himself. He had never before practiced the Shattering Mountain Palm, but he had read all about it before. With that in mind, he started gathering the chi within his body. Zhu Wei's eyes never left Li Jian as the feeling of vanishing from sight and reappearing behind his target felt all too real. The moment he appeared behind Li Jian, he immediately thrust out his palm, which was infused with his chi. Shattering Mountain Palm. The wind howled as his fist hit out with all the strength he could muster. Azure chi covered his fist, and when it made contact with Li Jian's back, the young master was shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow. Everyone stopped gossiping about how Zhu Wei was trash and deserved to be beaten, and instead stared at Zhu Wei with wide-open eyes. No one spoke. Even the henchmen who were supposed to attack Shen Mu had stopped in their tracks, and Shen Mu had not retaliated, as all of them stared at Zhu Wei and the Li Jian who was lying on the ground. Li Jian was a 9th-layer ordinary warrior, close to becoming an earth warrior, and although he had taken a hit right to his back without any defense, he was not severely injured. Zhu Wei stopped using the forbidden rush and stood where he was, looking at his palm with a smile on his face. This was the first time he had used the Shattering Mountain Palm, and the results had far exceeded his expectations. A mortal could, on average, lift 50 kilos of weight, while a first-layer ordinary warrior could lift 100 kilos of weight. A second layer could lift 200, and a third layer could lift 300 kilos. It continued like this up until the 9th layer, where one could lift 900 kilos of weight. Zhu Wei was unaware of how much he could lift, as he had never measured it before. But when his hit connected with Li Jian's back, he noticed that his strength was more than the 400 kilos he should be able to control. This was also the reason that Li Jian had been injured and shot out like an arrow. His face was planted solidly on the ground, his body in a miserable state. The reason he had lost the exchange so miserably was exactly because he had underestimated Zhu Wei, and because Zhu Wei had taken him by surprise with his movement technique. "You were going to cripple me today, right?" Zhu Wei sneered, and an azure chi light shone on his finger just as Li Jian stood up once more. The chi reached Li Jian in less time than it took to blink, and a big hole was torn in his clothes around his shoulder. But the chi light did not stop there. It continued to break through the defenses of chi around Li Jian's body and wounded him, causing blood to flow out. Li Jian's face alternated between red and white, and his eyes blazed with anger from the humiliation. He gnashed his teeth and seemed to shred Zhu Wei to pieces with his eyes, but he was more careful this time as he gathered the chi he had in his body around his palm. Sonic Palm. He shot his hand forward, and the chi traveled from the palm towards Zhu Wei at a speed similar to the speed of sound. This was the only superior martial technique that Li Jian had learned, and it was his killing move. He took great pride in his Sonic Palm. But Zhu Wei had already expected this and executed Forbidden Rush. Although he had not managed to dodge too elegantly, he had managed to narrowly dodge the attack. The attack had grazed his clothes and torn a hole in his sleeve, but no blood had been drawn. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he moved, and many of the girls in the audience started to feel that Zhu Wei was actually rather handsome. The already ugly face of Li Jian turned even uglier. His fist clenched tight as he looked at Zhu Wei with a venomous glare. No one else was fighting. Everyone was observing Zhu Wei and Li Jian, almost breathless as they had a hard time believing what they were seeing. Zhu Wei was universally known as trash within Chang'an City, yet right now he was fighting a 9th layer ordinary warrior while only being at the 4th layer himself, and not only that, he also had the upper hand. "So if you can't cripple me today, you will not be the young Master Li anymore?" Zhu Wei mocked Li Jian again, as his mouth curled into a cold and calculating smirk. "Come on, attack me! Show the world just how great of a warrior you are. I am only a 4th layer ordinary warrior. You are an esteemed genius of the 9th layer. So how can you possibly lose to someone as weak as me?" Zhu Wei did not let up. He just stood there and threw every word that Li Jian had said back at him, causing the young master to become more and more furious. Finally, Li Jian could no longer take it, and he attacked Zhu Wei wildly and ferociously without any care for how people looked at him. He screamed as he leaped forward at his fastest speed, chi wrapped around his palm as he sent one sonic palm after another after Zhu Wei. Yet Zhu Wei just laughed as he used Forbidden Rush to dodge. Now the difficulty had dropped as Li Jian no longer thought calmly about his attacks, and just sent out attack after attack. Chapter 12. Toothless Tiger. "You're going to run out of chi soon," Zhu Wei laughed at Li Jian, who was so furious that he was not even aware of the fact that he was using all the energy he could control without any restraints. Finally, he could no longer execute the sonic palm, nor any other martial arts for that matter. Truthfully, Zhu Wei was not much better off himself. He had only executed Azure Lightfinger and Shattering Mountain Palm once each, but those 2 attacks had taken 80% of his chi, and while the Forbidden Rush depended more on external powers than internal, it still used up the final 20% that he had. Zhu Wei's face drained of color, but so did Li Jian's. Although Li Jian was like a toothless tiger, he still had a body that was much more sturdy than Zhu Wei's. If he got caught, then it was evident he would not have a good ending. "I should have learned inner might," he sighed to himself, and decided that when he returned home, he would train inner might, the only profound ability he had picked out from the ring. "Anyone else who wants to cripple me today?" Zhu Wei asked as his eyes looked over every single person that was standing around him, his eyes as unyielding as ever, and every follower of Li Jian shivered as they looked away. Shen Mu was astonished too, but he was also feeling a little proud. He was sure that Zhu Wei would have been beaten silly, but seeing this friend of his display such skills, he was astonished. "Man, that was amazing!" he called out and took a step towards Zhu Wei. "That has to be one hell of a movement technique. I have never seen anyone use a movement technique before. I bet you are the only one within the entire Chang'an City with one. Your uncle must have passed it on to you before he left." Shen Mu spoke just loud enough for people to hear what he said, and a clamor instantly broke out. So the strange movements were due to a movement technique. They were all enlightened, and many looked at Zhu Wei with jealousy. Zhu Wei just shrugged his shoulders. "We should hurry back home," Zhu Wei said as he hurried next to Shen Mu. He had no more energy in his body, nor did he have a sturdy frame, and all of them should be able to beat him easily. Even Li Jian had been inching closer to Zhu Wei, but he dared not touch him now that he too had used all his chi, whereas Shen Mu was by his side with all his chi intact. "You were lucky this time," Li Jian sneered, feeling as if he had lost all his face. He had not lost when it came to cultivation base, neither had he lost because of his strength being inferior, but because the other had an evasion and movement martial art. Zhu Wei had to admit that he had been lucky. Li Jian and his ninth-layered strength were many times stronger than he had expected. If not for his cool-headedness and Li Jian losing his calm, then the outcome of the battle was likely to have been different. Zhu Wei knew that the azure light finger took around 40% of his qi, and a fully charged shattering mountain palm was the same. A bit of perspiration dripped down his forehead as he thought about how close he had been to being beaten up, and not just him, but also Shen Mu. Although Zhu Wei could feel the loss of energy and was somewhat feeble, his mental state had never been better. He had been bullied and abused for so long, and now he finally had been able to pay back those debts by just a little. He had been able to show that he was not trash, and he felt as if his shoulders were 1,000 times lighter than what they had been before. His usually expressionless face turned into a smile, and his clenched hands slowly opened. He felt free for the first time, and he looked into the sky above, thoroughly enjoying himself. He felt restored. Shen Mu could feel that Zhu Wei had spent all his energy and nodded his head before he escorted Zhu Wei back to the mansion. When they returned, they noticed that the manager was waiting outside for them. When the manager saw Zhu Wei being walked home by Shen Mu, he was at first surprised, but then he noticed Zhu Wei's state and his eyes turned dangerously dark. "Manager Su, do not worry," Zhu Wei said with an uncharacteristic grin on his face. "Li Jian is much worse off than I am. Mu, thank you for following me home. When I am at home, Li Jian will not dare do anything to me, so I am safe now." Zhu Wei turned to Shen Mu and told him. This was the first time that Zhu Wei referred to Shen Mu by just his first name, and Shen Mu couldn't help the smile that spread on his lips. It seemed that Zhu Wei finally acknowledged their friendship. "Don't sweat it," Shen Mu grinned back and waved at Zhu Wei as he turned around. "Train hard and show that Li Jian that not everyone is as useless as him. He just recently broke into the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, so I will expect it to be a half year, if not a year, before he becomes an earth warrior." Shen Mu started walking down the street, when he turned around and said one last thing to Zhu Wei. "Show them all just how strong you are after your next secluded cultivation." Zhu Wei nodded his head solemnly and reached into his robes where he found the bag filled with medicinal plants. "Manager Su, please have the maids fill up a bath for me," Zhu Wei requested, and the manager nodded his head solemnly. Although he was incredibly curious about what Zhu Wei had meant when he said that Li Jian was looking much worse, he did not dare ask. He was confident that after a short amount of time, the guards and the maids would have brought a rumor back for him to hear. Zhu Wei did not go directly to his room. Instead, he went to the back, where the training grounds were located. He closed his eyes and remembered the feelings he had experienced when fighting Li Jian, and how he had narrowly escaped every attack by relying on the Forbidden Rush ability. He started moving like a flutter. Although there was not much wind within the eastern region, it was as if his every move brought forth a gentle breeze, which slowly increased to become a current of wind, and from that wind manifested a gale. Zhu Wei moved faster than the eye could see. He merged with the wind brought forth by his movements, and he thoroughly began enjoying the abstruse feeling of turning ethereal like the wind. He increased and decreased his speed according to his wishes. He changed his directions, but with a thought, and he was capable of jumping far into the sky. Currently, Zhu Wei was only capable of performing these actions, but if he managed to reach a higher level, both of understanding the art and also of cultivation so that he could unleash more of its potential, then it would not be impossible for him to fly in the future. Zhu Wei had read books about legendary figures who had managed to cultivate to a level where they were capable of flying, yet none of the books stated anything about the levels above the heavenly warrior level. Zhu Wei came to a stop. This movement martial art did not consume much energy, as it instead required the surrounding energy to display its might. But it was still very taxing on his mind, as he needed to keep everything within his inner eye, so that he could calculate where to move to, how fast to move there, and what path to take. It was also because of this that Zhu Wei noticed that Manager Su had arrived on the training ground, and he turned around after stopping.
"Young master, the bath has been drawn. You should go to your room and enjoy the bath."
Zhu Wei nodded his head, his face once again expressionless. But Manager Su knew from experience that Zhu Wei was not deliberately acting cold towards him. This was just his usual self. Having nodded his head, Zhu Wei went straight back to his room, where he found a big wooden barrel filled with steaming hot water. He then reached into his robes and took out the bag of plants that he had bought earlier that day. Blood ginseng and corpse grass were both widespread materials. The pharmacies could cultivate a blood ginseng. They were regular ginsengs that had been fertilized with blood until the root itself had turned crimson. The older the ginseng and the more blood it had consumed, the more medicinal properties were within the plant. The ginsengs that Zhu Wei had bought were only 10 years old each. Although 10 years seemed like a lot to a 15-year-old young man, they were not that old in the world of plants. Humans cultivated most blood ginsengs, but a few rare ones could be found in nature if there was some kind of bloody phenomenon. Zhu Wei had read about a blood spring that was deep in one of the danger regions, and he knew that that place had to have blood ginsengs in large quantities. The naturally formed ones were also much more potent in energy than these domestically grown ones. But no matter how much Zhu Wei wanted to get his hands on the naturally formed blood ginsengs, he knew it was impossible. And being realistic, he also knew that his body could not handle all the energy contained within them. It might just end up exploding. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei decided to use the next best, which was an herb he knew he could control, and together with the blood ginseng was the 40-year-old corpse grass. Corpse grass was also a widespread material. In fact, it was even more common than blood ginseng and required even less work. Corpse grass grew on top of corpses and took nutrients from the carcass. They could store a great amount of energy within their leaves from when the body was still present and live for up to thousands of years. With corpse grass, the medicinal properties got stranger the older they were. Corpse grass was poisonous. It was, after all, an herb that existed by living off the dead. However, corpse grass that were older were not poisonous any longer, but were instead highly effective medicine for young and budding warriors. Blood ginseng were filled with blood essence, and consuming one directly was dangerous. But adding it to the bathwater was a great way of extracting the energy from the plant, allowing for him to absorb the blood essence and strengthen his body's exterior. The corpse grass was just old enough to have gotten rid of the poisonous aspect, but too young to contain too much energy. It was a thin balance, so he had to be careful. The older the herb, the stronger it became. Although it lost the poisonous effect, it was also 40 years old and had gathered energy for 40 years. Although it was tempting to eat medicine with a lot of strength, the risk was too high. It would enter the body and break down the meridians, the channels within the body where the chi flowed, and leave a warrior crippled for life. Or if he was really unlucky, his entire body could explode. Keeping this in mind, Zhu Wei took a knife and cut open the first of the 10-year-old ginseng. He then saw how small drops of liquid that resembled blood dropped into the bathtub. After careful observation, and 10 drops of liquid later, Zhu Wei placed the blood ginseng back in the wooden box. He had not used more than a third of the medicinal fluid within the first ginseng, but it was already enough. The bath in front of him had turned completely red like blood, and Zhu Wei took a deep breath. He then found the solar flower and took one of the petals which he dropped into the red water, and then added half a leaf of corpse grass. Chapter 13. Concoction of Herbs. The solar flower was a mixture of a sunflower and a lily. It shone with a golden light and was incredibly beautiful. The plant was extremely common in the southern region of the kingdom of Heping, where the sun shone almost every day of the year. Getting his hand on 3 solar flowers about 30 years of age was as simple as getting his hands on the 40-year-old corpse grass. Then Zhu Wei took the beast core he had purchased and used the azure light finger to strike it. He aimed to break it up into smaller pieces, and he managed to succeed. A resounding boom could be heard as the beam reached the core and shattered it into thousands of pieces. Beast cores looked like glass-faceted diamonds. They were stored in the heads of beasts just behind the forehead, and they gathered all of the beast's internal energy within. Shattering the core made it look as if it was made from glass, and small shards appeared all over his room. Zhu Wei dropped one of the shards into the water basin before he started gathering all the others. From time to time he would stir the bath water, which strangely enough did not seem to cool off at all in the time it took him to gather the shards and place them on his table. Once he was done picking the floor clean of the shards, he took off his clothes and took a deep breath. "This is going to hurt," Zhu Wei muttered to himself as he climbed into the bath. The moment his feet touched the water, Zhu Wei gritted his teeth and fought back the urge to scream. The corpse grass was no longer poisonous, but it was still very violent in nature, and it was also a plant that had lived for 40 years. This was just about the limit for how much energy they could contain before Zhu Wei would receive injuries to his meridians. The energy entered his body from the foot that had touched the water, and it felt like thousands of needles were traveling through his body. The temperature of the water made Zhu Wei feel as though he was being boiled alive, but the worst was the feeling of constantly having his body being cut by thousands of knives at the same time. The moment Zhu Wei lowered his entire body under the water, his vision turned dark and he almost lost consciousness due to the intense pain. Yet by relying on his determination of wanting to become a respected cultivator, Zhu Wei forced himself to stay awake. He sat in the water, his head just above the surface, and was cultivating. The wisps of qi that entered his body were numerous, traveling through the meridians in his body to be purified before being absorbed into the shining pearl in his dantian. Zhu Wei could feel how his flesh was being strengthened by the blood ginseng he had added to the water, and he could not help but feel excited. Earlier, when I was fighting Li Jian, it felt as if my strength was superior to the 400 kilos I should be capable of lifting. Was my imagination playing tricks on me? Pondering on it for a bit, Zhu Wei decided that when he finishes this session of secluded cultivation and fully grasps the forbidden rush and the shattering mountain palm, he would find some remote place to test it. It was not only Zhu Wei's physical body that was improving, but Zhu Wei could also feel how the energy from the water entered his body and pushed out impurities, making it possible for him to absorb more energy and faster than before. The water also contained a shard of the beast core of an earth-ranked fierce beast. This was not only some layers above him, but a whole realm above him, and the energy contained in that little shard already held as much energy as Zhu Wei had with his 4th layer ordinary warrior rank. The energy from the core entered Zhu Wei's body together with the wisps of energy, slowly getting refined. The concoction that Zhu Wei had made felt so familiar, it was as if he knew it by heart, but he had never before experienced it on his own body. He did not know that, previously, he had often helped his late father prepare these baths for the wealthiest families in Lingyun town. But now that he felt it on his own body, Zhu Wei understood that although this method was an excellent way to cultivate, it was not suitable for everyone. If one were not able to calm their mind and keep relaxed while feeling such intense pain, it would be a wasted opportunity, as they would not gain more than what they could with regular, unassisted cultivation. Zhu Wei sat in the bath all night, and the water turned more and more transparent. His flesh and blood absorbed all the blood essence of the blood ginseng, and the corpse grass cleared out his meridians. The beast core shard had been depleted, transformed into energy that had become part of his own cultivation system. Before entering this concoction of plants and a beast core, Zhu Wei had been a peak 4th layer ordinary warrior. Now, after one night of training, he had broken through to the 5th layer. It made him clench his hands excitedly. This was not something he could do more than once every 3rd day, or his meridians would not be capable of handling all the energy that went through him. But doing this once every 3rd day also provided a significant effect. Another benefit of using plants instead of pills was that there were no pill toxins in using the raw materials. True, when using the plants alone, the medicinal strength could not be fully extracted, but the bit that could be extracted was already enough for an ordinary warrior. Pills were relatively rare, but Tiankong City was one of the biggest cities in the Kingdom of Heping, and thus it was natural for it to have an alchemist association. Pills were graded by low purity, middle purity, high purity, superior purity, and profound purity. You needed to be strong enough to consume a pill of certain purity. With Zhu Wei's current strength, all he could consume would be a low purity pill. Those kinds of pills were filled with pill toxins. Although these pill toxins could be removed by, for instance, using corpse grass or other plants, it was a long and tedious process, and the pill toxins might even hurt his prospects. Because of this, not many were willing to buy pills of low and middle purity. They were simply too poisonous for the cultivators, and only those who had no other option would consume them. Sighing and shaking his head, Zhu Wei stopped thinking about pills. Although he wished that he could take profound pills and be able to increase his cultivation base just like that, he was fully aware that it was suicide. Since this was the case, he could do nothing but consume the plants the way he did every 3rd day, and spend the rest of the time practicing the Forbidden Rush and the Shattering Mountain Palm. Zhu Wei's life fell into a pattern. He would spend his time training and practicing the Shattering Mountain Palm and the Forbidden Rush, and whenever able, he would take an herbal bath like last time. He eventually ran out of corpse grass, but Manager Su personally went to purchase some for him upon realizing this, and nothing interrupted Zhu Wei's training regimen. Another month went by. While Zhu Wei was busy training, everyone in Tiankong City was in deep shock. The same day as Zhu Wei had battled Li Jian, a rumor had started spreading in the city, stating that Zhu Wei was actually not trash, and that he was capable of going head-to-head with Li Jian because he possessed a movement martial arts skill. The first information was already enough to stun the entire city. Everyone had hated and loathed Zhu Wei because he was useless. Yet now, after having secluded himself for 4 months, he was better than the majority of the population of the city. This alone had made many feel incapable of understanding what was going on. Some changed their opinions and started to consider whether or not they had been too harsh to him when he was weak, and how to become friendly with him now that he was in the spotlight, while others just hated him even more intensely than before. Some were of the opinion that since he had always been trash, he should just stay as the trash he was and be bullied forever. The fact that he had learned martial arts was actually enough to insult them on a personal level. Amongst the commoners, the rumor about Zhu Wei possessing a movement martial art was shocking, but they were not completely aware of what it resembled, while many of the nobles were completely aware of what it meant, and they were all filled with greed. Fortunately, none of them dared move rashly because of Zhao Lei and the city lord's mansion. The only one who had the strength to move was the Li family, and they too had a heavenly warrior. But if he truly made a move, it would be seen as a revolt, and the city lord's mansion and all their supporters would love to use this opportunity to get rid of Li Jian's father. Amongst the commoners, many of the maids and servants who had quit their job at Zhao Lei's mansion were filled with regret. They regretted it so much that their insides turned green, but they could do nothing about it. It was already too late to go back and beg for another position. But while the city was split amongst those who felt regret for not treating Zhu Wei better when he was trash, and those who hated him even more intensely, there was especially one young man who was filled with such enmity that he swore that as long as Zhu Wei lived in this world, he would never find peace. This young man was precisely Li Jian, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment.
"Father, we ought to kill him," Li Jian sneered as he was in his father's study. These words were not foreign to Li Jian's father, Li Fang. He had heard them more than 100 times since Li Jian had returned home from the match that had ended in a draw between Zhu Wei and him. "Father, he has a whole lot of superior martial arts. One of them is even a movement technique. Can it really be that we are too scared of Zhao Lei to try to get our hands on such treasures?" Li Jian had previously looked up to Zhao Lei like everyone else. However, his hatred towards Zhu Wei had long since overtaken his reverence for Zhao Lei, and now he wished to kill both of them if possible. "You can kill Zhao Lei, and I will kill Zhu Wei," Li Jian said with certainty in his voice. But his father still said nothing. The Li patriarch just sat behind his desk and looked at his son with a calculating gleam in his eyes.
"I cannot go against Zhao Lei," he finally said with a sigh. "Even if I wish to do so, I cannot win against him. And do not forget that Zhao Lei is not alone. Shen Bingwen is by his side. If I have to face the two of them, I will die within 10 moves.
"But father, I cannot let things be like this. I am not satisfied," Li Jian yelled loudly. His voice was so filled with madness and desperation that Li Fang knew that he had to come up with some sort of solution, or else his son would sink into insanity.
"You can deal with Zhu Wei, and I will shield you. You are both members of the younger generation, and what happens between the younger generation cannot be controlled by us old geezers," he finally agreed.
Chapter 14. Diviners. While Li Jian was talking with his father Li Fang, Zhu Wei was training. He was ecstatic that he had managed to reach the 5th layer of ordinary warrior rank and did not need to fear Li Jian any longer. Even if Zhu Wei had heard what Li Fang said, he would still not fear Li Jian. Li Fang had made it clear that he would not act, and as long as he was not involved, Zhu Wei had the means to protect himself. Although Zhu Wei could dodge Li Jian's attacks with Forbidden Rush, he was also aware that a heavenly warrior's attacks were far beyond what he could deal with. In fact, he was quite certain that even an Earth warrior could easily defeat him. Although there was only one layer between the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank and the 1st layer of the Earth warrior rank, there was an immense difference when it came to it. The gulf between the ordinary and Earth warriors was large, and the further up one climbed in the ranks of cultivation, the harder it was to progress and the more energy it needed. Because of this, the difficulty rose sharply. Zhu Wei was very well aware of this, and even he knew that although it would in theory take Li Jian between half a year and a year to reach the Earth Warrior rank, there were plenty of ways to improve, one being the consumption of low-purity medicinal pills. Although this would be a very desperate action, it was something that Zhu Wei took into consideration. Right now, Li Jian's sonic palm was not a mortal threat to Zhu Wei, but if he reached the Earth Warrior rank, he would be able to command at least 7% of the ability's strength. With that upgrade, and considering that the sonic palm specialized in speed, Zhu Wei knew that he had met a fierce opponent. His only hope was that Li Fang would never allow his son to consume low-ranked medicinal pills. Zhu Wei lived a simple life. His every waking hour was spent cultivating his abilities or his qi, and he would not waste any time sleeping. Ever since he had become an ordinary warrior, every moment was squeezed for time, and he would even sit on his bed at night, cultivating as his rest time and not allowing himself even one moment of rest. A couple of weeks went by like this, with Zhu Wei continuously training Forbidden Rush, Shattering Mountain Palm, and Azure Lightfinger. Every once in a while, he was also seated in the bathtub filled with the concoction of plant extracts. That lasted until the day Shen Mu paid him a visit again. His eyes shone with excitement, and his face had a great smile plastered on his lips. Manager Su let him in right away. Although Manager Su did not want anyone to interrupt Zhu Wei, he also understood that this person was the next city lord, and assumingly Zhu Wei's only friend. Manager Su noticed that Shen Mu had brought with him a whole group of youngsters from the noble families within Tiangkong City, but he did not allow even one of them to enter the premises. Shen Mu and the others did not mind. They were all fully aware of how they had treated Zhu Wei in the past. Although this group had never bullied him due to their relationship with Shen Mu, they had never been friendly towards him either. Shen Mu rushed to Zhu Wei, who was currently in the training field. The eagerness with which he moved was evident. Zhu Wei soon noticed him, stopped what he was doing, and turned around. Zhu Wei was drenched in sweat from constantly moving and using combinations of the Forbidden Rush, Shattering Mountain Palm, and Azure Lightfinger. He had used all his qi time and time again, only to restore it, and he found that every time he was empty of qi, his restoration went much faster than when he had a bit left behind. "Wei, listen to this!" Shen Mu exclaimed the moment he saw Zhu Wei move towards a towel and some water that a maid had left for him by a bench. "There are diviners in town!" Zhu Wei, who had not been too interested in whatever it was Shen Mu had to say, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Had it been before, he would have told Shen Mu to leave soon because he was training. But now that he knew it was about diviners, he was eager to see them too. "Real diviners?" Zhu Wei could not help but ask a little doubtfully. But Shen Mu nodded his head seriously. "They are here, and they brought some fierce beasts that they have tamed. They are going to be auctioned off this afternoon. The Chang'an auction house has promised to let them use their auction hall without any forum for a commission fee." Zhu Wei was stunned, but also excited. "We should go see them," he exclaimed excitedly. "Wait a moment, I will quickly wash myself." Shen Mu nodded his head. It was early in the morning, so they still had some hours before the auction started. Rinsing off the sweat would not take long, and thus waiting was no problem. "I have to tell you, though, quite a few of my friends have followed me. I don't know if they came to see you, who is no longer trash, or if they came to see the diviners, or both," Shen Mu said honestly. "But since their old men follow Dad unconditionally, I really ought to treat them with respect. And when so many of them requested to come with me, I could not say no." Zhu Wei was taken aback, but he quickly shrugged his shoulders. He did not care about them, as they had never bullied him, but he never liked them either. As long as they did not cause problems for him, he would just choose to ignore them. After rinsing himself free of sweat and changing into a clean set of clothes, he grabbed his purse filled with coins before walking out of the mansion gate together with Shen Mu. In front of him was a full 24 people standing and looking at him curiously. Some looked more hesitant than others, but they were all checking him out without an ounce of embarrassment. "Seen enough?" Shen Mu asked, a little uncomfortable, after a bit of time, and they all realized that they had just collectively stared at Zhu Wei, but suddenly someone exclaimed, I thought he was only at the 4th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, so when did he become a 5th layer cultivator? The others had also noticed Zhu Wei's cultivation base, but no one had dared to ask about it. All of them were between the 7th and 8th layer. Only Shenmu and Li Jian were at the 9th layer among their generation in Xiangkong City. These youths had all trained since they were 10 years old. When they realized that not even 5 months had gone by since his disappearing act till now, and that he had still managed to reach the 5th layer, his progress seriously made their cultivation speed seem like a joke. "Let us get going," Zhu Wei said casually and completely unperturbed. He started walking towards the marketplaces in the center of the city. "Mu, I do not know which one of the markets they are at, so why don't you lead the way?" He stopped and asked after realizing that the group of more than 20 youths had not moved even an inch. Not even Shen Mu had moved. "You broke through?" he asked, surprised. Although he could easily sense Zhu Wei's cultivation base now that he paid attention to it, he had not done so earlier. It was correct that Zhu Wei had been a peak 4th layer ordinary warrior when he had fought Li Jian, but to make it to the threshold of the 5th layer so swiftly was unheard of. Zhu Wei just smiled wryly. "You know about my situation," he said with a shrug of his shoulders. "It will get harder for me soon." The situation he was referring to was obviously the lie he had told Shen Bingwen before, that he had been gathering qi in his body, which had just waited for the dantian to open, and now all this accumulated qi was charging out to increase his cultivation base. The explanation was a complete lie, and even Zhu Wei did not know for how long he would be able to cultivate at such a swift speed as he was doing now. But he had to say something to keep the curious experts at bay, and not cause a complete shock and horror, not to mention subvert greed towards his Azure Dragon scripture. "Anyways, what we should consider is not my strength but the diviners. I am sure that Li Jian and his friends are already there. And although we are too weak to purchase any fierce beasts, I am sure that we do not want to be behind them in anything." Zhu Wei did not care about arriving later than Li Jian at the marketplace, but he knew that these other youths indeed minded. There was a fierce battle between the Li and the Shen family, but so far it had only been amongst the younger generation, as Li Fang was aware of his inferiority when Xiao Lei entered into the equation. "What kind of beasts do you think the diviners have brought with them?" one of the youths asked. His name was He Meng Yao. His name meant to be handsome, but contrary to his appearance, he was rather short and not too handsome, and although he was lean, he could be described as average at best. "I hope it is a 9-headed hydra," one of the girls, Lu Jiru, answered ecstatically. The others also started commenting on which fierce beasts they hoped to see, but Zhu Wei kept quiet and walked steadily with the group. This was the first time in his life that he was walking together with a group, and he felt strangely tense and uncomfortable hearing the many chattering youngsters around him. He had never before experienced it and was unsure of how to react, so in the end he just stayed out of their discussion. No one was sending strange looks at Zhu Wei any longer, and although he was outwardly the weakest of the group, no one dared to look down on him anymore. He had been able to avoid Li Jian's sonic palm, so it was clear that they could not even touch the hem of his clothes, and his cultivation speed was also incredibly fast. These youths were all aware of different things, and they understood that with his current performance, he would overtake them soon. When this time came, they would want to be on good terms with him. "I haven't seen a diviner before," Lu Jiro said with a low voice. "I know that they are monks, but what else is there to say about them? I know that they can tame fierce beasts, but how are they able to do so?" Everyone was silent, and no one knew how to answer before Zhu Wei sighed. "They can not only tame fierce beasts, but if the diviner is strong enough, they can tame a primordial beast too." Hearing him speak, the others were surprised, but they looked at Zhu Wei curiously. "Do you know about diviners?" Lu Jiro asked curiously, and Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders. "I know a bit," he answered evasively. Can you tell us about them? The girl asked once more, and Zhu Wei nodded his head, seeing no reason not to tell what he had learned while reading books. Chapter 15. Want to be a monk? I read a few books about diviners, and they are ever so as mysterious as they seem, Zhu Wei began as they were walking, and for once all of the young men and women held their breaths while listening to him. Everyone knew that Zhu Wei had read books about almost anything he could get his hands on, and as a result of this, his knowledge far outstripped theirs. On the continent of Chang'an, all of the kingdoms have temples, and the monks control these temples. Every monk on our continent belonged to one single faction, but within it, there are different paths that one can take. Some become disciplined priests or monks and fight against fierce and primordial beasts. Others become monks and priests to heal and help others, and others become diviners. Becoming a diviner is the most mysterious, but also the most restricted path amongst all the vocations that a monk and priest can pick. Not much is known about what happens when one becomes a diviner, but the only ones eligible are kids below the age of 5 years old. They undergo some sort of baptism that allows for them to tame beasts, but no diviner has ever told any outsider about this baptism before, so we don't know much about it. Diviners are not allowed to join any factions. They can work for people if they get a high enough amount of money in return, but they always claim the right to reject working with someone. If a diviner breaks the code of conduct, they will be chased down by other diviners and monks. Every priest and monk will hunt said traitor and kill them at whatever possible chance. A diviner is capable of defeating a beast at their own strength and maybe a bit stronger if the intellect of the beast is lower. If the diviner is strong enough, he is capable of taming primordial beasts even. They are called diviners because they figure out where and when they can tame beasts by making divinations. Another reason is that they are divine fighters when they have fierce beasts under their control. I know you want to know about the baptism, but I don't know about it. Zhu Wei shook his head, and he saw that Lu Jiru was about to ask a question, and she quickly went quiet again. Also, I am not sure how their divination works, but I do know that when a diviner gives a beast a command, the beast will follow it unconditionally, even if the beast already has a new owner. Any diviner will be able to turn the beast against their owner, a reason that many people fear diviners. Is that true? Song Yu, another friend of Shen Mu, asked breathlessly. Every esteemed expert above the Earth Warrior rank wishes to have a beast companion, but only a few are capable of getting them, Zhu Wei said. Every command from a diviner is a heaven-sent law for the tamed beasts, even if it means to kill their owner. There are around 1,000 to 2,000 diviners on the entire continent according to my books, and these diviners are nomads that travel for a job. It is incredibly lucky that we will get to see them. Although Chang'an City is one of the major cities of Heiping Kingdom, our kingdom is rather small, and it is also quite weak compared to the outside world. We might be considered geniuses in the kingdom of Heiping, but we are truly frogs at the bottom of the well. Zhu Wei sighed and thought of all the things he had read about the rest of the world, but the others did not seem to understand what he meant. They had already reached the center of the marketplace, and Zhu Wei stopped speaking. But the way all of the young men and women looked at him changed entirely from the few words he had said. The marketplace was bustling with sounds, and even more people had appeared than usual. The stalls were all strangely quiet, and not many merchants were yelling out their prices. All of them were busy trying to squeeze their way closer and closer to a podium that had been erected in the center square. Although these people wished to have more space, none of them dared block Shen Mu and his entourage, and a lot of them gave Zhu Wei an in-depth look of contempt mixed with fear, and a few even reverence. At the very front of the podium were Li Jian and his henchmen. They were gloating and enjoying themselves as they joked amongst one another, yet suddenly one of them noticed Shen Mu and the group got quiet, all of them staring daggers at Zhu Wei. "So you finally arrived," Li Jian sneered, and Shen Mu was about to respond when he saw that Zhu Wei was completely ignoring Li Jian, and he had sudden enlightenment. Usually Shen Mu would be riled up by Li Jian quickly, but he wanted to try and see how annoyed the other would be if he completely ignored him. He knew from experience how frustrating it was to be ignored, and Zhu Wei had honestly ignored him many a time. "So these are the beasts?" Shen Mu asked his friends, who were all at a loss for words. They were ready for the usual war of words between Li Jian and Shen Mu, but they saw him saying absolutely nothing to the other. It was quite clear that he was ignoring him, and watching how Li Jian's face turned red, it was clear that it was an even more successful taunt.
"Who do you think you are to ignore me? My father is also a heavenly warrior."
Li Jian almost spat out the words, and the audience who had come to see the diviners and the beasts were filled with excitement. They loved to see the younger generation fight amongst themselves. "I don't need to worry about a brat who can't even defeat a 4th-layer ordinary warrior when he is a 9th-layered cultivator himself." Shen Mu laughed and shook his head magnanimously, as if he was taking pity on Li Jian, and this made Li Jian feel incredibly uncomfortable.
"I can beat him," he sneered. "I can kill him right now," he exclaimed, and a sonic palm descended from the heavens at a rapid speed. But Zhu Wei was faster. During their last fight, Zhu Wei had not even cultivated to the 5th layer, and he had never before tried using the Shattering Mountain Palm. Now, he had spent a few weeks perfecting his understanding of both Forbidden Rush and Shattering Mountain Palm, so his performance was many times more astonishing. It seemed as if his body trembled slightly, and then he vanished from sight before reappearing behind Li Jian. Shattering Mountain Palm. The attack descended onto Li Jian's back, and Zhu Wei had held nothing back, adding all his qi into his strike. Li Jian shot forward again, blood spurted from his mouth this time. He had been wholly unprepared for the strike, and it had caused a lot more injuries to him than it would have if he had been prepared. If he was prepared, although he would have been injured, it would not have been as bad as it was now. Like a leaf fluttering in the wind, Zhu Wei vanished again, and reappeared at the place where he previously stood. His facial expression was the same as it had been before Li Jian had cast his sudden attack, and although his clothes fluttered slightly, he seemed so casual, as if he had not even attacked. Zhu Wei completely ignored Li Jian, who was biting the dust on the ground, and turned to look at the podium in front of them. Sitting on the podium on 5 regular chairs were 5 people. They wore monk robes, and their eyes were observing what was going on in the crowd. Zhu Wei, looking at the monks, felt that their auras were similar to Manager Su, and even closer to his uncle, Xiao Lei. Some of the 5 experts were looking at Zhu Wei with interest. One of them especially had his eyes lit up with excitement, while 2 were looking with polite boredness. One was filled with apathy, and the last one was just smiling slightly, not displaying any of his real emotions.
"The rumor is true,"
someone whispered in the crowd, and suddenly it burst.
"He is not trash anymore."
"How did he do it? I cannot even see what his cultivation level is at."
"What kind of plant did that bastard eat to become so strong?"
"A dragon uncle cannot foster a dog nephew. I guess some of Xiao Lei's strength is finally starting to rub off on him." So many thoughts were being spoken out loud, and all of them were filled with excitement. Their words made it on top of the stage, and the guy who was very curious about what he had seen raised an eyebrow.
"You there, kid. They call you trash, and although your cultivation base is quite low for your age, you have a movement technique. What is this about?"
"My lord, I have a special physique," Zhu Wei said, once again making the excuse he had used to deceive Shen Bingwen. He had read in books that many different physiques existed, and although he had never seen one, and they were as rare as only one appearing in every generation in the entire continent, he betted his luck on it. "My physique is such that I could not cultivate, but qi gathered in my body whenever I was breathing. Back then, it was only a question about time before my dantian would unlock, and when it did, all the qi my body had gathered would quickly turn to become qi within my dantian. The unlocking of my dantian Happened around 4.5 months ago, Zhu Wei said, and looked as honest and upright as anyone could expect, and the monk nodded his head when he heard this. When Zhu Wei said particular physique, the other monks showed interest, even the 2 bored monks and the apathetic one. Their eyes roamed over Zhu Wei's body, but upon noticing that there was nothing unusual, they just nodded their heads. The monk who had spoken rubbed his chin for a bit and nodded his head too.
To think that this small kingdom had a person with a special physique. But I guess that you did not tell anyone about it before and was treated like trash?
Zhu Wei politely nodded his head. He had been looking for a way to say these words out loud so that everyone could have an excuse for his meteoric rise. The words unique physique caused a lot of commoners to startle. They did not know about such a phenomenon, but after hearing Zhu Wei explain what he did, they were all surprised and enlightened.
Young man, if you ever want to be a monk, come with us to visit our master, the speaking monk said with a smile. Although you cannot become a diviner, I am sure you would make it quite well as another kind of monk.
Zhu Wei cupped his hands and bowed deeply to the monk. Thank you for your kind offer, Zhu Wei said politely. I have to say that I am tempted, but I am also a warrior. I wish to fight the primordial beasts in the war. I wish to become a great figure like my uncle and slaughter primordial beasts. Zhu Wei was honest and upright, and the monk did not press further. He just smiled and nodded his head before he sat back down on the chair. Chapter 16. Wayfarers. When Zhu Wei was lying about his condition, he was certain that he did have some sort of special physique. Otherwise, his body would not act the way it was acting, nor would his dantian have turned into a pearl. Even with Zhu Wei's extensive knowledge about the different physiques that were out there, he had never heard of a physique like his before, and thus he was slightly frustrated. Was the pearl the reason for his cultivation going so fast, or was there some other secret behind it? And why did he need a specific cultivation technique to be able to absorb the qi? Zhu Wei had many unanswered questions in his mind, and he knew that the only one who could answer them was his uncle. It was clear that his uncle knew more about his physique than he let on. When he examined Zhu Wei's body, he had said that it was not a lack of talent, and that he would not forever be unable to cultivate. And just as he had left an amazing cultivation technique behind. The more Zhu Wei thought about it, the more mysterious his uncle seemed, and he was unsure of what exactly he would ask him first when they reunited again. Now was not the time to think about this, Zhu Wei mumbled to himself and began observing everything that was on the platform. Not only were there the chairs and the diviners, but there were also 2 fierce beasts. The beasts within the continent of Chang'an were categorized as mortal beasts first. That was the common horse, sheep, pig, cow, and so on. Anyone could tame them, as they had no ability for cultivation, and their intellect was at the level of an animal. Then came the fierce beasts. Fierce beasts were the beasts that could cultivate. Some of them had more intellect than others, and some of them were stronger than others. They ranged from the iron war boar that was almost as thoughtless as a mortal beast, all the way up to the more dangerous and highly intellectual cloud leopards, wind wolves, and so on. Above the fierce beasts were obviously the primordial beasts. The primordial beasts were born with a talent and intellect that could rival that of humans. They could take on a human shape, and their ability to fight was many times more frightening than the fierce beasts. The beasts on the podium were both fierce beasts. One of them was equivalent to the rank of a 9th-layer Earth Warrior, while the other was the same as a 1st-layer Sky Warrior. Everyone present, Zhu Wei included, were looking at these beasts. They could not help but dream about owning the beasts. How magnificent they would be if they came riding into the war on these beasts. One of the beasts
was a black-horned mammoth, the ideal mount that could crush fierce beasts of equal or lower rank, and which had an incredibly high defense that made it near impossible for others to take it down. Hence, the rider would be able to fight relatively safely. The other was a more offense-oriented beast. It was a four-tailed scorpion. Although its defense lacked in comparison to the black-horned mammoth, it was much better at killing beasts and could assist its owner in battle. Between the two of them, everyone clearly had their preferred beast. Some saw the defense of the black-horned mammoth as the best choice because of said defense. It was the best way of staying alive and ultimately killing as many beasts as possible, while others felt that raising one's attack was the way to go. The black-horned mammoth was a fierce beast with the strength of a first-layer sky warrior, and because of this, most of the people found it more attractive. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, preferred the four-tailed scorpion. He was painfully aware that he would never get either of the beasts, and he was simply too weak to control them right now. But he had a firm belief that he would in the future be able to get his hands on a fierce beast companion. Suddenly, Zhu Wei's eyes collided with the eyes of the black-horned mammoth, and the moment they looked at one another, Zhu Wei saw that the mammoth's entire body trembled. Yet the second after, it was gone, and nothing could be seen. Zhu Wei looked around, and although everyone talked about how amazing the mammoth was, no one seemed to have noticed anything. That is, none of the commoners noticed anything.
"Child, come up here."
The monk who had previously been apathetic suddenly spoke out. His eyes penetrated into Zhu Wei's body, and Zhu Wei suddenly felt as if everything within him was seen through. Not knowing what was going on, Zhu Wei did not dare hesitate, and went straight to the podium. When he stood in front of the apathetic monk, he clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. But the monk did not seem to care about such gestures, and instead placed his hand on Zhu Wei's forehead. Energy rushed through his body, as if it was scouring for something, and everywhere it went, Zhu Wei felt a pleasant sensation in his body. The majority of the energy was searching his head, as if it expected to find something, but no matter what they were looking for, nothing appeared. The apathetic monk frowned, but he withdrew his hand after 10 minutes. He looked at the other monks and shook his head.
"Child, come with me. I need to speak with you,"
he said after a bit of consideration, and Zhu Wei, who had no reason to decline, nodded his head. He was quite perplexed as to what was going on, but he had a feeling that he had just escaped calamity. The two of them moved towards the auction house of Chang'an City. It turned out that this was where the monks had found residence while they were in Chang'an City. The diviners were against joining any faction, and although the city lord was responsible for looking after important guests, the diviners would stay at the most neutral faction they could find. Zhu Wei was taken to the auction house's section for very important guests, and into the lounge of a massive suite. Here the apathetic monk sat down and gestured for Zhu Wei to do the same.
"How did you scare that big mammoth?"
the monk asked right away, but Zhu Wei just frowned. Had he scared the mammoth? He remembered it shaking, but it was not enough to be considered scared. Still, Zhu Wei could sense that arguing with this diviner would be pointless, and likely even change his situation to become less favorable. So he stood there, looking completely confused. "I do not know," he said honestly. "I looked the black-horned mammoth in the eyes, and its body trembled all of a sudden. I did not do anything special. Could it have something to do with my special physique? Or could it sense the scent of my uncle on me? My uncle is a great primordial beast hunter." The monk seemed unconvinced.
"Tell me about your past,"
he said in a gruff voice, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "I do not remember my childhood. My mother died while giving birth to me, and my father died in an attack by the Primordial Beasts in the northern administrative region of Heping, in the northern taiga.
My uncle took me in and has been looking after me ever since. I was around 10 years old when it happened. My body has a special physique, so I could not cultivate, but my uncle said that I would be able to cultivate later, and as a result I spent all my time reading in the past. Now that I am capable of cultivating, I spend all my time on either practicing my martial arts or cultivating my cultivation technique. Zhu Wei weaved in lies with the truths, making him capable of hiding a few things about his body and the condition he had experienced before. He knew that lying straight to the monk's face would be noticed, but when he merged it with the truth, or at least what he considered to be the truth, then the monk too believed him.
I've only seen fear in the eyes of fierce beasts when they encounter diviners, or if they are in front of a primordial beast, the monk explained. You are clearly not a diviner, but I checked your body, and although your dantian is rather odd, you are not a primordial beast either. You do not have a beast core. So that leads me to the question, what are you?
I do not know, Zhu Wei answered, feeling his palms get sweaty. So the probe earlier had been to see if he was a primordial beast. Fortunately, it had proven that he was not. Otherwise, he would have most likely been enslaved by now. My uncle checked my body before. He is a primordial beast hunter, Zhu Wei continued, and felt better. It was clear that he was no beast since his uncle was a human and even a beast hunter. But he understood that if this monk had wanted to get rid of him, it would be easy to say just a few words.
Well, I guess you really don't know,
the monk sighed, and looked annoyed as if he had wasted a lot of time for no reason.
Perhaps you are like the wayfarers, he continued. The wayfarers who have activated their bloodline are feared by some fierce beasts. Maybe your physique is similar.
The last sentences seemed to be spoken to himself more than to Zhu Wei, but Zhu Wei heard what the monk said, and he also heard the word wayfarers. Hearing them, he was rather curious. He had always wanted to meet a real wayfarer, but they traveled in family groups, and it was very rare for them to come to a kingdom such as Heping. Wayfarers were nomads like the diviners, but the wayfarers traveled in family groups of up to thousands of experts together. All wayfarers were hunters, and some of the most outstanding primordial beast hunters came from the wayfarers. The reason wayfarers were looked at with such curiosity was because of their bloodline. They shared an ancient bloodline of the war god, a human cultivator of the past who had risen against the primordial beasts, and by consuming the blood of a primordial beast, the wayfarers could unleash their full potential. They only needed to consume blood from a primordial beast once to activate the blood within their bodies, but it was rare to find and kill primordial beasts. As a result, they were always on the move to find new danger zones and suitable beasts to slay. Zhu Wei had never compared his situation with them, but maybe there was something about it. Could he also have a special bloodline alongside his special physique?
Do not think too much about it,
the monk sighed as he had lost interest in Zhu Wei again, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. He had to wait for his uncle to return before he could get any answers, and as a result, he cupped his hands again and bowed to the monk before he took his leave. Instead of returning to the marketplace, Zhu Wei went to the auction hall, where they were going to auction off the two beasts. Although he could not buy them and was incapable of controlling them, he was still curious as to who would end up owning them. He was incredibly surprised to see that there was already a great line out the door trying to gain access to the auction house. But due to him coming from the VIP chambers, he was led into the auction hall right away. Chapter 17. Beast Auction. Having been led into the main hall, Zhu Wei noticed that only those of certain status within Tiangong City were present. Although Zhu Wei was a young master of Chang'an City, he was in fact not high enough a profile to be allowed into the auction house that day, but he had been given a seat in the main hall because of his encounter with the monk. The auction house had balconies with private rooms. There was a total of 10, and the ones who were allowed within the private rooms were either the most outstanding experts and families within the Chang'an City or their guests. One of the rooms was reserved for the monks. Usually, one would be reserved for Zhao Lei, but since Zhao Lei was not present, the balcony was given to a less prominent family. One was kept for the Li family and another for the Shen family. The other 7 went to the 7 most prominent families in Chang'an City that did not have a heavenly warrior cultivator. The main floor had around 5,000 seats, a whole lot, but they were quickly filled with noble families and their entourages. Zhu Wei was seated in his position when he spotted Lu Jiru together with the Lu patriarch and the rest of their family. He then looked around and found that all of the young masters and mistresses had arrived together with their families. Even Li Jian was there in the balcony along with his family, and Shen Mu was there together with Shen Bingwen. Shen Mu noticed Zhu Wei's glance and waved slightly to him with a relieved smile on his face, which also contained quite a bit of curiosity. No one knew exactly why the monk had called out Zhu Wei, but it was without a doubt something beneficial. If they had known that he had been interrogated instead, they would have been shocked. Fortunately, neither Zhu Wei nor the monk was willing to start any rumors about Zhu Wei scaring the mammoth. The black-horned mammoth was equivalent to a sky warrior of the first layer, and it had gotten scared by locking eyes with a measly 5th-layered ordinary warrior. If this were spread, then no one would be willing to buy the black-horned mammoth. Zhu Wei was not willing to talk about it because it would just enhance the rumor about how strange and different he was. He was likely to become even more of an outcast than he already was. Also, he did not understand why the beast had feared him, and thus he did not want to talk about it. Soon the entire auction hall was filled with people. A bustling and lively atmosphere was inside the hall, and everyone was chatting with their friends and family. Zhu Wei was alone, and as a result, he did not chat with anyone in particular. All he did was listen to the ones around him. Next to him was a person with a big bamboo hat. The hat was so large, and hanging from it was a cloth so that no one could see the face of the person. The figure was shrouded in a massive black cloak, but Zhu Wei noticed said person's hand and frowned. The body was big and seemed to fill out the black cloak, but the hand was elegant and slender. The skin was porcelain white, and the nails appeared to be shaped very finely. Sensing the glance that Zhu Wei gave the hand, the person by his side withdrew it and hid it beneath the cloak again. The movement was like flowing water, so graceful and elegant that Zhu Wei was almost in a trance. Shaking his head, he awoke from a daze and looked around the rest of the room. He recognized quite a few of the people present in the auction house, but some had come from outside of town to participate in the auction. Suddenly, as the last seat was occupied, the light in the auction hall dimmed, and everyone quieted down. No one spoke, and there was an excited feeling within the room. Everyone held their breath and wondered which one of the beasts would be up for sale first. There were only 2 beasts this time, and both of them were excellent companions, but it was clear that the main families were here for the black-horned mammoth.
Before we start the auction, I would like to say a few words of thanks to the revered diviners that have graced us with their arrival in Chang'an City. Although diviners are all over the continent, they are very rare to see within our city. In fact, we are lucky if there are a group of diviners that appears every 100 years. As a result, getting your hands on a fierce beast is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not hesitate, for if you do, it might take another 100 years before you get another chance. We will start today's auction with the 4-tailed scorpion, the auctioneer said as he glanced toward the monks that were sitting on the highest-ranked balcony.
He was worried that they perhaps had hoped for him to start the biggest bidding war first, and then the rest would be desperate to get their hands on the scorpion afterward. The auction house was taking a gamble and hoping to be able to sell the four-tailed scorpion first, and then make the price for the mammoth go so high that it would shock the city. The people in the audience were aware of his thoughts, and they could do nothing against his idea, and they knew that he would drive the prices up for the black-horned mammoth. But all of them wanted it, and they had no other option than to follow the rules of the auction. 1 silver was enough to pay for a family's expenses for 3 weeks, but everyone here was able to spend a tremendous amount of money for these beasts. They had taken all their liquid assets with themselves so that they had a chance at getting a fierce beast. The four-tailed scorpion is an offensive beast. It can assist you in the war against the fierce beasts and the primordial beasts. It will kill swiftly with its 4 stingers, and it will be deadly to even beasts at its own level. This four-tailed scorpion is equivalent to a 9th-layered earth warrior in strength and can grow to become as strong as a heavenly warrior. Its potential is great. Everyone, we will start the bidding at 1,000 gold coins. Every bid has to be raised with at least 100 gold coins at a time. 1,400, someone yelled, and soon it was followed by another person yelling, 2,000! 5,000! Soon the price rose to 10,000 gold, an amount that far exceeded anything that the owner of the auction house had expected. He gulped and swallowed his saliva. If the bidding war for the four-tailed scorpion was as ferocious as it was now, then it was hard to determine just how overwhelming the bidding war for the black-horned mammoth would be. Finally, the bids stilled slightly. The ones who kept bidding were the Shen family and an unknown person who had come from outside Tiangong City. The members of Tiangong City dared not bid for longer against the Shen family, as they could feel Shen Bingwen's annoyance at being bid up all the time. Although they wished to purchase this four-tailed scorpion, they knew that they had to stay within Tiangong City in the future, and to annoy the city lords of their city was simply suicidal. Only the Li family could afford to do so. Finally, the outsider gave up on the endeavor of winning the beast from the Shen family, but the Shen family's coffers had suffered quite a hit, losing a full 15,700 gold. This was the value of most of the smaller noble families, and they all felt their mouths go dry when they noticed how much money that had been spent on just one beast. The four-tailed scorpion ended up with the Shen family, but although they had gained one beast, the Li family could not help but snicker. They had already dug this deep in their pockets for one beast, but they would have to dig even deeper if they wanted the second beast, and even if they were rich, they would be incapable of winning the bid. For some reason, Shen Bingwen looked completely calm as he saw the next beast being led up on stage. "This is a black-horned mammoth," the auctioneer began. His voice was filled with excitement, and his eyes shone as he knew that a desperate fight was about to ensue. "This black-horned mammoth is specialized in defense. As long as you use it as your mount during the war against the fierce and primordial beasts, then you are safe. Although it is not very fast, it is as strong as a first-layered sky warrior. We will start the bidding at 2,000 gold, and each bid has to be raised with at least 200 gold coins each." Just as he said this, everyone got ready to bid. Everyone wanted to show their interest. Yet before anyone managed to say something, a clear voice sounded through the entire room. "I bid 30,000 gold coins for this black-horned mammoth." The bidder was the cloaked person next to Zhu Wei, and the latter raised an eyebrow in surprise. The voice that had sounded out belonged to that of a woman, and although she had masked herself, everyone could hear from her voice that she was not someone who was easily bullied. It was firm and decisive. The Li patriarch frowned when he heard the bid. He had expected that the black-horned mammoth would be more expensive than the four-tailed scorpion, but he was not expecting that the first bid would double the price. He was quite unhappy that the price had been raised so much. He needed a beast if he wanted to stand a chance against the Shen family, but he also knew that if he ended up paying such a large sum of money, he would end up impoverishing his family.
"Patriarch, we should get it no matter what,"
one of the elders said with a serious expression on his face.
"Our reputation will rise if we have a beast of this caliber in our family. Our shops and restaurants will be picked over the Shen family's places, resulting in us earning more money." "Although it is a large investment, we have no option. We cannot back down,"
another elder agreed, and the patriarch clenched his teeth and thought for a moment. What the two elders said was right, and he called out,
30,200.
It was raised with the lowest amount possible to increase a bid with, and some people looked down on them for this, while others were just shocked that they decided to bid such an outrageous amount of money. Unfortunately for the Li family, the rest did not last long. The woman next to Zhu Wei snorted and called out again, 50,000 gold coins. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of air. This lady was going against the Li family directly, and there was no respect shown.
"We do not have 50,000 gold coins,"
the Li family patriarch said with a pale face. He finally understood why the Shen family had paid such a high price for the four-tailed scorpion. They were aware of this woman's identity and did not wish to bid against her. This alone showed quite a lot about the woman.
"If it was a normal thing, we could rob her,"
one of the elders said with a little annoyance, but Li Fang's eyes turned serious. He shook his head.
"We might be stronger than the others, but we do not rob what does not belong to us,"
he said righteously. Although he was vying for the position of city lord, he was aware of what was right and wrong, and he did not wish to stray down the wrong path in fear of it corrupting his heart for martial arts. Chapter 18. Lu Jiru. Since they no longer had the capacity to continue the bidding, the black-horned mammoth ended up in the hands of the strangely dressed woman next to Zhu Wei. The price for these two mounts exceeded a couple of years' worth of value for the auction house, but they would be getting nothing as all of it went to the monks. No wonder monks live in fancy temples where everything is properly looked after. The diviners finance everything that has to do with the monks and priests. Even though it seems like a lot of money, there are not that many diviners out there, but there are so many temples. I guess they are just barely scraping by. At first, Zhu Wei had been amazed by the sheer amount of gold that they had gained, but after thinking a bit further, he realized that this bit of gold was not a lot for an organization that spanned the entire continent. Having finished the sale of the two beasts, the light slowly returned to the auction.
"Thank you all for attending the beast auction today," the auctioneer called out. "We are very proud to have been chosen by the esteemed diviners as the ones to handle their magnificent beasts. Now those two experts that made the winning bids, please wait to be led to our office and we will finalize the sale. Everyone else, have a pleasant day."
Having said this, people started standing up from their chairs and the doors opened. Everyone except the Shen family and the strangely dressed lady began leaving the auction hall. I guess Shenmu is going to go with his father, Zhu Wei thought. When he is with his father, it will take some time for them to be handed the beast, and then I am quite sure that they will go back home right away to get familiar with the four-tailed scorpion. Since that is the case, I should return home and cultivate. Zhu Wei was amazed by the beasts. They had truly looked overwhelming and powerful, even more so than humans at the same cultivation base. However, now that he had seen them, he understood that if he truly wanted to fight against fierce beasts and one day against primordial beasts, then he had to increase his strength tremendously. Returning home, Zhu Wei went to his room to change into more suitable clothes for training before he went straight to the back of the mansion where he started to train the shattering mountain palm and the forbidden rush. He had gotten a good understanding of the forbidden rush skill and was now able to merge with the wind, almost teleporting around. There was almost no wind in Chang'an City, but Zhu Wei was now able to sense even the tiniest changes in the air that could be considered a form of wind and merge with these. No matter how little wind there would always be changes in the air, and these could be used just as well. As Zhu Wei practiced the forbidden rush technique, he found that his senses were heightened and strengthened. He could see much further than before and hear even the smallest sounds. He knew that some of it was because of him finally becoming a cultivator, but he was also aware that his senses were heightened further than most ordinary warriors. Zhu Wei also had a strength that was superior to other fifth-layered ordinary warriors. As to how much superior it was, he still did not know. Zhu Wei wanted to know, but he did not have anything to measure his strength with. He had heard about strength-measuring stones, but his kingdom was simply too small to have them. The kingdom of Heping was a long stretch of land. It was placed all the way at the edge of the continent and followed the coastline from the cold north to the hot south. It was like a snake coiling its way down the side of the continent, and it was also the most impoverished and most underestimated kingdom in the entire continent. Zhu Wei had read so many books about the vast world, and he knew that many kingdoms on the continent had great sects filled with martial art cultivators, martial art families, and so many other things that the kingdom of Heping did not have. Many of the experts in the kingdom of Heping were just frogs in the well. The primordial beasts in the kingdom of Heping were also the weakest compared to the rest of the continent. Most of the experts within the kingdom of Heping would never leave, and thus they would never experience for themselves what the vast continent was like. Zhu Wei had let his thoughts wander while practicing the forbidden rush technique. He found that his speed had decreased, and his accuracy was not as high as when he was focusing on his abilities. Since this was the case, he decided to focus fully on his techniques. He continued to train the rest of the day and the next couple of days without interruption. After a few days, Lu Jiro came visiting out of nowhere, and Zhu Wei took the time to accompany her. "I am sorry that I never treated you well before," she said as she handed him some sweets. "I was influenced by my friends and my family. You were incapable of cultivating and regarded as the most useless person in the city, and although I know my words won't change anything, I still wish to apologize. I made these sweets myself. It is my hobby. If I could, I would become someone who made sweets for others, but I am afraid that I cannot become one of those people. I have my family's expectations on my shoulders. Anyway, when I started speaking with you when you followed Shen Mu to see the fierce beasts, I could not help but feel that you were so different from how everyone described you. You are really smart, and you seem to know about so many things that the rest of us do not know about. If it's not too late, then I would like to become your friend." Zhu Wei had said nothing while Lu Jiro was speaking, and he saw how she was twisting her hands, filled with nervousness and worry, and he could not help but smile at her. One has to know that Lu Jiro was recognized as one of the beauties in town. She was a heavenly favored daughter within the kingdom of Heping, and for her to visit him like this, and to acknowledge her mistake, had to be a challenging and difficult situation. "Do not worry," Zhu Wei smiled. "I would also like to be your friend." Although Zhu Wei did not speak much, Lu Jiro looked like someone had lifted a stone from her shoulders, and she broke out into a great smile. "Thank you! I am so happy!" she said as she almost jumped on the spot. Her happiness was obvious, but as she realized how she was behaving, she could not help but blush in embarrassment. Seeing her bashful expression, Zhu Wei could not help but smile slightly as he shook his head. Now that both Shenmu and I are at the 9th layer ordinary warrior rank, no one will bully you with us around.
Oh, you broke through to the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank? Zhu Wei asked, surprised as he looked at Lu Jiru.
He had never expected that this person would be the third in their age group to reach the 9th layered level. Yes, Lu Jiru nodded her head. I don't know how. I actually don't train even half as much as my older or younger siblings, but my cultivation is going much smoother than theirs. Zhu Wei could almost not believe what he heard. It was clear that Lu Jiru was gifted in terms of cultivation. She was not cultivating a lot, but she was already at the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. Zhu Wei was deeply shocked. Although he felt that his cultivation technique was fast, it was, after all, a technique. If Lu Jiru had been serious when cultivating, she would have been able to become an earth warrior already. Zhu Wei shook his head in self-pity. Well then, I better go now, Lu Jiru said with lowered eyes. Her cheeks were still red. Okay, well, I will see you around, Zhu Wei said as he followed her to the mansion gate. After saying goodbye, the two of them went back to what they had been doing before. Zhu Wei was training, and Lu Jiru returned home. Zhu Wei spent the next many days doing exactly what he had been doing. He was cultivating and training. At the end of the month, he felt that he was close to making another breakthrough, but he also found that he no longer had any medicinal ingredients for the herbal concoction he had been bathing in. I need to go to the marketplace, Zhu Wei sighed. He felt that it was a waste of time to go, but he dared not have his maids or servants get the herbs for him as they knew nothing about the materials he needed. The only one who he would expect to do a proper job was Manager Su, but Zhu Wei did not want to trouble Manager Su with such a small thing. Since this was the case, Zhu Wei went to rinse the sweat off his body, dressed in some nice clothes, took his purse with gold coins, and left the mansion, heading for the main marketplace, where he last bought the herbs. He did not fear anyone right now, although he knew that the older generation would be able to defeat him and even kill him. He was also perfectly well aware that he had done nothing to warrant them making a move on him. No matter who from the younger generation made a move, Zhu Wei was certain that he could avoid them by relying on the forbidden rush. Since things were like this, Zhu Wei did not hesitate to leave the mansion. It was a long time since Zhu Wei had been in the city center on his own, back before he was capable of cultivating. But now he went with his head held high and filled with excitement. He no longer received looks of scorn. No one even dared look at him with hatred, as he had been invited to a private room with the diviners. The only ones who still looked at Zhu Wei with hatred were Li Jian and his followers. As he made it into the city center, Zhu Wei found that a caravan of wayfarers had arrived in the city. Although wayfarers were rare in Heiping Kingdom, they were much more common than diviners. Wayfarers needed the blood of primordial beasts to unlock their bloodline, and the primordial beasts within Heiping Kingdom were much weaker than the ones in the rest of the continent, so they were often hunted by wayfarers. The wayfarers that had arrived sold everything from jewelry to books to beast parts. They brought along souvenirs from the rest of the continent and sold it on their travels to sustain themselves. They also created jewelry themselves that was highly sought after. Zhu Wei looked at the group and found that the caravan of wayfarers was rather large. There were at least 500 people in this group. The old were seated inside the carriages, the young and the children were playing, and the adults were dealing with business. Amongst the many ethnic groups, wayfarers were the only ones who were not expected to join the army, as everyone knew they were going to become primordial beast hunters when they grew up. Forcing them into the military would just be the same as making less primordial beast hunters grow up. Chapter 19. Wang Zhaoyun. Seeing that the wayfarers were in town, Zhu Wei wondered if he should join the group that observed their goods. Although he was no longer reading books, he still found pleasure in knowing more. If they had some books he had not read, he would gladly buy them and read them at some point when he had the time for it. Walking toward the wayfarers, Zhu Wei's eyes roamed across the different experts that were present. One of them was a young woman. She seemed to be the same age as Zhu Wei, but unlike the other experts, she was only an ordinary warrior-ranked expert. Wayfarers had a tough time cultivating when they had yet to activate their bloodline. But from the moment their bloodline had been activated, they would be capable of cultivating at a speed that would shock normal human beings. To have reached the 7th layer of the ordinary warrior rank was already a rather amazing accomplishment, and Zhu Wei appreciated her for that. When he looked at her, he suddenly felt how his heart stirred. She was beautiful, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had long, straight, black hair that shone with a luster that no one could compare to. Her eyes were as brown as the beautiful leaves in autumn, and her skin was pale like porcelain. But what drew Zhu Wei to this woman was not her beauty. It was her eyes. The brown eyes were so dazzling and filled with life, so gentle and soft. When he looked into those eyes, Zhu Wei almost forgot everything else. Zhu Wei felt his heart beating rapidly, and his mouth opened slightly. He was not sure of what he wanted to say, but he felt that if he said nothing, then he would regret it for a long time. But he was at a loss for what to say, and all he did was stand there and look at her with a lost expression on his face. The woman seemed to notice his stare and looked at him. Her face eventually turned into a look of surprise, but then she frowned. "Can I help you?" she asked, as she approached Zhu Wei. He nodded his head. "Sorry," he said, a little embarrassed by his previous behavior. "I am just surprised. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before, and to think you managed to reach the rank of a 7th-layered ordinary warrior as a wayfarer this soon. I was just surprised." The woman snorted and shook her head as if she thought he was just flattering her randomly. "So do you want to buy something?" she asked after a bit of time, and Zhu Wei nodded his head. "Do you have any books?" he asked. The woman was surprised, but after a bit of time she nodded her head. "Come this way," she said, and led him towards a caravan where a group of elderly experts were sitting. Elderly among the wayfarers were all close to 1,000 years of age. These wayfarers, the majority of them, women and men alike, reached the heavenly warrior rank and thus were capable of living for thousands of years. No one would ever underestimate these seniors, despite them seeming as if their flame of life could be extinguished at any time. "Greetings, seniors," Zhu Wei said as he cupped his fists and bowed to the elders that were sitting in the carriage. The look on the face of the woman by his side changed when she saw the way he treated these older people.
"Oh, a handsome young man has come to us," one of the older women cackled with laughter. "What can we do for you? We only sell books here."
"I am here for the sake of books," Zhu Wei answered. Although he was usually expressionless, his face was gentle right now, and he showed respect toward these seniors. Zhu Wei respected the strong, and especially the primordial beast hunters. Although he could remember nothing about his father's demise, Zhu Wei had been told that his father died from a primordial beast attack, which was why he had internally gained a severe hostility towards these beasts. He had also grown up amongst people and knew how many of the disasters for the human race had been caused by these monsters. Zhu Wei respected the hunters that protected the humans, and these hunters reminded him of his uncle, someone whom he admired and looked at with obsessed reverence. As a result, he was incredibly polite towards them.
"Which kind of books are you looking for, little one?"
one of the elders asked with a gentle smile on her face, and Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders.
I am interested in all kinds of books, so long as it contains knowledge. I am not interested in fiction.
We have these books about herbs and their uses. It contains all rare herbs from the entire continent. We also have these books about the different kingdoms, and books about the different primordial beasts. We have books about the many sects of the continent and all martial families. What would you like to purchase? All of these books come from the outside of Heping Kingdom, so they cost 1 gold coin each as a result.
1 gold coin was a lot of money for the majority of the citizens in Chang'an City. But Zhu Wei was rather wealthy. His uncle had left a small fortune with him, and he had enough to live more than 100 lifetimes pleasantly in the mansion. To spend some gold coins on books might be a luxury for others, but for Zhu Wei, it was affordable. Zhu Wei looked over the books. He had already read about these subjects before, but the ones about the sects and martial families had never been very in-depth. Thus, he picked up a weighty and thick book which looked reasonably old. On the front of it were the characters for martial arts, and beneath that were families and sects. As he quickly scanned through it, he found that it was incredibly detailed, and he nodded his head. "This one," he said decisively, and the elder nodded his head.
It is always good to be aware of what is happening around you. This is quite an old book, so it is not completely up to date. However, the major sects and families are listed within, and only the new upcoming ones are not described. Perhaps this book can teach you that the world is vast, and the number of experts are as numerous as clouds in the sky.
Zhu Wei cupped his hands and bowed once more, after which he handed over the gold coin. "Thank you for your guidance," he said respectfully, and placed the book in his bag around his waist. The beautiful woman led Zhu Wei back towards the outside of the caravan again in pleasant silence, before Zhu Wei finally asked, "What is your name?" The woman looked at him for some time. She had just arrived in Chang'an City that day, and was unaware of the previous young man who could not cultivate, so all she saw when she looked at him was a youngster with a low cultivation base, yet something within her heart stirred. She was confident that he was not as simple as he seemed. "My name is Wang Xiaoyun," she answered after hesitating for a bit of time. Zhu Wei repeated it. "Wang Xiaoyun. What an elegant name." By now, they had reached the outside of the camp, and Zhu Wei was about to ask another question when Lu Jiru appeared out of nowhere. "Wei, here you are! I rushed to your mansion to find you to tell you that the wayfarers have arrived, but to think that you got here before even I did, that is astonishing." It was not before then that she realized the strange atmosphere surrounding Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun, and a grin appeared on her face. "So sorry for interrupting," she said. "I will go find Big Brother Mu. When you are done chatting, you should come find us." "We are done," Wang Xiaoyun said with a cold voice, and turned to leave. Zhu Wei was just about to stop her, but when he saw the cold look she sent him, he changed his mind. "If fate wills it, we will meet again," he mumbled to himself, and allowed for Lu Jiru to drag him away. Lu Jiru snickered as she dragged him away. "You seem to fancy that wayfarer woman?" she asked, but Zhu Wei just shook his head. "There was something strange about her," he admitted, "but I don't know if I would consider it as fancying her. I do not know her after all." "I see." Lu Jiru sounded as if she did not believe him at all. "Well, I will keep it a secret for you," she promised, and suddenly her eyes sparkled and shone with happiness as they landed on Shen Mu. She instantly let go of Zhu Wei's arm and lifted a hand into the air. "Big Brother Mu!" she called out. Seeing this, Zhu Wei was the one snickering, and he whispered so quietly that only Lu Jiru could hear him. "So the one you like is your Big Brother Mu? Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you." Lu Jiru's face flushed beet red, and her voice trembled as she stuttered, "No way, I only see him as an older brother."
"Jiru, are you okay?"
Shen Mu had arrived, and he placed a hand on her forehead.
"Your face is red. Did you catch a fever? You are a cultivator, so catching a fever should be near impossible. Have you been training too hard? Are you okay?"
Hearing how worried Shen Mu sounded, Lu Jiru could not even say a single word. Instead, she nodded her head repeatedly.
"She is fine,"
Zhu Wei said lazily, but Shen Mu just shot him a glance and continued to fuss over Lu Jiru. Seeing that it would take them quite some time, Zhu Wei shrugged his shoulders and decided that it was time for him to leave the place and return to his original aim for coming to the marketplace in the first place. He left the crowded area and moved closer towards the inner area of the marketplace. Here the shops were not doing great this day as the wayfarers took all the attention, but some of the common citizens who could not afford to take a day off to drool over the items that the wayfarers had brought with them were still moving forth and back. Zhu Wei made his way to the apothecary shop that specializes in herbs. This time when he entered through the door, the clerk behind the counter did not dare to look down on him. In fact, he was rather honored that Zhu Wei would pick their shop once again to do business with.
"Young master, what can I do for you?" the clerk asked politely while Zhu Wei looked around the shop.
Zhu Wei frowned. This time he was thinking of changing the concoction he had made last time slightly. He knew it was risky, but he was also aware that he had limited time to reach a strength suitable for him to fight fierce beasts. Seeing the fierce beasts that the diviners had tamed brought him back to reality. Yes, he had cultivated to the 5th layer of the ordinary warrior rank rather fast, but he was still nothing when matched up against a fierce beast, let alone a primordial beast. "I need 4 solar flowers older than 50 years of age, 3 blood ginsengs older than 60 years of age, 12 leaves of corpse grass older than 60 years of age. I also need 2 earth rank beast cores. The first layer is fine. Apart from this, I will need 2 drops of primordial beast blood. The weakest kind of primordial beast blood is fine." When the clerk heard these ingredients, his face turned solemn. The age requirements were enough to be sufficient for earth warriors, and the primordial beast blood contained such power, even at the weakest version, that he was likely to experience severe pain from consuming it. That is, if he did not end up injuring his meridians.
"Are you sure you wish to purchase these items?"
the clerk asked worriedly. He was not asking because he feared that the customer did not have the money this time, but because of him being genuinely concerned that he would be wounded from the consumption of the ingredients. Chapter 20. Primordial Beast Blood. Zhu Wei could sense the worry in the clerk's voice, and he nodded his head with a grave expression on his face. "No need for you to worry about me," he assured the clerk. "I know what I am doing. I am not going to consume it directly." Hearing his promise, the clerk felt a bit better, but he was somewhat puzzled as to how he planned on consuming anything made with those ingredients then. Zhu Wei had always had a knowledge of how to make herbal concoctions mixed in the bath, but it was an ancient method to increase one's cultivation system that not many were familiar with. It was also considered outdated because much of the medicinal properties were lost this way. Although when one consumed a plant, only 30% of the medicinal properties were released instantly, at least 20% would stay in the body, and the lucky could later release more and more of this energy. When one took a pill, depending on the refinement process and purity, one could consume from 70 to 100% of the medicinal properties. But when it came to herbal concoctions, only around 40% of the medicinal properties would be in the water due to dilution. And from that, one might lose even more of the medicinal properties if one were not able to absorb it all in a timely manner. Although it sounded like a lot less, one was capable of adding different medicines together and thus increase the potency of the herbal bath concoctions.
When one ate medicinal herbs directly, one could only take one at a time, but consuming the medicine while bathing was a gentle way of consuming the medicinal properties. As Zhu Wei said not to worry about him, the clerk frowned, but he waited no longer and instead started to find the ingredients that Zhu Wei had asked for. Every herb was in small wooden boxes, while the beast cores were in jade boxes. The primordial beast blood was in a jade vial.
That adds up to 10 gold, 77 silver, and 4 coppers, the clerk said. The price was many times more than last time, mainly because of the primordial beast blood.
Zhu Wei nodded his head. He found 11 gold coins and handed them over. Although he had a lot of gold, he was still frugal with how he spent them, so he waited to be given the change before taking his leave. The money he had all belonged to his uncle, and he did not want to use too much. It was okay to buy things that increased his knowledge or increased his strength, but it was not okay to just give it away for free. Hence, he did not tip the clerk. As Zhu Wei left the shop, he walked back towards the mansion to enter yet another and more potent concoction, when his eyes landed on the wayfarer's caravan once more. Shen Mu and his friends had all left, but Li Jian and his friends had arrived. They were all over the place. Some of them were looking at things, others were flirting with their girls or guys, and some were just looking at the others. Li Jian's group of henchmen contained a full 23 experts, not counting Li Jian, and all of them were present. Zhu Wei shook his head and was about to walk past them when some of the henchmen finally noticed him.
"Look, it is the piece of trash!"
one of them exclaimed, and all of them turned to look at him. Although Zhu Wei's reputation had changed, and they knew that they were no opponent for him, they still looked down on him because of his low cultivation rank. But Zhu Wei completely ignored them as he continued to walk towards his mansion. He was long since immune to being called trash. Seeing that his words had no influence on Zhu Wei, and that he did not even frown, the young man felt insulted. He glanced toward the wayfarers who had heard his words and looked on with interest. Even Wang Zhaoyun was curious about what was happening. Li Jian had also heard the voice that called out, and he turned around. His eyes were burning with anger and resentment. He had wished for his father to step into the fight between these two experts to wipe his shame away, but he had declined.
"I don't believe that your movement technique can save you from being overwhelmed by more than 20 people,"
Li Jian sneered to himself, and then he lifted his hand.
"All of you, heed my order. Surround the piece of trash and teach him a lesson."
Everyone was slightly nervous about it since they had seen Zhu Wei fight toe-to-toe with Li Jian before, but they also had faith in their superior numbers. Since this was the case, they all rushed towards Zhu Wei, who just stood there completely casually. He knew that he could not engage in a drawn-out battle with this group, as he could not throw out more than 3 attacks before his chi would run out. Not only this, but he was also carrying all his purchased items, and he had to handle them carefully. If he engaged in a full-scale battle, his things were likely to become broken, and this was the last thing he wanted.
"Little girl, you seem rather worried,"
one of the elderly women cackled as she saw Wang Zhaoyun stand at the side with her hands twisting and her eyes staring at the battle.
"Worried?" Wang Zhaoyun snorted. "Who would worry about that playboy?"
"Little miss, we have to acknowledge our feelings."
The lady laughed at her, but Wang Zhaoyun didn't listen any longer and instead focused her entire being on what was happening in front of them. Zhu Wei did not notice that the woman he found interesting was looking at him. All he observed were his opponents. Zhu Wei did not waste time and activated Forbidden Rush. "Sorry, young Master Li, I do not have the time to play with you today." He laughed as he vanished into the wind, as if he had teleported. Everyone present was surprised when they saw this. The ordinary warriors could not sense his movements. All Earth warriors and above saw his changes, and they sighed in admiration. Zhu Wei's movement technique was truly exquisite.
He is not a simple one, the old woman laughed again. If you like him, then make him yours, little miss, she said as she stood up and ruffled Wang Zhaoyun's hair. Wang Zhaoyun's face reddened, and she stomped her foot on the floor. Who said I like him? I only spoke with him once. He lives in this weak country, and his rank is low. Even I am above him, and I am a wayfarer who has not activated my bloodline. Don't be so eager. Your bloodline will be activated in another year, and at the same time this kid might be bringing us a surprise later on, the old woman snickered. Anyway, we need to deal with a primordial beast soon. We came all the way here because they say that the ice harpy has been in this area, and she is a real legendary primordial beast. If we can kill her, we will get a great bounty. Wang Zhaoyun nodded her head. She knew that they only came to this remote kingdom because their targeted primordial beast had been seen here. Although the corpses of primordial beasts were worth a lot, the wayfarers were a large group and needed money to provide for themselves. They needed time to hunt down primordial beasts, and thus their expenses were always too high compared to their income. If they could go for specific primordial beasts who had been revealed to the public eye, they could claim a bounty when they delivered the head of the primordial beast, though they were allowed to keep the beast core themselves as the heads were only used to verify the dead primordial beast. Zhu Wei was unaware of the conversation that had happened between the wayfarers, as he had used his movement technique to escape the battle this time, and rushed back to the mansion. He felt slightly unsatisfied that he was unable to fight them, but he dared not overestimate his own strength. He too knew that he was not their opponent when they all ganged up on him. As he returned home, he went straight to his room. He ordered the maid to draw a hot bath for him. While waiting, he sat down and started reading the book about the sects and martial arts families within the rest of the continent. Zhu Wei was entirely focused on reading, and it was not before he finished the first chapter about a martial arts family known as the Ouyang family. They were famous for using fans, zithers, brushes, and other artistic materials as their weapons, and they had a history of over 10,000 years. The creator of the Ouyang family had been one of the experts that were playing a central role in the uprising against the primordial beasts from back when the humans had been treated as slaves and livestock. Ouyang Yong was a real hero of humanity. Once Zhu Wei finished reading about the Ouyang family, he closed the book and turned his attention towards the bathtub. He then unpacked his many things and took small parts of every item. 1 leaf of corpse grass, few drops of blood essence of the blood ginseng, 1 solar flower petal, a shard from a beast core, and a tiny bit of the drops of primordial beast blood. Zhu Wei was aware that he could not handle a full drop of primordial beast blood, so he split the drop into 4 portions, adding a portion to the water. The water turned from red to black, and the steam started to contain a potent scent of blood. This scent permeated through the entire mansion and even spread out from the estate, alerting everyone in the area as to what was happening. Manager Su rushed to Zhu Wei's room when he smelled the scent of blood. His heart was beating rapidly as he feared that his young master had been severely injured. Yet when he entered the room, he found Zhu Wei seated in a bucket of water that was completely black, his eyes closed and his breathing regular. Zhu Wei had learned to deal with the pain he suffered from sitting in the herbal concoction, and although the pain was even more intense now, it was a pleasant sensation because he knew he was increasing his strength with each minute within the painful water. When Manager Su saw the concoction, he was at first surprised. He knew that it was possible to extract medicinal properties from plants by adding it to the bath, but he also knew it was an incredibly old-fashioned method. He looked at the table and saw a whole stack of medicines. He also saw primordial beast blood, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise.
These items were clearly enough for Earth warriors to consume, but Zhu Wei was only a fifth-layered ordinary warrior. Was he not worried about his meridians breaking from the overload of medicine? Manager Su quickly left the room after ensuring that Zhu Wei was fine. He did not want to interrupt him, and instead he ordered everyone to make sure that no one entered the estate while Zhu Wei was cultivating. People came to visit and asked what exactly the scent was from, but Manager Su was mysterious and apologized time and again. But he did never go into details about what exactly had caused the smell, causing many to be curious. When the rumor about the scent of blood from Zhaolei Mansion started spreading through the town, the clerk from the apothecary shop could not keep his mouth shut. Soon, everyone knew that Zhu Wei had purchased primordial beast blood. Some wished that he would destroy his body from trying to consume such astonishing materials, while others hoped that he would be able to overcome yet another tribulation. Chapter 21. Saving the Ladies. Zhu Wei was unaware of whatever the citizens were speaking about. He did not know that they were aware of him consuming primordial beast blood, and even if he knew, he would not pay it any attention. Zhu Wei was in the concoction for a full week this time before the water turned crystal clear again. During this whole week, his entire body seemed purified and strength seemed to multiply. The qi within his pearl-like dantian grew denser by the minute, and he felt how his body was strengthened. He could feel that his body contained an explosive strength that it had not had before, and he knew that although some of this power came from the primordial beast blood, some of it also had to come from his own body. He was aware that his strength was superior to others at the same layer as him, but it was not until now he realized that he could enhance it further by absorbing primordial beast blood. Having finished the concoction in the bath, Zhu Wei could feel how his body was revolving with energy. It was as if he was a rocket ready to explode, and he knew that he needed an outlet for some of this energy, or else he really would damage his meridians. As a result, he quickly got dressed and went to the back of the mansion to the training field where he started training. He felt as if he was an overflowing fountain of energy, and he could continuously release one azure light finger after another. He then tried the shattering mountain palm, and the result was the same. One attack after another flew around Zhu Wei as he attacked the dummies time and time again. The dummies were broken but restored themselves in a continuous cycle, and it was not before the night turned to morning that Zhu Wei felt how the energy finally started to ebb out of his body. Although some of the energy was vanishing, a lot stayed within him, and he felt a power unlike any he had ever felt before. He had broken through to the 6th layer of the ordinary warrior rank just by absorbing a fourth of a drop of primordial beast blood. It was going to take a bit of time before Zhu Wei could once more consume the concoction, or his body would not be able to handle the sheer amount of medicinal properties that he would be taking in. So instead, he returned to his old schedule of fighting the dummies and training his qi the same steady way. After spending another week doing nothing but training, Zhu Wei decided to go to town. He had no actual purpose for going, but he wished to see the wayfarers. He had a hard time forgetting about the young Miss Wang Zhaoyun that he had seen there. As he left the mansion, he saw that a lot of people were looking at him strangely. As soon as they saw him, they started whispering together, and some even tried to stretch their necks further to get a better glimpse of Zhu Wei. Some looked depressed, while others seemed excited, but everyone was looking at him as if he was a maniac. Although Zhu Wei did not care about what others thought of him, he noticed the glances, and only after a bit of time did their whispers enter his ears.
So he consumed primordial beast blood? But why is it that he seems perfectly fine? Do you think that his meridians are broken now? Do you think he has gained some severe injuries that cannot be cured? I hope he will be okay, even though it is rather reckless to consume primordial beast blood at such a low cultivation level.
From these whispers, Zhu Wei quickly understood that the city had found out about him buying primordial beast blood. But he just shook his head and continued forward. It was not like he had ever planned for his purchase to be a secret. As he reached the wayfarers' camp, Zhu Wei's eyes roamed across all of them, and he found the group of seniors he had purchased the book from previously. Seeing them, Zhu Wei instantly walked towards them and cupped his hands and once more bowed deeply. "Greetings, seniors," he said sincerely. Zhu Wei had always had great respect towards the seniors that had been hunting primordial beasts most of their lives, and these wayfarers were no exception.
If you are looking for the little miss, then she is out looking at the city with a few of her friends," one of the old ladies cackled with a high-pitched voice that rung with undertones of laughter. Hearing her, Zhu Wei was slightly stunned, but then he gave a wry smile. It was apparent that these experts could see through most of what others were hiding. They were great experts, after all, and thus he just bowed again. "Thank you for your help," he said before he turned around to leave. "He is a good boy,"
the old woman said after he had left. Zhu Wei had come to town for the sake of seeing Wang Xiaoyun. He was not sure of what he wanted to say to her, but he wished to see her again. There was something about her that had made him unable to forget her, but at the same time he also knew that they would have to part soon. Wang Xiaoyun was a wayfarer. It was in her blood, quite literally. She was the same age as Zhu Wei, which meant that when she turned 16, she would not be joining the army, but she would have her bloodline activated and become a fierce cultivator that lived for the sake of hunting fierce and primordial beasts. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, had no other option than to enter the army. He was a regular human being, and although he was a young master, it was his responsibility to join the military and fight for humanity. Being painfully aware that the two of them had no future together, Zhu Wei felt depressed, but he still could not help but want to see her. Zhu Wei was wandering around the marketplaces, the restaurants, and the different sightseeing places in town aimlessly, trying to figure out where perhaps Wang Xiaoyun could have gone to, when he heard a familiar voice. A commotion was going on in one of the edges of the marketplace, and Zhu Wei was drawn over by the commoners who were looking anxious, and the voice that was so familiar to him.
"Listen up, girls. It is your honor that I have taken a liking to you," Li Jian sneered as he and his group of henchmen were standing in a half-circle around 3 girls. Zhu Wei had never seen the 3 girls before, but he could see the fear in their eyes, and he could easily guess what exactly was going on. Although Zhu Wei was no hero, he was not capable of just walking away when he saw Li Jian treat these girls as he were. Although he knew that he was not the opponent of all these henchmen and Li Jian at the same time, he knew that he could at least escape unscathed. After having reached the 6th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, Zhu Wei was now capable of unleashing a full 8 attacks before he ran out of energy, and these attacks were with a strength that far exceeded his cultivation level. Although this was the case, Zhu Wei knew that his benefit lay in his element of surprise, and thus he activated the Forbidden Rush technique and vanished into the wind only to re-emerge right behind Li Jian. Shattering Mountain Palm. The attack was instantly unleashed and landed right on Li Jian's back. The latter was utterly unprepared for the strike and was slammed straight into the ground. His clothes dirtied, and blood trickled down in a thin stream from his lips. Zhu Wei did not stop there. He pointed his finger towards the side of the half-circle and released 2 azure light finger attacks that landed on 2 of the experts. "Run!" he yelled to the girls that instantly ran away, while the henchmen started to understand what had happened in the last moment. Zhu Wei did not hesitate. He merged with the wind once more and followed after the 3 girls. 2 guys had chosen to chase them down, while the rest had split into 2 groups, one chasing Zhu Wei
and the others trying to assist Li Jian back onto his feet. Zhu Wei fluttered here and there. It was impossible to fully see where he was, as he was just moving too fast for the trained eyes of his pursuers. Zhu Wei released another 2 azure light finger at the 2 experts that were chasing the girls. He aimed at their legs and tore open their muscles so that they could no longer run. Those who followed behind Zhu Wei sucked in a cold breath of air. If these 2 did not get assistance fast, then they would end up crippled. Although battles were ordinary in the younger generation, it was truly rare that one would cripple others. Still, Zhu Wei had attacked without a care in the world for the consequences. Many of the citizens who were watching snickered. Although they would never dare to say anything out loud, all of them were happy to see the young nobles suffer. The girls they had been hitting on were commoners, and no commoners would dare to go against the will of a noble if they wanted to keep living a peaceful life. But to be forced into becoming a concubine or only just a lover was something that the citizens of Chang'an City loathed to see. Still, Li Jian was as overbearing as always. He did not care for the views of others, and he did what he wanted to do. His father was a heavenly warrior, and his older brothers were all doing heroic deeds in the army, which allowed for him to act unbridled. Zhu Wei did not care for such people. To him, these people who wished to harm him should die or be crippled for life. There was no such thing as mercy in his dictionary. So far, he had been unable to do anything because he had not had the strength to back him up. But now, things had changed. The people he fought were at most 8-layered ordinary warriors, 2 layers above him, and they had the usual strength of an 8-layered ordinary warrior, while Zhu Wei had enhanced strength. Also, the ones he had attacked had not been prepared for it, so his attacks had been able to cause some severe damage. Zhu Wei stopped using the Forbidden Rush technique. He went to the girls and looked at them. Tears streamed down their faces, but they seemed relieved.
"Thank you," one of them exclaimed. "Young Master Li will never come after us again because seeing our faces will remind him of the suffering you made him experience. Thank you so much. I am sorry for having called you trash in the past."
Seeing the girl so happy, Zhu Wei was about to go when she threw herself at him and started crying. Right at that moment, Wang Xiaoyun came walking past, and her eyes landed on Zhu Wei, who was being entangled by 3 crying girls. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned solemn and then red from anger. She said nothing but turned straight on her foot, her friends utterly unaware of what had happened, but they hurried to follow behind her. Zhu Wei, who was standing on his own, was completely at a loss for what to say. He had never expected that going to town to look for Wang Xiaoyun would have such a conclusion, and he could not help but feel a slight headache. Looking at the girls, he slowly managed to get them to let him go, and after giving them a gold coin each, telling them to spoil themselves, he rushed after Wang Xiaoyun. Chapter 22. Blame him, blame you. Zhu Wei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he escorted the 3 girls to a crowded area where Li Jian definitely would not disturb them. Not to mention that Li Jian would be busy dealing with his 2 friends that had had their muscles severed by Zhu Wei. Since he was confident that the 3 girls would be fine, Zhu Wei did not hesitate and once more started searching for Wang Xiaoyun. Having seen her leave in rage, as she had earlier, Zhu Wei was worried sick and wanted to explain the situation to her. But if he could not find her, he would have no luck. It was not before an hour had passed that Zhu Wei finally located Wang Xiaoyun. She was with her friends at a dumpling stall buying dumplings. But while the other friends were giggling and having fun, Wang Xiaoyun's face was still overcast with anger. "This woman seems to hold a grudge," Zhu Wei thought while his heart trembled. Although he was new to these emotions, he knew that he would feel uncomfortable if she continued looking this troubled, and he wanted to talk with her. Zhu Wei walked towards the dumpling stall, and when the girls noticed him, they whispered in hushed voices and suddenly stood up. With loud shouts, they declared the weirdest things. "I forgot to water the fierce beasts. I better go back."
I forgot to buy some rice cakes for old Granny. I have to go back too.
Excuse after excuse was said almost in unison before they scrambled to rush away, one faster than the other. The only one who was remaining was Wang Xiaoyun, and from the glare she sent Zhu Wei, it was clear that he was anything but welcome.
Sorry that I am annoying you again,
Zhu Wei said with a slight smile on his face when he sat down.
I did not mean to intrude, but it seems to me that you misunderstood the situation from earlier.
I don't know what you mean,
Wang Xiaoyun said with a cold, dismissive voice and turned to look away while she ate a dumpling and chewed on it aggressively, as if she imagined that the dumpling was Zhu Wei.
I am sure you know what I mean, Zhu Wei said with a sigh. I am very interested in you. You seem like the most interesting woman I have ever met. So why don't we get to know each other a bit better?
Hey, lover boy,
Wang Xiaoyun said while finally facing Zhu Wei, her face looking slightly confused.
You talk about wanting to get to know me when all you do is run around breaking hearts. My mother has taught me that I should be careful who I give my heart to, and you are not ready for mine yet.
So there might be a possibility in the future?
Zhu Wei grinned, and Wang Xiaoyun realized that her words had implied this.
Maybe we will meet again in the future, and time will tell, she said as she pursed her lips,
but her eyes were much kinder now, and her voice a lot more cheerful.
Don't let it be too long into the future.
Zhu Wei grinned and ordered a plate of dumplings, which he started eating together with Wang Xiaoyun. The two were talking about everything and nothing. Wang Xiaoyun had long since heard the story about him being incapable of cultivating, and then suddenly breaking through the bottleneck and soaring through a few layers in a few months.
Your situation reminds me of myself,
Wang Xiaoyun said as she stole a dumpling on Zhu Wei's plate, as she had no more of her own.
I am able to cultivate a bit, but until I activate my bloodline, it will be much slower than others. It might seem like a lousy cultivation base right now, but it has taken blood, sweat, and tears to reach this layer, and I am very proud. In a year, when I have activated my bloodline, I will become a much stronger cultivator. I will even be able to jump straight to the Earth Warrior rank. You were completely incapable of cultivating, but you broke through the same as I would have my bloodline activated, and suddenly your cultivation base has rapidly increased. Looking at you, it even seems as if it is a very stable and solid foundation.
The two talked about their past. Zhu Wei could not speak too much about it, as he did not remember much, but what he did remember amazed Wang Xiaoyun. Wang Xiaoyun was used to life on the road. She had traveled far and wide, seen many things that others had not seen, and experienced things that the young people from the city of Chang'an could only dream about. At the same time, Zhu Wei was amazed by everything that Wang Xiaoyun told him about. The rest of the continent was filled with experts, and the real geniuses of the middle of the continent were only 15, but already at the 9th layer of the Earth Warrior rank. A few of the supreme geniuses had reached the Sky Warrior rank already.
In this kingdom, the Heavenly Warrior rank is the highest rank possible, but in the vast continent, geniuses exceed this rank and reach an even higher realm, Wang Xiaoyun said with shining eyes. I will become one of them too when my bloodline is activated.
Zhu Wei's eyes shone. He had heard about the higher realms before, but only vaguely. When he asked Wang Xiaoyun about it, the woman just shrugged her shoulders.
Sorry, no one will tell me about it yet either. They say I am not ranked high enough. I have been in the Northern Taiga before, Wang Xiaoyun said. The Northern Taiga is a part of the northern areas of the Kingdom of Heping, but it spreads outside of the kingdom's borders. The taiga is truly massive. The taiga is very dangerous. The lair of some of the most dangerous primordial beasts lies within its innermost regions, and no hunter who has ventured too deep into the forest has ever emerged alive.
Not even a group of wayfarers or diviners?
Zhu Wei asked with big eyes filled with surprise. He knew that the northern taiga was dangerous,
and he knew it was tremendous. But he had never known that no hunter had ever survived venturing into the innermost regions of the place. "No one," Wang Xiaoyun shook her head. "It is a complete danger zone. You should not enter unless you have a death wish." Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun chatted until the day came to an end, and the sky turned dark. Stars came out, yet neither felt that they had spoken enough with one another just yet. It was not until the friends from the Wayfarer group returned to fetch Wang Xiaoyun that their conversation ended, and although Zhu Wei had lost a whole day of cultivation, he was feeling warm in his heart and happy. He did not feel as if he had lost anything, but slightly gained something instead, and he was sure that he would come looking for Wang Xiaoyun the following day. Zhu Wei was in a great mood on the way back to the mansion, yet just before he reached the estate, he overheard some chatter amongst the commoners.
"I heard that Zhu Wei is too brazen recently. He crippled the sons of the He and Jia families. I heard that they were going after some innocent girls and Zhu Wei was protecting the girls, attacking them in passing. What extraordinary power to be able to cripple two experts of higher strength when fleeing.
Although they were so many more people than him, he still managed to cripple two of them. That is quite an achievement." Hearing this, Zhu Wei understood that the He and Jia young masters had indeed been crippled after his azure light finger attacks. Zhu Wei did not even for a moment regret his actions, but he was not going to meet the older generation alone. Instead, he activated the Forbidden Rush technique and elegantly jumped over the wall into his mansion. After preparing himself, he headed back towards the gate where all the mansion's guards and Manager Su were present together with a large group of experts that seemed to be waiting for him. Zhu Wei looked completely casual as he walked towards the outside of the mansion. He did not fear these other families, as all the guards, let alone Manager Su, were at least Earth Warriors, while Manager Su was even a 9th-layered Sky Warrior.
"You bastard!"
He Tong sneered as he saw Zhu Wei move towards them with such a casual and carefree expression on his face.
"How dare you cripple my son? He had a glorious future ahead of him. Now he will not even be able to partake in the military and will be looked down on by man and woman alike. You have destroyed his life."
Zhu Wei looked at him and snorted. "What is the punishment for forcing themselves on women here in our kingdom of Haiping?" He answered the question with another question, and He Tong's face stiffened slightly. "You will be castrated," Shen Mu's voice suddenly sounded throughout the place. "If you force a woman, you will be punished with castration. I am here as the delegation from the City Lord's mansion. It turns out that 3 women were being held against their will by young Master Li and his friends. It turns out that your son, young Master He, and young Master Jia both participated in this act. We have spoken with the women in question. As things stand now, they will not press charges. However, should the He and the Jia families press charges against their savior, then they too will go the way of the court, causing 23 experts of the younger generation to be castrated." The faces of the He and Jia family members instantly turned pale. This was a threat towards them. If they truly wished to blame Zhu Wei, then they had to drag the Li family and all their friends and comrades into hell by having their children castrated. But could they allow for Zhu Wei to go unpunished? The He and Jia family had brought members of every single family that supported the Li family to join their entourage to seek justice against Zhu Wei. But now they were unsure of what to do. Everyone who had come to find justice for the 2 disabled boys were now glaring at the He and Jia families, telling them with their eyes to drop the matter. Although they had hoped for a way to punish Zhu Wei and get rid of him, they would never risk their own offspring in the process. These experts were all old cunning foxes. They knew that the Shen family had found witnesses and that they were protecting anyone who was important in the case. It would be impossible to get rid of them without alerting the Shen family, and if they were informed, then they could quickly dispose of their families for doing something against the laws of Haiping Kingdom. No one wished for this to happen. As a result, they all stayed quiet. One could hear a needle fall to the floor.
You should have been killed by young Master Li when you were still useless, He Tong sneered at Zhu Wei. Although they bullied you and beat you up, they never crippled you for real. They never actually tried to kill you. But now that you are getting stronger, you are trying to cripple them. I am warning you all. One day he will kill or cripple all of them because he holds a grudge against them.
The facial expressions of many people present turned sour when they heard this, but no one dared to comment, and Zhu Wei just stood casually leaning against the gate of the mansion, and his arms crossed across his chest.
Are you done?
He asked, and straightened himself before he stretched.
I don't care about your descendants, but if they continue to break the law and to trouble me, don't blame me for giving back of the same kind. It is not my fault that they could not even handle one attack of mine each. I mean, they were both stronger than me by at least a layer.
Chapter 23. Dreams. Zhu Wei was incredibly overbearing, and everyone was surprised when they saw his carefree attitude. Had it not been for Shen Mu and the witnesses who could say that these three girls had indeed been mistreated by Li Jian and his friends, then today's matter would not have ended in as peaceful a way. This kingdom heavily relied on the power of their geniuses to stand against the primordial and fierce beasts. To walk around killing or even crippling geniuses who had still not served in the military was simply akin to sentencing oneself to the same fate. Yet Zhu Wei had emerged unscathed from it. Zhu Wei had a cold smile on his lips as he looked at Li Jian. The only thing he regretted was that Li Jian was not among the two, the young masters of the two families he and Jia he had crippled.
You won't get through it so easily next time,
Li Jian sneered at Zhu Wei, and the Li faction got ready to leave the Zhaolei mansion. They simply dared not stay for long, as they had already lost enough face. Li Fang had not come. He was just too important to figure, and just as Shen Bingwen did not come either, but sent his son, Li Fang had also sent guards and 2 elders from the Li family to accompany Li Jian. The elders were deeply embarrassed and wished that they could hide themselves underneath a rock. They had come in flair to get vengeance for their supporters' sons, only to find that the whole incident had been started by an order given by their descendant. He was the one who had ordered his followers to stop those 3 girls, and he had tried to exploit them against their will. They were aware that this was something he had done before, but the commoners would usually never rise against the noble houses, especially not against a noble with a heavenly warrior in their household. Unfortunately, these witnesses had gained the protection of Shen Bingwen. With him shielding them, they dared to tell the truth. Usually, murder would not cause too much of a problem. As long as the family was compensated with some silver or even gold, then they would be able to accept their loss. However, it was different when it came to the geniuses of the younger generation. Every single action they made affected the situation between the Li and the Shen family, who were both fighting tooth and nail to extinguish the other while keeping within the boundaries of the law that had been placed by the kingdom of Haiping. If one of the members did something inappropriate, then the other side would blame them, and the worse their actions, the better it was for the opposition. Because of this, the Shen family secretly gloated at their enemy's misfortune now that they had the witnesses in their hands. They had taken a small victory against the Li family, and they secretly celebrated for Zhu Wei crippling 2 of their geniuses, as they would become less of a threat in later generations, the fewer they had. Zhu Wei had no actual reason to place himself in the midst of this battle for power. He was initially on the neutral side, as his uncle was not interested in becoming the next city lord of Jiankong City. However, because Zhao Lei was a friend of Shen Bingwen, and because of the apparent hostility that Li Jian felt towards Zhu Wei, he had been pushed towards the Shen family's camp. Slowly, everyone who had gathered in front of the mansion scattered. Some were feeling excited and happy, others dejected and angry. Especially the He and Jia families had a belly full of anger but nowhere to vent it.
They knew that if they were to do something to Zhu Wei now, they would get blamed for it, whether or not there was any evidence, and thus they could not risk taking vengeance just yet.
"Just you wait until you enter the army,"
Heitong sneered sinisterly.
"My other sons are still in the army, and they have managed to make a name for themselves. I will have them ensure that you do not return home, and this way your uncle can never blame it on us."
Having reached this conclusion, Heitong grinned to himself with a manic expression on his face. His other sons had done well in the army, and although they had not managed to become generals or anything too outstanding, they were still capable of making a new green member of the army encounter quite some troubles. The leader of the Jia family was thinking the same thing. He did not have as many sons as the He family, but he still had a few, and these sons were capable of causing enough problems for Zhu Wei. These two men were both of the Sky Warrior rank. They had a lifespan of 500 years, and had only lived around 250 of it each. They were from the same generation, and they had taken many wives throughout their lifetime, producing multiple sons and daughters. But the ones who had been following Li Jian had been some of the more accomplished ones, and seeing them suddenly turned into trash was a slap on their faces. The moment the last people vanished, Zhu Wei also returned to the back of the mansion where he continued to train. He was not going to waste his time sleeping, and although it was already dark, he ended up training the entire night. Zhu Wei stood up as the sun sent its first rays of sunlight down from the sky and stretched his body. He had completely emptied himself of qi earlier, and had just finished absorbing and refining enough qi to once more fill the pearl-like dantian that he had. He quickly went to wash before dressing and rushing into the central marketplace where the wayfarers had parked their caravan. Zhu Wei saw how the city was waking up. Shops were opening, and people were going about doing their morning business. A few people were out buying food, others were out delivering messages. Everyone was busy, and the morning air was alive with the hustle and bustle of the city. As Zhu Wei reached the wayfarers' caravan, he saw that they too had awakened and were starting to open up their shops. The group of seniors was sitting and eating soup that had been brought to them by smaller children while they were busy chatting with one another. The older children were setting up their stalls and preparing to sell their goods, and the teenagers were running around doing whatever they felt like doing. There was no one to supervise them. Zhu Wei walked around the caravan, and although many looked at him curiously, no one tried to stop him. The seniors had long since noticed him, and since they approved of his presence, then no one would question their judgment. No one knew exactly how old or strong these seniors were, but if the caravan was truly in danger or about to be in trouble, they would explode with power, and any young man would be killed on the spot. Zhu Wei had one aim in entering the wayfarer caravan, and that was to find Wang Xiaoyun. When he saw the seniors, he cupped his hands and bowed to them from a distance, causing the old woman who had taken the most significant liking to him to smile widely and wave back at him. The rest just smiled gently. Zhu Wei wandered past caravan after caravan, until his eyes found Wang Xiaoyun, and his face, which usually never displayed much emotion, suddenly lit up with a great smile. However, the smile on his face quickly froze when he saw that Wang Xiaoyun was not alone. With her was a young man who seemed to be around 17 years old. This young man was holding her hand, and they were talking about something in a heated manner. It seemed as if Wang Xiaoyun wanted to leave, but the man would not let her, and it was clear that their discussion was getting more and more intense by the minute.
"You have no right to tell me what to do. Even Grandma Meng has given me her permission."
Wang Xiaoyun's voice ricocheted through the caravans as she pulled her hand free and turned around. When she saw Zhu Wei, tears were falling from her eyes, and she ran to him, took his hand and dragged him with her away from the young man who looked as if he was billowing with anger and ready to explode at any moment. Zhu Wei could not sense the cultivation base of this expert, and as a result did not dare to stay behind in case he became the target for the latter's anger.
"Do not leave!"
the man yelled.
But by then, Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun had already gotten quite far away, and Wang Zhaoyun showed no signs of stopping. Her hand was gripping Zhu Wei's so hard that her skin had turned completely white, and all the blood had been forced out of her hand. "Sorry you had to see that," Wang Zhaoyun said with sadness in her voice as she finally stopped running when they reached a park in Tiangkong City. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Zhu Wei asked, and Wang Zhaoyun shook her head. Buying some food at a stall, the two ventured into the park and found a beautiful tree to sit beneath where they could eat their breakfast together. At first, neither spoke. They just ate their food. But as time went on and as the food was eaten, they started talking. "What is your goal in life?" Wang Zhaoyun suddenly asked randomly, and Zhu Wei was a little taken aback. "I want to regain my memories," he sighed. "I remember this small town in the northern taiga. I do not remember anything about it, apart from its appearance. I do not even remember the faces of the people who lived there. When I was 10 years old, I lived in that town. But a primordial beast decimated the entire population apart from me. I know nothing about the town apart from that." "Oh." Wang Zhaoyun was quiet for some time, but then her eyes widened. 5 years ago? It's Lingyun Town, she said excitedly, and Zhu Wei, who was listening to her, frowned. The name sounded familiar, but he could not put his finger on where he had heard about it before. 5 years ago, the ice harpy appeared in a place called Lingyun Town, and she killed every single person. Lingyun Town is located in the northern taiga, and I am quite sure it is the only one that fits the description. It has long since become a land of the dead." Wang Zhaoyun sighed. Zhu Wei was lost in his thoughts. Ice harpy. The name itself described what kind of primordial beast she was. He knew that this was the beast that the wayfarers were after, but he had no idea how strong she was. "So, I come from Lingyun Town?" Zhu Wei suddenly felt something within him, as if he had found a valuable piece of information, but he was not sure of what it meant just yet. "So, when you get your memory back, what do you want to do?" Wang Zhaoyun continued to ask, and Zhu Wei pondered for a moment before a great smile spread on his face. "I want to hunt primordial beasts with my uncle. I do not need riches or fame. I just want my memories back and to make my uncle proud. If I can have these two things, then I will live a happy life," Zhu Wei said as he sighed and laid back on the grass while looking up at the blue cotton clouds that were drifting by. "What about you?" He turned to lay on the side and looked at Wang Zhaoyun. "What do you want to do with your life?" Chapter 24. Masked Experts. Wang Zhaoyun was quiet for some time, pondering the question. "I don't know," she said after careful consideration. "I have no real goal in life. I obviously want to become a great primordial beast hunter and bring fame and honor to my family, but other than that I have no wishes. Perhaps I was waiting for the knight in shining armor riding the white horse to appear in front of me." She sighed. Just as she had spoken, Zhu Wei raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Do you want me to find a white horse to be eligible for your love?" he asked teasingly, but Wang Zhaoyun just snickered. "I would love to see you on a horse. I wonder if you are even able to stay seated on one." "I will let you know that horseback riding is not needed," Zhu Wei grinned back, the two of them teasing one another. "We are cultivators. We can ride mortal horses, but they are not very fast. As soon as we become Earth Warriors, our speed will outstrip them. But until then, a few people will ride horses, I guess. Also, it is much more impressive to come riding on a fierce beast than any mortal horse. Why don't you imagine your hero on some sort of fierce beast rather than a white horse?" Zhu Wei was teasing Wang Zhaoyun, and both of them laughed. It did not take long before Wang Zhaoyun also laid down and allowed for the soft green grass in the park to act as a comfortable blanket. Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun smiled at one another. They talked about random things, but neither approached the topic that made them the most worried. The rest of the day was spent in bliss for the two. They spent a long time on the grass in the park, just talking with one another, and the rest of the day was spent strolling the bustling city's busy streets. "Are you available tomorrow?" Zhu Wei asked hesitatingly as they were about to part. It was once again dark, and it was clear that Wang Zhaoyun had to return to the Wayfarer's caravan as soon as possible, but neither of them wished to be away from one another. Wang Zhaoyun nodded her head and said nothing. She knew that he wanted to spend more time with her, but she was also aware that it was not possible for the two of them to be together. She was, after all, a Wayfarer, and he was not. Wayfarers married other Wayfarers to ensure that their bloodline was as powerful as possible. Although the Wayfarers seemed few and far between, there were more than 1,000,000 of them. Every 10 years, all Wayfarers would gather to hold a celebration, and this was the location where most of them would get married. Watching Zhu Wei vanish into the distance, Wang Zhaoyun shook her head. "Still, I cannot stop myself from loving him," she sighed. But the moment she had said that, a cackling sound came from just beside her, shocking her deeply and causing her to tremble. The cackling sound was Grandma Meng.
"Young one, sometimes tradition is not everything," she said, half seriously, half laughing. "Others have left the Wayfarer community before for the sake of marrying normal people."
"But Grandma, I am the young miss of this tribe. If I leave, who will take over? Father only has me as a child," she interjected, but she could feel how her voice was weak and her eyes darted away. She was tempted to give up the life of a Wayfarer and live a casual and carefree life together with Zhu Wei, but her family ties had made her feel torn, and ultimately she knew that she could not let her parents and family down. Even though she had fallen in love, love was one thing, but responsibility was another. She could not shy away from her duty as the young miss of the Wayfarer caravan, and thus her only option was to give up on love.
"Well, don't worry too much," Grandma Meng smiled, but her smile contained a trace of pity. "Why don't you just look forward to tomorrow, and make sure to enjoy yourself as long as it lasts? I am sure that this young man is not stupid. He would never ask you to give up your family for his sake."
Just as Grandma Meng was about to leave, another shadow appeared in front of the two women. This time it was the 17-year-old boy who had been seen earlier this morning trying to hold back Wang Zhaoyun from going with Zhu Wei.
"Finally back?"
he asked, his voice cold and his eyes dark with anger. "What does it matter to you?" Wang Zhaoyun asked defiantly while turning around to leave, but the young man caught her by the wrist again and started scolding her. "I might not be your real brother, but I have seen you grow up. What do you think you are doing, throwing away all honor and good name that we Wayfarers have by running around chasing that guy everywhere? Did you know? He was considered trash for so long. It is as if this city itself is incapable of getting past the surprise that he is not scum of society, but you just throw yourself in his arms, lay down in the park to chat with him, and send him long glances as if the world revolves around him. This is truly not acceptable. Your father is not here, but he would ground you if he were." Hearing the scolding, Wang Zhaoyun's face turned paler and paler with each passing word. She started trembling with anger and did everything in her power to drag her arm back, but no matter what she tried, it didn't help. The boy in front of her was a real Wayfarer, and one who had had his bloodline activated more than a year ago. He was, by now, an Earth Warrior of the 7th layer, and he was many times stronger than the woman in front of him. Wang Zhaoyun's face contorted, and she sneered back at him. "You are not my father, and as you said, you are not my older brother. Who do you think you are telling me what I can and cannot do?" Her words were dripping with anger. "Father might have adopted you when your own family died fighting the beasts, but you and I are not siblings. If what I do annoys you, then look the other way." Having said this, she ripped her hand to herself, turned around, and left the young man standing where he was. His eyes were filled with complex and mixed emotions.
To think that a random young man suddenly is worth more to her than I am,
he mumbled to himself, and a slight killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Xiaoyun rushed back to her caravan where she went to sleep, half depressed and half elated. I know that I cannot stay like this, but just one more day together with him would not be bad. Thinking like this, Wang Xiaoyun drifted off to sleep. While she was sleeping, Zhu Wei was busy training under the moon. He dared not enter the bathtub with his herbal concoction because he knew that it meant that he would be in a trance-like state for an extended period of time, and then he would not be able to accompany Wang Xiaoyun. Since this was the case, all he did was some ordinary cultivation. He would train his abilities until he ran out of qi, and then he would restore his qi through cultivating his azure dragon scripture. The night went by, and the morning arrived. Zhu Wei once more went to get Wang Xiaoyun, and this time she was waiting for him on the outskirts of the caravan. The two were in their own worlds. They were smiling and having fun, but they did not realize that more and more people noticed them. Zhu Wei had always stood out. Everyone knew who he was, and seeing him together with this unknown girl caught people with curiosity. There was a chance that she would become his wife and thus be related to the famous Zhao Lei. As a result, people tried to find out who she was, and it was not hard to figure out that since this unknown girl had appeared at the same time as the Wayfarers, she was most likely one of them. The more skilled ones realized that Wang Xiaoyun was the young miss of the entire Wayfarer caravan, and they figuratively leaned back, preparing to be entertained. Everyone knew that Wayfarers only married other Wayfarers, so at some point the older generation would separate them and their emotions. At the same time, Zhu Wei was not very liked in the city, and he had even crippled the sons of the He and Jia families, so it was likely that he would be able to create some problems for the Wayfarers as well. Most people found it entertaining to see what was going to happen, but no one felt sorry for Zhu Wei or Wang Xiaoyun. The third day, Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun were out walking together. They found themselves in the central marketplace when suddenly they were surrounded. 3 experts were standing in a triangular formation around them, all wearing masks. Their strength was clearly at the 9th layered ordinary warrior rank.
I would like to see how you flee this time, one of them sneered. If you try, we will take your little miss and play with her instead of you.
Another grinned, while the third just stayed quiet. Zhu Wei had heard them, but he just sneered at them.
You think that you can entice me to fight you from that alone? Who said that I could not take her with me?
Having said that, Zhu Wei grasped Wang Xiaoyun's hand and activated the Forbidden Rush ability. Although he was not as fast as he was when he was on his own, he was still able to flutter away together with Wang Xiaoyun. A moment later, they were a few meters away from the encirclement that they had been in. They grinned at each other, turned on their tail, and started to run away. They did not let go of the other's hand. Instead, they squeezed their hands tight and ran, and continued to run fast and far away, without looking back, and without caring for where they were running towards. This happened time and time again the same day. More than 20 experts of the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank were out looking for them. Every time they were spotted, they would have to run for it. At the start, it was okay. It was even somewhat entertaining. But as it happened time and time again, Zhu Wei understood that someone was targeting them.
They're getting into bigger groups,
Zhu Wei said, right as they escaped past 7 experts at once. This time, they had been gathered in an almost perfect circle that made it near impossible to escape. Zhu Wei had the support of the Forbidden Rush ability, and if he was alone, then it was no problem to escape. But dragging Wang Xiaoyun with him required extra focus, time, and energy. Chapter 25. Pursuit in Tiangkong City. More energy was needed when Zhu Wei was moving with Wang Zhaoyun, and he was starting to feel its toll on his body.
"We need to get away from here," he sighed as he shook his head.
It had been amusing at first to flee, but now it was evident that this was a movement of significant scale against him, and that their aim was him and Wang Zhaoyun. Fortunately, it was not only Zhu Wei who had noticed this, but the other families had also seen the same. Even the commoners had noticed it, and people were starting to gossip about who exactly could be so brazen and try to attack Zhu Wei in the middle of the day. Experts continued to move in bigger and bigger groups, yet as they grouped up, they also found that it was getting harder and harder to locate Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun. It was as if two sides were playing hide and seek. Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun were just two people, and they soon learned to hide in the crowded areas. Sometimes the commoners would call out and alert the groups of pursuers where they were, but most of the commoners had changed their opinion about Zhu Wei after seeing him cripple two nobleborns while protecting 3 commoner girls. To get vengeance for the many girls who had been abused by the nobility, they felt much better, and Zhu Wei had achieved this revenge.
"This way, young master, young miss,"
a blacksmith said with a smile, and led Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun into the smithy.
"If you walk through the back of my smithy, you will reach a charming little restaurant. It is not very busy, but it is used by the majority of the commoners around here. I doubt that the nobles and their guards have even heard about it. Why don't you go there for the sake of having a bit of peace on your date? I will ensure that they do not know where you have gone, and I am sure that the restaurant will not tell anyone either, as long as you spend a few coppers."
Zhu Wei grinned and cupped his hands in respect.
"I am very grateful for your assistance,"
Zhu Wei said gratefully. Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun crossed the smithy and walked out through the back gate into a small alleyway where there was a little restaurant known as the Black Lion. The Black Lion was small. There were at most 50 tables with chairs. The room was dimly lit as the gate was in the alleyway, but the scent of food that wafted out smelled great, and Zhu Wei felt his stomach rumbling.
"Why don't we go in and enjoy ourselves?"
Zhu Wei asked, and Wang Zhaoyun giggled. She took Zhu Wei's hand. Zhu Wei felt a comfortable coldness, which was as if he had touched porcelain, and he squeezed the hand gently. There were no customers within the restaurant. Only a single waitress and a matron standing behind the counter were present. When they saw Zhu Wei and Wang Zhaoyun, their eyebrows rose in surprise, but a smile also spread on their faces.
"I assume that the young master has decided to hide here for the time being,"
the matron laughed, her big chest heaving up and down. Zhu Wei was surprised that even this person knew about the current chase that was going on in the city, but he could only grin slightly as he nodded his head.
"We are indeed on the run right now, and found your charming restaurant by the help of a certain blacksmith. We would like to hide out here for some time. Of course, you will be paid handsomely in return."
Zhu Wei picked up 3 silver coins from his purse and placed them on the counter.
"We will take the room in the corner, and would like some food and wine. If we manage to get through the day unnoticed, then I will double your pay,"
Zhu Wei said. The eyes of the matron shone, not with greed but with pleasant surprise.
"We will give you all the food and snacks you could possibly eat,"
the matron laughed before she went beneath her desk and rummaged through some boxes. After a bit of time, she straightened her back, and in her hand were a veil and a bamboo hat.
"I can guarantee that my staff will not betray you, but I cannot say for sure that my other customers will not. Knowing those men that are trying to catch you, they will offer up a reward for finding you soon. Some will be tempted, and they will lead the people straight to my restaurant. Although I fear no one, I do not wish for my place to be ransacked or destroyed by random vengeful cultivators. Thus, if you could wear this, I will be very grateful."
Zhu Wei looked at the bamboo hat and grinned.
"Sure thing,"
he said, and accepted the hat, placed it on his head, and went to the darkest corner. Wang Zhaoyun grinned too as she accepted the veil and hid away her face. Now they looked incredibly shady, but at least no one was capable of seeing who they were. Soon, food and drinks made it to the table, and the two relaxed as they started eating and drinking, chatting and laughing together. Time went by fast. The two were not gulping down the food, but taking it slow while chatting, so they did not feel full until after a long time. All the dishes were made from mortal animals, and although they were not able to increase their strength, they tasted amazingly well, and both Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun, who were used to eating fierce beast meat, were astonished at how tasty these dishes were. Slowly, more and more customers started to appear in the restaurant, and although Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun were being noticed and glanced at from time to time, no one tried to interrupt the two in their talk together and the meal they were sharing. The restaurant turned bustling, and many people appeared in the small chamber. Many started ordering and eating their dinner, and after dinner most stayed to enjoy some beer and wine. Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun waited for the sun to set before they rose to their feet and paid an extra 5 silver coins to the matron and made their way into the narrow alleyway. They were walking hand in hand, but they had kept the veil and the bamboo hat, hiding their appearances as they made it to the main road. As soon as they made it to the main road, the two were stopped in their tracks, both looking slack-jawed at the sight in front of them. The main road was filled with one massive group of mask-wearing cultivators. There was around 40 of them, and all 40 were gathered together in one large clump. In the middle of the group were 2 experts that were facing one another, mumbling words to each other with low voices.
"We better get going,"
Zhu Wei said as he tightened the grip on Wang Xiaoyun's hand.
"This is something we cannot handle."
She agreed, and her heart started beating rapidly. Both Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun were feeling the cold sweat on their backs. Although Wang Xiaoyun was strong for a wayfarer without having her bloodline activated, she was not a match for even 1 or 2 of these experts. Now, 40 were gathered in one place, and if they truly got entangled by the group, they would have a hard time escaping.
"Why hasn't that old man Shen Bingwen moved against them yet?"
Zhu Wei swore, but he knew he could do nothing. It was clear to everyone that these men were after Zhu Wei, but they had not shown their identity, so everyone was guessing as to where they could have come from. Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun walked casually past the group of experts. They did not look at them. They completely ignored them while talking with one another as if they were an old married couple.
"Hey, you two!"
Someone suddenly called out, and Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun stopped in their tracks and turned around. Their hands were shaking slightly.
"Yes, the 2 of you. What is the point of those outfits? Why are you hiding your faces?"
The one who was speaking was a person from the group of 40 experts. His face revealed his doubt, and Zhu Wei was gritting his teeth.
"When I count to 3, we run,"
Zhu Wei said with a very low voice that only Wang Xiaoyun could hear.
"I have regained a lot of energy from the break we had at the restaurant. We will run all the way to the Wayfarer caravan. They will not dare touch you when you are there."
"What about you?"
Wang Xiaoyun asked with hesitation, but Zhu Wei just gave her hand a soft squeeze.
"I will be fine," he promised. "I have my forbidden rush. They won't be able to see me make my move."
"I hope so."
Wang Xiaoyun did not sound too confident, but she decided not to question him. She knew that she was dragging him down with her, so she agreed to the plan of getting her home first.
"I asked the 2 of you a question,"
the masked man repeated, but Zhu Wei started counting below his breath.
1.
"I am going to remove your hat if you do not remove it yourself."
2.
"You asked for this."
3.
As Zhu Wei counted to 3, Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun turned on their feet, and the forbidden rush exploded with the fullest power that Zhu Wei could handle. Although he was still incapable of teleportation, and although any Earth Warrior would be able to see his movements clearly, these were all below the Earth Warrior rank, and thus their ability to perceive his movements was limited. If Zhu Wei were alone, he would be able to escape easily, but he was not alone. He had Wang Xiaoyun with him,
and he was pushing his ability to the limits, continually fluttering from side to side and further away from their original position. Forbidden Rush was not only made for evasion, but it was also made to increase the speed of the cultivator. So far, Zhu Wei was incapable of boosting his speed too much, as he could only bring out a certain amount of the ability's potential. Because of this, they were not much faster than the 9th-layered warriors, but they were still slightly quicker, making it possible for them to continue fleeing. The 40 cultivators immediately started chasing after Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun. They were running fast, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They had finally found their targets again. Zhu Wei kept dragging Wang Xiaoyun through the city. Not many citizens were out on the streets any longer, but those that were just watched with big and curious eyes. It was common for people to attack one another and bully each other in the city, but to cause such a large-scale pursuit was just unheard of before. As they reached the wayfarers' caravan, Zhu Wei rushed to the safety of the carriages. He knew exactly where to go, and he headed straight for the seniors' carriages where he stood, gasping for air and holding Wang Xiaoyun's hand in his own. Grandma Meng was sitting outside of her carriage with a small lamp next to her. She was reading a book, and when she saw the two coming towards her, short of breath and with ragged hair and clothes, she broke out into her charismatic, cackling laughter. Chapter 26. A Tearful Goodbye.
"Look what the cat brought back," she laughed as she saw their messy appearances. "Well, thank you for bringing the young miss home uninjured, but I think it will be for the best that you do not venture out the next couple of days. Unfortunately, the master is supposed to return tomorrow after gaining information, and as soon as he returns, our caravan will be moving again. I am afraid to say it, but today is the last day that the two of you have been able to spend together."
Grandma Meng was usually laughing, but now her face grew solemn as she said that, and her voice was low and her expression turned apologetic.
"You will be leaving tomorrow?"
Zhu Wei asked in shock, his heart aching and his chest feeling tight. Wang Xiaoyun also appeared to be completely stunned and looked disbelievingly at the senior in front of her.
"That's right," Grandma Meng said as she nodded her head. "We are not here for the sake of having fun, after all. We are here for the sake of gaining information about the ice harpy, and it seems that the master has gained the information we need. Since he has gained what we need, it is of utmost importance that we continue our pursuit as soon as possible. If we cannot catch her, our entire trip to the Haping Kingdom has been in vain."
Zhu Wei understood the basics of it, but his heart still clenched when he heard that the day of their departure was sooner than he expected.
"I will come for you,"
Zhu Wei said decisively as he gripped Wang Xiaoyun's arms and made her face him.
"I know it is impossible for you to leave your caravan, but one day I will return to your side, and when that happens I will make sure that your old man approves of me."
Zhu Wei vowed to Wang Xiaoyun, who was filled with complex emotions. On one side, she did not want to leave. She wanted nothing more than to stay in the city together with Zhu Wei, but she knew it was impossible. She was, after all, a wayfarer. It was in her blood, and she would have to take over leadership of the caravan one day. It was not possible for her to stay with Zhu Wei in Chang'an City. Hesitating slightly, Wang Xiaoyun went closer to Zhu Wei, stood on her tiptoes, and gently pressed her lips against Zhu Wei's. The touch was soft and gentle, but contained so many emotions. Zhu Wei could not restrain himself and dragged Wang Xiaoyun into his embrace and deepened their kiss.
"Well now, I miss the days of my youth."
Grandma Meng laughed again, and Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun jumped from one another, both utterly red in their faces.
"I promise to come and find you. You are the only woman for me,"
Zhu Wei said thoughtfully as the redness quickly diminished and a stern expression appeared on his face. Tears welled up in Wang Zhaoyun's eyes, and she tried to speak, but no words left her lips. Woo-woo, was all that she managed to say, as the tears streamed down her cheeks, and she softly nodded her head.
She will be waiting for you, Grandma Meng said seriously.
And with one last glance at Wang Zhaoyun, Zhu Wei nodded his head and turned around, started running away from the wayfarers' caravan. On the way home, he met some of the masked cultivators, but these masked cultivators never got to see even a glimpse of him as he evaded them using the Forbidden Rush ability. When he made it back to the mansion, Zhu Wei elegantly jumped over the wall and entered the estate. The first maid he found was given the task of drawing a warm bath for him. He had already been eager to increase his strength so that he could bring honor and fame to his uncle, so that he could be strong enough to reclaim his memories. But now he had something else that was urging him to get stronger too. He wished to be by Wang Zhaoyun's side. He knew that she had a unique bloodline, as she was a wayfarer, and that wayfarers married others of their kind. But Zhu Wei would not accept this fact. He would be so strong that they could not question his strength, so strong that even the wayfarers would recognize him. Zhu Wei went straight to his bedroom, where a big wooden tub filled with steaming hot water was waiting for him. He had long since been ready for the next herbal bath, but he had never gotten to take it because he was hanging out with Wang Zhaoyun. He now knew that they were leaving the following day, and he was perfectly well aware that it would be impossible for him to say the second goodbye. Since he had already said his goodbye, it was time for him to increase his strength. Wang Zhaoyun was already stronger than him in terms of foundations, and activating her bloodline would only make her soar to the skies, making her become an even more outstanding cultivator. If Zhu Wei wanted to catch up to her, or even overtake her, he had to work harder than anyone else. But this was not enough to make him discouraged. He had his special pearl-like Dantian and his azure dragon scripture. He was capable of progressing at a speed that others in the kingdom of Heiping could not follow. Like this, the night went past, and when morning came, Zhu Wei was still in a deep trance within the water that had gotten slightly more transparent compared to the night before. Yet it was far from being clear. At the same time, Wang Zhaoyun's father had returned, and with him came a breeze of freshness. Every wayfarer, apart from Wang Zhaoyun, was filled with excitement and could not wait to set out. But their young miss was filled with sadness and mixed emotions. Before, she could find nothing more exciting than the hunt to find their primordial beast. But now a quiet life together with Zhu Wei did not sound too bad. Unfortunately, this was something she could never afford ever to say. She was the miss of the caravan, and one day she would be the leader. If she ever mentioned a normal life, the caravan would be deeply disappointed in her. "You better keep your promise," Wang Zhaoyun mumbled to herself as she turned her back on Tiankong City and entered the carriage. The horses started carrying them out from within the city, and soon the many wayfarers were nowhere to be seen. In all of this commotion with the wayfarers, the diviners had also vanished. No one knew when they disappeared or why. They just noticed that they were not to be found either. While this was the case, Zhu Wei stayed inside his mansion, completely unaware of what was happening in the city. But the masked men continued to patrol the streets in abundance. They had been there when the wayfarers left, and their faces had been dejected beneath the masks. Zhu Wei had never been one to wander the city much, and the only reason he had done so for a few days in a row was Wang Zhaoyun. Now that she had left, he was all alone again, and likely to spend all his time in cultivation. Not only was he likely to cultivate, he no longer had anything holding him down. He did not have to drag Wang Zhaoyun around with him whenever he was trying to flee,
and the forbidden rush ability could be displayed to the best of his ability.
"Father, why have we not moved against the masked men?" Shenmue asked curiously. He had seen how these masked experts had chased Zhu Wei and Wang Xiaoyun, and he had been sure that his father would make the city guard move to apprehend them.
"It is quite simple," Shen Bingwen sighed. "We know that they belong to the He and Jia family, mainly, but a few of them are from the Li family. Although we know this, we cannot prove it unless we catch them. But on what basis are we allowed to catch them? They have not done anything wrong yet, apart from slightly disturbing the peace from time to time. They have not even managed to touch the hem of Zhu Wei's clothes, so to stop them on his behalf seems impossible. If they beat him up, then I could use my power to stop them, but since they cannot even do this, then I cannot stop them. To everyone else, it looks just like two parties playing tag."
"But father, you know as well as I do that if they catch him, it will not be a question about something as light as being beaten up. Zhu Wei will be crippled for life."
"I know," Shen Bingwen sighed in reply. "So let us pray that he will never get caught. There are only a few months left before it is time for you to go to the military camp. If he works very hard and stays in the mansion until then who knows what levels he can reach. Hopefully, he will not cause any problems before then."
Shenmue felt that his father was acting strange, but he was also well aware that he had to be careful with every single move he made, especially one concerning the city guard. Although the Shen family right now were the city lords, it was not certain that they would remain in this position in the future. They had gained this post because they were the first in Tiankong City to obtain a heavenly warrior. But now that the Li family had one too, it was clear that they had a formidable opponent. The Li family had a longer history than the Shen family, and although their heavenly warrior had appeared later, he was not much weaker than the Shen heavenly warrior. Shenmue sighed. He understood that one day it would be his job to ensure that the Shen family maintained the strength and rank that it had in Chang'an City now. Shen Bingwen had placed all his hopes on this specific son because of his promising talent, and he wished for him to make him proud. Since he had to become the new head of the Shen family, Shenmue knew that there would be times where he wished to move, but would be incapable of making a move because his every action would cause problems for the Shen family. Although he valued friendship highly, he always had to put the Shen family first and view it as his ultimate responsibility. Time flowed like water within Tiankong City. Zhu Wei finished his herbal bath and returned to the back of the training grounds, where he again began the usual pattern of drilling sessions for the Shattering Mountain Palm, the Azure Light Finger, the Forbidden Rush, and lately he had also started practicing the Inner Might ability. Inner Might was his first profound martial arts ability, and this technique proved to be many times more difficult to learn than both Shattering Mountain Palm, Azure Light Finger, and Forbidden Rush. It required precise control over chi, and to be able to shape it outside of one's body as well. Shaping the chi proved to be the most troublesome aspect. At first, he decided to try and shape a sword, but the chi did not even resemble a sword. In fact, it looked like a pool of chi that wiggled slightly. On the second attempt, he managed to make the pool turn into a long, thin line that looked like it was made from clouds. There was no sharp edge, no handle, nothing to make it resemble a sword. Zhu Wei frowned. He had experienced a few setbacks with the Azure Light Finger, but it was so little that he did not mind it, and he had experienced even less of a setback from Shattering Mountain Palm and Forbidden Rush. Yet now, he had encountered a real problem. Chapter 27. Counterattack begins. Zhu Wei was aware that he had limited time before he had to depart for the military camp. He knew that he had to have comprehended the ability before it was time for departure. Most of the younger generation members had already picked the kind of weapon they preferred. Shenmue was using a sword,
Li Jian was using his fists and a saber. Lu Jiru was using the fan, and so on. Zhu Wei had not been cultivating for long, and so far he had been focusing on increasing his strength alongside learning a few abilities that could save his life in a fight. He had not had the time to learn how to wield a weapon just yet.
I do not want to be locked down with one specific kind of weapon, Zhu Wei mumbled to himself as he continued to stubbornly extract his qi and try to shape it into the form of a sword. When I have understood and trained this ability, I will be able to change my weapon as easily as thinking about it. It will give me a great benefit in fights, and since it is made from qi, I do not have to carry it around with me everywhere. The downside is that it consumes quite a lot of energy to create these weapons, and every single clash will make me lose energy. Yet the weapon will constantly increase in quality as my qi becomes stronger and better. But this is truly a profound ranked skill, Zhu Wei sighed in praise. Although I have had no issues learning the other ones, this one proves to be rather tricky. Well, I better take it slow and build the right foundations.
Zhu Wei knew that some things could not be rushed, so instead he sat down with his legs crossed and took a deep breath. He then spread out his hands. Following that, a long and thin streak of qi appeared on top of his palms that slowly started wriggling and twisting as it tried to take on the shape of a sword. The days trickled by, one after another. On the first day, Zhu Wei accomplished almost nothing. The second day, he managed to create the handle, but when he moved further down in an attempt to create the blade, the handle would become obscure and start to dissipate. When he managed to make the blade, he tried to create the handle, reversing the order of creation. The blade would similarly become transparent or dissipate. The sharp edge would not stay. He had sighed at this, but Zhu Wei did not give up. He was as if obsessed, staying seated in the same position, day in and day out. His eyes were open and turned increasingly bloodshot, but he was not becoming less focused. On the fifth day, Zhu Wei managed to create a sword. This sword laid on top of his hands and felt as if it had been made from cold steel. It was firm and fit well in his hand when he grasped it. Jumping to his feet, Zhu Wei ran to the closest black gold dummy and got ready to attack. He stayed focused on the sword, ensuring that it kept its shape before he swung the sword diagonally from upside down. The wind howled from the attack. Zhu Wei did not need to inject his qi into the sword, as the sword was already made from his qi, and was sustained by a continuous stream of energy that was flowing from his pearl-like dantian. A loud clang sounded out the moment the two collided, and the recoil forced Zhu Wei back a few steps. A smile was on his face as he saw a long gash on the dummy's chest, running down exactly where the sword had cut. Qi weapons could be many times sharper than real weapons. Real blades could only be sharpened to a certain extent, as sharpening it further would mean the edge, while razor sharp, was too thin and would break or chip after one or two clashes with the enemy. Because of this, sharpness of real weapons had to be balanced with thickness and durability. However, Zhu Wei was able to conjure insanely sharp weapons because the blade material was his qi itself. Although these black gold dummies were incapable of protecting themselves with qi, they were sturdy, and their bodies were equal to a fifth-layered warrior. Zhu Wei was now able to cut open the body of a fifth-layered warrior with a single casual swing of his sword created by relying on inner might. The sword dissipated the moment that Zhu Wei had finished the cut due to a loss of focus, but he did not despair. Instead, he closed his eyes and imagined the sword once more, only to have the qi shape itself into a sword almost instantly. Having understood the principles of creating the sword, it was not difficult for him to recreate it. Although he now understood how to create the sword, he was not aware of how to fight fluently with it, and thus he began training with it. He practiced against the black gold dummies, his sword flashing time and time again.
With each slash, a long wound appeared on the dummies. Sometimes the sword would vanish after a successful attack, and some other times it would last for 3 or 4 assaults before it disappeared. As time went on, Zhu Wei got better and better at controlling the sword, and eventually became able to maintain it in his hands for as long as he wished for it. After feeling that he had mastered the sword, Zhu Wei checked the time and realized that he had already spent more than 5 days on trying to comprehend the inner might attack. It was time for him to return to the herbal concoction. After this, Zhu Wei returned to the painful concoction and increased his cultivation base. He then began to cultivate the inner might again, and this time he tried to create a spear. In the beginning, the spear looked rather pitiful, but as time went on, it looked better and better, and soon Zhu Wei started training with the spear. Although it took time to practice and to get used to this kind of weapon, it was shorter than the time needed to learn the sword. After the spear came the saber. After the saber came a fan. After the fan came a zither, and the list went on. Zhu Wei became more and more familiar with the inner might ability, and was able to create more and more weapons than he had ever tried before. Soon, he could control them all with no problems. Thanks to the herbal concoctions, Zhu Wei had also managed to reach the 7th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and although it was only the beginning of the 7th layer, he could feel a new strength bursting in his body that had not been there before. It was as if he had finally started to feel the benefits of being a cultivator.
Well then, why don't we go and see if those people from before are still hanging around? Zhu Wei mumbled to himself. He knew he was no enemy to the masked opponents when he was facing them face to face, but Zhu Wei had no intention of fighting them head on. Zhu Wei was not willing to let Manager Su worry about his actions, so he went to the room and changed into an outfit of black trousers and a black shirt. He then tied up his hair in a bun on top of his head with a black silken ribbon. Then he looked at himself and nodded his head in approval. He was not wearing robes, so moving would be easy. His hair was tied up so it would not get in the way, and he was wearing black clothes, so hiding in the shadows should be reasonably simple. Zhu Wei elegantly jumped over the estate wall and entered the city casually while being on high alert. He used his heightened senses to keep an eye on what was happening around him regularly, and it did not take long before he found the first masked cultivator. So they really did stay in town. I will bet they come from the He or the Jia family, Zhu Wei sneered, but he quickly dodged to the side and entered a small alleyway that was located just opposite the masked expert's seating place. This masked expert was wearing a mask on half his face. It covered his eyes, nose, and forehead, but his mouth was exposed, and he was sitting outside a drinking den, drinking some fine wine. Zhu Wei grinned sinisterly as he roused the qi within his body and created a zither. Zithers were exotic weapons. They attacked with sound waves, and someone like Li Jian, who practiced the sonic palm, should be able to work well with the zither. The reason Zhu Wei had tried to learn the zither was because of what he had read about the Ouyang family, and he found these exotic weapons very alluring. It had taken Zhu Wei a couple of days to become proficient at the zither, and he was still a mere beginner, but he had accuracy on his side, so he sat down in the dark alleyway and looked at the masked cultivator that was seated some distance away from him. Let us see how you deal with this, he grinned, and his hands rapidly started strumming the strings on the zither, releasing an avalanche of sound waves that went straight for the masked cultivator. Zhu Wei had chosen the zither because he needed a ranged weapon, and his experience with a bow and arrow was still too little. Hence, his best option was the zither. These sound waves rose in the city, and everyone close by looked confused as they heard the violent melody that appeared out of nowhere. The actors and entertainers used zithers, but everyone knew that a real expert could also use them to attack. It just so happened that no one in Jiangkong City was known to use zithers to attack,
So when the violent melody sounded out, everyone was certain that some sort of performance was happening, and they stopped what they were doing, looking around curiously. The masked expert was no different. He raised his cup to his lips and looked around, only to suddenly frown as he felt a shockwave crush against his chest and throw him back like a kite with a broken string. The second shockwave did not hesitate to hit him straight in the face, but although it hit like a sledgehammer, the man was, after all, a cultivator 2 levels above Zhu Wei, and a mask protected his face. The mask crumbled, and blood started pouring out from a wound on the man's forehead. The man who was no longer masked jumped to his legs with a roar that shocked everyone present. What had happened was simply too fast for them to realize, and when they noticed that something was going on, the man had already jumped to his legs.
"You little devil! Where are you hiding?"
The man screamed out as blood gushed out of the wound on his forehead and from his mouth as a tooth had fallen out. "Time to get moving," Zhu Wei murmured. Without waiting to see the show, he fluttered in the wind and vanished from the alleyway where he had been before. The masked cultivator was in a frenzy. He started roaring and smashing everything around him in an attempt to find the expert that had caused him to gain such injuries. But what puzzled him was that although he had been wounded, the reason he was wounded was that he had been unprepared. He could not think of anyone with a strength equal to his that would dare make a move on him as long as he was unknown and hiding behind the mask.
It couldn't have been.
The man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The strength that the assailant had displayed was clearly quite similar to his own strength. If Zhu Wei had managed to reach that level so fast, was that not a monstrous change?
"I better go warn the others,"
he said while gritting his teeth. Luckily, he had another mask in his bag, and he picked it out and placed it on his face. But he knew it was pointless. All the commoners and his assailant had already seen his face. It was already known who it was that was hunting Zhu Wei. Chapter 28. Unveiling the Enemy. Zhu Wei, who had vanished without anyone being the wiser, strolled around the central areas of town to see if he could find more masked men, while his face turned more and more solemn. The man he had unmasked was one he had never seen before, but Zhu Wei had not often seen the guards of the other noble families, as he rarely visited them. However, he knew that when the commoners saw him, they would be able to recognize him. All guards in Tiangong City had served in the military before they returned and took on a job as either a mercenary or a family guard. As such, they were commoners themselves, and there was always someone who would recognize them. Zhu Wei did not have to move far before he found the second masked person. This time the person was already walking on the street, which made it much more difficult for Zhu Wei to attack him. He did not waste his time, and instead found a new hiding spot. This time he did not pick the zither. Instead, he got ready to fire an azure light finger beam. Although the attack from the zither was itself the product of a profound ability, it was roughly as strong as the azure light finger, as the reason it had been graded a profound ability was because of its potential and ability to transform into any single weapon. The zither was good at attacking large groups of experts and had a large area of effect, but the chi drain that was needed for the zither was also much more than, for instance, when he used the sword or a saber. Zhu Wei waited for the right moment. He was not willing to accidentally attack the commoners that were also on the road, so he waited for the moment where the masked man walked right past him. As the man walked past the alleyway, a big beam of azure light suddenly erupted on the street. Although it was in the middle of the day and the sun shone brightly, this light blinded almost everyone present. The masked man suddenly saw a bright gleam, and the next moment he felt an intense pain in his leg. Just like how the muscles had been severed on the He and Jia young masters, the masked cultivator's muscles were also severed. Zhu Wei once again did not wait, and rushed out from his location to another place, leaving behind a masked cultivator that was screaming out in pain and agony. It was not only the actual pain that caused him to scream out, but also the mental setback he encountered when he realized that he had had the muscles on his leg severed. Although he would be able to continue cultivating, he would forever be slow, and thus effectively be a cripple for life. Zhu Wei knew that there existed pills that could restore severed muscles, but he was also aware that these pills were the rarest kind within Heiping Kingdom. Pills in general were extremely rare within Heiping Kingdom, since it was the poorest of all the kingdoms, and it did not have the ability to raise high-ranked alchemists. The alchemists that did exist within Heiping Kingdom were at most capable of creating pills of medium purity. To heal an injury like the one this man and the He and Jia young masters had experienced, they needed pills of high purity. Pills that one had to travel to another kingdom to get their hands on, and even if they found one, gold might not be enough to purchase it. Pills of high purity were, in Chang'an City, as rare and elusive as tamed fierce beasts, and to expect the pill to be the exact same pill as the one they needed was simply out of the question. Had it been the Li family, they might have had a chance of obtaining a pill, as Li Fang could go to the other kingdoms with his strength. But if he did so, he was likely to be traveling for quite some time, and he would be losing out on the chance of fighting for the city lord's position. Having injured 2 of the masked men, Zhu Wei felt a bit better. These masked men were enemies. They had threatened to play with Wang Zhaoyun, something that did not go down well with Zhu Wei. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and so did Zhu Wei. When this subject was touched, he felt no pity for the ones he had targeted. He would also do anything in his power to make sure that those who targeted his loved ones would never be able to do what they said. Although Wang Zhaoyun had left now and was in no more danger, Zhu Wei would not forgive the masked experts. They had threatened with messing with Wang Zhaoyun, so now he would mess with them. Just as Zhu Wei vanished and the masked expert started screaming in agony, the other masked expert came running. His face was pale underneath the mask, and when he saw the wound on his comrade, he suddenly felt grateful that he had only been smashed in the head. Although he had lost a tooth, he was not crippled.
"It is that damned Zhu Wei," the masked man with blood on his face spat out. "This is the same attack as the one used to cripple the young masters. To think that he has gained such strength in such a short amount of time."
The expert felt his heart grow cold, and a shiver ran down his spine. He would never have accepted this task had he known that he was up against such a little devil.
"We cannot even impede him for this," the man said while gritting his teeth. "He has been hiding during each and every attack, and I am sure that his estate's manager Su will say that he was present in their mansion. Then it will be our word against theirs, and that is not strong enough to win a case. We need a witness."
As he looked around, he found that there was a dark alleyway right next to the place where his masked brother was wailing in agony, and when he entered, he found that there was a warm spot on the ground, yet there were no signs of life. No one would have noticed him in this alleyway.
"There was also an alleyway close to where I was located before,"
the man said to himself and scratched his chin. Other masked experts came rushing towards the area. The rumor of the masked experts being targeted had reached all around the marketplace by now, and those present hurried towards the location of the wailing masked expert.
"What is going on here?"
one of the masked experts asked. But before he had the time to look around, a loud, violent gale with a melody that sounded as if someone was heading to war came crashing towards him. It was as if a cavalry was trampling over them. All of them fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and blood slowly streamed from the lips of the gathered masked experts. Some of them, the ones who had received the brunt of the force, had their masks cracking under the attack and splitting into thousands of pieces. The identities of 3 experts were instantly exposed, and the commoners present glued their eyes to the faces of the no longer masked experts.
"Check the alleyways,"
one of the masked experts called out. It was the one who had blood around his mouth and lacked a tooth.
Although he was not amongst the highest-ranked experts, he still had enough standing for the others to listen to him, and they split up to search the alleyways. Suddenly, a shrill shriek sounded out, and the others looked over only to find that another person laid on the ground while gripping his leg with both hands as blood poured out from underneath his fingers. The faces behind the masks all turned ugly. The ones who'd had their mask broken had quickly replaced them with new masks, but it was too late to hide the damage done. They had long since been recognized. Zhu Wei had been hiding in the shadows of the alleyways and attacked 4 times so far. Twice the attacks had crippled their targets, while the other 2 had caused the opponents to be unveiled. Now he just had to wait and hear the rumors about who these experts were, and then he would be able to move further with his plan.
I cannot cause more damage than what I already have, Zhu Wei muttered to himself as he turned on his tail and ran far away from the masked experts without even the slightest hesitation. He no longer had the element of surprise, and although he deducted that he now had the strength to fight them head-on, one-on-one, he knew that he stood no chance against a group of them. One thing was to jump a few layers while fighting one-on-one. Another was to do it in a fight against 7 opponents. Zhu Wei did not wait anywhere in the city. He had no other purpose than to cause problems for the masked experts and unveil them so that his suspicions could be confirmed, and thus he returned to the mansion as fast as he had left. Zhu Wei noticed that there was a group of experts standing outside the gate of the estate. Some of them were waiting for Zhu Wei to return home, and amongst these people were 2 masked cultivators. Fortunately, Zhu Wei noticed them before they noticed him, so he turned down a corner, after which he used the forbidden rush to jump the wall.
Manager Su, if you do not show us the little rascal, I will blame this on him, someone called out, and Manager Su's calm voice resounded with a hint of anger in it.
The young master is cultivating. He is about to break through. Who are you to interrupt the young master when he is cultivating? I can vouch for him being in the mansion, so take your leave now, and don't disturb us, or don't expect me to keep this from Zhao Lei when he returns.
Although the name Zhao Lei worked great as a deterrent, the Jia and He family leaders had rushed to the mansion to impede Zhu Wei for the attacks on their guards. They knew by now that their men had been recognized. As a result, they could only hope that there was at least a little chance of blaming Zhu Wei and getting their vengeance that way.
Will you stop yelling at my front door? Zhu Wei asked as he stepped forward.
He looked dashing in his black clothes with his hair tied up.
I was busy cultivating and training, and all you do is come here to blabber about some sort of justice. What kind of justice are you here to find me for?
It was not only He and Jia families that had made it to Zhu Wei's mansion. Shen Mu, Lu Jiru, and a few other younger generation experts had made it over and were curious as to what exactly was going on.
You have crippled my guards!
He Tong exclaimed with a loud voice as he pointed a trembling finger at Zhu Wei.
Have your guards entered my mansion?
Zhu Wei asked, and He Tong, looking as if he was spitting fire, answered,
No, they were in the marketplace.
So it has to be me?
Zhu Wei grinned, but his grin quickly turned to a sneer.
I have been in the mansion for all this time. If you find someone who can prove your claim, then sure, let us hear what he has to say. Until then, please stop interrupting my training. I am in a hurry to reach a higher realm before heading out to the army.
Chapter 29. Solid Foundations.
He Tong knew that he could say nothing. They had no witnesses, and Shen Bingwen would never judge anyone on something as simple as the He family's words. Gritting his teeth, He Tong waved his arm and turned around, getting ready to leave.
Watch your back whenever you roam around in the future,
he sneered at Zhu Wei. Yet the moment those words escaped his lips, Manager Su's aura exploded out and laid a heavy pressure on everyone present. Manager Su was angry. Usually everyone forgot about this man's strength and saw him as a mere servant, but when he exploded forth with energy like this, then everyone had to take a few steps backward, Heitong included. This manager was a 9th-layered sky warrior, just one step away from being a heavenly warrior. This strength was enough to create a faction within Tiangong City, but Manager Su had never done so, and was content with just being Zhao Lei's subordinate.
"Are you threatening my family's young master?"
he asked Heitong with a solemn expression on his face and a menacing air around him. Although infighting was illegal amongst those on the side of humanity, not all stuck to these laws. If someone from the older generation threatened someone from the younger generation, it was acceptable for the threatened family to step in. In such a situation, it was likely that it would end up in a fight. Zhu Wei was surprised to see the sudden murderous air that was released from Manager Su, but he also felt warmth in his heart. So far, only Zhao Lei had stepped up for him like this, but now Manager Su was doing the same. Although Manager Su was far from Zhao Lei's standing in Zhu Wei's heart, he still raised his position by a notch.
What do you think you are doing, you slave? Heitong asked, but his voice trembled and his body shook like a leaf.
Heitong was the patriarch of the He family, and thus a sky warrior like Manager Su. However, there was a difference between them. Heitong had only been in the army for as long as he had needed to be there to do his duty, while Manager Su had paved a road through slaughter and murder. He had been a mercenary when Zhao Lei had found him. Although they had the same cultivation base, Manager Su was stronger than Heitong. If it came to a fight, then Heitong would lose, and he would lose more than just face. He had already lost face from sending his men into town only to have them exposed by some unknown expert. 2 of his men even lost their ability to fight in the future, resulting in Heitong having to pay a fee to their families. Now, the entire city knew that the He family had deployed experts for the sake of capturing and injuring Zhu Wei, something that was a great shame to them. Although Zhu Wei had crippled the young master of the He family, it was not usual for the families to act against the younger generation, and although he had not asked any Earth warriors to do battle, he had asked a whole lot of 9th-layered ordinary warriors. Zhu Wei stood there, leaning against the estate gate, and Manager Su stood right in front of him with a murderous look in his eyes. It was not only the He family that had lost something from this encounter. One of the unveiled experts had been from the Jia family, and although they had been present at the mansion when Zhu Wei returned home, the patriarch had been wise enough not to make an appearance. The city was filled with people who were talking about these masked experts. They had been present for quite a long time, but no one had known for sure to whom they belonged, so they could only guess. Now that they had been unmasked, they naturally became the new topic of discussion, and everyone was filled with excitement. Some felt that they were shameless and despicable for trying to gang up on Zhu Wei when all he did was save some commoner girls, while others were putting more focus on the way they had been beaten. Some felt sorry for Zhu Wei. Others laughed at the Jia and He families for not being able to deal with a single young man, but most feared retaliation from Zhao Lei. As a result, they dared not speak too loudly about their opinions. Even now, 5 years later, the memory of the man executed by Zhao Lei when Zhu Wei first came to town remained clear in everyone's heads.
"Are you okay?"
Manager Su asked worriedly as he looked at Zhu Wei.
"I know that you are mentally strong, but you are being chased by some of the leading families within Tiangong City. Are you okay with this?"
Don't worry about me. Zhu Wei smiled a small smile. I have faith in my ability to stay alive. They went too far when they said that they would play with Zhao Yun. It is only fair that I actually give them back some pain and suffering. Manager Su and Zhu Wei had grown much closer in the time that Zhao Lei had been gone. Manager Su was genuinely concerned about Zhu Wei,
But he also trusted the young man when he said that he was certain in his ability. Saying this, Zhu Wei clenched his hand, and his face was serious. He had never forgiven them. Even now, he missed Wang Zhaoyun every waking moment. But the time he had with her had been interrupted by them, and they had even threatened her in his presence. This was simply unacceptable. Zhu Wei felt the pressure. He had thoroughly started a war with the He family, and they had already sent out their ordinary warriors. It was likely that the next that would be sent out would be an earth warrior. If he ran into such an opponent, Zhu Wei would not be able to get off as easily as he had with the others. Even if the He family did not make a move, it was likely that the Li family or the Jia family would make a move. If Zhu Wei was found dead one day with no assailant found, it would definitely be blamed on the He family. Although they would not be able to go to court with no witnesses, they would still be looked down upon by the commoners and have problems in the future to do business and hire guards. Heitong was well aware of this, and his face was pale from anger. He had no chance to change what had happened, and now he could only continue to walk down the path of hostility with Zhu Wei and the Zhaolei mansion. Zhu Wei watched as everyone started to leave. A wry smile was on his lips, and although he seemed carefree, his heart was clenching and uncomfortable. He was nothing more than an ant in the face of experts like Manager Su and Heitong. Although he wanted to change his life and become strong enough to take care of himself, he was aware that it would take him quite some time to reach the Sky Warrior realm, not to mention the Heavenly Warrior rank. Zhu Wei returned to the mansion and continued practicing the Inner Might ability. Although he had gained a basic understanding of the sword, saber, fan, and zither, he knew that he was far away from being able to call it perfected, and he also knew that he needed to learn how to use even more weapons. If he had learned the bow and arrow, then he would have been able to snipe even more experts in his small skirmish with the masked experts, causing even more damage to them and the families that they were from. Oh well, looking back, I could have done many things differently, Zhu Wei sighed to himself. I should not be unsatisfied with the performance I already made. I crippled 2 experts and unmasked 2 more. This in itself is a great achievement, considering that they were all 9th-layered ordinary warriors, and I am only a 7th-layered ordinary warrior.
Yes, but be more careful.
Manager Su suddenly appeared behind Zhu Wei, startling him.
I have to admit that you did perfectly well this time, but in the future, you need to be extra careful when you go to town. Heitong is a wily old fox. He will do anything in his power to gain vengeance against you.
Zhu Wei nodded his head. He was perfectly well aware of this case, but he was not going to live in fear. Heitong cannot move directly, and he cannot send 2 weak people after me, as I will cripple them. Not to mention, he cannot afford to have anything happening to me. If something happens to me, his family would be treated coldly by the commoners, and he would lose too much business. Right now, although he wants to kill me, he would never actually dare move. Zhu Wei was certain that he was safe for now. But I still have to be extra cautious when I move around. Other families might abuse this situation. But for now it should be fine. Zhu Wei sighed as he stretched his body. I will be focusing on cultivating for the next month. I only have a few months before I have to enter the army. The trip will be bloody. Although we cannot attack within Tiangong City, nothing is there to stop us when we leave the city. I would want to get rid of Li Jian. After all he has done to me, letting him go would be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain only to return to harm myself later. I need to cripple him, or preferably kill him. Zhu Wei's eyes were cold. Although he had never killed anyone before, he was no soft-hearted person, and he had been living under Li Jian's bullying the last 5 years. He knew that Li Jian wished to kill him, and if he were allowed to do as he pleased, then one day he would cause problems, not only for Zhu Wei, but also for all his loved ones. Although Li Jian's friends were also bullying Zhu Wei never intended to eradicate them. They had bullied him, yes, but mainly because their families belonged to the Li faction. Zhu Wei was harsh on his enemies, but he was even harsher on himself. He knew that his uncle had hated how he had been bullied, but due to him never talking with his uncle about it, he never gave Zhao Lei the opportunity to lash back at the ones who were bullying him. Zhu Wei knew that the bullying had helped to shape the person he was today. Had he not been bullied, who was to say that the sudden rise in strength would not have caused him to be as arrogant and disregarding as Li Jian? Thinking like this, Zhu Wei sat down and once more began to cultivate the inner might technique. This time, he was trying to shape a bow and arrow. Of all the things he had experienced so far, the bow and arrow were the most difficult ones, as it was not just one weapon, but two that had to work together. It took him a full 4 days to gain a basic understanding of the bow and arrow. After this, he returned to the herbal concoction baths. Although the pain was scorching, the feeling of having his strength rise excited him. He was also aware that he had just broken into the 7th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, so reaching the 8th layer would take at least another month. Although this was the case, Zhu Wei was not in a rush. He understood the point that one could not rush their cultivation base if they wished to have a steady foundation. Zhu Wei took it slow, absorbed the energy, and molded it into qi in his small pearl-like dantian. The herbs continued to assist his increase in strength repeatedly. One strengthened his body, another his soul. One went for his qi, and the last turned into a force that purified his body. All the medicines together were enough to make Zhu Wei undergo overwhelmingly significant changes, and Zhu Wei suddenly had a great idea. What if he also made an herbal concoction for Manager Su? He had been stuck in the bottleneck towards the Heavenly Warrior rank for many years now. If he could break into the Heavenly Warrior rank, the Zhao Lei mansion would suddenly become much stronger in Tiankong City. Chapter 30. Descent into Madness. As the days went by, one after another, Zhu Wei was busy cultivating his abilities and his qi. He would spend a week in the medicine bath and then a week out at the back of the mansion at the training fields. Sometimes Shen Mu and Lu Jiro would come visit. They would not stay for long, as they could feel the conviction in Zhu Wei's entire being. But they still stayed for a bit to talk with him.
Brother Zhu, the whole town knows about you and that wayfarer girl. Do you miss her a lot?
Lu Jiru asked one day, to which Zhu Wei gave her a sad smile as he nodded his head. He saw no reason to deny it.
I want to be strong enough to be worthy of her, he said honestly. I need to become a peerless genius and an expert above the Heavenly Warrior rank if I want to make it work between us. I do not have much time.
Lu Jiru sighed.
Life is cruel, she said. Not allowing two lovers to be together just because their families are against it. I am sure that one day you will become an expert that reaches the apex. You have your unique physique to help you, after all.
Lu Jiru could feel that Zhu Wei was truly depressed because of his sudden split with Wang Xiaoyun, and she often used the excuse of bringing him cookies to come and visit him to see how he was doing. However, slowly as the days went by, she noticed that all his negative emotions started changing into determination. He was utterly determined to become someone worthy of Wang Xiaoyun. He would become someone that all that knew him would be proud of knowing. When Lu Jiru and Shen Mu were not visiting, Zhu Wei was training and taking medicine baths. While he was bathing, Manager Su would also sit in a trance in a bathtub by Zhu Wei's side and absorb his medicinal ingredients. At the start, he had been against the idea of also cultivating, as he felt the need to look after Zhu Wei at every waking hour. But after hearing Zhu Wei talk of the allure of reaching the Heavenly Warrior rank and what benefits it would bring Zhu Wei and Zhao Lei, Manager Su finally succumbed to the temptation. However, he would only agree as long as he was within eyesight of Zhu Wei. After making such a big spectacle out of himself, Zhu Wei was aware that many families were aiming for his head. As a result, it was safer to have Manager Su by his side. Zhu Wei had personally made the herbal concoction for Manager Su, yet the manager refused to let Zhu Wei pay for the materials needed. Manager Su's concoction needed a beast core equivalent to the heavenly warrior rank. However, there had been none available in the entire Chang'an city. As a result, they went into the vault where Zhao Lei had left the most treasured items he had gotten while fighting fierce beasts and primordial beasts. Zhao Lei had fought many such beasts. The primordial beasts did also have beast cores, and Zhu Wei, who was now the owner of the Zhao Lei mansion, picked a primordial beast core to use in the herbal concoction for Manager Su. He never told Manager Su this fact, as he knew that he would refuse to use it. At this, Zhu Wei could not help but sigh. It was clear that they had been left by Zhao Lei for his sake, but it would take a long time before he would be able to use such potent items, and there was a full 7 of them, which was why he decided to use one of them on Manager Su. He used the same herbs, but all of them were much older than the ones Zhu Wei used for his bath. He also added a rising Mountain Dew flower that was around 500 years old. This concoction was so filled with energy that when Manager Su lowered his body into it, he hissed and his eyes bulged.
"You brat, this hurts," he exclaimed.
Zhu Wei just chuckled in response. Just being close to the fumes that came from the other bath was enough to make Zhu Wei have a hard time breathing. With every breath, more and more energy entered his body. Each breath felt like swallowing small needles that then wandered through the various energy passageways in his body, and even more so whenever he entered his own bath. The water was powerful. Manager Su said nothing about his advances, but Zhu Wei could guess that he experienced rather significant progress as he continued to enter the baths at the same time as Zhu Wei. If it were pointless, then he would have given up after the first bath. It took the two somewhat equal time to absorb the energy in the bath. When they had finished, the two went out to the back of the mansion where Zhu Wei started practicing again. This routine continued for 3 weeks before Manager Su excused himself. He had to go and deal with the managing of the mansion. So far, nothing had happened to Zhu Wei, and when Manager Su left, he ensured that there was at the minimum 3 guards present to watch over him. Although they were in the Zhao Lei mansion, Manager Su was incredibly alert. He knew the extent of Heitong's power, and now enough time had passed for him to have descended into complete insanity. His most promising child had been crippled. His guards had been crippled. He had been mocked in town, and people had stopped using his shops in a display of support to Zhu Wei for his protection of the commoner girls. Heitong had lost all faith that he could lose, and secretly he held a high enmity towards the Li family as well as Zhu Wei. Although Zhu Wei was the direct reason for all of this, had Li Jian not ordered his son to bully commoners and then chase Zhu Wei, would he not be perfectly fine this day, today?
"I need my revenge!"
Heitong screamed for the upteenth time within the mansion, and all servants hid away out of fear. Heitong's wives dared not speak. His remaining children were silent. The only other sound at the He mansion was the constant sobbing of the young master of the He family. After realizing that the tendons in his legs had been cut and that his legs would never be as they were before, he was filled with depression. However, above all, he hated Li Jian and Zhu Wei. "Father, you have to avenge me!" he howled, his howl causing everyone to shiver.
The father and son pair had descended into complete despair and insanity by now, and they would no longer be able to back down. Haitong had been waiting for the moment Manager Su left Zhu Wei's side. He had waited painstakingly for more than a week, observing every single move that was made by the two. Although Manager Su had been on high alert, he was unable to sense a man who was out of the mansion itself. As Manager Su left, Zhu Wei did not feel too uncomfortable. He had a tingling sensation telling him that he was being watched, but he did not find it strange considering the guards that were staring at him. Unfortunately, this feeling only got stronger and stronger. At some point, suddenly, he felt a critical sense of danger. Activating Forbidden Rush, and without caring for his destination, Zhu Wei flew into the air, continually changing his direction like a fluttering butterfly in the wind. Right where he had stood was a large crater on the ground, and a boom resounded out as dust billowed up and made it all impossible to see. Zhu Wei did not slow down. His gut feeling told him that the moment he calmed down, he would be caught by whoever was chasing him, and he also knew that he had to move randomly if he wished to get through this. The power behind the hit that had left a crater on the training field was so powerful that if it had even grazed Zhu Wei, he would have become a meaty pulp right away. Realizing that he was this close to death, Zhu Wei did not panic. His eyes focused on the figure that landed in the training field before they narrowed slightly. Everything in Zhu Wei's body was screaming danger, and he knew that he had to get away. He used the cloud of dust as cover to rush away from the descending figure and maneuver through the grounds of the Zhaolei mansion in no time by relying on the Forbidden Rush technique. Zhu Wei did not slow down, moving irregularly. He moved in one direction at one time and then made a sharp turn to run in another direction to disturb the pursuing assassin. Although Zhu Wei was fast and his speed was almost near impossible to see for an ordinary warrior, his pursuer was not an ordinary warrior and could see every move Zhu Wei made with perfect clarity. Unfortunately, one thing was seeing it. Another was actually catching up with him. Zhu Wei continually changed directions, jumping high in the air at one time and down on the ground at another. Zhu Wei was like a fly that buzzed about. Although he used a movement technique, he was only just fast enough to escape his pursuer, despite pushing his speed to the limits. In almost no time, Zhu Wei had reached the marketplace, but he did not stop for even a moment. He knew that he would be killed if he did. The pursuer had truly descended into madness. He did not mind who would be sacrificed along with Zhu Wei. As long as Zhu Wei died, he would be satisfied. The intense chase continued through the entire Tiankong city before Zhu Wei returned to the Zhaolei mansion, hoping that Manager Su was available. Just as he arrived, Zhu Wei could feel a deadly aura surge out from within the mansion. Immediately following that, a loud shout resounded through the entire area as Manager Su charged out from inside the mansion. Zhu Wei could feel an aura even more intense than the one he had felt when Manager Su had released his aura earlier. Usually one could not guess the cultivation bases of those ranked higher than oneself. They could be in the same rank as oneself, just a few layers above, or they could, in theory, also be heavenly warriors. The only time one was capable of guessing the strength of a warrior was the moment their aura was released. This aura was usually converged within the cultivator, waiting to be released, and one would typically release it during a fight if it were face-to-face, as the aura could boost morale, increase one's ferocity, and also intimidate their opponent. The aura could be different, all depending on what kind of background the cultivator had. Haitong's aura was heavy. It was overwhelmingly powerful to someone like Zhu Wei, but there was no special trait to it. Haitong had not gone down a path of killing, so it did not have a natural killing intent added in. He had not gone down the road of righteousness,
so it did not feel otherworldly. The only thing that Zhu Wei could feel was an overwhelmingly dense aura that had locked onto him, making his every move slower and slower. The blood in his body began to roil, and his heart started to beat rapidly. If this continued, then he would, without a doubt, be caught. Manager Su, on the other hand, had walked a road of killing when he was younger. He had paved his way through the corpses of fierce beasts and seen his comrades die repeatedly, so the aura he released was fierce and cold. It felt as if one had fallen into a freezing lake. The aura erupted instantly when Manager Su saw what was happening, and it enveloped everything around the two, Zhu Wei and his pursuer. Zhu Wei suddenly felt that the aura that had been pushing down on him, the aura that had been making it impossible for him to display the utmost of his abilities, had been lifted. He darted behind Manager Su like an arrow leaving its bow. At the same time, Manager Su glanced at Zhu Wei to ensure that the young man was uninjured. When he saw that he was in one piece, albeit soaked in sweat and looking incredibly exhausted, he heaved a sigh of relief.
Heitong, you scoundrel! Attacking the younger generation is a serious crime. Allow for me to administer the correct punishment.
Manager Su stepped forward, and each step he took made the ground beneath his feet crack open. His aura gathered momentum and increased step by step. Heitong's face turned ugly. He understood that he had indeed kicked a hornet's nest this time.
You old slave! How can you be so much stronger than me?
He shrieked out as he dashed backward, trying to avoid Manager Su's attack. Chapter 31. A heavenly warrior emerges. Manager Su did not respond, but he did continue to step forward. It seemed slow, but every single step was taken right after another, and he constantly sped up. There was no hint of martial arts behind his movements, and there was no gracious flair to the steps he took. Every single step was basic, but seemed to contain a myriad of different powers. Zhu Wei looked on in shock before an excited and genuine smile spread on his face. Manager Su had broken through to the heavenly warrior realm. It seemed that Heitong had finally grasped the same knowledge, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he tried to back away from Manager Su. Yet the entire aura had locked down upon him, making it near impossible to even make the slightest movement. The higher one reached in rank, the larger the gap was between the realms. Although Heitong was in the last layers of the Sky Warrior rank, he was a realm below Manager Su, which in return caused the man to be like an ant in front of an elephant. Zhu Wei was excited. He did not believe in showing mercy to his enemies, and from the look on Manager Su's face, he did not look favorably on that subject either. Just as Manager Su finally reached out his hand and was about to grasp Heitong's neck, a snort sounded out. Someone's arm shot forward, grasping Manager Su's hand and stopping his advance. Manager Su looked at the hand that had stopped him. His eyes traveled from the hand to the shoulder before it landed on Li Fang's face.
What gives you the right to interfere?
Manager Su asked with a chill in his voice.
This man has hunted down my young master through all of Chang'an City. There are plenty of witnesses. I cannot allow such a person to continue living. Who knows when he will descend into madness again, and once more try to attack my young master?
Hearing this train of questions, Li Fang's face turned ugly.
Well said.
Shen Bingwen appeared from the side. All of a sudden, all three heavenly warriors present in Tiankong City were gathered in one place.
I sensed the fluctuations in the air. It seemed that a heavenly warrior was emerging. Who could have expected that it was old Manager Su?
Shen Bingwen said with a friendly smile, completely ignoring that Li Fang held his hand in a firm grip and that He Tong was standing trembling on the ground not far away. He Tong seemed to have reached the end of his wits. His eyes were darting from one side to another, focusing briefly on Shen Bingwen, Li Fang, and Manager Su. Li Fang's face was ugly. He too had felt the fluctuations in the air, indicating that someone was breaking into the heavenly warrior rank. Upon realizing that the man in question was the servant of Xiao Lei, he had felt uncomfortable. Although Xiao Lei had never before wanted to engage in the fight for the city lord's position, he had often supported Shen Bingwen, and now that his house had 2 heavenly warriors, it was likely that it would be even more difficult for Li Fang to take over. Not only this, He Tong, although not the strongest supporter, was a supporter to Li Fang. The fact that he had done such unbecoming actions, like hunting down a younger generation member, and even failed at it, proved that he and his followers would take a severe hit in their credibility. All families within Chang'an City, nobles or not, earned their money from farms and fields outside the city, shops, and restaurants within the city. The commoners were perfectly well aware of which shops belonged to which families, and they were very likely to decide not to support one faction if they did something unacceptable. To lure customers back, they needed to sell rare materials and items, or they had to lower the prices so that people would pick their shop for a bargain. Either decision they made would make them lose money, and losing money meant that they would be unable to make a move on the city lord position for some time. If this continued, then more of Li Fang's supporters would support Shen Bingwen instead, not to mention that the commoners would support Shen Bingwen since he had the backing of 2 heavenly warriors. The appearance of a heavenly warrior was indeed something that brought great joy to Shen Bingwen and much agony to Li Fang. "So we need to decide what to do with He Tong," Shen Bingwen said. He was partly depressed that they had arrived so fast, and there was no chance for He Tong to die now. However, at the same time, he also knew that if He Tong were killed, then uncertainty and disturbances would appear in Chang'an City.
"Take him to court," Manager Su sneered. "Lock him up and don't let him out. He aimed to kill my young master, with intent to kill a younger generation member who has yet to fight the fierce and primordial beasts. I am sure that the charge is rather harsh. Crippling his dantian, perhaps?"
He Tong is a veteran from the army. To cripple his dantian is rather extreme when the person in question is completely unharmed and standing right beside you, Li Fang interrupted, but Manager Su was having none of it. Although Manager Su had a lower rank than both Li Fang and Shen Bingwen, both of these two had to acknowledge him now that he had reached the Heavenly Warrior rank, and he was well aware of this, especially because Manager Su had a killing intent added to his aura. Those with killing intent in their auras had climbed out through a mountain of corpses and had seen death as an everyday occurrence. As a result, their ability to fight was many times more formidable than others. Although he was only a 1-layer Heavenly Warrior, for now, he was not one to be taken lightly.
"It is shameful that a veteran of the army would stoop so low as to attack a member of the younger generation. If we do not make an example of this, I fear that in the future others might try something similar," Manager Su protested, and Li Fang knew that there was not much he could say. Shen Bingwen would side with Manager Su to get on his good side, and that would be 2 Heavenly Warriors against 1. Even if he wanted to complain, he would not be able to do so. "I will take my leave," Li Fang said through gritted teeth.
He felt powerless, and although he had always believed in fighting fairly for the position he wanted, he could not help but feel that things were getting out of hand. Shen Bingwen waved his hands, and a group of guards appeared to escort Heitong back to the city lord's mansion. "I will lock up Heitong for now," Shen Bingwen said with a friendly smile on his face. "We will look for witnesses who saw what happened later today, and then you two will act as witnesses too. When all information has been gathered, we will go to court to judge him. I will do my very best to ensure that you get justice," he promised Manager Su. Although Zhu Wei was important because Zhao Lei highly valued him, Manager Su was now even more important. To ensure that he was satisfied, Shen Bingwen would go to great lengths. What wondered Shen Bingwen was why Manager Su suddenly looked at Zhu Wei with such reverence. It was clear that he truly treated him as his young master now, and not just as he used to do in the past. Shen Bingwen also left the mansion with Heitong in tow. They returned to the city lord's mansion right away, leaving only Zhu Wei and Manager Su in the Zhaolei estate.
"To think that he was so brazen as to try and kill you right in front of me,"
Manager Su harumphed with a bit of displeasure. But Zhu Wei just grinned. "It was close this time, but it seems that the pressure was just what you needed to break through. Congratulations on becoming a heavenly warrior." Manager Su was no longer upset. His face flourished a great smile, and he nodded his head in approval.
"Your herbal concoctions are truly able to do wonders. I have not had any progress the last 20 years, but the moment I tried your herbal concoction, I could feel energy flooding my body, and this last thrill surely ended my bottleneck. I am grateful for the assistance that you and your uncle both have given me."
Manager Su bowed deeply to Zhu Wei, who quickly helped him straighten his back again. "Think nothing of it," Zhu Wei said, his statement heartfelt. "Now that Uncle is not here, you are the closest to family that I have." Although Manager Su had never really paid much attention to Zhu Wei before, he had been willing to stay behind and look after him, even though he thought he was trash. Not only this, he had been willing to fight for him repeatedly, and the consideration he showed was making him feel more at ease. To the orphaned Zhu Wei, it felt a lot as if he had found himself a grandfather. Both the young and the older man smiled at one another before they started snickering. "I wonder how the He family is going to manage now." Zhu Wei could not help but grin. He was not usually one to find pleasure in others' despair, but considering that Heitong had almost killed him, Zhu Wei had no positive emotions for their family at all. On the other hand, the Jia family had stayed quiet. They had not said a word after their young master had been crippled, and they had not shown any kind of retaliation. This act made Zhu Wei worried. He knew that they were as upset as Heitong, but their actions showed that they could endure.
"Due to the danger, from now on, I will follow you wherever you go,"
Manager Su declared. But it was no different for Zhu Wei. He had already spent the last couple of weeks almost glued to this manager, so having the next couple of months be the same was no issue. As long as Manager Su did not interrupt him in his training, Zhu Wei was satisfied. The days went by, one after another. Zhu Wei cultivated and trained. He would do everything in his power to gain strength, and he could feel that the chase he had experienced had also stimulated his potential, allowing for him to have a minor breakthrough to the peak of 7th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. He was just one step away from reaching the 8th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and he knew that he would reach it at any moment. Thus, he did not rush it, and rightfully so. A few days later, when he was training the sacrificial stab ability, he broke through naturally. When he did, it was as if a new world opened for him. His body became lighter, his flesh and blood tougher. His eyes seemed to be able to notice smaller details than before,
and the colors looked much more vivid in front of him. He could feel that the higher rank he came, the more in tune with nature he became, and the more of nature's power he could wield. His senses were enhanced, and he could absorb more chi at a time than before. When looking at his body, he found that the pearl-like dantian of his had changed to become slightly azure and was growing in size. Chapter 32. Judging Haitong. Zhu Wei had broken into the realm of the 8th-layered ordinary warrior, and his body continually enhanced itself while taking nourishment from the energy present between the heavens and the earth. As things are now, there should be no opponents for me here in the Haiping Kingdom within the ordinary warrior rank, Zhu Wei mused to himself. He was well aware that he was within an impoverished kingdom, and thus the martial arts legacy was somewhat limited, but he still felt a bit of pride when realizing that he was able to jump ranks while fighting. Although he could not fight an earth warrior just yet, he had confidence in his ability to escape. He was also certain that Manager Su's protection would deter quite a few people from trying to attack him. After reaching the 8th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, Zhu Wei returned to cultivating and training. He did not waste even a single moment, as he knew that his strength was truly too little. Zhu Wei was not only cultivating in this period of time. After having talked with Wang Zhaoyun about Lingyun Town, he had spent some money to get information about the northern taiga and the specific incident related to Lingyun Town, which gave him a whole lot of information. The entire town had been killed by a passing primordial beast. It was a really rare episode, and many primordial beast hunters had done everything in their power to hunt down whichever primordial beast had done it. After a bit of time, they blamed it on the ice harpy, something that made sense to Zhu Wei. Wang Zhaoyun had said they were hunting the ice harpy, so for her to know the history of Lingyun Town was normal. What did puzzle him, however, was that there was no information about any surviving child. All this information confused Zhu Wei, but he knew that he would get no answer before he had talked with Zhao Lei about it. Furthermore, he knew that it would be a long time before Zhao Lei returned. It was likely that they would not meet before a decade later, since Zhu Wei had to be in the army for a decade. Putting the worries on the back burner, Zhu Wei sighed as he once more focused on getting stronger. No matter how many questions he had, he understood that strength was needed to get the answers. In order to be with Wang Zhaoyun, Zhu Wei needed more strength. He needed to be powerful. While Zhu Wei and Manager Su spent most of their time cultivating, the whole of Tiankong City was filled with gossiping and disbelief. Haitong hated Zhu Wei. Everyone knew this fact, and they were well aware that this young man had been chased earlier by unknown cultivators. Yet, for once, he had been chased by a sky warrior, and he had survived it. Everyone knew that Zhu Wei had a movement martial art. Although it was astonishing and rare, no one had truly managed to fully grasp what it meant until now. To be able to outrun a sky warrior when one was only an ordinary warrior was a heaven-defying feat. Although Zhu Wei had run blindly and constantly changed directions, these people did not know about it. They were certain that Zhu Wei had simply outrun Haitong, and that he had strength far outstripping his ordinary warrior rank. Because of this, everyone was eager to show their goodwill towards Zhu Wei. If he had this kind of strength already, no one knew how much he would grow in the future. It was likely that he would become another Zhao Lei, a primordial beast hunter with a great many beasts slain. Beasts were born either mortal beasts, fierce beasts, or primordial beasts. A mortal beast could never become a fierce beast, and a fierce beast could never become a primordial beast. Although primordial beasts in general were stronger than fierce beasts,
they were weaker at birth, and a primordial beast could not start cultivating before the age of 30. Primordial beasts aged much slower than humans and fierce beasts, but they were born with an inborn strength that made it near impossible for others to attack them, and they were exceptionally protective of their young ones, as their reproduction speed was slower than the other races. Primordial beasts could control fierce beasts, just like a tamed beast had to follow the orders of a diviner. The fierce beasts also had to follow the orders of primordial beasts. The only beasts that could go against the primordial beasts' control were tamed and mortal beasts. Zhao Lei had hunted down more than 10 primordial beasts. These beasts were all of varying age, but all of them had a strength similar to that of a heavenly warrior. If Zhu Wei could kill just one heavenly warrior primordial beast, then he would be a hero of humankind in the kingdom of Heiping. Since Zhu Wei was likely to become such a hero, everyone wished to show their goodwill. Many came to the mansion to deliver presents, or just to say that they would gladly witness against Heitong. Even those who had not truly seen anything had already heard enough about what had happened between Heitong and Zhu Wei, and thus they wanted to be of use. Manager Su sent everyone to Shen Bingwen. Shen Bingwen had already promised that he would deal with the case against Heitong. Since this was the case, Manager Su was not shy about using him as manual labor. Zhu Wei was unaware of the sudden rise in fame he had gotten, but he would not have cared even if he had been aware of it. These people had looked down upon him for years already. They had disliked him, and some even hated him. For them to suddenly want to become friendly with him was clearly because they saw that now he had the potential to become a great warrior, while simultaneously having the backing of 2 heavenly warriors. Zhu Wei continued to train all up until the day of the trial. He then went to prepare, put on his finest clothes, and tied his hair up in a beautiful bun on top of his head, with a small golden crown tying it up. Manager Su had also prepared. Although the clothes he wore were of the highest quality, they were all completely black and made him look like a servant. There was nothing fancy about Manager Su's appearance. When one looked at the two, Zhu Wei and Manager Su, one could instantly see that it was a young master and his servant. Yet when they saw the fierce look within Manager Su's eyes, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Zhu Wei walked first, with Manager Su following right behind him. The two walked towards the city lord's mansion where the court was located, intending to be part of Heitong's judgment. They were both the prime witnesses, and also the ones who wished for Heitong to be crippled. When they arrived, half of the courtroom had already been filled with people. The rest were streaming in through the open door. Some had ugly expressions on their faces, while others looked calm and collected. The audience was split into 2. One group wished to gobble up the other, but both understood that this was just pro forma judging. 2 out of 3 heavenly warriors had already decided on the fate of the head of the He family, and thus he would be unable to avoid his fate. Those who were his comrades were swearing in their minds. They too wished to rip Zhu Wei to shreds, but they would never do so, as they knew how valuable the young warriors were to the kingdom. When they had been at the front lines, they were still valuable, but many returned to settle down or carry out other chores that kept them far away from the battlefields. Had Heitong succeeded in killing Zhu Wei, it was not a question about allowing Heitong to live. He would have been executed on the spot, as Manager Su clearly looked at Zhu Wei as his benefactor, but had Manager Su not managed to break through, it could have gone either way. Shen Bingwen would not make too much of a fuss for a dead genius, while Li Fang would do all in his power to protect his supporter. Unfortunately, things had escalated far above and beyond what Heitong had expected. Not only had he failed to kill Zhu Wei,
But Manager Su had also broken through to become a heavenly warrior. A listless and despaired Haitong was led into the courtroom. His hair was messy, and his clothes disheveled. His eyes were dim, and it was clear that he had finally calmed down and realized what exactly he had done. Having come to terms with everything, he was naturally also aware of the punishment that would follow. Shen Bingwen and Manager Su would cripple him. Although his family might be able to sustain itself for some time due to the elders in the family, it was without a doubt that Haitong would not be able to maintain his position within the family. Although the family would survive, Haitong was going to live a life worse than death. Not only this, but he also realized that all the actions he had made had turned him and his family against the commoners. These commoners would use his shops and restaurants much less now than they had before, and only travelers who had no idea of his deeds would buy their wares, unless they lowered their prices. As Haitong was placed in the courtroom, the entire room was filled to the brim, and it was pin-drop silent. Shen Bingwen started by calling up Zhu Wei to give testimony, and following him came Manager Su. Both honestly recounted the incident, not withholding anything. Zhu Wei even displayed his movement martial art to prove that he could move fast enough to stay alive. After them came a bunch of commoners who had noticed what had happened, and finally, Haitong was questioned.
Haitong, leader of the He family, has committed a great offense, Shen Bingwen said seriously. After careful deliberation with the involved parties, and in light of the fact that the victim did not die, we have decided only to cripple your cultivation, allowing for you to continue your life. No one was surprised with the verdict, but everyone was rather shocked that Shen Bingwen made it sound as if he had been merciful. Haitong's face paled, and Li Fang gritted his teeth. Li Jian, who was also present in the hall, stared at Zhu Wei with eyes that looked as if they would slice him into pieces. But a decision had been made, and no one could do anything about it. Even Li Fang was powerless when Manager Su and Shen Bingwen worked together. As the case finished, everyone started spreading the word. Manager Su personally took on the task of crippling Haitong, and a group of He family members picked him up and brought the collapsed Haitong back to the family with them. Although he was their family head, the elders that had been present knew that things were likely to change now, and that Li Fang definitely had his plans with the He family. In the Shen family, everyone was cheerful. Shen Bingwen was walking around with a great smile on his face, and he felt that a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders as Manager Su was his new backup. With Manager Su's assistance, his position was rock solid in Tiangkong City. Although the city lord expected Li Fang to be filled with pent-up anger and frustrations, he also admired Li Fang and knew that he would never venture down the path of wickedness for the sake of reaching his goals.
Was this heaven's retribution?
Li Fang whispered to himself with half-closed eyes in his study.
I have spoiled my son too much, and he has gone down the wrong road. I know of all the atrocities he has committed, but I never said anything about it. Now he has caused 2 of my followers to lose their most promising members of the younger generation and a strong backer. But worst is the fact that Manager Su managed to break through. That old man has never been even close to breaking through all these years, so how come he suddenly broke through now?
Young man, what if I could give you everything you wanted? A voice suddenly sounded in the room. Li Fang stood up in shock and looked around, yet no matter where he looked, he saw nothing.
Do not tempt me, he yelled. I will not be someone else's puppet, and I will not go against my martial heart.
That's too bad,
The voice laughed with a dry laughter that sounded as if the dead were coming back to the land of the living. At least I know that your son will accept me. The voice mocked, and the room was eerily quiet all of a sudden. Li Fang turned deadly pale. Chapter 33. Temptation.
Don't you dare!
Li Fang yelled out loudly, and his voice shook the entire Tiangong city. Everywhere in the mansion, people were startled awake, wondering what exactly had happened. Manager Su and Shen Bingwen also heard the yell and were shocked as to what could cause the otherwise very calm and collected Li Fang to become agitated enough to lose his self-control and yell like that. Shen Bingwen instantly went to visit Manager Su. Mr. Su. He had changed the way he referred to Manager Su now, as he was also a heavenly warrior. I wonder if you would do me the honor of going to Li Fang's mansion to see what's happening together with me? Manager Su looked at Shen Bingwen and shook his head.
I apologize, he said seriously. Although I am very curious as to what has happened in the Li family's estate, I cannot leave Zhu Wei alone, as he would be in danger if I do. At the same time, I cannot bring him with me either, as that might bring even more danger.
Shen Bingwen was surprised. He had never expected for Manager Su to be so loyal to Zhu Wei, a young master who had only just recently begun his meteoric rise. I see. Shen Bingwen knew that it was pointless to ask for more, and he started pondering. Li Fang was an upright man, so he would not set up a trap, but he had a bad feeling about it. Still, although he had enmity with Li Fang, Shen Bingwen understood that if he had truly encountered a bad situation, Shen Bingwen ought to support him. Li Fang would not hesitate to come to his aid. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shen Bingwen sighed and moved towards the Li family mansion. It was not only him who was curious. All sky warriors and even commoners were making their way towards the mansion gates. If there were a battle, they would be eager to see what would happen. If they were having internal struggles, then they would wait for servants to bring gossip. Inside the Li family's mansion, Li Fang had rushed from his study towards Li Jian's room. Everywhere he went, he found no servants. Everything was deserted, and a gloomy feeling loomed over the entire mansion. No one dared to exit their rooms, as they had heard the yell from Li Fang, not even his wives or children. As he reached Li Jian's room, Li Fang did not even knock before he barged in. Inside, he found his son lounging on the bed, eating grapes hand-fed to him by a frightened maid. Li Jian's one arm was hooked around the maid's waist, and her entire body was trembling, but she dared not stop feeding her master for even a moment. When Li Fang entered the room, Li Jian flinched and sat up in a start, about to unleash profanities upon whomever had disturbed his good time. But when he saw that it was his father and the seriousness on his father's face, he quickly swallowed every word back down. "Father, what can I do for you?" he asked humbly. Although he was not scared of his father, he understood that everything he had was because of his status as the genius son of a heavenly warrior.
"You there, leave!"
Li Fang sneered at the maid, who looked as if she had just been excused from a death sentence, and she hurriedly withdrew from Li Jian's bed and into the darkness of the mansion. After this, Li Fang closed the door and sat down on a chair next to the bed. He looked at his son, dismayed and annoyed. Since when had he become so unbridled, so selfish and so wicked? It was everything that Li Fang went against. He knew that Li Jian had always been cheeky. He had done many things when he was a child, but he had been admonished for it until he turned 10, and he showed a great talent for cultivation. Since then, Li Fang and the elders of the Li family had allowed him to do almost anything he wanted, which had resulted in quite a few unfortunate situations for the Li family, including a bad reputation. Sighing, Li Fang knew that it was too late to change things now,
But he wanted nothing but to protect his family, and thus he had no other option than to warn Li Jian.
A mysterious entity has entered our mansion, Li Fang said sincerely. It is tempting us with promises, offering to fulfill our deepest desires. If you hear this entity speak to you, decline, Li Fang said sternly. If I find out that you have accepted assistance from this entity to gain your vengeance against the young nephew of Zhao Lei, then I will kick you out of the family and cripple you.
This was a legitimate threat. As much as it might shock Li Jian, it hurt Li Fang just as much. Li Jian was his son, and no matter how vile he was, Li Fang loved him. He did not wish to be forced to cripple him or even kick him out of the family. Unfortunately, Li Fang was a realist. He had seen and heard just how much Li Jian hated Zhu Wei, and he knew that given the chance, he would grasp it. Even now, when he had threatened him, he saw a manic gleam within Li Jian's eyes that could not be hidden. It was clear that he was thinking of a way to make it happen without getting found out. Sighing and shaking his head, Li Fang stood up, feeling pain in his heart. He regretted. He regretted so much that Li Jian had grown up the way he had, and that he had failed as a parent. Just as Li Fang left the chamber, he felt Shen Bingwen's arrival and sighed. He had indeed lost his temper before, when he had been startled by the strange voice, and now he had to explain to Shen Bingwen. However, thinking for the better of the city, he thought it would be a good idea to mention that some insanely strong entity had appeared in Chang'an City. Inviting in Shen Bingwen, Li Fang went to his study once more, where he explained what had happened. Shen Bingwen was surprised. He knew that Li Fang was upright and straightforward, but for him to instantly decline the temptation was out of Shen Bingwen's expectation. He could not help but wonder what he would have done had he been in Li Fang's position, and the answer made him shiver. Li Fang, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable. He had not said anything about the voice wanting to tempt his son, but he feared mentioning it would make Shen Bingwen do something he could not approve of. The two chatted for a moment, but neither had their minds set straight. Both were busy thinking about their things, and as a result, they quickly split up and went their separate ways. Li Fang went to one of his wives, while Shen Bingwen returned home to his mansion, both in deep thought.
I cannot keep little John under control any longer. I gave him a warning, but even I know that he will not follow it. I just hope that he can truly do this so that no one notices anything.
Li Fang did not feel sorry for Zhu Wei. In fact, he did not like Zhu Wei at all. But he knew that he could do nothing against him, and his heart would not allow him to make a move on a child. While Li Fang's hair was turning white from worry, Li Jian was silent in his room. Usually he would send for his maids to service him throughout the nights, but of course he did not do that. Instead, he was waiting for the owner of this strange voice to appear.
"Young Master Li,"
an alluring voice sounded in the room, and the alert Li Jian straightened his back, his eyes looking calculating as he observed the entire room. The voice was different this time, but Li Jian had not heard how it had sounded last time, so he did not know what to expect other than some strange voice. "Show yourself," he said lightly. "I would like to know who I am dealing with." The alluring voice chuckled, and with a swooshing sound, a woman appeared in the middle of the room. She had hair as silver as the moon's light. Her eyes were blue like ice, and she was wearing a white and blue dress, making her seem like an otherworldly fairy. Her skin was pale like porcelain, and her lips were red like roses. Li Jian looked at the woman with wide-open eyes. Suddenly, he could not refrain from feeling a fever growing in his body.
Although Chang'an City had some beautiful women, none of them could hold a candle to this woman in front of him. Even Lu Jiru was nothing more than just an ordinary girl in comparison. A flash of anger passed through the eyes of the woman, but it was gone as soon as it had appeared, and Li Jian did not notice it. He was too busy staring at the woman's well-proportioned body.
"What can I do for you?"
he finally asked after swallowing his saliva and realizing that he had been staring for far too long in an inappropriate way. "I believe it is more a question about what I can do for you." The woman smirked, and her voice was like soft silk laying itself over Li Jian. The sound alone tempted him into losing himself and just following her every command.
"I want to kill Zhu Wei," Li Jian said through gritted teeth. "Zhu Wei is everything that I hate. Either he dies or I die. We cannot both be alive in this world, and he is becoming more and more of a threat. A few months ago, I might have been able to kill him. Could I catch him? But his damned movement martial art is enough to make it impossible for me to move against him. Not only this, although he wasn't unbeatable at the beginning, I hate to admit it, but his strength is the real deal. I will be hard-pressed to fight him in the future." Li Jian became more and more frustrated. He started gnashing his teeth against each other, and his fists were tightly clenched, so tight that all blood had left them, and his fingernails were digging into his palms. "So you want to kill this Zhu Wei?" the woman asked with a twinkle in her eyes and a sweet smile on her face. "Yes."
Li Jian nodded his head. A hint of excitement was in his eyes. "And if you cannot kill him, you do not believe that you will continue to live in this world?" she continued to ask. Li Jian, who was slightly confused by the sudden question, nodded his head.
"Yes,"
he said after a bit of consideration.
"I cannot live as long as he is alive. He and his family are standing against the rise of my family. Were it not for Zhao Lei, the Li family would be the city lords of Chang'an City."
"Oh, so you wish to kill his entire family, including Zhao Lei?" The woman was surprised, but then she started laughing out loud as if she had heard the best joke of the century. Li Jian frowned when he heard her laughter, but he was unsure of what exactly she meant with it. Was it child's play for her to kill them, and thus she was laughing? Or did Zhao Lei have strength above this elusive woman? Chapter 34. Departing Chang'an City.
"My father cannot sense your presence, so you are clearly above the heavenly warrior rank," Li Jian said, feeling slightly annoyed by the laughter. He could feel that she was not laughing with him, but at him. "Since you are stronger than the heavenly warrior realm, you should easily be able to deal with Zhao Lei. Is there any reason for you to laugh so much about it? Zhao Lei was my hero, but he never looked at me. He never even glanced my way, yet some piece of trash was able to get all of Zhao Lei's attention."
Li Jian's hands trembled, and an ugly expression appeared on his face. "So, to sum it up, you want me to assist you in killing Zhu Wei and Zhao Lei?" The woman chuckled as she slowly sat down on the chair where Li Fang had sat earlier.
"Yes,"
Li Jian nodded his head.
"That other heavenly warrior too, Manager Su. Once Manager Su and Zhao Lei are gone, my father can take over the position as city lord, and I will become the new young master of Chang'an City. One day I will take over his position and become the city lord of the city, and all will listen to my orders."
The more Li Jian spoke, the wider the smile on the silver-haired woman's face grew. "I will help you," the woman said. "I cannot act directly, but when you are traveling towards the army, I promise to make sure that a great surprise will appear." Hearing this, Li Jian was somewhat disappointed.
"You sounded as if you would help me, but you are telling me to wait a couple of months? and that you cannot even act on your own? Then what use are you? I need to be certain that Zhu Wei dies. He has to be completely dead and preferably suffer before he dies.
I know, the woman laughed slightly. I promise that only one of you will survive the trip. I can give you my word, in which I will step in and do the deed myself if my plan does not work. But you should want my help to be as subtle as possible, the woman said with a mysterious smile on her face. If I act, then more chaos will ensue, and I can promise you that your father will realize that you have made a deal with me if Zhu Wei drops dead all of a sudden with no explanation. Li Jian frowned, but after considering it for some time, he nodded his head. Although he wanted his vengeance, he did not want to get crippled or expelled from the family. If she could use some other means to get rid of Zhu Wei, then all he had to do was wait a few months to see what would happen. Well then, thank you for your cooperation. The woman laughed again. Her voice became distant as she spoke, her figure vanishing into the shadows. It was as if she had melted into the shadows, and the last thing that Li Jian heard was the pearl-like laughter of the woman who had vanished entirely. Like this, rumors started to spread through Tiankong City of a mysterious stranger visiting the Li family mansion at night. However, no one knew anything about the purpose of this visit, so assumptions were as many as the stars in the sky. Some thought that Li Fang had found a backer that would assist him to become the new city lord. Others thought that it was a master thief that had come to steal everything the Li family had gathered over the years. A group of people thought that it was an expert that had decided to settle down in the Li family mansion without telling Li Fang, causing him to yell the way he had when he noticed the expert. There were many rumors, but neither Shen Bingwen nor Li Fang said the truth to anyone, causing the rumors to be just that, rumors. The only ones who knew what had happened were the two heavenly warriors and, after a bit of time, Manager Su and Zhu Wei. At first, neither Shen Bingwen nor Li Fang had planned on telling Manager Su or Zhu Wei about what had happened. But after careful consideration, they agreed on it being for the best to tell these two about it, as it seemed as though Li Jian was a potential target for the strange voice. Where Manager Su's eyes turned dark, Zhu Wei was completely carefree. He understood that if this powerful expert was truly aiming for his life, he had no way of protecting it. If the expert could sneak into the Li mansion without even Li Fang's notice, that person was stronger than Manager Su, Shen Bingwen, and Li Fang. Even if they went together against the enemy, no one was able to say who would emerge victoriously. Zhu Wei knew too little about the realms above heavenly warrior rank, but he could imagine that it was a completely different realm, a realm where strength would multiply many times, and thus the heavenly warriors could not bar this expert if their choice was to kill him. On the other hand, he could not help but feel strange. Why would such an esteemed expert try to contact Li Jian and the Li family, trying to tempt them? It made no sense. Did the Li family have something unusual that the esteemed expert wanted? Or did the expert just want to see chaos and disaster wherever it passed? Tempting commoners and trying to make them fall to their heart demons? Zhu Wei shook his head. He was not going to spend his time wondering about something he had no power to change. Instead, he decided to spend the time cultivating, spending as much time as he could to increase his combat power and getting familiar with his techniques. Although he was decent with his techniques, he was still far from being able to grasp the true meaning behind them fully. As a result, he needed to train more to gain a thorough understanding of the abilities. He followed the same pattern as before. He would spend 5 days to a week absorbing the herbal concoction, followed by a week of training his abilities and normal cultivation.
He could feel how his body was growing stronger for every single day that passed, and that he was gaining more and more chi within his pearl-like dantian that started to shine with a stronger azure shine. Soon the time had come for Zhu Wei to depart for the army. The last couple of months had passed fast to him, and he had not encountered any problems. Li Jian and his friends were doing their best to avoid him whenever they were in town. No one wished to be crippled, and he had already crippled 2 of them when he was weaker. Since then, he had grown much stronger, so strong that everyone assumed that he was the strongest within the ordinary warrior rank within Tiangong City. A few weeks before the departure, Zhu Wei had finally broken through into the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. Although he was only in the initial stages, he was certain in his strength. In Tiangong City, there were no strength measuring stones, so Zhu Wei did not know how much his power surpassed the strength of an average 9th-layered ordinary warrior. Yet when he was lifting things that he knew the weight of, he felt that he could lift at least 500 kilograms more than he should, which is a significant amount. Clenching his fist, Zhu Wei felt how he had managed to perfect the forbidden rush for his level. There was only so much he could comprehend while being at the ordinary warrior rank, but to have comprehended as much as he could, Zhu Wei was able to flutter in the wind while being weightless. He could jump around 200 meters in the air, but it was still impossible for him to be able to fly or walk on air. The closest he could get would be to merge with the wind and allow the wind to blow him around. But this was not very convenient, as he could not control his destination this way. Zhu Wei was deep in thought about the forbidden rush technique when Manager Su appeared behind him and cleared his throat.
"Young master," he said, "it is time for you to depart. Here is a bag. It contains a canteen, some rations, gold, clothes, and so on. It should be enough for you on your way to the army. When you are in the army, you will be given some clothes, armor, and be fed by the army dining hall."
Manager Su had taken great care to pack the large bag for Zhu Wei. He had packed everything that he thought Zhu Wei might need, and he had packed a whole lot of gold, enough gold to make it possible for Zhu Wei to live comfortably for a few decades, even when using the herbal concoction. The bag was heavy, but to someone like Zhu Wei, who was a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, it was simple to bear. "Well then, Manager Su, look well after the mansion until I return," he said, with a smile on his face, and Manager Su nodded his head seriously.
"Be careful," he warned. "We don't know what Li Jian is up to. Hopefully he listened to his father and did not do anything silly, but who knows? You will be in the army for a decade. After this decade, you will be able to return to Tiangong City. I believe that you will have become a great figure by then. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the army and make a career for yourself. Or you can be like your uncle, Zhao Lei, and become a primordial beast hunter."
"I will come back as soon as I finish my military service," Zhu Wei promised. "I will become a primordial beast hunter like my uncle, and kill many primordial beasts to make him proud."
"Well then, take care."
Manager Su said nothing more than this, and smiled as he nodded his head.
"I will always be waiting here for you and your uncle."
At the start, Manager Su had not disliked Zhu Wei, but he had not liked him either. Now, things had changed, and Manager Su felt almost as if it was his grandchild that was leaving to explore the vast world of the Haiping army. He would be fighting against hordes of fierce beasts. He could even encounter primordial beasts. He would be in danger repeatedly, but no matter how worried Manager Su was, he said nothing about it. He felt that Zhu Wei needed to do his best and step out onto a broader stage. He had already become a genius of Tiangong City. Although Tiankong was a large city within the kingdom of Heping, the world was vast. It was clear that Zhu Wei would one day explore the rest of the countries much like Zhao Lei did from time to time. Zhu Wei said his goodbye and got ready to leave. He headed towards the outskirts of town where other experts were present, waiting for the group to set out. Although the group of experts from Tiankong City was split into two groups, Zhu Wei knew that when they were going towards the army, all of them would go together. They would have a group of guards with them, all at the Earth Warrior rank, that would guard them all the way to the army. Everyone kept a cordial and proper relationship during this trip. No one knew who they would be sat in a group with when they reached the army, and thus many gave up on being split into factions in the next decade where they had to trust their comrades with their backs. Chapter 35. Goodbye, Tiankong City. Having said their goodbyes, the entire city was gathered outside the city gates to watch how their young ones were ready to leave for the army. Not even a third of them would return home after the decade had passed. There were a couple of thousand young women and men, as all the commoners were there too. Most of them were between the 5th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and then there were Lu Jiru, Shen Mu, Li Jian, and Zhu Wei at the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. Some looked scared about the world they were about to embark upon, while others seemed excited. In theory, those who were ranked low would be the first to die, and these young people were aware of it. A couple of the low-ranked even shed a few tears over their unfortunate situation. It could be that their cultivation talent was lacking, or perhaps they had just not focused enough on cultivating. Either way, they knew that their chances of survival were slim, and they could only lament over their fate. Even these low-ranked experts knew that their sacrifice was needed for the kingdom and humanity, and none of them were willing to run away. They knew that if they did, not only would they be impeded, their entire families would be punished. Zhu Wei observed everything with a calm and distant gaze. These commoners had never treated him well, nor had they treated him poorly because he was Zhao Lei's nephew, but he knew that they had looked down upon him before. He knew that they had found pleasure in talking about and mocking him, and thus he felt no remorse for their fate. In this world, only the strong could survive. He had felt it on his own body repeatedly during the 5 years where he could not cultivate, and now he was much more rational and cold towards those he did not feel any kinship with. Although he had decided not to seek vengeance against anyone other than Li Jian, he still felt nothing for the group of followers he had. Neither did he feel anything for Shen Mu's friends, apart from Lu Jiru. Lu Jiru had admitted to her error in front of him. She had apologized sincerely, and she had even brought a gift of apology. Although the present had been mere snacks, he could not help but feel that she had put some consideration into it. Also, he had seen how nervous and scared she had been of him not accepting the apology. As a result, his impression of her had risen to become favorable. The rest of Shen Mu's friends were different. Although they would talk to Zhu Wei as if they were friends or acquaintances, they would never admit to having been wrong, and neither would they apologize for treating him the way they had the last 5 years. As a result, Zhu Wei saw them more as a bunch of followers of Shen Mu, and for Shen Mu's sake, he would be cordial when dealing with them. However, he would not go out of his way to become friends with them. Zhu Wei stood on the edge of the large group of youngsters, looking at Tiankong City. He had no memories from a world outside of Tiankong City. Yet sometimes, during the last 5.5 years, he had had visions of a tranquil and idyllic small village sat on the outskirts of a big snowy forest. After talking with Wang Zhaoyun, he discovered that this village was known as Lingyun Town, a small town that had been subject to the rage and destruction of a primordial beast. No matter how much Zhu Wei tried to remember this episode, he had no memories of it, and his head would start throbbing painfully. "I will find out when I go there," he mumbled to himself. "If it was a primordial beast attack and everyone died, why did I survive?" He could not help but wonder. But after sighing, he knew that it made no sense to consider it any more. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he looked around the dense cluster of youngsters waiting to depart. Suddenly, a chill went down his spine, and Zhu Wei turned around in a rush. There, behind him, was a woman. She was wearing the same outfit as she had dressed in the auction house, and she was riding on the black-horned mammoth. This woman's face was hidden beneath a bamboo hat with a veil around it, and her robe covered her entire body. It was impossible to see where she was looking, but Zhu Wei had a feeling that she was staring right at him. He shivered, and he sensed a deep feeling of danger and threat. It was as if he was standing right in front of a murderous, fierce beast that was at least a couple of ranks above him. He swallowed hard as he looked back at the woman, but all of a sudden, the feeling of danger vanished, and the black-horned mammoth started moving with the woman seated on top of it. Everyone had been observing it with reverence. It was no secret that an unknown figure had bought the black-horned mammoth, and now that they had seen her, they were filled with curiosity. Everyone was discussing animatedly amongst themselves. Zhu Wei frowned. "Why would she have such killing intent towards me?" he asked himself. "There was nothing in the auction house. Could it be because of me seeing her hand? But that is rather far-fetched." Zhu Wei was deep in thought, unsure of what exactly could cause this woman to show such hate towards him. "Her strength is the real thing," he continued. "She was able to release such a heavy atmosphere, yet the only one who noticed it was me, the target. Not even Old Man Bingwen or Li Fang noticed anything." Zhu Wei's eyes grew round as he reached this conclusion. "Don't tell me that she's the unknown person who infiltrated Li Fang's mansion." "It would make sense then." He paused for a bit and rubbed his chin. "She had no enmity with me during the auction house because there was nothing between us. But after talking with Li Jian, I have become her target. If that is the case, then I am indeed very unlucky," Zhu Wei sighed. "She should be in a realm above the heavenly warrior rank, and she should be able to kill me with but a glance. But she did not do it. What does this mean?" Zhu Wei was confused. "Okay, let us see it from the start," he decided. "We met at the auction house. There was no hostility between us. We met again now, and she released a heavy atmosphere that could threaten me. However, considering her strength, this atmosphere must be a tiny bit of her real power. Why would she only release a bit and not at all? Did she not agree with Li Jian to kill me? Or does she have some other plans?" Sighing, Zhu Wei shook his head. "I can do nothing but wait and see what happens. Even if I ask Old Man Bingwen about her, I fear that he would not tell me anything. But considering how he was eager to get his hands on the lower-ranked beast, he should know about her, at least a little." Shaking his head, Zhu Wei sighed again. "I will have to be alert on this trip, but if that woman truly wishes to kill me, then I won't be able to survive. Still, I will do my very best to stay alive as long as I can." Having reached this point, Zhu Wei was filled with energy. He could feel it flooding through his body, and he knew that he was ready to depart. Whatever happened would happen, and he was just too weak to go against it. Since this was the case, then he would just have to hope for the best. While he was thinking like this, Li Jian glanced at Zhu Wei. His mind was filled with venomous thoughts. Suddenly, a sinister smile curled on his lips. "Just you wait," he grinned to himself. "In a few days you will no longer be able to live.
I will ensure that you will die on the way to the army. The mysterious lady promised me that you would die. I will make it so that your body will be left in the wilderness with beasts gnawing at your bones. No one will be able to find you again, and it will be done in such a way that I can never be charged for it. I cannot wait to see what she has in mind."
Everyone said their goodbyes, and slowly the entourage of young experts began moving.
"Everyone, get moving!" the captain of the guards yelled out. "I will be leading you, and we have to rush through the landscape to make it to the army. We will be going through dangerous lands, so be ready to defend yourself at all times. We might encounter bandits, and we might encounter fierce beasts. We will only rest at night, and everyone is in charge of dealing with their rations. I am not running a charity here. If you cannot provide your food and water, you will be left behind when your energy runs out."
The captain kept yelling things while they were moving, and the faces of everyone present turned paler and paler. Zhu Wei had been aware of this beforehand and had a large bag filled with rations, a canteen with water, and other necessities, but even he felt the pressure from this captain.
"We will be traveling for close to 2 months," the man called out again. "We are currently in the southern areas of Heiping Kingdom, but the army camp for all recruits is in the central regions. To get there will take us 2 months, and these months will be dangerous. We will encounter danger on the way, and some of you will die. If you cannot trust your comrades with your back, then you are likely to be the first to die. No one can fight alone in these situations. I am a sky warrior, and all the guards are earth warriors. We should be able to get rid of any possible threat. But if you are in danger, then know that you cannot desert your comrades. Instead, fight to the death. Any deserter will have their families marked as the family of a deserter. I will keep count on who dies throughout the entire trip. Now, no more talking. Spend all your energy on moving. Some of you are too weak and the trip will be long. Try not to die from exhaustion on the way."
Having said this, the captain said no more, and he just began moving. The couple of thousand youngsters that were following behind him all felt uncomfortable and worried. They knew that life in the army would be harsh, and that many of them would die. But to think that they would die already before they made it there, that was simply inconceivable. Zhu Wei was not too worried about himself. He knew that there were bandits within Heiping Kingdom, but most of them were ordinary warriors, and although they were many, it would require quite some guts to attack a group of more than a couple of thousand experts. The only thing Zhu Wei truly feared was a beast horde. Primordial beasts controlled beast hordes, and if one of those attacked them, they were likely to have a whole lot of sacrifices amongst their people. It would be impossible to get unscathed out of a beast horde, and they fought with an unending ferocity, and they had bodies stronger than any human of the same cultivation stage. Chapter 36. Fierce Beast Sand Snake. Marching forward, the group dared not even talk together with their friends. Everyone had the words that the captain had said in mind, and focused on nothing else than moving forward. Everyone was on high alert. Some feared that they would encounter bandits. Others were certain that they would be left behind. Some felt despair at the fact that they would be traveling for 2 months, and that they might not have brought enough food and drink, while others were feeling less worried, as they already knew about this and had packed enough dried rations to last for 2 months. Although ordinary warriors had walked down the path of cultivation, they were still much more like average mortals, and they needed to eat at least once a day to have enough energy to move forward steadily. There were no breaks throughout their journey before the sun started to set.
"The temperatures here in the desert turn very cold at night," the captain warned. I would suggest you get some sleep so that we can continue forward tomorrow. Those who do not get enough sleep might fall behind tomorrow."
Worry filled the hearts of all present, and they hurried down to sleep. Many of them had not brought anything, as they thought the army would provide everything they needed, having forgotten all about how long the journey to the recruitment camp would be. Manager Su was aware of everything that had happened, and he had packed anything that Zhu Wei might be in need of. Although some had looked at him as if he was stupid before because of the massive bag that he had on his back, now they all looked on with jealousy at the blankets and dried meat he withdrew from the bag. He wrapped the blanket around him and started chewing on the dried meat before he placed his legs across one another and rested his hands in his lap. He was going to cultivate throughout the night. Now that he was joining the army, he knew it was no longer appropriate for him to use the herbal concoctions for baths. He was not even aware if he would be able to get his hands on any herbs or beast cores. Zhu Wei knew nothing about the recruitment camp. He knew it was the place where every recruit from the entire Heiping Kingdom would be gathered, and that he would have to go through rigorous fighting and training before he could be considered a real soldier, ready to be shipped into the army. In such an environment, he would progress rapidly. His superiors would always push him, and although he would lack the energy from the herbal concoctions, he should still be able to rely on his special physique to absorb energy faster. At the same time, he would be able to hone his skills with his techniques. He would experience real life and death battles, and he would not be subject to everyone's ridicule. Zhu Wei was excited about going to the army. He was excited about being pushed to his limits day after day, and he was looking forward to the day he would be on the front lines fighting against fierce and primordial beasts. It was not only him. Every young person felt the adrenaline pump in their blood. This was a completely new experience for all of them. Most of them had never before left Tiankong City, and now they were going to the central region of Heiping Kingdom. As a result, they were all unable to fall asleep. Sleep was the first thing that a cultivator could go without, as their bodies were being nurtured through meditation and absorption of qi. But only a handful of the youngsters had been able to cultivate throughout the night. The rest had been far too scared or excited. Zhu Wei was one of the young men who had managed to cultivate throughout the night, and as the sun's first beams of light shot through the morning air, Zhu Wei stopped cultivating. He took the blanket he had on his back and packed it down, after which he found his canteen and a strip of dried meat. Gnawing on the dry rations, Zhu Wei felt that although they were anything but delicious, they could fill up his stomach. Meanwhile, a group of the commoner youngsters were looking at the nobles with jealousy and salivating expressions. Especially some of Li Zhan's followers were being looked at with great jealousy. They had small meat buns with them that they gulped down greedily. Others, like Li Zhan and Shen Mu, also had some different fruits to eat. It was clear that their mothers had felt worried for them and had packed snacks and other goodies to make their trip towards the army as pleasant as possible. Zhu Wei had no one to think like a mother for him. He had heard from Zhao Lei that his mother died when giving birth to him, and the first 10 years of his life were spent together with his father. When his father died, Zhao Lei took over looking after him, but he too also had to leave. The only one left who cared about Zhu Wei was Manager Su, who, although he looked at Zhu Wei as a grandson, was not prone to spoiling him. Zhu Wei did not mind, though. He knew that he was truly valued highly by Zhao Lei, and it made him feel all the affection he needed. As they had eaten their breakfast, everyone got ready to move forward again. Another day of traveling was in front of them, and while some of them felt uncomfortable and hungry, the majority felt fine. Some had been out hunting. Although there were not many animals in the desert, there were some plants and mortal animals that could easily be caught. The captain had not stopped anyone. If they died, then so be it. His job was just to guide them towards the recruitment camp. He did not have the task of looking after them. Traveling through the desert, the captain and his men were casual. None of them were on high alert.
Although we are going through some dangerous areas, this is one of the safest places on our entire journey, one of the guards said to his comrade, someone who had never tried guiding youngsters to the training camp before. There are no bandits in the middle of the desert. It is simply too rough an environment. And although there are some fierce beasts, there is not enough to make a beast horde. Since it is a low-risk area, we can relax, but don't tell the youngsters. They benefit from the constant vigilance. You know it yourself. When you enter the army, you need to be on your guard all the time. You cannot trust anyone apart from yourself and your team. Even sometimes you cannot trust your team either.
Zhu Wei had his senses heightened after he started practicing the Azure Dragon scripture. He focused his awareness, zeroing in on their conversation with his hearing that was equivalent to an earth warrior already. He heard them speak, but he could not help but snort. Zhu Wei had spoken a lot with Zhao Lei about primordial beasts before. Primordial beasts loathed humans because they had caused an uprising against them, and they had revolted, cast away their status as slaves and livestock, and had become the dominant race on the continent. If the primordial beasts were to know that a band of youngsters aiming for the army was moving through an area close to them, they would, without a doubt, gather a beast horde to attack them. The fewer humans that survived, the fewer people had the chance of becoming primordial beast hunters in the future. Also, Zhu Wei could not shake the feeling of being preyed upon earlier by the woman on top of the black-horned mammoth, and he knew that their trip was likely not to be calm. But Zhu Wei said nothing. He knew that these guards would just dismiss whatever a young man had to say. He was not an earth warrior yet, so it was natural that he would be discriminated against. Also, he was aware that he had no proof. He could not very well say that he thought that some extreme expert would come and cause problems for them, or that the primordial beasts would take whatever chance they had to get rid of them. Fortunately, most of the primordial beasts are in the northern taiga. It is quite rare for them to wander about in the rest of the kingdom. But then again, we never know where the beasts are. Primordial beasts are able to take human shape, and as a result, we do not know whether or not the person next door is a primordial beast. At least fierce beasts are unable to take on a human shape. They can only stay in their beastly forms, and even the more intelligent ones are incapable of ever turning into humans. I know for a fact that the primordial beasts made many experiments on humans back when the humans were the slaves of the primordial beasts. No matter how much they loathe us humans, they still knew that we had some traits that they lacked, and as a result they wanted to mix our races. They tried everything, but the closest they got was the ancient war god and his brothers, the heroes of humanity, those that today are the ancestors of the wayfarers. And it is impossible to get mixed races no matter how hard you try. Every book that I have read says that if someone tries to mix the races, humans with primordial beasts or primordial beasts with fierce beasts, means that the mother and child will always die. There is no way to survive, and thus the fierce beasts are completely incapable of getting the bloodline of the primordial beasts, and the only way that primordial beasts can affect humans is through the wayfarer's bloodline. Because of this, the enmity between beasts and humans has never let up. It is against heaven's will to create mixed races, and this has meant that only humans and primordial beasts can take human shape. But it also means that every stranger has to be treated cautiously. You never know when you are dealing with a primordial beast, and when you are dealing with a real human. Zhu Wei sighed. He had never before seen a real primordial beast, and thus every knowledge he had came from Zhao Lei and the books he had read. Just as he sighed and shook his head, he suddenly felt the ground trembling. They were walking on sand, so their every step caused them to sink slightly into the ground, but now they all felt the tremors that ran through the ground. The guards' faces turned severe, and they stopped being carefree.
"We are under attack!" the captain yelled out, and many of the guards wielded their weapons. Some used spears, others used swords. Some had sabers and others knives, and there were even ones using halberds and other more exotic weapons. So far, no one could see whomever it was that was coming their way. All they could feel was the entire ground shaking. Suddenly, right in front of them, a massive sand snake dug out of the ground. Underneath it were thousands of smaller snakes that broke through the surface of the desert. These snakes all ranged from strength equivalent to the 3rd layered ordinary warrior rank to the 1st layer of the earth warrior rank. On the other hand, the giant sand snake was as strong as a 1st layer sky warrior, 1 layer beneath the captain, whose face was pale. Although he was 1 layer above, this sand snake was massive, and it possessed quite a formidable strength both in defense and offense. Fighting it would require all of the captain's focus, and many of the Earth Warrior guards would have to assist him. Zhu Wei did not rush. He saw how many of the experts were panicking. This was their first encounter with a wild, fierce beast, and Zhu Wei could feel the dense air of danger descending upon them all. Everyone acted differently. Some froze on the spot, others fumbled with their weapons, and yet an entirely third group yelled as they threw themselves at the horde of sand snakes. Zhu Wei did none of that. He just calmly observed what was happening. He could sense a strange feeling of something awakening from its slumber. Chapter 37. Killing Intent. Zhu Wei felt his blood boiling within his body. He could feel his senses heightening, even further than they were before, and his eyes could see the movements of every single one of the weaker sand snakes. The sand snakes that were equivalent to an earth warrior were being dealt with by the guards, while all the ones with strength equal to the ordinary warriors were ignored entirely. They poured towards the group of youngsters, and the thick scent of blood permeated through the air. It was as if this scent of blood stimulated Zhu Wei, and he felt how his hand clenched tightly, and a killing intent started surging within his body. He felt as if his soul was split in two. One part of him was eager to enter the battle, to fight, and to kill. He was thirsty for blood and wanted to massacre anyone who stood in his way, that being both humans and beasts. At the same time, he also felt a calmness descend onto him. It was as if his soul had left his body, and he observed everything from the outside. He could see himself standing still, one hand clenched tightly, and at the same time, he could also see a whole lot of youngsters fighting for their lives. These sand snakes were small, all between 1 and 2 meters long, and they slithered between the people. They were not poisonous, but they were strong, and their bodies were clad in sand-colored scales that were almost impossible to penetrate by someone at the same level of strength. At the same time, they had a set of sharp fangs and a mighty body, allowing them to lacerate their enemies with their fangs while holding them in the right position with their 1 or 2 meter long bodies. The snakes killed more and more of the young, inexperienced experts. Where all the noble-born children were able to hold their heads high and were capable of disposing of the snakes one after another, the commoners were not as great at it, and many got injured or died. The snakes quickly lost many of their kin, too, and as they ventured further into the ranks of youngsters, more and more beasts were killed. Finally, they reached Zhu Wei. Whenever they did, his hand would flicker out, and a chi sword appeared in his palm. This sword was as sharp as a razor and created by chi. Swinging the sword constructed from energy casually, he chopped the snakes into pieces one after another, and soon they did their best to avoid Zhu Wei. However,
He had felt the joy of killing, and he could not contain his excitement as he moved further and further towards the center of the many snakes. It was as if the snakes wished to avoid him. The killing intent surrounding Zhu Wei kept growing. He was becoming more and more immersed in the feeling of killing, and to his surprise, he found that he was enjoying the experience of chopping up one snake after another. A sinister smile played on his lips, and his eyes were filled with a chilled gleam. He was splashed red with the blood of his enemies, and he could not help but feel strength soaring in his body. Zhu Wei had killed hundreds of sand snakes. Behind him was a path of corpses, and he continued to advance until he reached the fighting ground of the two sky warriors. By now, Zhu Wei's entire body was drenched in blood. His white teeth were exposed in a gleeful smile, and it was clear that he had been enjoying the killing. The killing intent had also rolled off from him in waves, affecting both snakes and humans in the surroundings. Everyone had been able to feel the killing intent, and it had caused them to feel fear to their cores. The battle soon ended. Zhu Wei had killed a large number of snakes, and the rest of the youngsters and guards had cleared up the remaining ones. Zhu Wei had been in a trance-like state. He had been entirely consumed by the feeling of slaughtering and found that he had enjoyed it. But the moment he laid eyes on the fight between the two strongest members of the group, the Sky Warrior Captain and the Sand Snake with the same strength as a Sky Warrior, he awoke, as if someone had dumped a bucket of water on top of his head. His face grew pale, and he felt nauseous. He could not understand who he had been just moments before, and the chi sword in his hand vanished. Fortunately, none of the snakes in the surrounding areas dared to get close to Zhu Wei, and Zhu Wei slowly regained some color in his face as he took a few deep breaths. "What happened?" he asked himself. "Why did I suddenly get so overwhelmed by the urge to kill?" He frowned and turned around, only to see that the surviving members of the younger generation were looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Even the guards were wary as they looked at him. The strength Zhu Wei had displayed was almost equal to an Earth warrior. He had shown raw power output that had shocked them all, but what had scared them silly was not that he had killed so many snakes, but the expression on his face when he killed them. The fact that he had found the whole situation thrilling scared him. Sighing, Zhu Wei did not try to explain anything. His face returned to a casual and cold expression, and he returned to the group of youngsters. Yet everyone moved out of the way for him, and even Shen Mu and Li Jian looked frightened. "I am used to being alone," Zhu Wei sighed. "This is nothing new." Having convinced himself that their reactions did not hurt him, he sat down with his legs crossed, his hands on his lap, and started pondering on what had happened to him. The moment the fight had begun, and the scent of blood permeated the air, it was as if his soul had split into two. One was his usual personality. It was calm and collected, but it had left his body and kept an eye on everything that had happened. At the same time, he also had experienced a strange, baleful killing aura surging within his body, and when he started cutting up the snakes, the urge to kill had taken over. He had almost entirely lost control over himself as he enjoyed the feeling of killing those snakes, and he could not help but feel slightly scared and very uneasy. Zhu Wei did not like the idea of losing control over himself, and he knew that he had to be more careful in the future so that it would not happen again. But he also knew that this was his very first life and death struggle. He might have experienced some real difficulties had it not been for this strange, baleful killing intent growing within him. Zhu Wei was not the only one who had sat down to cultivate, but where Zhu Wei was looking back on the actions he had made, The others were trying to restore their chi after having been forced to use all the energy they had to kill the snakes. Some were trying to heal their wounds, using herbal plants they had brought with them from home, or trying to purchase herbs from those who had some by paying them. Everyone knew that their fate now was in the hands of the captain. If he failed the battle against the sand snake, then the sand snake would kill everyone present. But if the captain won, then the sand snake would die, and they could resume their journey. It took a full 3 hours from when the snakes appeared until the giant sand snake that had arrived died. The captain had killed it, but he too was looking ruffled, and his clothes were disheveled. He quickly cracked open the skull of the beast and picked up something that looked like a faceted gem, the beast's core.
"We need to keep moving right away,"
the captain yelled out, but his face turned ugly when he saw that at least 100 to 200 of the youngsters had died in the attack of the sand snakes.
"Do a death count. Write the name of those who died and then we move. The likelihood of another sand snake coming is very low, but it is still possible."
The guards got to their feet and gathered all the dead youngsters. They lay them in a line, and the captain found a set of papers and took account. After this, he humphed a few times before he packed the papers away again, not allowing anyone else to see the papers.
"Okay, we start moving now,"
the captain yelled out, and everyone started to follow him once more, away from the site of carnage. Where no one had dared to talk before because of the warnings that the captain had given them, now none of them dared speak because they had realized that this warning was real. They were bound to run into problems along their travel, which took months, and now they knew that it was indeed a deadly journey that they had embarked upon. While they dared not speak, many were looking at Zhu Wei with horror in their eyes, but some also had curiosity, while others had veneration. Strength was what determined one's future accomplishments, and no one could question Zhu Wei's strength anymore. Many of these commoners had heard about Zhu Wei's meteoric rise, but they had had a hard time believing it. Now, when they saw his raw power on display in a fighting environment, no one questioned his strength any longer. Zhu Wei was completely unaffected by the many gazes he got, and he was not even the slightest bit worried about the other experts. What he worried about was his killing intent. Why did he have such killing intent hidden within himself? He could not understand it. Was it because he had experienced something bloody in his past? Or was he merely just inherently a lunatic? Zhu Wei wished that Zhao Lei was by his side so that he could discuss with his uncle about how he felt. But he also knew that this was not an option. He only had himself to rely on. Not going to give up, Zhu Wei spent all the time on the road searching his body. Yet no matter how much he searched it, he found no hidden secrets other than the peculiar pearl-like dantian. The following 2 days were completely normal. No one dared to speak with Zhu Wei. Not even Shen Mu or Lu Jiru spoke with him. But they would often look at him with worried eyes, while Li Jian had started a rumor that had spread fast, saying that Zhu Wei was a bloodthirsty killer that would kill all of them if given the chance. Zhu Wei did not care about it, but many of the commoners and noble-born were filled with worry and distrust towards Zhu Wei. They feared that he would use the power he had displayed earlier to attack them. Thinking about this, Zhu Wei could not help but snort in contempt. He was only a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, while there was a sky warrior as a captain. Even if he wanted to get rid of the others, he did not have the opportunity to do so. All in all, the only one that Zhu Wei wanted to kill was Li Jian. But he also knew that it was impossible as things were now. No matter what he did, the Sky Warrior captain would notice it, and that would be the same as signing his death certificate. Zhu Wei was not that stupid. As a result, he kept his murderous thoughts to himself. He knew that he and Li Jian would one day face off against one another, and that when that time came, Zhu Wei should be able to kill him as easily as killing chickens. Although he was only a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, he almost had the same strength as an Earth warrior. Although any average Earth warrior could fight Zhu Wei to a standstill, no one in the ordinary warrior rank was able to beat him. Chapter 38. Sacrificial Stab. The next couple of days went smoothly. They managed to leave the desert, and every youngster, Zhu Wei included, was brimming with curiosity as they observed their surroundings. They had lived in Chang'an City their entire lives, and the desert was located next to it. Although they had left the desert, the warm weather persisted, and all of them were sweating to keep up with the captain.
"I don't feel good about this trip," the captain said to his next-in-command as they rushed forward as fast as the youngsters were capable of following. "We've already encountered a giant sand snake in the middle of the desert, which is the safest of all the areas. We already lost 169 youngsters, and that is before we've even reached the bandit-infested areas or the forest filled with the magical beasts that'll attack us at night. Us guards will be able to keep our little lives, but those youngsters will be in mortal danger time and time again. I know that it will help those who survive in becoming less of a weakling, but at the same time I cannot help but feel that something is aiming for us. My senses are tingling, and have been since we began. There is a constant danger looming over our group."
Hearing the captain speak, the next-in-command was pale. He was, after all, an Earth warrior. If something that threatened a Sky warrior was present, it meant that they, the leaders of the group, would also be in significant danger.
"Do you have any idea as to why this is?"
the next-in-command asked the captain, but the latter shook his head.
"I don't know," he said honestly. "I have had a bad feeling since we left Chang'an City, so it might just be my bad nerves and the knowledge that we will experience some battles throughout our journey. Although humans in general are on the same side, there will always be bandits, and these bandit groups number up to a couple of thousands of bandits in each group. Such bandit groups will not be scared away by our numbers. Those little nobles will have quite a bit of treasure on them, and although we guards will be hard to deal with, they will have enough people to keep us occupied while they charge at the youngsters."
The next-in-command was quiet. He had also transported youngsters more than 3 times, but he had never experienced as bloody a start as now.
"Maybe we might get lucky," he sighed eventually. "We can do nothing but hope that our luck will return. If it doesn't, then we will fight to the best of our ability. One of the recruits is quite strong, too. I saw him fight against the snakes. He killed hundreds of them, but the downside was that it looked as if he was enjoying himself. We need strong warriors, but those that lose themselves to the fight are not necessarily great warriors, as they rely too much on instincts and not enough on their senses and a calm mind."
The captain nodded his head.
"I have heard about him. He is that piece of trash who turned genius overnight. I guess he is filled with pent-up frustrations from when he was treated like trash and as a result releases his feelings while fighting. After a bit of time, he should be able to keep himself under control again. But although he is strong, he is at most equal to a weak Earth warrior. This in itself is already a great achievement for someone in the ordinary warrior rank, but at the same time, it might not be much help against the bandits. Still, his survivability compared to the others is much higher, since he even managed to escape from Haitong."
The two spoke with low voices, and no one else could hear what they said. It was no problem for them to talk and move at the same time, as their strength was far above the typical youngsters that were running, and thus they often discussed the situation. The group marched past a barren land that bordered to the desert. Dry grass was on both sides of the road, and little vegetation could be seen on the flat ground, as everything had withered because of the high levels of sunshine and low level of humidity. The gravel on the road crunched under their thousands of feet. Dust was kicked up, and some coughed as they had no water with them. From time to time, the entourage would make stops at small streams to fill their canteens. Those who did not have canteens would drink their fill and hope to last until the next time they had a water stop, which was roughly once a day. They had no food with them either, but they had slain thousands of sand snakes, and many had brought some of the meat with them. Although it could not last long, it could last longer than mortal beast meat, and so far it was still fresh. Making fires and roasting the snakes was the option of many of the youngsters in the group, while Zhu Wei just stuck to his dried meat. They were relatively safe in the open landscape of the barren land. It was flat and stretched out as far as the eye could see. No one was capable of making an ambush here. Only some underground beasts could cause some problems. However, just as before, if beasts were on their way, then the ground would tremor to warn them. The next couple of days, the group advanced slowly through the landscape. The barren land turned into a forest, and they slowed down. The captain walked with light steps, and his senses were on high alert. This was a bandit-infested location where one knew that there were quite a lot of bandits, but there were also a lot of fierce beasts in these forests. Although most of them would stay away from such a large group of people, the strongest beasts might be alerted and attack them. They were still walking on a road that cut straight through the forest, but no one spoke, although the speed at which they traveled had been slowed down. Everyone looked around them, and Zhu Wei had his senses heightened to their limits as he had a feeling that something was wrong. The eerie silence in the forest did not last long. They continued walking for half a day when they suddenly came to a stop.
"We have been surrounded," the captain said with a loud voice. "It is bandits this time, and they will be even more ferocious than the sand snakes from last time. Take everything you have learned from your last fight, and try to survive."
The captain instantly drew his weapon, and everyone else followed suit, except Zhu Wei, who closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel the urge to do battle rise in him again, but this time he had been prepared, and he used his calm and collected part of his soul to overwhelm the other part. "I will not let you out unless I am on the verge of death," Zhu Wei said to himself. He did not like the part of him who found pleasure in killing others. Just as they had drawn their weapons, Zhu Wei sensed that the bandits were moving. Suddenly, the crowns of the trees next to them were black from bandits that were standing on the treetops. Some jumped down on the ground, some stayed in the tree crowns, but there were at least as many bandits as there were people in their group of new recruits. These bandits also varied in strength from the third layer of the ordinary warrior rank to the first and second layer of the earth warrior rank. On top of this was their leader, who was at the 9th layer of the earth warrior rank. Although he was weaker than the captain of the group of youngsters, overall, the bandits held the advantage in strength.
"Brothers, we will interfere with their captain. The rest of you kill and pillage. If there are pretty girls, just wound them and let us take them back with us," the bandit leader yelled out. 15 of his men, all at the 9th layer of the earth warrior rank, jumped down from high above in the trees and surrounded the captain. "Kill!" someone yelled out, and all of them rushed toward the youngsters. Some of the youngsters were terrified, their faces pale and their hands that held their weapons trembling, while others looked excited. After experiencing the first life-and-death battle against the sand snakes, the youngsters were split into two groups. One was terrified and had a hard time moving and defending themselves, while the other was excited and filled to the brim with confidence. In the army, this was precisely the way these two groups were. One was
cowardly and feared death and more likely to be killed, while the other consisted of energized and excited experts. They were dancing on the blade of a sword, ready to fall into the abyss. But this was what made them feel alive. Zhu Wei was also one who was eager to do battle. He wanted to fight. He wanted to feel the blood boil in his body, feel his strength soar, and the feeling of having someone else's life and death in his hands. He wanted to kill. Zhu Wei sat down on the ground and made a zither from qi. After this, he started playing on it as note after note followed by shockwaves exploded out and pushed back a whole group of bandits, causing 3 of them to vomit blood on the spot. Another note was released, and with it a shockwave, yet this time it was not aiming for a full group of bandits, but for 2 of the experts that had been pushed back. The shockwave was sharp like a blade, and it headed straight for the heads of the 2 experts. One of them could feel the tremor of the air proving that it was on the way, and managed to lift his weapon just in time to block the attack, while the other never noticed what happened before his head was severed from his neck, blood spurting out as his head rolled away.
The zither is a great weapon. I can use the sound waves in every way I wish, but my experience with the zither is too low. I need to try using the sword.
Zhu Wei decided after some time and stood up. The zither morphed into a sword made from qi, and without noticing it, a smile had once again emerged on Zhu Wei's face. Zhu Wei started walking slowly towards the outskirts of the group of youngsters. This was where the bandits were most numerous, and he wished to display his skills to their limits. Sacrificial Stab was an attack he had learned just before leaving Tiangong City, and it was one of the superior attacks that he had picked from among the ones in the ring his uncle had given him. Sacrificial Stab was an attack that sacrificed the soul of the killed to the ancient god. In return, Zhu Wei would be given a divine boon to increase his strength, and according to what he had understood from the technique, this boon stacked.
I never had a proper time to try it out, Zhu Wei smirked. Sacrificial Stab requires the soul of a human to be sacrificed, so it is not as useful as one might think. But against such a massive group of bandits, this is indeed the perfect attack to try out.
Everyone who saw the smile on Zhu Wei's face felt a chill run down their spines, but at the same time, they felt relieved. As long as Zhu Wei started acting, many of the enemies would be wiped out, and the pressure on the rest of them would be lessened. Chapter 39. Third Layer Earth Warrior. The bandits felt the dangerous air surrounding Zhu Wei, and many of them could not help but look at him as he slowly strolled towards them. His sword was in his hand, hanging level to his body. When they looked at it, they saw that it shone with an azure light.
"You guys, go and stop that kid!"
someone yelled out, and 5 ninth-layer ordinary warriors stepped forward. They completely ignored everyone else and headed straight for Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei did not seem to care. He was heading forward at the same pace as he had moved at before, but just as the first person appeared in front of Zhu Wei, the young man thrust out the sword so fast that no one was able to even see the movement he made. The man he was up against was a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, but they were nothing more than ants in front of Zhu Wei. When he used the sacrificial stab, they died instantly. The qi sword pierced his heart fast and painlessly. The bandit did not even know what happened before he was dead. Zhu Wei dissipated the qi sword, and with but a thought created a new sword in his palm. He turned towards the next one of the 5 experts. He could feel a strange energy bursting into his body. The sacrificial stab was an old heritage skill from the monks and priests. All priests and monks in the continent were of the same religion. They all revered the ancient god, a figure that had created the world and had transcended the limits of mortality. This religion was named after this god, and the outsiders often referred to it as the Church of the Ancient God. This religion was known to be very mysterious. No one knew much about what exactly went on behind the scenes of the temples, but one thing was certain. The monks and priests were not to be messed with, as they were one of the largest organizations on the entire continent. The ancient god had left behind different abilities and techniques as his heritage, all of them now owned by the monks and priests, and the sacrificial stab was one that the monks used quite frequently. As to how Zhao Lei had gotten his hands on it, no one knew, and Zhu Wei did not care. He just felt the divine boon make its descent upon him and felt how he grew stronger and stronger. He felt the qi in his body roiling as the soul of the target dissipated into thin air. A red layer of energy shrouded Zhu Wei's body, and he felt that his strength had almost grown by a quarter of his usual strength. This strength made his body feel hot. The energy was slightly out of control at first, but it quickly settled down, allowing for Zhu Wei to integrate it into his own strength.
Well then, let us see if it truly stacks, Zhu Wei mumbled as he swung the qi sword and slashed at a bandit that was wielding a pair of battle axes. The first sword slash was blocked, but the attack was enough to push back the bandit and for marks to appear on the axes. As soon as he was pushed back, another group rushed forward, but Zhu Wei brandished his weapon and swung it twice, blocking the incoming attacks and returning them with some fast attacks. One of them was a sacrificial stab. It was so fast that the target had no chance to go against it, so he died on the spot, and his soul was sacrificed to the ancient god, causing the red energy shrouding Zhu Wei to increase in size. The energy that Zhu Wei could control once more grew by an additional fourth of his original strength. Suddenly, his strength had soared through the heavens, and together with his strength, his speed also reached another level. By using the Forbidden Rush movement technique, Zhu Wei was now capable of becoming a shadow moving around on the battlefield as he pleased. One sacrificial stab after another was unleashed, and every attack killed a target, continuing to increase Zhu Wei's strength. The malicious red energy that had surrounded him grew in size and got deeper and deeper in color. Zhu Wei would be able to use approximately 10 attacks of Azure Lightfinger or Shattering Mountain Palm, but things were different with the sacrificial stab. If he did not manage to sacrifice a soul to the ancient god, it would instead become an attack that relied on Zhu Wei's inner qi to be activated. However, the moment a soul was sacrificed, it would be a free attack, allowing for Zhu Wei to use it wantonly, not caring about the expense. Zhu Wei's strength and speed were continually growing, and soon he had more than doubled his strength. Behind him was a road of corpses, all of which had been killed by a simple stab through their hearts. None of them had had a chance to retaliate. At the start, only a few of the bandits noticed what was going on, but as Zhu Wei killed his way further and further into the group of bandits, more and more died to his sword. His strength kept soaring, making them all feel the pressure, so the Earth Warrior bandits started to aim for Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei had expected this. He wanted to try and challenge his strength, see how far he could go. To do so, he had to challenge the next rank. Ordinary warriors were not his opponent, not even without increasing his strength. At the same time, he was also aware that it was not possible for him to stand against an Earth Warrior as things were now. There was simply too far a gap between the two ranks. As a result, his only option was to boost his strength and then fight to his heart's content. The first Earth Warrior to notice him was a third-layered Earth Warrior. He frowned as he saw the elusive movements of Zhu Wei, and suddenly a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. He had a great beard adorning his rough and sunburned face. His body was dressed in the same black clothes as all the others, and his eyes were brown as the autumn leaves, while his black hair was cut short so as not to be in the way when fighting.
This Earth Warrior was many times stronger than the normal Zhu Wei who had not boosted his strength by relying on the sacrificial stab. Zhu Wei could feel that the boost he had gotten would continue to sustain him for at least half an hour, but he was worried as to whether or not it was enough. Had it been a first-layered Earth Warrior, then Zhu Wei would not have feared him with all the extra power he had gotten from the sacrificial stab. But things were different. This was a third-layer Earth Warrior, and he was feeling slightly nervous. The palm that held his sword was starting to become sweaty. Well then, why not boost my strength a little more? Zhu Wei asked himself. Although he could feel the killing intent within him, he had not allowed for it to take over and place him in a trance-like state again. He was still thinking rationally, and as he looked around, he found that a lot of bandits were pressuring the other youngsters. A grin appeared on his face, and he instantly turned and fled away from the Earth Warrior towards a group of bandits of the ordinary warrior stage. Sacrificial stab. The sword flashed out time and time again. The sacrificial stab executed multiple times, and 7 experts fell to their knees, their eyes filled with disbelief and their souls dissipating into thin air. At the same time, the deep red energy shrouding Zhu Wei turned darker, and now it was almost black. Zhu Wei could feel that although his strength was being increased, it was not being increased as much as it was at the beginning. Not enough, Zhu Wei said to himself as he looked over his shoulder. The third-layer Earth Warrior had a face filled with anger as he chased after Zhu Wei. Although the bandit would have been much faster were it any other time, Zhu Wei had the forbidden rush and the augmentation from the red energy shrouding him. Zhu Wei did not stop there. He continued to rush towards the next person and the person after that. He attacked one bandit after another, and the sacrificial stab was being unleashed continuously, killing a bandit with each strike. Zhu Wei's strength was constantly rising, until finally the energy surrounding him had turned completely black and could no longer increase. By now, Zhu Wei had killed over 200 bandits, so many experts that the others were looking at him with disbelief in their eyes. He had moved so fast that no one had seen how he did it. They had just felt the dangerous air around him and the pressure he emitted before their opponent had fallen down. Now that he had come to a stop and was looking at the one chasing him, the third-layer Earth Warrior, Zhu Wei took a deep breath. "You killed so many of my brothers!" the man shrieked, madness spilling from his eyes. "If I do not kill you now, I am not worthy of my name!" Laughing out loud, Zhu Wei flipped his hand, and the Qi sword appeared in his palm once more. Zhu Wei knew that he could not afford to be carefree now. He had to be careful. He had to be serious about this battle. At the same time, despite his calm, all of his clothes were drenched in the blood of his enemies, and drops of blood ran down his face as a sinister smile played on his lips. "Bring it on!" Zhu Wei laughed as he activated Forbidden Rush. Although his speed had been increased, he was aware that he needed his movement technique to avoid this third-layered Earth Warrior bandit. "Flood Dragon Thrust!" the bandit called out. A spear in his hands shot out, and the Qi that had been imbued into the spearhead acted like a flood dragon. It roared out, and the Qi took the shape of a dragon head. Zhu Wei knew that this was a severe attack. The bandit wanted to kill him right away, but how could Zhu Wei allow for him to attack so quickly? He pushed the Forbidden Rush to the fastest speed possible, and his Qi sword brushed against the side of the spear, allowing for Zhu Wei to use the power of the spear to make an elegant retreat. The strength behind the Flood Dragon thrust was so horrifying that although Zhu Wei had maxed out on his sacrificial boost, his hands went numb. This made him understand that although he had increased his strength tremendously, he was in a significant disadvantage against this person. Having retreated, Zhu Wei used the strongest Azure Lightfinger he could muster, shooting a beam of Azure Qi towards the bandit.
The bandit was surprised by this sudden attack, but he did not panic. Instead, he lifted his spear and used the body of it to block the beam, only to have an ugly expression on his face as he was forced back 5 steps. He felt blood well up in his throat. Forcing the blood back down again, the bandit stared at Zhu Wei with venomous eyes, and Zhu Wei now understood that there was a significant difference in strength. Although he was strong, and he should be able to deal with a 2-layer Earth Warrior, the 3rd layer was just too strong.
Well then, I cannot kill him, but he cannot kill me either. Zhu Wei was stubborn. I have half an hour to fight him. In this time, there should be a backup, and until then, I will hone my skills.
Zhu Wei stomped on the ground. A big cloud of dust appeared around him as he shot towards the bandit that had been pushed back. The sacrificial stab was unleashed, and the bandit quickly tried to defend himself. He managed to raise his spear in time, and a loud hong sounded out as the two, chi sword and spear, collided. The force behind made Zhu Wei retreat again, but the bandit was not much better off. He had not had the time to defend himself, and this time he could not force the blood down his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood as he struggled to get to his feet.
Perhaps I do have a chance after all, Zhu Wei thought to himself as he once more stomped on the ground and used the rebound to rush towards the bandit, both hands holding the chi sword. Chapter 40. Genius Camp. Zhu Wei would not allow his enemy to get back up, so he advanced again. After every single clash, the sheer power of their clash would force him back. However, by relying on the forbidden rush and his boosted speed, Zhu Wei would quickly come to a stop and be able to advance again. He threw out one attack after another with the sword in his hand, but he dared not use the sacrificial stab wantonly anymore, as he knew that he could not kill the 3rd layer Earth Warrior that easily. Furthermore, if he used the sacrificial stab too many times, he would use up all his energy and would become spent and easy to crush. Zhu Wei continued to attack with the sword form of his profound technique Inner Might. But he frowned as he felt that although his regeneration and absorption speed of chi had multiplied by many times due to the sacrificial stab, he was not restoring enough chi to continue using the chi sword for much longer. I have to bet on this, Zhu Wei frowned as he retreated another 100 meters from the 3rd layer Earth Warrior bandit. He then stomped hard on the ground as he advanced at a rapid speed. He once more used the sword to make 3 attacks at the bandit to occupy him, but he made his strike softer than before so that he would not be thrown back by the rebound. Instead, he continued forward and was almost standing right in front of the bandit. The bandit used a spear. Although he was somewhat decent at using it in ranged attacks, his melee lacked sorely. He lifted the spear to protect himself, but he was too late. A rock-like palm suddenly soared and steered right towards the bandit's head. The spear was too far away, and the bandit's reaction time was slow, so he did not manage to raise the spear in time. The palm landed on his right temple. A crack could be heard as the palm continued in through skin and bone and embedded itself within the bandit's head. The bandit's eyes were filled with disbelief, and Zhu Wei retreated as fast as he could. While the bandit had not raised his spear in time to protect himself, Zhu Wei had still acquired a wound in the exchange. The spear grazed his chest and caused his blood-soaked clothes to be shredded apart as a gash appeared on his chest. Blood welled out, but Zhu Wei used his remaining chi to stop the blood flow. He knew that he should have asked Manager Su to bring some herbs for him. Had he had a rising mountain dew flower, he would have been able to heal the wound in no time. Zhu Wei sighed, but then he noticed that the entire area was silent. There were no sounds of battle that could be heard anymore, and no one was trying to rush towards him to kill him even though he was wounded. He looked around him and found that all the bandits were dead, and that the guards from Chang'an City alongside the other youngsters had created a ring around him and the now deceased bandit.
"Not bad, kid," the captain suddenly called out. "Although I imagine you used some ability to boost your strength, you still managed to kill an expert at a realm above you, and not even in the first but the third layer. This is an achievement you can be proud of. It seems that you might be able to make it into the genius camp at the recruitment camp. We only have a few people who make it into the genius camp every year, so if you make it, it will become a great honor for your family and friends. You should aim for the genius camp. In there, you get more resources, better skills, and more training."
"I thank Captain for the pointers," Zhu Wei said politely as he cupped his hands. Blood had splashed all over him, and he looked ferocious and dangerous as he stood there with blood all over him, even as streaks of blood could be seen on his face.
"You are a fierce warrior. Although some of these other youngsters fear you, you are the kind of warrior that can become a peerless primordial beast hunter. You fight with your life on the line, going to the edge of the abyss and keep struggling. You do not turn back in the face of a challenge. You are indeed a true warrior."
Hearing all this praise, Zhu Wei felt slightly awkward. He could not help but rub his nose slightly as a small smile appeared on his lips. He had never before received such praise from anyone other than his uncle on those occasions when he had cooked for him, so he was slightly embarrassed by it. "Senior, I wonder if you can tell me more about the genius camp," Zhu Wei asked as he started stripping off his clothes and found some clean clothes in the bag that Manager Su had given him. Fortunately, he had at least 10 sets of clothes, so even though some of them got destroyed, he would not have to walk naked.
"Join me at the front," the captain said as they started moving again. "I will tell you about the genius camp."
Zhu Wei quickly changed his clothes and tossed the old ones on the battle-ravaged ground before he promptly made his way to the front of the entourage. The captain was waiting for him, and a position to the right of the captain had been prepared for him. As they started to move again, the captain began to explain.
"The army obviously consists of soldiers, but the soldiers have different ranks depending on their strength. Although Chang'an City is one of the major cities in the Kingdom of Heping, it is not the biggest, and our geniuses are not the most outstanding. Those geniuses that come from the capital are able to reach the strength of an earth warrior before they make it to the army fields. As a result, almost all the spots in the genius camp goes to them. The genius camp is a camp where the experts are gathered. They get special training from primordial beast hunters, and they get more cultivation resources than others. They get a lot of privileges. When it is time to make the groups that go to the front line, they will make a battalion on their own. This battalion will consist of 500 experts, as that is how many are allowed in the genius camp. They will be sent to deal with the most dangerous tasks, but they will also be hunting together with primordial beast hunters, as they will be the true elite. Everyone wishes to make it into this battalion, but not many are able to do so. If you can do it, you will be a hero for the entire Chang'an City. I heard about your issues with the He, Jia, and Li families. If you enter the genius camp, your rank will be equivalent to the city lords, and they would not dare to do anything to you, as doing something to you is the same as going against the kingdom itself. My guards and I will be waiting at the recruitment camp for a few weeks to ensure that everyone is settled in properly, and bring back news of how the experts have been ranked, since the nobles would like to know about their ranks."
"Ranks?" Zhu Wei asked. He had never gotten too much information about the recruitment camp from Manager Su, since it was a long time since Manager Su had been in the army, and was unaware of how things were now.
They are not only ranked in the genius camp and then everywhere else. The experts are divided up among 9 ranks, according to their rank. A 1-layered ordinary warrior will be ranked in the 9th rank.
Second layer ordinary warrior will be in the 8th rank, and so on. The higher rank you have, the more items you will get, and the easier it will become for you to raise your strength. You will be at the recruitment camp for a year.
From the time you arrive until the next batch of recruits arrive, the recruitment camp will be your home.
While you are at the recruitment camp, you have to fight tooth and nail for cultivation resources. Your cultivation speed will be fast because many of the items you can't get in Chang'an City are available for the recruits. We all know that the kingdom of Heping is poor, but the army of Heping Kingdom is not that bad compared to some of the other kingdoms. This is because the majority of the taxes go into ensuring that the recruits and armies are well fed and given access to cultivation resources. Fortunately, the kingdom of Heping has only one danger zone, and that is the part of the northern taiga that is within our kingdom. Although some primordial beasts will venture into the area, they only live in the northern parts. And even though we have beast hordes all over, the likelihood of running into a primordial beast is rather small.
Thank you, Senior, for explaining things for me, Zhu Wei said politely as he cupped his hands.
It is my pleasure, the captain said with laughter. I believe that helping you now will be beneficial for me in the long run. You cannot become someone who is able to slay a 3rd layer earth warrior while still being a 9th layer ordinary warrior by being average.
I am flattered, Zhu Wei said with an embarrassed smile on his face as he rubbed his nose, and he genuinely was flattered. This captain had been in Chang'an City for a long time and knew about Zhu Wei's history, but he still seemed to have a very favorable opinion of him.
Well then, back into the group with you, the captain smiled as he continued to move forward.
The entire group was surrounded by guards to protect them, and those that were on the outside of the guard line were in much more danger. Zhu Wei did not hesitate and rushed into the group of youngsters. On the way, he could not help but chuckle. The strongest noble-born children were marching right behind the captain, their ears stretched to hear everything that the captain and Zhu Wei had been talking about. The further into the group that Zhu Wei went, the weaker the experts became. It was clear that many had not known about the ranking of the recruits either, nor about the genius camp. Even though Li Jian's face was ugly when he overheard the fact that Zhu Wei seemed to have the strength to enter the genius camp, a sinister smile still appeared on his lips.
I have made a deal with that woman. She will ensure that he does not get to the recruitment camp alive.
Li Jian was not stupid. For a giant sand snake to attack them when they were still in the desert proved that she was doing her best to kill Zhu Wei. But Zhu Wei had much better combat ability than expected. It would be hard to kill him with the means she had tried so far. The other youngsters had a wistful expression on their faces as they dreamed of being able to join the genius camp. Especially Shenmu and Lu Jiru were eager to participate when they heard about the extra benefits one would get, and they were lost in their reverie for a bit while marching on. Chapter 41. Friendship. The next month of the trip went without a hitch. No bandits appeared to attack them, and no fierce beasts emerged to fight them either. Li Jian was getting more and more nervous as they came closer and closer to the recruitment camp. Zhu Wei was still alive, and the closer they got, the more likely he was to stay alive, which was something that he could not accept. Zhu Wei was aware that something was agitating Li Jian, and he was observing him with vigilance from time to time. Zhu Wei knew that he could not afford to be careless. The woman that had appeared when they were about to leave Chang'an City was indeed not someone he could disregard. Since not much had happened in a month, the previously nervous and worried youngsters had relaxed significantly and were now talking together while marching. Strangely enough, neither Lu Jiru nor Shenmu came to talk with Zhu Wei. It was clear that they were still scared by his display of bloodthirst during the battle with the sand snakes and the bandits. Although he was observed with reverence from some, he was also feared by everyone. They had all been brought up in a safe environment, but now they had seen real fighting for the first time, and they had also understood the difference between them and Zhu Wei. No one was comfortable when comparing themselves to Zhu Wei. It was as if he was a real warrior, the kind of expert that they had read about and heard about, the type of warrior that could go on and catch primordial beasts. There was a bit of jealousy in the hearts of some, as they too wished to be as fierce in battle, but most were scared, and rightfully so. How could someone who had been trash for so long have such an innate killing intent? Everyone was puzzled, and the rumors that had started spreading about Zhu Wei and his killing intent, merged with the imagination of everyone, made them all fear that he would take his vengeance, because there had been a time they had looked down upon him. He was without a doubt the strongest expert in the group of youngsters. If he wanted to take revenge, even if he did not kill them, he would at least be able to make their lives a living hell. This was especially so if Zhu Wei went to the genius camp. If he was considered a real genius, then their lives would become hard to predict. "We ought to go and apologize," someone whispered to his friend, who nodded his head but spread his arms. "We should," he agreed. "But even though we ought to do so, do you want to talk with him when you saw him chop down ninth-layer ordinary warriors as if they were weeds? You think he will take the chance to take revenge?" The first youngster shivered as he thought about it. "Maybe we should wait for someone else to test the waters. If they survive, we will do the same. But if they get slaughtered, then they can only blame their luck." The second friend nodded his head. "We don't have any other option. Although it might seem less sincere only to try after others have paved the road for us, it is better than risking our lives." Unfortunately, it seemed that everyone shared these thoughts. Even Shenmu and Lu Jiru were uncomfortable about Zhu Wei's sudden display of bloodthirst and his combat ability. Although they knew that Zhu Wei was continually increasing his strength, they had not been able to comprehend that he had overtaken them in strength completely. He had been trash for so long, and although he was no longer trash, he had been lower ranked than them. He had not been able to threaten them, and they had never fought him, resulting in them slightly looking down on him. Now that he had displayed a power stronger than theirs by a lot, they did not know how to deal with it. Although Li Jian was Zhu Wei's enemy, he was the one who was the most aware of Zhu Wei's strength. He had fought against Zhu Wei and knew from early on that not only did Zhu Wei have abilities that made it hard to counter him, he also had physical strength superior to other cultivators of the same layer. At the start, Lu Jiru and Shenmu had not contacted Zhu Wei at the beginning because they had been stunned by how he suddenly was much stronger than what they initially thought. Time just passed, and slowly it became more and more awkward. Finally, Lu Jiru could not endure it any longer. With a wail, she rushed towards Zhu Wei when they were having a break. "Brother Zhu!" she called out. Although her voice was not too loud, every youngster and even many of the guards quieted down and discreetly listened in on the conversation. "Jiru, what can I do for you?" Zhu Wei asked, as if it was just yesterday that they had last spoken, and his question made Lu Jiru both feel calmer but also guilty. "I'm sorry," she said while bowing to Zhu Wei. "I did not mean to wait this long before talking to you, but you are horrifying," she exclaimed as she raised her head. "How can you be so fierce, attacking and killing as if it was nothing? I killed one bandit, and I felt so bad about it that I had nightmares for weeks afterward, not to mention the physical pain and me vomiting." "I don't know, but I am not too averse to death or blood. Instead, it ignites something within me, making me feel a thrill as if I am walking on a tight line, and the smallest mistake will mean that I die, while winning means I live. To be frank, Those are the moments I feel the most alive." Zhu Wei decided not to say anything about the trance-like state he had been in, and just described how it had been for him when fighting the bandits. He had, as far as he was aware, never before killed anyone either. But when he searched his body and memory for any vestiges of the feeling he had when he first chopped down a bandit, he found nothing. It had felt the exact same way as when he had sliced up the sand snakes. To him, humans and fierce beasts were the same. There was simply no difference between them. "Am I inhumane?" Zhu Wei asked himself out loud, but Lu Jiru was by his side, and she answered him with a shake of her head. "No," she said seriously, "you are not inhumane. You are just realistic. If we want to survive in today's world, we need to be able to sacrifice others, and we need to be able to kill when the need arrives." "I am too weak." Lu Jiru's hands were tightly clenched, and her face was serious as she looked at the heavens above. "I wish I too could transform into some sort of bloodthirsty warrior who would not even look twice at the ones I killed. But I know it is not possible. I am too soft and too weak, and I will always be like this." "I am very proud to have a friend like you," she continued. "I know that you will become someone big within the kingdom of Haping. While I, on the other hand, might not even survive this decade in the army, and if I do, then I won't be used as anything else than a chess piece for my family to marry me off to other families when I go home." Lu Jiru sighed, and Zhu Wei felt somewhat sorry for her, but he could say nothing against it. This was the nature of their culture. "You could always forge a way to marry Shen Mu." Zhu Wei leaned close to Lu Jiru and whispered in her ear so that no one else could hear what he said. But Lu Jiru's face turned beet red instantly. It made everyone curious as to what he had said. The majority assumed that he had offered himself as the marital partner, but a few were certain that this was not the case. They knew about the rumor with Zhu Wei and a certain wayfarer woman, and it would be strange if he replaced this wayfarer woman that easily. Also, some were just hoping that they would be picked as Lu Jiru's partner. She was one of the beauties within Tiangong City, and she was able to fight. More importantly, she enjoyed doing chores like cooking and baking, something every wife should excel at in their opinion. Shen Mu, who had spent a lot of his time together with Zhu Wei and Lu Jiru previously, felt a little odd at seeing his two friends chatting like this, and a pang of pain passed through his heart when he noticed that Lu Jiru turned red from something Zhu Wei said. "No need to wait any longer, or else it will just get more awkward," Shen Mu mumbled to himself and went over to talk with Zhu Wei. "Hey, long time no see," Shen Mu said with a hushed voice. He felt guilty for treating Zhu Wei differently. "Hey," Zhu Wei beamed at Shen Mu, which further aided guilt in taking root in the latter's heart. "I'm sorry for not coming earlier," Shen Mu sighed, but Zhu Wei just waved a hand at him. "How many times have I not ignored you in the past? No matter what I did, you would always come back like a leech, trying your best to get to know me. For you to ignore me once, is this not considered okay? I mean, I am not in any position to blame you, at least. Also, I have very few friends." Zhu Wei had a self-mocking, self-deprecating smile on his face. "There are two people I would consider friends, and those two friends are the two of you. Apart from you, I only have Uncle and Manager Su close to me." Zhu Wei sent a warm smile to the two people in front of him, who both looked incredibly relieved, and smiles also started spreading on their lips. "Honestly, I understand your fear," Zhu Wei said with a low voice. "I am not too comfortable with my sudden bloodthirst either, and I can imagine it must have been very terrifying to see for others. I am sorry you had to witness it, but in the end I have to do anything I can in a life-and-death battle." Zhu Wei was honest with his two friends, and both Lu Jiru and Shen Mu finally started feeling that some of the walls surrounding Zhu Wei were beginning to crumble, allowing for them to get to know who he was inside. "You should not worry about it," Lu Jiru said fervently. "You have been saving a lot of our group members. Without you in the team, I fear that at least double the number of deaths would have occurred during the bandit attack. So although you are pretty frightening, you are our comrade who makes it reassuring instead of scary." Hearing Lu Jiru say so with a stern voice, Zhu Wei could not help but laugh at her. It was as if she tried to convince him that it was indeed a good thing he was bloodthirsty and cold-blooded when it came to murdering their enemies, even though she would still tremble in fear from just looking him in the eyes as soon as he entered the blood-soaked stage. "Well, nothing good will come out of being too friendly with our enemies," Zhu Wei finally sighed. "I wish to become someone my uncle can rely on. I want to be a person that he can look at with pride. To do so, I will become a blood-soaked demon if I have to. I will shed the blood of humans, fierce beasts, and primordial beasts alike. Anyone who becomes my enemy will have to die." Chapter 42. Imminent Peril. The conviction in Zhu Wei's eyes was so overwhelming that both Lu Jiru and Shen Mu shivered. They knew that he was not joking. "You can only kill humans that are bandits or evil," Lu Jiru interjected with her brows knitted together, a worried expression on her face. Zhu Wei smiled at her. He said nothing, neither declining nor approving, but he smiled and ruffled her hair as he gently chuckled. Lu Jiru pouted slightly. "You should take me seriously," she muttered, but she wanted to look adorable in front of Shen Mu, so she did not flare up at the dismissal that Zhu Wei showed in response to her words. Zhu Wei talked a bit more with Lu Jiru and Shen Mu about what they had experienced so far during the trip, about the genius camp and what ranking they would get during the recruitment, and about the army that they would be joining. As Zhu Wei was alone once more, he looked at Lu Jiru, who had left, and bared his teeth in a sinister smile. "I don't care whether or not people are good or evil," he muttered to himself. "I will kill anyone who stands in my way, whether it is an angel or a demon. For me, it does not matter." As Zhu Wei said this, he startled, and a shiver ran down his spine. "Why would I think like this?" he asked himself with befuddlement. "I am not some bloodthirsty murderer. Even if all of them think so, I am just a normal child." As Zhu Wei was thinking about this, he was feeling uncomfortable. "What is happening to me?" he questioned himself, but he did not have a long time to consider it as he was pulled out from his thoughts by a loud voice.
"Everyone, stop what you are doing!"
the captain called out as he looked around him with a frown on his face. He soon kneeled on the ground and placed a hand on the soil, the scowl on his face deepening.
"Something is not right. Everyone, get ready to defend yourself if things go awry."
Everyone felt nervous. So far, the captain had battled with a Sky Realm giant sand snake and a group of bandits without ever losing his composure, but he had not been as solemn as he was now. It was clear that whatever was coming their way was a dangerous threat to all of them, not only the young ones, but also the guards. Everyone understood that this was a severe threat to their group. They did not hesitate as they brandished their weapons and waited nervously for whatever it was that the captain had noticed.
"This is the best location for us to encounter a beast horde. We are just on the outskirts of the forest, and the beasts can only come from in front of us."
Beast horde? As soon as he said beast horde, everyone paled, and a large group of them trembled. They had heard about beast hordes before. They were the real terror of any army and wandering mercenary group. Primordial Beasts controlled beast hordes,
which could range from some 100 beasts to hundreds of thousands. All the beasts were fierce beasts, and thus their strength could not be underestimated. "Will we even survive this?" one of the more petrified experts asked with tears in his eyes. "We are still not at the recruitment camp, but we already lost this many of our comrades. Were it not for the ferociousness of Zhu Wei, who we all had considered trash, then we would have lost even more of our brothers and sisters."
"Don't jinx us," another expert sneered.
"The other experts have made it to the recruitment camp every single year. We will too."
"There is a real primordial beast controlling this group," someone exclaimed in shock, and a tremor ran through the entire group. It was common knowledge that primordial beasts controlled beast hordes. Everyone knew that primordial beasts existed in every strength, shape, and size. Some of them were strong, some were weaker. Some of them had appearances almost similar to humans, while others looked bestial in their original shape. Primordial beasts are incapable of cultivating for some time after birth. They were as weak as ordinary mortals. However, as they grew older, they would become familiar with the method of cultivating, and their strength would skyrocket. If they were lucky, they would be up against a young primordial beast that had just started training and hence gotten its human shape under control. A primordial beast of that kind might not prove too problematic, as there were a chance that the beast horde would be small and that the captain could face off against the primordial beast. However, if it were a fully grown one, then they would have a very slim chance at survival.
"Was she a primordial beast?"
Li Jian suddenly muttered to himself, his face filled with shock and his eyes open wide. He had not wanted to believe it, but considering that a giant sand snake had attacked them, and also now a beast horde, everything pointed towards the fact that she was a primordial beast.
"I colluded with a primordial beast,"
he said again, his voice so weak and trembling. He could not even hear it himself, and the turmoil in his heart was unbearable. He hated primordial beasts, but he equally hated Zhu Wei.
"It will be fine,"
he mumbled, trying to convince himself.
"I did nothing wrong. As long as Zhu Wei dies, I will be okay. No one will ever know of this deal I made."
Li Jian was more scared for himself than the others. If the world knew that he had worked together with a primordial beast, he would get executed right away.
"I should be safe. The beasts should know not to touch me,"
Li Jian said to himself again and again. He had a deal with the primordial beasts, and the deal was that Zhu Wei would die, while he would survive. At the same time, the first beast was visible in the distance. The beast horde was leveling the forest in front of them as they ran towards Zhu Wei and the rest of the group.
"The beast horde consists of around 5,000 beasts," the captain yelled out. "There is one fierce beast equivalent to a sky warrior, around 1,000 with the same strength of the earth warrior, and the rest are ordinary warrior ranked. Although this does not sound too bad, it is in fact a disaster for our group," the captain said with a grave expression on his face. "I will be dealing with the one that has a strength equal to mine, but we only have 500 guards at the earth warrior rank, whereas they have 1,000 beasts at this level. Each beast has a physical strength superior to humans at the same strength, so although they might not be as intelligent, they will be hard to kill fast. That means that 500 fierce beasts with the strength of earth warriors will be roaming free. At the same time, there are more than 3 times as many fierce beasts as you guys, but I am not so optimistic that I think that each of you can defeat and kill 3 beasts each. In situations like these, you need to let go of all your hesitation. This is a battle where our entire group is facing peril, but it is against fierce beasts. We have to kill these fierce beasts with all that we have. We have to rely on someone to kill a whole group of them.
We need to not give up hope.
We can do it! Every guard called out in unison. Their combined strength was unfathomable for an ordinary warrior like these youngsters, and their voices made the ground shake and the incoming beasts hesitate slightly before continuing their charge.
Here they are!
The captain yelled as he brandished his weapon and jumped into the midst of the beast horde. Everywhere he went, beasts were chopped in half as he made his way to the back of the army where the fierce beast with the sky warrior strength was located. He was not the only one who had decided to help out the weaker experts. The earth warriors were sweeping through the beasts with the strength of an ordinary warrior and did not stop their slaughtering before they reached a suitable opponent. Slowly, they were becoming fewer and even fewer who were engaged in battles with weaker beasts, as all of them had found suitable beasts to fight against. Unfortunately, the beasts were many times more numerous than this group of young experts. As a result, one after another, the human experts died. These humans did not go down without a fight. They all fought to their last breath and would try to take as many beasts with them to the grave as possible. Whereas some of them failed to kill even one beast, others managed to kill up to 6 before they died, though they were the minority. Zhu Wei stood in the middle of the group. Fights happened everywhere around him, but no beasts went toward Zhu Wei. In fact, it looked as if all of them were walking a massive detour around him. At first, Zhu Wei had not noticed it too much. He had thought that the beasts were too busy looking for weaker prey. But even the Earth Warrior beasts turned their tail whenever it came to confronting Zhu Wei. After realizing this, Zhu Wei decided to test it out and moved towards a fierce beast. The more intelligent ones would try and resist the urge to flee, while the ones with the least intellect would run away in a rush. I wonder why they fear me like this, Zhu Wei pondered. He was not busy killing the beasts just yet, but instead trying to understand what was going on. Could it be because of his killing intent? However, although it had surfaced within him, it had not been let out yet. Zhu Wei's hand flickered as a wave of qi exited his body, and he sat down on the ground with a zither created from the inner might profound technique in his lap. Since they are not coming to me, I don't have to fear them suddenly surrounding me, Zhu Wei muttered to himself as he plucked his fingers on the strings, releasing 3 notes. These 3 notes were deep and profound, carrying with them some heavy atmosphere and a large-scale attack that pushed back around 200 beasts around him. The youngsters that suddenly had the time to take a breather as the beasts had been pushed back all looked at Zhu Wei with incredulity. He had shown them his overbearing and bloody fighting with the sword. He had shown them how he would kill one bandit after another without resting, and even eventually slaughter a 3rd-layered earth warrior. But now he was sitting still with a zither in his lap as some refined scholar. He was sending out note after note of music, and the sound waves transformed from being walls that pushed the fierce beasts back into a sharp sound wave that would cause deep gashes to appear on the bodies of the weaker beasts. Some of them lost limbs, and some even lost their heads. Zhu Wei was calm. Since the beasts kept running away from him, his only option was to use long-ranged attacks. Zhu Wei felt that he was becoming one with the music that he was playing. He even went as far as to close his eyes as he played one note after another. This fight, he did nothing but give support to the others. Each of his notes pushed back the beasts in his surrounding area, while the weaker beasts would receive wounds. A few of the weakest beasts and the ones injured by the other youngsters would die. This is taking a toll on my qi reserves. Zhu Wei sighed as he realized that he had used more than half of his qi, but he had managed to kill quite a few beasts. But more importantly, he had assisted his comrades greatly and ensured that only a few had died.
The majority of the killed beasts were all weak. They were below the 4th layer of the ordinary warrior rank, and thus they had been unable to withstand even a single large-scale attack. Although Zhu Wei was killing and pushing back a mountain of fierce beasts, more and more appeared. The cultivators around Zhu Wei were relatively safe, as their opponents would be thrown back from time to time as an effect of Zhu Wei's attacks. The ones further away were fighting for their lives. They were in imminent peril, falling one after another to the beast horde. There were only 4 experts in the entire group who were 9th-layered ordinary warriors, and those were Zhu Wei, Lu Jiru, Li Jian, and Shen Mu. Lu Jiru, Li Jian, and Shen Mu were gathered at the same location and were doing their very best to take care of as many beasts as they possibly could. Yet even though they were killing quite a few beasts, they had at most killed 100 beasts cumulative among them, a far cry from Zhu Wei's performance. Chapter 43. Beast Horde. The youngsters were not the only ones dropping in this battle, but the guards were also losing more and more of their members. These guards were all exceptionally skilled in combat and were used to fighting against fierce beasts. All of them had gone through a decade in the army, and as a result they did not panic when the beast horde enveloped them. These veteran soldiers, now turned guards, knew that their lives were on the line the moment they had accepted the mission to lead the youngsters to the recruitment camp. But many of them had done it multiple times, and none of them had ever experienced as bloody a trip as this one. Each guard was in a life-and-death battle with at least one fierce beast each, and some of them even took on 2 at a time. Because of this, and how the younger experts sacrificed themselves, the number of beasts slowly dwindled, but more and more human cultivators appeared on the ground with large wounds that had caused them to lose their lives. Zhu Wei was starting to feel beads of sweat appear on his forehead. He was urging the qi within his body to hold on until the battle finished, but he also knew that he could not continue for much longer. He had by now single-handedly killed more beasts than any other of the youngsters, and rivers of blood flowed like a stream on the ground where he sat. Yet no beast dared advance toward him. A wang sound sounded out from the zither. With the last amount of qi that Zhu Wei could muster, he conjured a large-scale wall to knock down every other beast again, while killing the lower-ranked beasts that dared to enter his area of effect. Letting out the final note, the zither in Zhu Wei's hands vanished, and he was left with only an ounce of qi that had returned to his body when the zither vanished. "I can't fight bare-handed against fierce beasts," Zhu Wei muttered to himself, feeling incredibly feeble. "I do not have enough qi to use Shattering Mountain Palm or Azure Lightfinger more than just once. What I could do is create another qi weapon and use it to fight," Zhu Wei had decided. "If I get too close to the beasts, then I will be scaring them away. That is rather a peculiar situation. But I cannot use the zither to attack any longer, and a bow and arrow would also require me to have more qi so that I can create arrows." Contemplating what to do, Zhu Wei stood up and observed the battle that was going on in front of him. There were now less than half of the youngsters still standing, and the guards had been reduced to 2/3 of their original numbers. Although this was the case, the beasts were not in a much better situation. Corpses of beasts were everywhere, especially around Zhu Wei and the experts close to him. There was a whole circle of beast carcasses stacked on top of one another. Just as Zhu Wei started to feel that he had done a great job, he felt a sudden chill running down his spine. As he raised his head and looked into the distance, he saw the black-horned mammoth standing behind them on the road, with the black-cloaked woman seated on top. A shiver ran through Zhu Wei's body. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that this woman was looking at him,
and he could feel the sheer pressure a single glance from her gave him. Could she be the primordial beast? Zhu Wei questioned himself. Her hand looked pretty human at the auction house, he mused, once again completely ignoring the battles that were ongoing around him. But primordial beasts can take on human shape after reaching a certain point in their cultivation. If she is a primordial beast, I would also bet that she was the entity that broke into the Li mansion and was unsuccessful in tempting Li Fang, that old bugger. But who knows whether or not she succeeded in tempting Li Jian? Knowing Li Jian's hate for me, he would approve right away. He most likely did not know anything about the woman in question. Zhu Wei continued to deduct what he could from what he had seen so far, and the battle raged around him, but no beasts moved close to him. If it is indeed her, then Li Jian should have realized it by now. Zhu Wei reached a conclusion. This trip has been way more dangerous than usual trips to the recruitment camp. The only excuse can be that someone is targeting us, or some of our group. It would make sense for it to be a primordial beast who has made some deal with Li Jian, but then it does not make sense that the beasts are not even glancing at me. It is as if they fear that I will kill them with a single glare. I do not know if this is because there is something in me that scares them, Zhu Wei continued to muse, or if that woman has ordered them to leave me be. There was something with the black-horned mammoth back then, that time when I first met it, but something like that should not be enough to deter a full beast horde. Since this is the case, then I assume that the woman is not done playing with us just yet. She is playing with us like a cat with a mouse, toying with our lives. This is truly a terrible feeling. At least we are more than halfway now. However, if she sends another beast horde after us, I fear it will be the end of us. It is also peculiar that every group has been tailored to our strength. Even the bandit group was just around the same strength as us. Could she have managed to move the bandits too?
Zhu Wei, you despicable beast! Li Jian suddenly yelled out. We are all fighting for our lives here, and all you do is standing still while thinking? Can we trust someone who is that inactive? As Li Jian yelled, he infused qi into his voice so everyone on the battlefield heard him. He wanted to drag Zhu Wei's name into the mud. Yet when people looked towards Zhu Wei and saw the many corpses that were littered on the ground, no one dared to look down on him. He had been the one to kill the most beasts, and his support had been very important for the experts that had been close to him. Zhu Wei completely ignored Li Jian, who was in a life-and-death struggle with a fierce beast. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and an injury could be seen on his arm. Sneering, Zhu Wei used the qi he had gotten back from recalling the zither to create a spear. Although he was not formidable with spear techniques, he knew he could aid his friends significantly with this weapon, and that the beasts would, hopefully, not run away from him when he still had some distance between them. Walking towards Lu Jiru and Shen Mu, who were fighting shoulder to shoulder against two fierce beasts at the peak of the ordinary warrior rank, close to breaking into the earth warrior rank, Zhu Wei wielded his spear and stabbed out. A wail resounded in the surroundings as the beast collapsed. Zhu Wei did not have any fancy spear techniques, nor did he have the qi to use them if he did have them, but he had strength that far outstripped any average ordinary warrior. This simple stab that Zhu Wei performed went straight through the fierce beast, skewered it, and killed it instantly. Lu Jiru took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her face before she engaged in battle with the next beast that came her way. This beast was not as strong as the previous one, but she had also used up some of her energy, so Lu Jiru was not able to fight another peak-ranked beast. Zhu Wei went to assist Shen Mu after this, and another thrust was sent out, after which one more beast died. Shen Mu nodded to Zhu Wei in gratitude, but he had no words to say anything, as he knew that he was in a rush.
he instantly rushed to the next beast that he could fight. No one dared let up. Only Zhu Wei was relatively safe in the midst of the beast horde. When he turned to look where the black-horned mammoth had been just moments before, he found that it had vanished without a trace. Frowning, he did not know whether or not he was fortunate or in for it now. But he knew that he did not have the power to go against whatever strength this woman controlled. As such, his only option was to hope for the best and continue to fight against these beasts. Slowly, the battle died out. 1/3 of the youngsters remained, while half of the guards had survived. The captain was still alive, but he was severely wounded, and they would have to stay at their location for a short period of time while he took some medicinal plants to heal himself before they could advance again.
Since we will be staying here for some time, feel free to roast some meat to regain your strength. If you lack money, you can also carve out some of the beast cores and take them with you. The recruitment camp is held just outside of the capital, and there should be more than one opportunity to enter Sacred City. As a result, you can earn a bit this way. However, the beast cores of the beasts equivalent to an earth warrior all belong to my guard brothers. They were the ones who slew them, so they are the ones who will benefit from it.
The order was clear, and although many of the poorer young ones were filled with dissatisfaction over not being able to get their hands on even one beast core from an earth-ranked beast, they quickly forgot their indignation as they dug out one beast core after another from the heads of these fierce beasts. The commoners were not the only ones who had become filled with greed, but even the nobles and Zhu Wei also started to take one beast core after another. Zhu Wei knew that Manager Su had packed a rather significant amount of money for him, but he also knew that he could always use more money. The road of cultivation was long, and when he reached the Earth Warrior rank, there were certain pills that he would be able to consume that could increase his cultivation speed or enhance the strength of his body. These pills were not cheap, as just one cost around 100 gold coins, something the commoners would never be able to afford. Even Zhu Wei, who had enough money to live comfortably for many lives, felt great pain when it came to parting with 100 gold coins. Because of this, he decided to take as many beast cores with him as he could. If he could sell them and earn more gold in the capital, he would be able to afford more medicinal herbs and pills. It was not only he who thought like this, but everyone in the group of youngsters shared his sentiments. Thus, they all began harvesting beast cores. The task was not straightforward. The carcasses of these beasts were sturdy, and the skull was especially hard. It was near impossible for the weaker experts to carve a hole in the skulls so that they could take out the beast cores. It was easier for the stronger ones, but even they struggled. Zhu Wei, on the other hand, was using his increased strength to quickly dig out one beast core after another, which ended up in his bag. He did not stop before he felt that his bag could no longer hold any more beast cores, and then he found a big hog-like monster with 3 serpent tails and flaming hooves. The beast was meaty. Zhu Wei started deboning it, and then later started a fire, where he roasted the meat. Chapter 44. Primordial Beast. Everyone was busy harvesting beast cores, but as they could carry no more, they slowly had to stop. Instead, they started to roast the meat to get some more energy. There were so many dead, fierce beasts, and only so many surviving humans that everyone had managed to get their hands on quite a lot of beast cores. After that, all of them ate the roasted meat while they watched the guards place all the human casualties in a big pile.
"Burn them," the captain ordered after a bit of consideration. "We cannot bring their bodies with us, but we cannot just leave them here either. They will become food for other fierce beasts otherwise. They fought bravely. They do not deserve to have their remains gnawed on by fierce beasts."
Hearing this, the majority of the youngsters that had been eating happily suddenly swallowed hard,
and lost their appetite. As the scent of burning flesh got more dominant, many even vomited as they realized that the scent they had found so delicious just moments before was similar to the one of their comrades being burned to ashes. Lu Jiru was a tough girl. Although she preferred to bake cakes and make food, she was still not easy to push around. But even she felt sick after realizing that the scent of burning humans was everywhere. The captain said nothing as he stood in front of the massive pyre. Instead, he made a military salute to the dead. No one spoke either. Everyone was busy with their thoughts. Some were petrified over what had happened, while others were in deep thought about how they had survived, but their friends had not. Zhu Wei was carefree. He did not know these people that well. No one from Shenmu's group had died. All of them had fought relatively close to Zhu Wei and had received significant assistance from him, and those in the whole group who died had been the weakest among the entire group. Although they had died, Zhu Wei did not feel a hint of guilt or remorse. He had already done everything he possibly could to assist the other experts who fought the beast horde together with him, and it was impossible for him to do more than he had. Since he knew that he could not do more than he had, then why should he feel sorry for them or guilty about not doing something impossible? Still, he respected that they had fought the beasts to the death. For that, he too stood up, stopped eating, and bid his farewell to the many souls of the departed. "You fought bravely," he muttered as he stood in front of the pyre. "Be satisfied with your performance and head for the cycle of reincarnation. Who knows, you might become a heaven-sent genius in your next lives." He knew that amongst the dead, many were jealous of him for his sudden surge in talent, and even more who were looking up to him. "I could not save you," Zhu Wei continued mumbling. But then his eyes turned sharp, and he glanced at Li Jian. "But if these attacks were caused by someone's greed and desire for vengeance, then I swear that I will avenge you." The last bit was said with a hint of killing intent. As he said it, the flame within the pyre suddenly turned incredibly violent as it roared, and a small ball of fire shot towards Zhu Wei, where it hovered in the air in front of him for a moment before it burnt up. Zhu Wei was stunned. He had not expected the fire to react the way it did. But he nodded his head solemnly and gripped his hands. "I might not be righteous," he said honestly, "but when I promise something, no one can make me go back on my promise." Zhu Wei had not been the only one to stand around the pyre with a lowered head while muttering some words of parting. But it was only his words that had caused such a strange effect. As to whether or not it was a coincidence, no one knew. "I believe you heard me," Zhu Wei sighed. "I hope it will help you get some peace." Having said that, he returned to Shenmu, Lu Jiru, and the rest of their friends. He was deep in thought as to how exactly he should get rid of Li Jian. By now, Zhu Wei had no doubt that the reason that they were having such a hard time on their way towards the recruitment camp was because Li Jian had made a deal with a primordial beast. The problem was just that he did not know whether or not this deal only included his death, or if it also included the death of everyone else. So far, many had died, but Zhu Wei had not been in any real danger. Looking at Li Jian, he saw that the other was also looking at him while gritting his teeth, and a hint of madness could be seen in his eyes. "Captain," Zhu Wei suddenly called out, and the captain came to his side.
"What can I do for you?" he asked politely.
Although he was much stronger than Zhu Wei, he knew that the latter had much better talent than him and that he would eventually be overtaken. It was only a matter of time, and as a result, he wanted to forge a good relationship between the two.
"Captain, I have a theory. I wonder if you would be willing to listen to it," Zhu Wei asked politely, and the captain nodded his head. I think I know why so many things have happened to our procession, and I think I found the case for it, he continued. He was not speaking with a low voice, and many heard what he said. Although no one went closer, everyone quieted down and raised their ears to hear more. When Zhu Wei glanced out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that Li Jian was paling and that his hands were constantly tightening and loosening again and again. I don't know if Captain heard about the commotion in the Li mansion before we departed, Zhu Wei asked, and the captain thought back to what had happened.
I did indeed hear that some amazing expert snuck into the Li mansion, but as to what this expert wanted, no one knows.
The expert wanted to tempt Li Fang into doing a deal with him, but Li Fang is a righteous man. He instantly declined.
What does this have to do with our group?
The captain frowned as he asked, but Zhu Wei did not hasten his explanation. My theory is that this expert was a primordial beast, Zhu Wei continued, and suddenly everyone gasped for air. I also think that most of us have already seen this primordial beast, as it was the same person who purchased the black-horned mammoth at the auction. Zhu Wei continued. This woman released a killing intent when she saw me, but not the one that contained any force behind it. It is truly peculiar. She could kill me easily, and from the killing intent, I could feel that she wanted to kill me, but she did not. Now I do wonder why she did not kill me, but after contemplating, I realized it was because this would make it too easy to guess who made the deal with her, Zhu Wei continued, and the captain, who was feeling rather lost, suddenly focused.
Are you saying that someone is doing all of this to kill you?
I do not know if I am the only target, Zhu Wei said honestly. But imagine that you have lost everything you once had because of a person. Would you not also make a deal with someone to get vengeance? Just as Zhu Wei said this, Li Jian scrambled to his feet. His body was trembling and his face red. He lifted a hand and pointed it at Zhu Wei.
You are slandering me. You are trying to put the blame on me, but we all know that you hate me, and the reason behind this is that you want to frame me. I have never made a deal with a primordial beast. I would never betray humanity. I may hate you, but I am not blind.
Li Jian continued to spit out words, but Zhu Wei just crossed his arms over his chest as he listened with a mocking smile on his face.
Are you blaming Li Jian?
The captain asked after a bit of time, but Zhu Wei just laughed. I was going to blame the He family. I caused them to lose their most outstanding genius of the younger generation, and their family leader was also crippled because of me and Manager Su. In all of Tiankong City, I expected the He family to hate me the most. But seeing how nervous and anxious you are, I wonder, Li Jian, are you perhaps hiding something? Are you claiming to hate me even more than the He family? Did you perhaps strike a deal with a primordial beast? Zhu Wei was smiling brightly now, and his every single word caused Li Jian to become pale and unable to speak. He cursed himself for having opened his mouth and said something in the first place, because now everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Did Li Jian genuinely have something to do with this? Li Jian was the one who jumped out like an arrow from a bow, blaming Zhu Wei and defending himself. But had he had any reason to defend himself? Why would he defend himself if he had done nothing wrong? Zhu Wei had not even blamed him. Thinking like this, everyone started to feel somewhat puzzled. Had Li Jian gone mad?
You don't trust me?
Li Jian scowled.
I need to cool off,
he exclaimed as he stood up and got ready to leave the camp.
We will be leaving in 2 hours,
the captain said absent-mindedly while watching Li Jian enter into the forest in front of them.
Captain, should we let him go alone? Will it not be dangerous?
One of the guards asked, but the captain just waved his hand.
We have already killed all the beasts. I doubt that the primordial beast will make a move on a single person, since it has not wiped out our group just yet.
The captain sighed.
There are no fierce beasts left within the forest. All of them were part of the beast horde we fought. Just let him cool off. I am more worried that Zhu Wei might be speaking the truth, and someone truly made a deal with this primordial beast, since it has never before been this dangerous. We will take these 2 hours of break, and then we will move on. We will press our speed as much as we can, so that we can reach the recruitment camp as soon as possible. While the captain spoke with his guards, Li Jian entered the forest. He was gnashing his teeth, and his nails dug into his hands. He felt terrible, and he knew that although people did not fully believe that he had colluded with a primordial beast, the seed of doubt had been planted, and it would only grow worse with time.
You look dejected," the alluring voice he knew so well called out, and Li Jian stopped in his tracks as he looked at the woman he had struck a deal with.
"We had a deal," he exclaimed. "You promised me that you would kill Zhu Wei. Why is it that so many of our comrades have died, but he is perfectly fine?"
The woman started laughing, but her laughter was no longer the pearl-like comfortable laughter, but one that was maddening and filled with killing intent.
"Believe me, I wish to kill him," she said as she wiped away a tear from her eye. "But you see, I think you kind of misunderstood something. I never promised you that I would kill him," she grinned. "I promised that this world would not have both of you in it."
Chapter 45. Turned Traitor.
"You are protecting Zhu Wei?"
Li Jian asked with disbelief in his voice, but the woman just snorted.
"Who wants to protect a measly human child? I pretended to make a deal with you because I had to check certain things. But now that my examinations are finished, I truly have no use for you anymore. I never thought that you would be so stupid as to leave the camp, but now that you have, killing you will ensure that I keep my promise. I don't care about keeping promises to humans. On the other hand, killing you should make me feel some joy."
The woman was talking slowly, but Li Jian felt his blood turn cold as the world started distorting around him as he got dizzy.
"I need to escape!"
Li Jian yelled as he turned on his heels and started running away. Though the moment he tried taking his first step, he felt a strange pressure pushing him, keeping him in the same position and same place as before. It was impossible to move.
"Think you can already leave?" the woman grinned. "You should have already realized that I am a primordial beast. Anyone who has seen my human appearance has to die. I cannot afford to lose my cover as a young rich lady from the middle of the continent. Fortunately, I was wearing that ridiculous outfit whenever the others saw me, so you are the only one who has seen my beauty. Still, I am not sure if I should let the others be. Oh well, I would decide that later. First, I have to deal with you. Now, if I just kill you, I will get hunted down by your father. That would prove rather troublesome, so I will need you to make a testimony and sign it with your blood. I have pen and paper here. Now, write everything you have done, every agreement you made with me, and that you were aware that I was a primordial beast, but you did not hesitate to make the deal anyway. Also make sure that you do not describe my appearance. If you do, you will suffer greatly. If you do not write this testimony, then you will also suffer terribly. But if you write it, I will let you die so fast that you won't even notice the pain." Li Jian was shivering and scared. He knew that there was no way to escape. He had invited this calamity, and now he had to face the consequences. He regretted so much that his insides turned green, but although he regretted, he could not change the past.
Gritting his teeth, he picked up the pen and paper. He was afraid of death, but he was even more so afraid of dying in pain. Lijan did not doubt for a moment that when this primordial beast said that she would make him suffer, his life would become a living hell. "Who cares about honor when I am dead?" Lijan asked himself as he began to write. He wrote exactly what the woman had asked him to write, the entire experience, but he did not dare leave even hints to the woman's appearance or gender. He feared that she would look for a reason to punish him. As soon as he finished, Lijan cut his finger with a nail and pressed a bloody fingerprint on the paper. A light shone, and then the paper seemed to dry the bloody fingerprint on top of it. The woman waved her hand, and a small breeze appeared that made the testimony fly from Lijan's hand to the woman's. "Thank you," she grinned. A moment later, the entire area froze. Ice appeared from underneath the woman, and everything it touched was frozen within seconds. Lijan looked at this frost and its rapid advance. His heart was beating fast, and he knew that his death had arrived. Moments after, a scream escaped his lips, and then frost grounded his feet to the soil. His legs froze moments after, and following this, his entire body turned into an ice statue. "Better hurry up and scram," the woman laughed. "If I stay here, I would just want to kill all the humans when I see them, but they still have some use. Oh well, I managed to kill one human, although it is far from satisfying me. I will have to make do for now." Having said that, the woman vanished into the shadows. Moments after she had vanished, a group of guards appeared in the distance. Previously, when Lijan had screamed, everyone had heard him, even the group of youngsters and guards. The group who had already felt comfortable and started to come to terms with having survived the beast horde tensed up and looked scared at one another.
"Guards, form teams of 10 and examine the surroundings. Find the young master of the Lee family," the captain ordered, and the guards all acknowledged his order before splitting into groups and descending into the forest in front of them. "Everyone else stays here with me," the captain ordered, and the youngsters nodded their heads, the majority of them looking worried. The guards went away, and suddenly a loud whistle sounded through the forest. Soon, the guards returned to the group of youngsters. Most of the guards observed the others, but one group headed straight for the captain. Two of the guards were carrying a frozen Lijan, while another was carrying a piece of paper that he quickly handed to the captain. The captain accepted the piece of paper with a frown on his face and a glance at Lijan.
"I, Lijan of the Lee family within Chang'an City, hereby declare myself guilty of colluding with a primordial beast. I was blinded by greed and a wish to get vengeance, and thus I colluded with the primordial beast to exterminate Zhu Wei. The giant sand snake, the bandits, and the beast horde were all controlled by this primordial beast."
That was where the testimony ended. There was nothing of begging for forgiveness, not even a sorry to his father for letting him down. At the time when Lijan had written the testimony, the only thing on his mind was that he would die. He had no space for anyone else. He felt no remorse, nor did he feel guilty towards his father. The only thing on his mind was regret, because he had ended up paying the ultimate price. The captain's face was at first rather peculiar when he looked at the letter, but when he got further down the text, filled with disbelief and finally rage.
"That bastard!"
he yelled out with a voice filled with chi, and everyone shook. No one had heard what he had read, but they could tell from the rage in his voice that it was something that made him livid.
"Leave his corpse to be gnawed upon by the beasts," the captain ordered. "We have to leave right away. This bastard conspired with a primordial beast, and considering the ice that has been used, it seems as if he has been working with one of the most dangerous primordial beasts of our region, the ice harpy."
Zhu Wei raised an eyebrow when he heard this.
The ice harpy was the primordial beast that the wayfarers had been chasing. She was known as one of the most terrifying primordial beasts in the entire Haping Kingdom. No one knew her actual strength, and anyone who had tried to capture or kill her had died in the attempt. "Let's move!" The captain continued forward. He did not pause at all for the rest of the day, and even when it turned dark, he pushed the group forward. "If we allow for this primordial beast to gather another beast horde, we are in a terrible position. I know that we will encounter danger traveling through the night, and I am also aware that we will be exhausted, but we have no choice."
No one questioned him.
They had heard that Chang'an had betrayed them, and had thrown his lot together with a primordial beast, and everyone who had known him was filled with disgust towards him. They feared for their lives, they feared for their friends, and they feared for their future. Having worked together with a primordial beast could cause the execution of one's entire family, as it was simply the most frowned-upon taboo of the world. These friends knew that they too would be judged by others. They had befriended a traitor. Although the reason behind it was due to their families being under the banner of the Li family, they had still happily followed Chang'an's orders, and some of them had done so with pride. Now they all wished that Chang'an was someone they had never known before. They wished that their families had thrown their allegiance towards Shen Bingwen instead. Zhu Wei felt puzzled. This primordial beast clearly wanted to kill him from the killing intent he had felt earlier, but he was still alive. Not only this, Chang'an was now dead. He had been frozen to death, and not only that, he had been left in the wilderness to be eaten by the beasts. Like this, the group rushed through the land. At the start, they all had energy, but as they got further and further, more and more of them lost their focus and succumbed to tiredness. After 4 days of constant travels, they finally had to take a small rest. The captain was no longer calm and collected. He and the other guards were looking around them continually, observing the surroundings and never letting their guards down. That night, everyone thought that something would happen, and many dared not sleep, while the weaker experts were so overwhelmed by exhaustion that they slipped into sleep instantly as they laid down on the ground. Zhu Wei was not scared about whatever might come for them during the night, but he was not willing to spend the night sleeping either. As a result, he sat down and cultivated. He knew that if the ice harpy wanted to kill them, they would have long since been dead. If she had wanted to continue to complicate their trip, then it would not have been as painless as it had been the last 4 days. As soon as the sun rose in the sky, the captain once more forced them all to start moving onward again. They would then travel for 4 days and 4 nights straight before they finally took another rest. This way their trip was many times faster than planned, but all of them, including the guards and the captain, were exhausted, both physically and mentally. They rushed through villages and all kinds of landscapes, but their group avoided all major cities before finally they all looked in front of them. After traveling for 1.5 months, Zhu Wei was the first of the youngsters to see a massive city towering in the distance.
"We are heading for the capital first," the captain said. "There we will stay for a week before we make it to the recruitment camp. You will be able to sell your beast cores, but you have to pay for accommodation yourself. Those who do not show up at the appointed position 7 days later will be treated as a deserter," the captain warned.
Everyone was filled with excitement as they looked at the towering city in front of them. They had finally managed to get through the hellish journey, and although they expected it to be hard in the army, it was still a new chapter in their lives, a chapter they had all looked forward to begin. Zhu Wei unconsciously clenched his hands into fists. He could not help but feel both excited and intimidated. Now, he would be able to take the first step towards becoming worthy of Wang Zhaoyun and someone who would make his uncle proud. Book 2, Blood of the Army. Chapter 1. The Capital. The entire group of youngsters looked around with big, wide-open eyes. They knew that Tiangong City was a major city in the Heiping Kingdom, but comparing it to the capital was the same as seeing an ant next to an elephant. As they moved through the gates, everyone was stunned silly by the sheer size of the city wall alone. It was more than 5 times as tall as the city wall surrounding Tiangong City, and the gates were equally impressive. A steady stream of people entered and exited these gates. Some were in caravans, while others were on their own. Some rode on horses, while others walked on foot. Some were dressed in fine clothes, while others were in rags. Some were beggars, and yet some were noble-born. It was impossible for the group to hesitate at the gates, as the ones from behind pushed them further into the city, and the group was filled with dread as they followed behind the captain, fearful of losing him from their sight. They walked down major roads and came further and further into the city. At the outskirts, the town had mainly consisted of houses and residential areas, with the odd inn and restaurant here and there. But the further into the town they came, the more marketplaces they found. It was on one of these marketplaces that the captain finally came to a standstill in a corner, and everyone grouped around him.
"We will meet outside of the gate where we entered at noon a week from now," the captain announced. "Those who do not show up are on their own to get to the recruitment camp. If you do not make it, it will be treated as if you deserted."
Having said this, the captain gestured for the guards to follow him, leaving behind the youngsters.
"Well, we ought to first find ourselves an inn," Shen Mu said as the first, and the others nodded their heads. The commoners who did not have any coins with them decided to split up into groups consisting of their friends before they ventured into the city in search of somewhere to sell their beast cores.
"They will not all make it back alive," Zhu Wei mumbled to himself. If they were prudent and only sold 1 or 2 beast cores at a time, they should be fine. But if they sold more, they were likely to be targeted by thugs within the city. Too much wealth could easily cause people to go blind with greed and not care about the consequences, especially since these commoner experts were all using some clothes of various quality. Some of them were of excellent quality, as their families had saved up for a good set of clothes, while others were wearing clothes made from ordinary fabrics. Those with clothes from ordinary fabric were especially likely to lose their little lives. They were not nobles, and their background wasn't terrifying. It was highly unlikely that anyone would find the thugs and cause problems for them later on. Being realistic about all this, Zhu Wei just shook his head and smiled slightly. He did not have a favorable impression of these youngsters. Although they were now looking at him with reverence, they had all looked down on him before. Although he would never go as far as to kill them himself for revenge, he would not go out of his way to save them either.
"Well, should we look for an inn?"
Shen Mu turned to look at Zhu Wei. Although the leader of the group was Shen Mu, he felt that it was only natural that he asked for Zhu Wei's opinion, since he was undoubtedly the strongest amongst them. "Sounds good," Zhu Wei said, not saying much more than that. He was not in a rush to get rid of his beast cores, and as long as no one knew what was in his bag, he would be fine. He also acknowledged that going together as a group was a lot safer than going alone. Although his strength was slightly overwhelming amongst the group of youngsters, he was also very well aware that these thugs in the city were all ruthless and used to fighting. The majority of them were Earth Warriors. Although Zhu Wei could kill a 1-layered Earth Warrior, hold his own against a 2nd-layered Earth Warrior, and escape from a 3rd-layered Earth Warrior, he was also aware that he was not as formidable as the youngsters made him seem. This was the capital. It was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Geniuses were as vast as the clouds in the sky here. Although he had reached the 9th-layered ordinary warrior rank within half a year's time, he also understood that he had not had enough time to cultivate. He was simply not capable of reaching the strength of an Earth warrior just yet, making it impossible for him to compare to the most talented geniuses of the capital. "I have never been in the capital before," Shenmue said after hesitating for a moment. "I know nothing about this place." He continued with a sigh, and only then did Zhu Wei speak. "The capital is split into the outer city and the inner city. To enter the outer city is free and everyone can come and go as they please. The inner city, on the other hand, is different. There you have to pay a silver coin for entry, but it is also many times safer than the outer city. The outer city has a guard corps, often referred to as the mastiffs, while the corps within the inner city are known as the bloodhounds. The mastiffs are bribed by many of the underground organizations and the thugs. They will only move on direct orders from the bloodhounds, and the majority of their pay comes from money they are given by the shady organizations to overlook their way of working. If you die in the outer city, you are fortunate if they even bother to cremate your body and not just dump you in the river that runs through the city. The inner city, on the other hand, is almost free of crime. Certain syndicates have been allowed access as long as they follow certain rules, but in general, you are much safer inside the inner city." Zhu Wei finished his recount of the capital, and all of Shenmue and his friends stared at him with shock in their eyes. "How do you know all of this?" Shenmue could not help but ask. But Zhu Wei just smiled slightly. He knew a lot more about the capital than that, but he figured that the most critical information was about the safety levels of the outer and inner cities. This was the benefit of having read every single book in the library back in the Zhaolei mansion. He had indeed gained a world of knowledge, and some of the books had naturally been about the capital of the country he resided within. "I suggest we go to the inner city in that case." Shenmue made a quick decision, and the others nodded their heads. They all were acutely aware that they were weak. Since that was the case, the most suitable course of action for them would be to lower the risk of danger happening around them. Zhu Wei looked at the sky above and frowned. "We have to hurry up," he said with a sigh. "The gates to the inner city close at sundown, so we have at most 2 hours to get to the inner city gates. At least I saw a map of the capital once, so I should be able to lead us there. But we might make a few detours, as I do not want us to enter small alleyways or underground markets. Our best option is to find the main road. It will lead straight to the gates," Zhu Wei deducted, and no one questioned him, all of them observing him as if he were their new leader. It was not only them, but other nobles who had previously followed Li Jian had also stayed back to hear what Shenmue was planning. After overhearing what Zhu Wei had said, all of them nodded their heads in unison and decided that they would follow this other group into the inner city. And thus it ended with around 50 young nobles from Tiankong City following behind Zhu Wei as he made his way through the capital. Although they were in a bit of a hurry, Zhu Wei still ensured that his speed was slow enough that he could observe everything that happened around him. They quickly found the main road and followed it. It ran next to the river, which came into sight shortly after. It was a beautiful sight that they had never before seen in Tiankong City. It bustled with life around the river. Some were cleaning clothes, others were gathering water. Children would play on the riverside, and elderly men were sitting playing chess with one another down next to the river bends. Small vessels were sailing on the river, bringing items from one place to another or cruising customers back and forth. The city thrived. The road they were walking on was filled with carriages, caravans, horses, and even fierce beasts could be seen from time to time. It was clear that having a fierce beast in the capital was a rare occurrence, but far from as rare as it was in Tiankong City. Mortal beasts could be seen everywhere, dragging carriages or being used as mounts. Although they were good mounts, the truth was that any cultivator of the 5th layer of the ordinary warrior rank was faster than any mortal horse could ever be. However, it was unbecoming to run within the city, and much more elegant to ride on mortal beasts while looking down on the masses. "Look!" one of the noble-born suddenly exclaimed as he pointed in front of them. There, a second wall stood tall, separating the inner and outer cities from one another. Although this wall was not as tall as the first one, it was even more terrifying. On the top of the wall were guards marching and glaring down at everyone who came too close. Anyone who tried to sneak over the wall would be killed on the spot. "Don't point," Shenmue said breathlessly. He could feel the pressure emitted by these guards, and he felt rather nervous that they would find this group of country bumpkins unsuited to enter the inner city. "Get in line," Zhu Wei said. Everyone had been speaking throughout their trip towards the inner city gates, everyone apart from Zhu Wei. He had been completely quiet as he observed the surrounding areas and the differences between Tiankong City and the capital. "Although the Heiping Kingdom is considered a poor kingdom with a lack of cultivators, the capital is still this stunning. I can't imagine what the rest of the continent's cities looked like," Zhu Wei mumbled to himself, and for once felt small. Clenching his hands and finding his determination, Zhu Wei smiled to himself. "One day I will see the rest of the continent. I will see the most marvelous sights, and I will do it together with Zhao Yun and Uncle." Zhu Wei did not have any doubt in himself. "Even if I am far behind the others in terms of cultivation, I just need to work harder than them. Then the world will be open to me. If I work hard and prove my worth, then one day I too will become a legend." Chapter 2. The Capital's Young Master. The group was very humble when they all handed over 1 silver coin each to the guard at the front gate of the inner city, and their hearts were beating rapidly as they entered. The inner city was different from the outer city. The roads were fenced, and while it was paved with stones in both outer and inner city, they were much more leveled out here. It was clear that someone had gone to great lengths to make the inner city look much more upscale than the outer city. There, a road had been built for walking and getting from one point to another, yet here it had to suit the overall look of the landscape. More fierce beasts were visible on the roads. Some were used as mounts, while others were walking side by side with satisfied cultivators. No children were running on the street randomly, but a few were walking, holding their nanny's hand. It was clear that everything in the inner city was orderly. Guards were walking on patrol on the streets, observing everything that happened around them with a keen eye, and many of the guards kept an eye on Zhu Wei and the group, as they were newcomers. Zhu Wei was aware that they could not loiter around, so he instead hurried to lead the rest of the group towards an inn he had spotted in the distance. The inn was named the Black Hancock and seemed to serve as both a restaurant and an inn. It was an upscale place with a steady stream of people entering and exiting. Outside were small tables, and some experts were seated while drinking wine. Youngsters a few years younger than Zhu Wei and the others were eating together while boasting about their cultivation base. As he looked at them, Zhu Wei's eyes narrowed. One of these youngsters was already at the 9th layer of the ordinary warrior rank. To reach this stage at the age of 14 or 15 was simply outstanding. Had it been in Tiankong City, he would have been seen as the #1 genius of the century, if not even a millennia. Just as Zhu Wei looked at this youngster, the youngster also looked at him, and his eyes rested on Lu Jiru before they brightened.
"Big sister, why don't you come sit with us?" he called out, his voice not low at all, and everyone present heard what he said. Many of the cultivators who were sitting at the same restaurant leaned back in their chairs with a smile on their faces. They all knew this young master and knew of his position within the capital. It would be interesting to see just how these country bumpkins would react. Lu Jiru's face paled, but she quickly regained her wits. She understood the significant difference between Tiankong City and the capital,
but she was not willing to go to them.
I am flattered, young master, but I must decline your invitation. I am in a hurry, as you might see, and have no time to entertain a genius such as yourself.
Her words were flowing like water in a stream, beautiful and clear, calm and collected, with no show of her real emotions. Zhu Wei could not help but praise her.
I asked you to come join me, the young master frowned. Since I asked you to join me, you have no option. Now come here.
Hearing this, Shen Mu took a step forward.
I understand that you, young master, is a peerless genius and from a great background, but this does not mean you can snatch whomever you wish from the roads as you please.
Shen Mu was frowning and considering what was for the better. What he was doing now was simply inviting danger to himself and his family, but his heart told him that if he did not stand up for Lu Jiru right now, then he would lose something valuable. Zhu Wei said nothing. He just stood at the back, his eyes glistening slightly and showing that, although he had not stepped up, he had everything under control.
Seems like the feelings are mutual,
he grinned to himself as he saw Shen Mu step forward, and a feeling of relief flooded him.
I do not have many friends, but those two are true friends. Knowing that they can have a good life together makes me content.
Having said that, he decided to just watch what would happen between the young boy and Shen Mu. It was not his place to save Lu Jiru. That was a job for her knight in shining armor.
You dare go against me?
The young man laughed. He was behaving with an arrogance that made Zhu Wei's eye twitch, as it reminded him too much of Li Jian.
I dare not go against you, but I have to protect the wishes of my companion, he said steadily.
Although Shen Mu knew that what he was doing could be considered wrong, he felt better and better the longer he stood in front of Lu Jiru. The young man snorted and shook his head.
It is that girl's luck that I have taken a liking to her, he said, and from his voice he truly believed this. If she becomes my concubine, she will get many resources she could never get back in your backwater town. She will live a life of luxury. She will get a life everyone wishes to have. Not only this, her family will benefit greatly from having connections to the capital. And although I have many concubines, I treat all of them well.
Even though the young master is giving me such credit, I feel inadequate and unable to accept such grace. I wish not to change my life as it is now.
Lu Jiru was still incredibly polite, but she was also steadfast. She knew that no one had the position to tell him off other than herself, and she was already certain as to what she wanted. Although she knew that what she said made the most sense, she could not lie to her heart, and in her heart, she wanted to marry Shen Mu.
I see.
The young man said nothing after that, but he looked at Lu Jiru as if he had seen a very silly person. To reject him was truly the most ridiculous choice she had made, in his opinion. But this young master was an esteemed genius within the capital, and he knew that it would be beneath his status to snatch a woman off the street. If he did do that, then his reputation would be flawed forever, and thus he just snorted and shook his head before he returned to eating.
Such a stupid woman, to think she could not even see Mount Tai in front of her.
She is just a brainless idiot, to think that she did not consider her future at all.
She might look good, but something is wrong with her mind to turn down elder brother's offer. I am more enraged about that young woman who dared to go against young master.
Everyone had been busy discussing Lu Jiru and trashing her, but the moment the last voice spoke, everyone quieted down. A dangerous gleam appeared in the eyes of the young man, and suddenly all his companions exploded with noise.
Yes, who does he think he is? To think he had the guts to stand up against our hero. Elder brother will become a primordial beast hunter, as great as Zhao Lei in the future. Who is he to stand against him?
Does he not respect the authority of the capital? Does he think that because he is some noble-born child from some backwater place, he can do whatever he wishes here in the capital and act so unbridled in front of our elder brother?
The more they spoke, the worse the light within the young man's eyes turned. He clearly became more and more agitated, yet on the surface, on his face, not even one of his emotions were shown. Shen Mu was in an awkward position. He wanted to enter the inn already, but he was aware that if they started leaving now, then that would be even more insulting than what he had done previously. To the side, Zhu Wei was standing casually, leaning against the fence of the road leading into the inn, a slight smile on his face. Zhu Wei's uncle was renowned throughout the entire Heiping kingdom. When it came to having a background, no matter how great the background of this young lord was, it could not compare to his. Although this highborn boy was a 9th-layered ordinary warrior, it had still taken him around 4 years to reach this rank, while Zhu Wei had entered the 9th-layer ordinary warrior rank after roughly half a year. So regarding talent, Zhu Wei towered over this child, and when it came to strength, Zhu Wei had never feared anyone at the same rank as himself. He did not fear this child either. While the group belonging to the young master still had yet to notice Zhu Wei, the experienced experts had already seen him, and their eyes were twinkling with excitement. Zhu Wei had a calmness that none of the other youngsters possessed. It was clear that he had something backing him. As to whether this was strength or an outstanding background, these people did not know, but they could not wait to see what was happening. Zhu Wei looked at Shen Mu, who turned around and looked at him at the same time. There was a helpless look in Shen Mu's eyes. Seeing this, Zhu Wei decided that it was time for him to make a move. He straightened his back and coughed so hard that all of the people who had been speaking were silenced instantly. "How audacious!" someone exclaimed, shocked, from the group around the young master. "To think you have the gall to interrupt us!"
That is a good joke, Zhu Wei laughed as he looked at the speaking person right in the eye and released a sliver of the killing intent that he had suppressed deep within his body. The moment this young boy looked into Zhu Wei's eyes, he became tongue-tied. He said nothing. His eyes opened wide, and sweat pooled on his face. He was frightened. He felt that he was standing in front of a primordial beast in its original shape that was just waiting to gobble him up. He was so scared that he peed himself and lost consciousness right away. The illusion brought forth by the killing intent was indeed too frightening for him. The young master frowned, surprised at heart, when he saw that Zhu Wei knocked one of his men out with a mere glance. But he was not the only one who was surprised.
What a dense killing intent! This kid must have climbed out through a cave of corpses!
One of the experts exclaimed in shock, and the others nodded their heads. So the killing intent can be used this way, Zhu Wei thought to himself, full of surprise by how useful this hard-to-control emotion truly could be to him. The youngsters who had come with Zhu Wei were not surprised. Zhu Wei had created miracle after miracle in front of them, so to make a 6th-layer ordinary warrior collapse with a glimpse was not too shocking.
You there, young master. Zhu Wei looked at the young master. Although he had at first thought this boy was similar to Li Jian, he had realized that this young master had some principles that Li Jian did not. Where Li Jian would have forced himself onto the woman on the street, this young man would never do something that obvious. Still, it was clear he was itching to teach Shen Mu a lesson from talking back to him, and this alone was reason enough for Zhu Wei to step in.